Chapter 1. In a dim and damp cell, a frail young man with white hair is imprisoned. The young man bows his head, his eyes closed, his face drained of color. The prolonged exposure to darkness has rendered his complexion sickly pale. At this moment, he kneels on the ground, his limbs bound by chains that leave deep, bruised marks on his skin, revealing glimpses of bone beneath the worn flesh. He remains utterly still, his breath faint, teetering on the brink of death. Before him lies an array of sumptuous dishes, swarming with flies, their putrid odor permeating the entire cell. It is evident that someone brings him meals daily, yet in his current state, he can only gaze upon them without the ability to partake. In a daze, the sound of footsteps echoes tap, tap, tap. A moment later, a tall woman enters, coming to a halt before the young man. Upon hearing the familiar cadence of footsteps, the young man's eyelids flutter slightly. The already dark and cold cell seems to grow even chillier with her presence. The woman possesses a breathtakingly beautiful face, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuates her slender waist and graceful legs. What captures attention even more is her cascading hair, as vibrant and fiery as a waterfall, lending her an otherworldly allure. In her hands, she carries a bowl of fragrant food, her expression as frigid as frost, with a glint of lethal intent flickering in her eyes as she gazes down at the kneeling young man, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Shen Shuqing, do you regret it? If you say you regret it, I shall allow you to eat and then grant you release. Qin Hongyi speaks, her tone icy yet tinged with a hint of pleading. To her disappointment, the young man before her remains silent, still in his wretched state. The sight of Shen Shuqing provokes a surge of anger within Qin Hongyi, her previously cold demeanor transforming into one of fury as the temperature in the cell plummets like a frigid abyss. For over a month, she has stripped Shen Shuqing of his powers, confining him in this meticulously crafted prison, subjecting him daily to the torment of heart-eating worms. Moreover, she has employed various forms of torture upon him, deliberately placing food within his reach, tantalizing yet unattainable. After each session of torment, she infuses him with genuine energy to prevent his demise. Each time she observes this man, who once lavished her with affection, teaching her to read and guiding her in life, treating her as the most precious treasure, she finds herself torn between exhilaration and a twinge of reluctant compassion. Qin Hongyi reaches out, gripping Shen Shuqing's chin tightly, forcing him to meet her gaze, yet he remains resolutely blind to her. Have you ever considered the day would come when the renowned sword saint would find himself in such a state? When you slaughtered my entire family, did you ever imagine it would lead to this? Shen Shuqing, I demand you tell me you regret it. Utter those words, and I shall cease your torment. Qin Hongyi's voice quivers with suppressed emotion, yearning to hear him confess his remorse. 50 years prior, before the very man who stands before her now, her entire family of 30 was annihilated at the tender age of 6. She lost her beloved parents and brothers. The architect of her suffering is so close, yet all she longs for is to hear him utter 3 words. For the sake of vengeance, Qin Hongyi has endured silently by his side for half a century, and now that she has become the strongest in this realm, she finally yearns to unleash the pent-up fury of 5 decades with a single strike. A sigh escapes Shen Shuqing as he listens to Qin Hongyi's voice. He empathizes with her pain and her hatred, feeling a profound sorrow for her plight. Over these 50 years, he has been acutely aware of her animosity towards him. On the surface, she appears to be a compliant and obedient disciple, but within, she harbors an intense desire for his demise. Yet, Shen Shuqing's feelings for Qin Hongyi have always been genuine, and he has intentionally provoked her hatred, fully aware of her tragic background. No matter the extent of his suffering, he will never utter those 3 words that could shake her resolve. All his actions are aimed at hastening her transformation into the world's most formidable antagonist. In his mind, Shen Shuqing conceals a mechanism designed to assist the female protagonist in becoming the villain. Name: Shen Shuqing. Cultivation: mortal. World: 9th life, Xianming continent. Female protagonist: Qin Hongyi. Notes: due to the host not yet being deceased, The duration of the task must not exceed 2 months. It is now 57 days, and in 3 days, the host will perish independently, allowing a return to the original world. Originally, Shen Shuqing was merely an ordinary high school student on Blue Star. On a rainy day, he faced the wrath of the great god of dump trucks, swiftly meting out his punishment. Upon awakening, he found himself in another world, endowed with the 9 lives reincarnation system. The task assigned by the system is to locate the female protagonist in 9 distinct worlds during her childhood and assist her in swiftly becoming a great villain. However, this assistance takes on a different form at orchestrating misunderstandings or employing deceitful language. Ultimately, the deeper her hatred for him, the faster her growth will be. As the saying goes, the darker one's heart, the stronger one becomes. Just as Qin Hongyi harbors such animosity toward Shen Shuqing, he merely appears at the opportune moment to craft a misunderstanding, leading her to believe she is the one who has slain her family, thereby sowing the seeds of vengeance. Shen Shuqing feels a profound pity for Qin Hongyi's circumstances. It seems that to mask his own guilt, he has poured all his affection into her. In these 9 worlds, he has no grounding, only the tasks that must be completed before he can return home. Now, this is his final task, the 9th life of Qin Hongyi. She has risen to become the most powerful entity in the Xianming continent, establishing the heavenly demon sect and unifying the demon realms, overpowering all orthodox sections. With only 3 days remaining until he can return to his rightful world, Blue Star is where he truly belongs. For the past 57 days, regardless of how Qin Hongyi has tormented him, Shen Shuqing has accepted it, knowing that the end is near, and this journey through 9 lives will soon dissolve into nothingness. Qin Hongyi grips his chin tightly. Shen Shuqing, I shall ask you one final time, are you truly unwilling to speak? After a prolonged silence, still bereft of the words she longs to hear, Qin Hongyi's frosty demeanor begins to wane, replaced by impatience. In an instant, she conjures several black worms, heart-eating worms used daily to torment Shen Shuqing. Once these creatures penetrate the body, there is no escape from their torment. As the dark creatures swiftly burrow into Shen Shuqing's being, his pallid face contorts in agony, a visceral pain tearing through him. It feels as though a blade is methodically slicing through his flesh, all while he remains acutely aware of every moment. Though Shen Shuqing has grown numb to the torment of the heart-eating worms after enduring it for so long, each session still renders him in a state of despair. Qin Hongyi revels in the sight of his suffering, her face flushed with a sense of satisfaction. An hour passes in the blink of an eye, during which Shen Shuqing has been mercilessly tormented, accompanied by Qin Hongyi's biting mockery, pushing him to the brink of death. Yet, at each harrowing moment, she injects him with vital energy to prevent his demise, while he secretly wishes for his own end. Soon, Qin Hongyi retracts the heart-eating worms, casting a cold glance at Shen Shuqing's emaciated form before turning to leave. Before her departure, she casts a lingering glance at the fresh dishes laid out on the ground, a flicker of struggle crossing her features, quickly replaced by an unfeeling indifference. With the sound of her footsteps fading, tap, 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 Qin Hongyi exits the dark, damp cell, leaving Shen Shuqing's body crumpled on the floor, resembling a lifeless dog. Emerging from the cell, Qin Hongyi retreats to a secluded chamber within the grand hall of the heavenly demon sect. The room is adorned with numerous plaques inscribed with names, beneath which incense candles are lit. This is where Qin Hongyi pays tribute to her family. Kneeling slowly, her gaze sweeping over the names, her voice catches in her throat. Mother, Father, once I uncover the truth, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. What Qin Hongyi seeks to uncover is the truth behind the massacre that claimed her family 50 years ago. Since confining Shen Shuqing, stripping him of his powers, and torturing him day and night, her heart brimming with hatred has found some measure of release. Yet she has also uncovered a troubling inconsistency. Why has Shen Shuqing never harbored any ill intentions toward her over these 50 years? Why has he treated her so well without seeking anything in return? Is it out of guilt? At times, Qin Hongyi questions herself. Could he truly be the murderer? For 50 years, he has cared for her meticulously, cradling her as if she were fragile. Fearful of her breaking, could such a person truly be a killer? Memories of past kindness flood her mind, engulfing her in a tide of nostalgia. Time seems to rewind to that nightmarish afternoon. In the northern region of the Xianming continent, there lies a secluded area surrounded by mountains. At the foot of the mountains is a village known as Pingming Town. Though the Qin family is not large, they are considered a prominent household within this village. In this year, Qin Hongyi is merely a naive little girl who has just turned 6, the youngest in her family and the beloved little princess of their household. Under the scorching midday sun, which blazes as if aflame, the family would typically gather after lunch to engage in light-hearted conversations about their daily lives. Yet, what should have been a day filled with laughter and joy has taken a most sinister turn. The usual clamor of adults has dissipated, replaced instead by an acrid scent of blood. The entire Qin residence is shrouded in a mist of blood, with crimson pooling on the ground and lifeless bodies littering the small courtyard. The sweltering heat of June seems powerless to dissolve the chilling scene that resembles a purgatory. A small head adorned with twin ponytails emerges from the main room. Her delicate, sculpted features are frozen in shock at the sight before her. She sees the ground strewn with corpses her father, mother, brothers, and sisters, alongside their uncles, all lying bloodied and lifeless. With her little hands and feet, Qin Hongyi crawls over, her fair hands desperately shaking her parents' bodies. She attempts to awaken them, unable to comprehend why her father and mother lie unresponsive on the ground. The siblings who usually teased her and the uncles who loved to take her on outings now lay still, indifferent to her cries. She weeps and shakes them, the duration of her efforts lost to her, her small hands growing numb, her eyes red from crying. At that moment, a shadow looms over her tiny frame. Qin Hongyi lifts her flushed face to see a young man clad in white standing before her. His snow-white hair cascades down, complemented by sharp, elegantly arched eyebrows and piercing black eyes that now gaze at her with a tenderness that stirs her heart. Qin Hongyi's cries cease as she stares blankly at this man. She has never encountered such beauty. He possesses an extraordinary aura that envelopes her like a gentle spring breeze. "Do not weep, dear one. Come with me," he says, the first words spoken to her. Without a hint of disdain for the dirt and blood that mar her, he gathers her into his embrace. In that instant, Qin Hongyi experiences a tranquility in his arms that lulls her into a dreamy state. This marks the first encounter between Qin Hongyi and Shen Shuqing, a meeting that would bind her to him for 50 years. As Qin Hongyi matures, her understanding of the world expands, and she sheds her earlier ignorance as the naive girl from a small mountain town. Having been taken from the blood-soaked courtyard of the Qin family, she comes to believe that Shen Shuqing is the one responsible for her family's demise. Throughout this time, Shen Shuqing offers no explanations, even subtly attempting to deter her quest for the truth, which fuels her resentment. It is not until Qin Hongyi turns 12 that Shen Shuqing begins to teach her the ways of immortality cultivation. At long last, Qin Hongyi seizes an opportunity in Inception towards avenging her family against the very man she has deemed her enemy. Diligent and studious, she dedicates the majority of her days to her training, seldom mingling with her peers. Her natural aptitude is remarkable. Within a mere year, she advances from a novice to the foundational stage of cultivation. In the years that follow, Qin Hongyi continues to immerse herself in rigorous training under Shen Shuqing's guidance. She buries the seeds of vengeance deep within her heart, awaiting the day they will blossom into a towering tree, ready to wield the skills he has imparted to end his life. As time slips by like a fleeting shadow, 50 years quickly pass during this period. Qin Hongyi conquers numerous prodigies, becoming an indomitable nightmare to all. Ultimately, she became the sole sovereign of the Emperor realm on the Xianming continent. At last, she could draw forth the sword of vengeance, hidden for 50 years, against the one who taught her, cherished her, and loved her. Qin Hongyi had the opportunity to swiftly eliminate Shen Shuqing, but felt it would be too lenient. Instead, she imprisoned him, torturing him day and night until he was left battered and bruised. Yet as the depths of her hatred were finally released, What gradually emerged was the love that had been suppressed for so long. In recent days, Qin Hongyi often found herself questioning her own heart. Did she truly hate him? Or did she love him? This internal struggle was the reason she longed to hear those 3 words from Shen Shuqing, which prevented her from killing him outright. After 50 years, even the coldest stone could melt, let alone her heart. Previously blinded by hatred, she now scrutinized the many doubts that had arisen. With the enhancement of her cultivation, Qin Hongyi realized that she possessed an extremely spiritual, demonic constitution, a trait cultivated since childhood. Once the time was ripe, through the method of dual cultivation, her strength could soar, allowing her to break through from the Great Ascension realm to the Emperor realm. Throughout these years, Shen Shuqing had never laid a finger on her, until she had grown to become the world's foremost Emperor powerhouse. The techniques he imparted to her had never included demonic arts. The demonic powers she now possessed were all learned in secrecy from Shen Shuqing. Was it truly not his doing? Qin Hongyi clutched her chest, feeling a deep ache and tightness. Her beautiful eyes, unbeknownst to her, became suffused with tears. Qin Hongyi had already dispatched her subordinates to investigate this matter, and it wouldn't be long before the truth was revealed. Soon, the 3rd day arrived. Unlike her usual routine of tormenting Shen Shuqing, Qin Hongyi found herself hesitant to confront him after realizing the doubts surrounding their situation. In the dungeon, Shen Shuqing remained unchanged, but only a few hours remained until his time to return. Name: Shen Shuqing. Cultivation: Mortal Realm. 9th life: Xianming Continent. Female lead: Qin Hongyi. Note: as the host has not yet died, the time allowed post-mission completion must not exceed 2 months. It has now been 59 days. In 3 hours, the host will perish, allowing a return to the original world. Is it finally coming to an end? Shen Shuqing felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was on the verge of returning to his world. The events of these 9 lives were no mere dream. How many years had passed, he could no longer recall. Yet, it seemed inconsequential now. Whether a dream or reality, it would ultimately dissolve into nothingness. The sect master has discovered something. A voice suddenly echoed from the token at Qin Hongyi's waist. Startled, Qin Hongyi's body trembled. And with a quivering tone, she replied, "Speak." It seemed that the massacre of the Qin family in Pingning Town 50 years ago was somehow connected to the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect was a sect that Qin Hongyi had subdued after unifying the demonic path. Had the Blood Demon sect truly orchestrated this? A chilling, murderous intent glinted in Qin Hongyi's eyes, as the atmosphere around her turned as frigid as the depths of winter. In the next instant, her figure vanished, heading towards the Blood Demon sect. If it was indeed them, she would annihilate the entire sect. At that moment, a part of her fervently hoped that the Blood Demon sect was responsible. Moments later, clad in a flowing red gown, Qin Hongyi appeared above the Blood Demon sect. With her current cultivation in the Emperor realm, traversing vast distances took her but a breath. Her gaze was icy as she casually struck the protective barrier of the Blood Demon sect with her sword. Boom! In an instant, the barrier shattered into countless cracks, disintegrating into nothingness. This sudden turn of events startled everyone within the Blood Demon sect. Disciples rushed out, taking defensive positions. Qin Hongyi paid them no mind, her form directly advancing towards the location of the sect master, unperturbed by any who dared to obstruct her. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. An elder clad in a black patterned robe appeared in the skies above the Blood Demon sect. This man was none other than Zhu Changhai, the sect master of the Blood Demon sect. As Zhu Changhai began to speak, a red figure materialized before him. Upon recognizing her, his body trembled, and with a respectful tone, he lowered his head, saying, "What brings the great emperor to the Blood Demon sect?" Qin Hongyi's gaze remained frigid as she replied, "I have a matter to inquire of you. Speak freely, great emperor. I shall certainly inform you." Zhu Changhai responded, his eyes filled with reverence. This was the first great emperor of the Xianming continent, commanding the forces of the demonic path and suppressing the righteous sects, a sight rarely seen in their world. All of this stemmed from the breathtakingly beautiful woman in the red gown before him. Without further ado, Qin Hongyi recounted the massacre of the Qin family in Pingning Town. Yes, she spoke. Zhu Changhai's heart sank upon hearing her icy words and the murderous intent surrounding him. This incident left a significant impression on him. At that time, he had merely been an outer elder of the Blood Demon sect, tasked with scouting promising disciples. Beneath the Blood Demon sect lay many subordinate sects, one of which was the Dark Ghost sect. The Dark Ghost sect had informed him of a girl in a northern mountain town who bore a striking resemblance to the extremely spiritual demonic constitution. This was a rare opportunity for Zhu Changhai, as capturing her could secure his position as an inner elder to ensure success. He personally led a group of disciples to ambush that small town. Just as he believed the task would be a breeze, a young man clad in white suddenly appeared. The young man's strength was terrifying. Merely his oppressive aura rendered them immobile. Ultimately, those he brought were all slain by the young man's blade, and he was fortunate enough to escape with his life. This became a lingering nightmare for Zhu Changhai. Later on, the young man's renown spread across the continent, and his ethereal demeanor caught the attention of many. This young man was Shen Shuqing, often referred to as the Sword Saint of the Xianming continent. Besides the brilliance surrounding the Sword Saint, the girl who constantly accompanied him, Qin Hongyi, also began to make a name for herself. Defeating various prodigies along the way, she emerged as the foremost figure of her generation, and her name became etched in the memories of many. Zhu Changhai then realized that the girl beside the young man was none other than the one he had sought to bring to the sect, the girl with the extremely spiritual demonic constitution. The very Qin Hongyi who now radiated demonic flames. Subsequently, a significant event transpired in the Xianming continent. Qin Hongyi, the Sword Saint's companion, achieved the Emperor realm in silence and committed an act that astonished the world. Before the eyes of all sects, she killed her master, piercing Shen Shuqing's vital veins with a single sword. Yet this was not the end. Shortly thereafter, she unleashed a demonic calamity, annihilating several righteous sects, establishing herself as the most formidable demonic sect in the world. This secret had remained buried in Zhu Changhai's heart, known to no one, however, now that Qin Hongyi had suddenly inquired about it. He sensed an ominous foreboding that if Qin Hongyi discovered that he was the one who had orchestrated the massacre of her family, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Could he dare to admit it? In response to the great emperor, "I am unaware," Zhu Changhai stammered, struggling to suppress the fear within him while attempting to maintain an air of calm. Yet his subtle movements could hardly escape Qin Hongyi's discerning gaze. Observing Zhu Changhai's concealed demeanor, Qin Hongyi's suspicions grew clearer, causing her body to tremble slightly as her murderous intent intensified, forming a tempest around her. In the next moment, a blood-red glimmer flickered in her eyes. Piercing deep into Zhu Changhai's soul, she intended to directly search his soul. The Tribulation Realm could not possibly deter an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Soon, Qin Hongyi glimpsed the images she sought within Zhu Changhai's soul. She witnessed him leading a group in a bloody massacre in Pingning Town, and then she saw that figure who had accompanied her for 50 years. The appearance of Shen Shuqing was like a deity descending from the heavens, slaying those who committed the heinous acts. He then stepped into the small courtyard of the Qin family from her childhood memories. Qin Hongyi saw Shen Shuqing tenderly picking up her younger self. "Do not cry. Come with me." She seemed to hear him gently utter those words once more. As the spirit of Zhu Changhai departed, Qin Hongyi raised her head and let out a long, mournful howl. For a full 50 years, she had been shrouded in ignorance. Throughout these 5 decades, the man she had despised turned out to be her savior. The overwhelming sense of disparity crashed into her soul at the moment she uncovered the truth. Qin Hongyi covered her face, laughing and crying, appearing almost mad. Following this was an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. The heavens darkened, and the Blood Demon sect was engulfed in terrifying black clouds. Zhu Changhai, whose soul had been forcibly extracted, became dazed, and in the next instant, exploded into a mist of blood. Qin Hongyi, in a frenzy, raced back to where it all began. She longed to see the man she had misunderstood her entire life. Before leaving, everyone in the Blood Demon sect heard her chilling, merciless declaration. "The Blood Demon sect shall be exterminated. I end the prison cell." Shen Shuqing gazed at the remaining 10 minutes with a complex array of emotions. Alas, it was all about to become a thing of the past. For the past 2 days, Qin Hongyi had not come to torment him. It no longer mattered since he was about to meet his end. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the tranquil cell without warning. Qin Hongyi looked at Shen Shuqing, who had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself under her torment, and a wave of intense remorse surged within her. She hurriedly unshackled him, but due to his prolonged weakness, he was on the verge of collapsing. Qin Hongyi swiftly embraced him, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a word. Now a being of great power, she found herself at a loss for words. Clinging tightly to Shen Shuqing, he, on the other hand, was bewildered by her sudden change. Perhaps she was merely finding a new way to torment him. With only 10 minutes left, he thought to let her be, but soon he sensed something was amiss. It seemed that tears were falling onto his face. Was Qin Hongyi crying? His heart ached. It had been years since he had seen her shed tears. Hongyi, he croaked, his voice hoarse. Upon hearing her name call from his lips, Qin Hongyi trembled violently, unable to contain herself any longer. I'm sorry, master. I've wronged you. I was wrong. Her exquisite face was drenched in tears. Hearing her confession, Shen Shuqing was momentarily taken aback. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, and, through the blur, he saw Qin Hongyi weeping like a little girl and bitterly said, "You know everything now." "You, master. You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me?" "I made a mistake. Master, I was wrong." Qin Hongyi trembled all over, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably as she choked on her words. Shen Shuqing remained silent. He knew the truth but could not voice it. "Hongyi, master is leaving now. You must take care of yourself from this moment on," he said, looking at her with the same heartache as before. Qin Hongyi felt a sudden pang in her heart, sensing something precious was about to vanish. Panic spread across her stunning face as she used her divine sense to check on Shen Shuqing. Upon doing so, her complexion paled further. She could see the vitality draining rapidly from his body. "No, no, master, I won't let you die," she cried, desperately pouring her energy into him. But it was futile. Her life force disappeared upon entering his body. In a frenzy, Qin Hongyi took out a pill from her possession, intending to feed it to Shen Shuqing. He merely shook his head, gazing at her with pity. He felt the heavens rejecting him. Only 2 minutes remained. Believing he was upset with her, Qin Hongyi felt her heart wrench painfully. She crushed the pill in her mouth, determined to press her lips against Shen Shuqing's face. "Hongyi," Shen Shuqing exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such boldness from her. With her lips pressed firmly against his, Qin Hongyi took advantage of his lack of resistance, her tongue gently exploring his mouth. Their saliva intertwined, as if trying to release all their love in that moment. Qin Hongyi's beautiful face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe peach, enticing and delectable. Her eyes began to glaze over with desire. Lost in her passion, she savored the forbidden thrill between master and disciple. Yet soon, she felt her master becoming ethereal. Pulling away, she saw his form growing transparent, as if he would vanish any moment. "No, no." Qin Hongyi half kneeled on the ground, her heart breaking. "Hongyi, you must be obedient," Shen Shuqing said tenderly. After uttering those words, his figure completely dissipated before her eyes. "Master, don't leave me. Please, don't," Qin Hongyi cried out, scrambling to embrace the fading figure, but found only emptiness. Shen Shuqing's presence had vanished entirely. Kneeling on the ground, her red hair cascading around her, she trembled uncontrollably, sobbing, "I killed master. I caused his death." Qin Hongyi clutched her heart. Overwhelmed by pain, time passed, and the cries within the cell gradually ceased. Qin Hongyi stood up, lost and hollow, like a soulless specter. 3 days later, news spread across the Xianming continent. Not a single soul survived in the blood demon sect. Each day following, Qin Hongyi would return to the cell she had meticulously prepared for Shen Shuqing, only to find it devoid of the figure she so dearly missed. "Master, no matter where you are, I will find you." "Shen Shuqing." A furious shout followed by a sharp sound echoed. A piece of chalk struck Shen Shuqing squarely on the head. Bewildered, he lifted his gaze from the desk, confused by his surroundings. The environment felt both strange and familiar, as curious eyes fixated upon him, some mocking, others entertained. Before him stood a balding middle-aged man, visibly enraged, still clutching a fragment of chalk. Memories long buried surged forth like a tidal wave. Familiar names echoed in his mind. Chun Nan, Fong Yu, Zhong Mingbin. Had he returned? Shen Shuqing murmured. What the hell? Shen Shuqing. Have you sleepwalked back into class, treating the teacher's words as nonsense? How did you manage that? The balding man on the podium fumed. Huh. Shen Shuqing's bewilderment sparked laughter among his classmates. This guy must be out of his mind, daring to sleep during old Wang's class. What a bold one. Whispers filled the classroom. Silence. Shen Shuqing, you're to stand outside and come to my office after class. The balding old Wang pointed at him. Joy radiated from Shen Shuqing's face as he left his desk and walked towards the door. He had returned. After 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, he had finally returned to the blue star he had longed for. Unbeknownst to him, his joyful expression appeared to old Wang as nothing more than a foolish grin. As he stepped outside, he noticed a dark-skinned boy standing beside him. Hey, Shen bro, you're out too. Did you come and keep me company so I wouldn't feel lonely? The boy exclaimed, surprised. Shen Shuqing scrutinized the boy, noticing his lean frame and the numerous pimples adorning his face. This was Xu Yong, his high school deskmate, with whom he had shared a good friendship. But Xu Yong, feeling curious under Shen Shuqing's gaze, asked, Why are you staring at me, Shen bro? Is there something on my face? Nothing, just thought it's been a while since I've seen you, and I miss you a bit, Shen Shuqing replied. Placing a hand on Xu Yong's shoulder nostalgically, Xu Yong, taken aback by the sentiment, grinned widely and sidestepped. Shen bro, you're being ridiculous. If you're looking for a woman, don't come to me. 2 men together, 1 do. I've got to save myself for my future wife. Get lost, get lost. Shen Shuqing recognized that this fellow had misunderstood and chuckled derisively. The sensation of returning was truly delightful. Whether it was the ambience of the campus or the playful banter among friends. Suddenly, Shen Shuqing recalled something and hastily inquired, What year, month, and day is it today? Xu Yong regarded him with an unusual expression, but replied, It is now June 5, 2027. Shungo, how could you forget such a thing? It's nothing. Perhaps I was a bit muddled from sleeping too much, Shen Shuqing casually deflected, though inwardly he reminisced about this day. If he recalled correctly, it was on this very day in his previous life on Blue Star that he had been favored by the god of dump trucks, which led to his transmigration into another world. Embarking on a task that spanned 9 lifetimes, he was unsure if his task had concluded or if the system still existed. Subsequently, Shen Shuqing began to assess whether he still possessed a means of advancement. Name: Shen Shuqing. Cultivation: World: Blue Star Note. Due to the host's completion of the 9 lifetime reincarnation task, he has gained insights equivalent to 9 lifetimes of cultivation. Shen Shuqing. The realm of cultivation existed on Blue Star as well, albeit at a rather rudimentary level. 40 years prior, mysterious fissures appeared across the globe, unleashing a plethora of demonic beasts upon the world. It was from that point onward that spiritual energy began to rejuvenate. Yet Blue Star remained deficient in spiritual energy, resulting in an exceedingly slow pace of cultivation that in this world. Reaching the Yuanying stage was considered a formidable achievement. His cultivation across the 9 lifetimes had been determined by the system. Whatever level of cultivation one received was all they could attain, devoid of any need for further training. By claiming the rewards of 9 lifetimes of cultivation for himself, he would become an invincible entity on Blue Star. With the enhancements of 9 lifetimes of insight, Shen Shuqing could practically act with impunity, doing as he pleased without anyone to hinder him. Even the notion of obliterating Blue Star was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, Shen Shuqing's heart was devoid of turmoil. The trials of the 9 lifetime task had rendered his inner self as still as a placid lake, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple this moment. All he desired was a tranquil existence, free from the burdens of trivial matters. Just then, the sound of ringing bells echoed through the building. The school dismissal bell had sounded. Mr. Wang emerged from the classroom, his face stern as he addressed Shen Shuqing and Xu Yong. Both of you, come with me. Oh no, Xu Yong lamented, his expression downcast. Shen Shuqing maintained his composure. Upon arriving at the office, Shen Shuqing surveyed his surroundings. Feeling a mix of curiosity and nostalgia for everything he laid his eyes upon, Mr. Wang took a sip of tea and remarked, Shen Shuqing, what were you thinking, sleeping openly in class? Do you believe you attend lectures for my benefit? If you do not properly cultivate, what do you plan to do in the future? Without a good university and resources, how will you sustain yourself? Mr. Wang's stern gaze bore into Shen Shuqing, who felt a slight sigh escape the teacher's heart. As the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang was acutely aware of Shen Shuqing's circumstances. Growing up in a welfare orphanage, he had been adopted by a couple, only to lose them to a demonic beast attack last year, leaving him utterly alone. Despite his mediocre aptitude, Shen Shuqing was diligent in his studies, and Mr. Wang had always been particularly caring towards him. Yet today, his unexpected slumber in class incited Mr. Wang's ire, leading him to ponder whether he had been too lenient. I apologize, Director, that I was cultivating late last night and dozed off during the day. I won't do it again. Shen Shuqing sincerely apologized. Before Mr. Wang could utter his more severe reprimands, he was cut off by Shen Shuqing's earnest demeanor. Prompting his tone to soften, I understand that you have it tough. This is your last warning that if you encounter any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to speak to me. You may go now. A warm current flowed within Shen Shuqing's heart. After resolving the matter, Mr. Wang turned his gaze toward Xu Yong, who was nervously rubbing his hands, just as he was about to speak. Teacher, I also realize my mistake. And I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Xu Yong hurriedly echoed Shen Shuqing, hoping to evade a scolding that Mr. Wang was instantly amused by Xu Yong's antics. What did you do wrong? How should I reprimand you? You rascal, dare to flirt with female classmates in my class. You're simply incorrigible. Xu Yong, taken aback, raised his head, bewildered. Isn't that unfair? Mr. Wang, why the double standards? Tomorrow I'll summon your parents, Mr. Wang declared, exasperated. Please no. If my father finds out, I might be in for it. Xu Yong lamented, his face a picture of despair. Get out, get out. I can't stand the sight of you, Mr. Wang bellowed, shooing Xu Yong away. Xu Yong rushed to catch up with Shen Shuqing, a frown adorning his face. Alas, with only 30 days left until the college entrance exam, Shen Ge, do you have any secrets to share? As the underachievers of Class 5 in their senior year, their results had consistently languished at the bottom. It was only then that Shen Shuqing recalled the impending college entrance examination, which included tests of spiritual power, physical strength, speed, and mental acuity, but a score of 500 was the threshold for entry into a low-tier university. Anything below that relegated one to a mere grassroots position. Gaining admission to university had been Shen Shuqing's fervent aspiration in his previous life. Yet despite having cultivation now, he found himself lacking the same fervor. Eat, drink, and enjoy. After all, you'll not be able to enter anyway, Shen Shuqing remarked nonchalantly, eliciting a look of shock from Xu Yong. Is this your strategy, Shen Ge? Just enjoy yourself until the end. Indeed, what's the harm in savoring each day? Shen Shuqing replied with a casual smile. Don't be so disheartening. Besides, Shen Ge, aren't you in the same boat? Xu Yong's spirits sank further. Failing to enter university would condemn them to a life of mediocrity, with the only escape being manual labor or becoming enforcers for various families. However, even as enforcers, one needed considerable cultivation. Neither of them possessed the requisite skills. As they conversed, they arrived at the school gate, where Xu Yong suddenly nudged Shen Shuqing. Look, Shen Ge, isn't that your goddess, Chu Siki? Following his gaze, they spotted a luxurious Rolls-Royce parked not far from the entrance, with a young lady in a pink dress stepping into the back seat. Xu Yong smacked his lips, envious. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Shen Ge, I advise you to give up. A girl like that is beyond your reach. Shen Shuqing's expression remained placid, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In his previous life, he had been a secret admirer, penning numerous love letters to Chu Siki, all of which had gone unanswered. Their interactions were minimal, and whenever he mustered the courage to speak to her, he was met with little more than a non-committal In truth, he was not alone. Most boys in the school had harbored similar feelings, but they ultimately retreated as Chu Siki treated everyone the same, never displaying any affection towards any boy. Reflecting on it now, it all seemed rather childish. Meanwhile, Xu Yong continued to gawk at the retreating car, chattering incessantly, only to turn back and find Shen Shuqing had already walked away. The sky over Sioux City began to drizzle, the air turning slightly cool. Shen Shuqing walked along the damp streets, Heading towards the direction of his home, as remembered in his recollections, he resided in an old community on the outskirts. Taking the bus to school each morning, Shen Shuqing had opted against residing on campus, preferring to return home each day, as he was alone and wished to return to his small haven. His adoptive parents had brought him from the welfare orphanage and raised him until the fateful day they perished in a demonic beast incident during his second year of high school, leaving him with only a modest house and some savings. Since that day, Shen Shuqing had grown taciturn, transitioning from a boarding student to a day student, returning home each time as if his family were still present. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the entrance of the community, where the faded characters spelling Jinbi Garden were prominently displayed. Little Shun has returned. An elderly guard poked his head out to greet him. Shen Shuqing, emerging from his reverie, smiled and replied, "I'm back, Uncle Zhang." The Jinbi Garden community was predominantly inhabited by elderly individuals, all of whom were well acquainted with one another, being aware of each other's lives. After the incident with his adoptive parents, these neighbors had often lent Shen Shuqing their support in any way they could. "You silly boy. It's raining, and you didn't bring an umbrella. Come in and warm up. There's air conditioning inside." Uncle Zhang waved his hand in greeting that it's just a little rain. "There's no need to trouble Uncle Zhang. I shall head home now." Shen Shuqiao declined the kind offer. "Oh, you child. Even a little rain can cause a cold." Very well, very well. Do hurry home," Uncle Zhang replied. After bidding farewell to the security guard, Shen Shuqiao walked inside. He resided in room 601, Unit 2, Building 3 of the Golden Pearl Garden. Taking the elevator, he swiftly arrived at his doorstep. Taking a deep breath, he fished out his key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. Pushing the door open, Shen Shuqiao stepped inside. And the changes in his home mirrored his memories perfectly. The simple layout of 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom appeared somewhat desolate in the enveloping darkness that he turned on the wall lights. And the warm, tawny glow cascaded across the living room, dispelling the shadows and seemingly infusing the space with a modicum of warmth. Shen Shuqiao opened a refrigerator and poured himself some milk. Gulping down a couple of mouthfuls, the chilling sensation coursed through his taste buds as if it were dispersing the simmering turmoil within him. Next, he paused before a bedroom door, the room of his adoptive parents. After a moment's hesitation, he twisted the doorknob and entered, flicking on the light. His gaze was immediately drawn to a photograph hanging on the wall. It captured the moment of his adoptive parents' wedding, both wearing smiles that radiated happiness. His adoptive mother, Fu Yin, and adoptive father, Wei Wenming, both led ordinary lives. Shen Shuqiao approached the bedside and sat down, noticing a small photo album atop the nightstand. Trembling, he picked it up and began to flip through its pages. The first image showcasing his adoptive mother Fu Yin alongside his adoptive father Wei Wenming. In the center stood a little boy around 4 or 5 years old, wearing an anxious expression as the 3 held hands together. Beneath the album, a small inscription read, "On July 7, 2013, I, Fu Yin, and I, Wei Wenming, adopted our son Shen Shuqiao." The name Shen Shuqiao was bestowed upon him by the vice president of the welfare orphanage, and his adoptive parents chose not to alter his surname after adopting him. The remaining pages of the album were filled with photographs of their family of 3, featuring Shen Shuqiao clad in a down jacket amidst a snowy landscape with a snowman by his side. There were pictures of the trio climbing mountains, dining together, and celebrating Shen Shuqiao's birthdays. Each photograph bore a caption, documenting those blissful days. As he turned the pages of the album, tears welled up in Shen Shuqiao's eyes. Shimmering and bitter, cascading down onto the album, he wiped away his tears. His voice choked as he called out, "Dad! Mom! Shen Shuqiao has returned." After 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, spanning a millennium, he had finally returned to the cherished little home he had longed for. No one could fathom the tumultuous emotions swirling within him at that moment. Sadness, joy, nostalgia, or exhilaration. All words fell short of encapsulating his feelings. With the album in hand, Shen Shuqiao lost himself in its memories for an entire hour. Upon closing it, he exited the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. Outside, the dim sky transformed as raindrops morphed into a torrential downpour. Thunder rumbled ominously among the distant dark clouds. Shen Shuqiao wandered through his home, glancing at various items, filled with profound reminiscence for everything in this abode. After a while, he pushed open the door to his own bedroom. Upon entry, he frowned at the sight before him. The room resembled a dog kennel, clothes strewn haphazardly across the floor. Had he truly been this messy in his previous life? Shen Shuqing chuckled wryly to himself that a boy's room was often chaotic, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. It would indeed be remarkable if anyone's room were as tidy as a girl's. After spending half an hour tidying up, he shed his clothes and finally lay down on the bed. Now, endowed with the cultivation of 9 lifetimes, he could have tidied the room with mere mental intent. Yet he chose to do it manually. Shen Shuqing was now akin to an immortal being, needing neither sleep nor sustenance, impervious to harm in this world that he refrained from recklessly employing his abilities. Preferring to live as an ordinary person, that he was weary of the conflicts and bloodshed that characterized his 9 lifetimes of reincarnation. Solitude felt just fine in the Xianming continent, at the Heavenly Sword sect. Qin Hongyi warned, "Do not overstep your bounds, Jian Shao. Do not think that just because you have reached the Emperor realm, you are beyond reproach." Jian Shao regarded the stunning woman clad in a crimson dress with trepidation. "If memory serves, you once ambushed my master in the Nether Valley." Qin Hongyi's beautiful eyes glinted with malice, her aura thick with murderous intent. "What are you plotting now?" "Yes, I did ambush your master back then. But you have already slain your master, so why the pretense of righteousness?" Jian Shao scoffed. Qin Hongyi's heart was pierced by Jian Zhao's words, a wave of intense pain washing over her. Indeed, before the eyes of the world, she had personally slain the one who had cared for her and loved her for 50 years. In the days that followed, the thought nagged at her. Her master was gone, and what meaning did her life hold? She sought to find her master to atone for her sins. However, before that, she must settle accounts with those who had once harmed Shen Shuqing. "Admit your guilt, for all those who have harmed my master must perish." Qin Hongyi's beautiful eyes burned with vengeance. A snow-white sword materialized in her hand. Shen Shuqiang's sword, cold fragrance. Now, she intended to wield this sword to slay those who had once inflicted harm upon him. In the next moment, Qin Hongyi raised her hand, and cold fragrance sliced downwards before her. This strike transformed the very essence of the world. In the surrounding void, profound runes encircled the sword's body. A brilliant sword light illuminated the sky, akin to a meteor plummeting to earth. The terrifying sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, as if an army of thousands was converging, leaving no corpses in their wake. "You have truly lost your mind." Jian Zhao's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He had never anticipated that this madwoman would dare to strike. Did she not fear provoking the wrath of all sects? There was no time for further contemplation as he hastily prepared to defend himself. Under Qin Hongyi's cataclysmic strike, Jian Zhao's feeble defense crumbled like dust before a storm in the blink of an eye. He was engulfed by the celestial sword energy. No. Jian Zhao's pupils dilated, filled with the oncoming sword energy. In the next moment, his body was obliterated beneath the onslaught of the sword's might, before the Heavenly Sword sect. A chasm deep as 1,000 feet opened, the icy sword energy swirling violently within. Henceforth, no disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect dared to step outside, lest they face certain death that you've killed Jian Shao. Qin Hongyi coldly declared, soaring into the heavens. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, chaos erupted. The sect's leader, a being of great cultivation, had perished without being able to withstand even a single sword strike. Qin Hongyi's words effectively confined the entire sect to a state of lockdown. Naturally, some disciples voiced their discontent, daring to step beyond the threshold, only to be met with a swift, merciless sword energy that tore their bodies apart in an instant. Blood mist erupted in the air, sending shivers down the spines of all Heavenly Sword sect disciples, who retreated in fear. From that day forth, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect could only sneak out through the back door like mice. Qin Hongyi sat in her cell, cradling cold fragrance. Visiting this place repeatedly, it seemed to harbor the lingering essence of her master. In recent days, she had systematically eliminated everyone who had harmed her master, regardless of whether they hailed from righteous or demonic paths, leaving no one unscathed. This instilled widespread fear among the major sects of the Xianming continent, who dreaded that this madwoman might turn her wrath upon them at any moment. Behind her back, she was dubbed the madwoman, as she had slain her master before the eyes of the world. Now, under the guise of avenging her master, she sought to take lives, prompting several sects to contemplate uniting against her. However, Qin Hongyi was a being of the Emperor realm, and many of the great cultivators had failed to withstand even a single exchange in the recent days, leaving the sects hesitant to make a decisive move. Master, Hongyi was wrong. Hongyi truly was wrong. Qin Hongyi, with tear-filled beautiful eyes, spoke sorrowfully. She had been living in the depths of despair for these past few days, stripped of her parents. Even her most cherished master had departed from her life, leaving her heart wrenched as if by a knife, as if fate were mocking her. The master she had misunderstood for 50 years turned out to be her savior, and she had unwittingly taken the life of the one she loved most. Once the hatred subsided, it was replaced by a flood of love that had been delayed for a whole 50 years. Yet before she could pour all her affection into him, her master had left her too soon. Master, Hongyi is coming to accompany you, she said, her stunningly beautiful face reflecting a bittersweet self-mockery. Whoosh! Shen Shuqing suddenly awoke with a start from his bed, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had experienced a nightmare. Shen Shuqing rubbed his face vigorously. He had resolved to live as an ordinary person, which naturally required him to sleep and eat like one. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself haunted by a nightmare. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he tried to recall the scenes from the dream, but could remember nothing. Still, a sense of melancholy enveloped him, as if something was being drawn away. Unable to bear the thought, he decided to stop dwelling on it and checked his phone, realizing it was already 5:30 in the morning. Dressing quickly, Shen Shuqing completed his morning routine and began preparing breakfast. Unfortunately, the pantry held little in the way of sustenance, save for a good number of eggs in the refrigerator. Regardless, he wouldn't starve, and he thought it mattered little what he ate, but he took out 3 eggs and set to making a fried egg. Moments later, as he stared at the charred egg on the dining table, he fell into a deep self-doubt. It had been far too long since he had cooked, and now he couldn't even manage a simple fried egg. Adhering to his principle of not wasting food, he frowned and popped the egg into his mouth. One bite nearly made him gag, and he hastily took a sip of milk to wash it down. In 2 words, it was unpalatable. Add 2 more. It was exceptionally unpalatable. It was nearly impossible to swallow. Throughout the process, Shen Shuqing wore a frown as he finished the meal. Clearly, he needed to relearn how to cook properly. After tidying up the dishes, Shen Shuqing stepped outside. Upon reaching the bus stop, he noted it was already 6:30, and shortly thereafter, the bus arrived. He paid the fare and found an empty seat. Before long, a girl dressed in purple boarded the bus. She was strikingly beautiful, with a countenance that radiated a purity unlike that of the mundane world, her grace reminiscent of the moon in the sky. Coincidentally, Shen Shuqing recognized this girl. She was his classmate Xiao Miao, who sat behind him. However, in his past life, they had exchanged little conversation, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by Chu Siki, leaving no room to notice other women. Shen Shuqing found it somewhat amusing to reflect on his former self. Xiao Miao chose a seat far from others, appearing like a startled little rabbit, shy and reserved. Shen Shuqing did not glance her way. Preferring to rest his eyes, in no time, the bus halted near the school gate, and the two disembarked one after the other, neither making any effort to greet the other. Just then, Shen Shuqing collided with Xu Yong, who was approaching from the east side of the school gate. Su Yong's beady eyes darted between Shen Shuqing and Xiao Miao. "What nonsense are you about to spout now?" Shen Shuqing remarked, exasperated by Su Yong's mischievous demeanor. "Hey Shen, what is your relationship with Xiao Miao?" Xu Yong inquired, brimming with curiosity. "Nothing special," Shen Shuqing replied dismissively. "Nothing special. You two came to school together." Xu Yong was incredulous. "She lives in the neighborhood next to mine." "Is it strange that we take the same bus?" Shen Shuqing rolled his eyes. "You even know where she lives? So you're saying there's nothing between you?" Xu Yong exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. Shen Shuqing was too weary to engage further. Opting to ignore him, Xu Yong continued to buzz around like an annoying fly. "Honestly, you should pursue Xiao Miao. You have a chance that a woman like Chu Siki is beyond your reach." I'm not trying to bring you down, yes, Xu Yong rambled on. A Rolls-Royce smoothly pulled up in front of the school gate. The driver quickly exited and opened the door, for which Chu Siki emerged. Her figure radiating an aura akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Her arrival immediately captivated the attention of many at the school gate, regardless of gender. It seemed no one could avert their gaze. Shen Shuqing merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing towards the school. It must be said that Chu Siki was indeed stunningly beautiful, with delicate features, elegantly arched brows, and enticingly rosy lips that made one yearn to taste the ripened fruit. Yet, she exuded an air of aloofness, having never been seen with friends in class. Always solitary, she resembled a shining star in the galaxy, looking down upon the mundane world. Ironically, the colder a woman appears on the outside, the more it stirs a man's desire to conquer her. It was unclear who such a woman would eventually fall, Xu Yong lamented. This had nothing to do with Shen Shuqing. He was indifferent to such matters as he followed the throng of students back to the familiar confines of Class 5 and Senior 3. As he entered the classroom, Old Wang arrived with the rest, and the once lively chatter of the classroom fell silent at his presence. Old Wang rapped his knuckles on the desk and declared, "I have an announcement. This afternoon, there will be a small assessment of your affinity for spiritual energy. Be prepared. This." The students below erupted into murmurs. Excitement mingled with trepidation, a myriad of expressions on their faces. "I'm doomed. My affinity for spiritual energy will surely fail," Xu Yong lamented, resting his head dejectedly on his desk. "Are you not worried?" Xu Yong asked, glancing at Shen Shuqing, who remained placid. "Worry about what? Those who can pass will pass. Those who cannot, no amount of worrying will change that," Shen Shuqing replied coolly. "Hey, now that you mention it, I don't feel quite as miserable anymore," Xu Yong said, his spirits somewhat lifted. Shen Shuqing rolled his eyes. Too lazy to engage further. For the spiritual energy affinity test, he intended only to meet the passing standard, not aiming for any ostentation. To think a dignified emperor is now reduced to tears. "What a disgrace to your master," the clear, cold female voice suddenly echoed within the cell. "Who?" Qin Hongi jolted, her face radiating murderous intent. In the next instant, a colorful vortex appeared before her, for which a figure cloaked in shimmering starlight emerged. Qin Hongi glared at the hazy woman before her with suspicion. "Who are you?" From the woman, she sensed an overwhelming energy akin to the vastness of the cosmos, equal to her own. "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that I can help you find your master," the hazy woman replied. "Is my master not dead? Is what you say true?" Qin Hongi's eyes reddened as she stared intently at the woman. Your master is certainly not dead. Only I can assist you now," the hazy woman snorted coldly. Qin Hongi forced herself to regain her composure. "But why should I trust you? Who are you? And you have yet to introduce yourself." "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you must believe me," the hazy woman said nonchalantly. "What must I do?" Qin Hongi pressed eagerly. "That I will seek you out when the time comes," the hazy woman stated before retreating into the colorful vortex, leaving Qin Hongi alone in the cell to ponder. Within a galaxy, the hazy woman appeared, surrounded by the brilliance of stars. She murmured, "If it were not for the desire to find my master, I would never collaborate with a wretched woman who harms him. Once I locate my master, I will make you pay out my master. I miss you so dearly. Where on earth could you be?" The hazy woman's face displayed an expression of infatuation, her body swaying involuntarily in the blink of an eye. Evening approached, and the last class was about to commence. With 10 minutes remaining until the spiritual energy affinity test, Shen Shuqing sat quietly in his seat, resting his eyes, while his desk mate Xu Yong unusually did not disturb him. However, it wasn't long before Xu Yong began nudging him, incessantly saying, "Shun, look quickly. That fool Luo Hao is back again." Shen Shuqing helplessly opened his eyes, as a young man in formal attire with a crew cut appeared at the classroom door, holding a bouquet of vibrant roses. It seems that young Master Luo is once again pursuing Chu Siki. His perseverance is truly remarkable. He has been pursuing her since the first year of high school, consistently delivering flowers every day. If it were me in his position, I would likely agree the very next day. After all, He is wealthy and handsome. The only one who might still refuse him is the ice-cold Chu Siki. Classmates around him pointed and whispered about Luo Hao. Shen Shuqing could not help but have a significant impression of Luo Hao. Chu Siki had many admirers. Some would be dissuaded after one or two attempts due to her frigid demeanor. Others lacked the courage even to approach her, resorting to writing love letters instead. But Luo Hao was different. He clung to her like a stubborn adhesive bandage. Unabashedly persistent, he was the epitome of a thick-skinned swine, with a face almost as impenetrable as a city wall. Luo Hao took in the reactions of those around him, standing tall with flowers in hand as he approached Chu Siki. Siki, today marks 530 days since I prepared these flowers for you. Additionally, I have purchased a box of spirit-enhancing pills that will aid in your spiritual affinity testing, he declared, gazing at her profile with deep affection. Luo Hao's generosity was indeed grand, if memory serves me right. Those spirit-enhancing pills cost a staggering 10,000 each. Xu Yong looked on with envy. Shen Shuqing shook his head. He had once spent a fortune on a single spirit-enhancing pill in his past life. And while it had some effect, one pill was hardly sufficient, especially given the scarcity of spiritual energy on Blue Star. Siki, you should accept him. Yes, you should agree to Luo Hao, someone suddenly shouted, throwing an approving glance at him. Clearly playing the role of a cheerleader, the classroom erupted in a chorus of voices, reveling in the spectacle. Luo Hao proudly raised his chin. Ever since he laid eyes on Chu Siki in the first year, he had been captivated by her enchanting beauty, reminiscent of the stars and moon. Her icy demeanor only intensified his desire to conquer her, and he believed that one day she would be moved by his heartfelt devotion and willingly embrace him. At that moment, Shen Shuqing recalled a saying, "A warm-hearted man follows behind a pack of dogs. Don't call me Siki. I'm not familiar with you. Remove your things and disappear from my sight." Chu Siki said coldly, "Siki, if you accept my offering, I will leave." Luo Hao insisted, determined to remain until he was acknowledged. Chu Siki casually tossed the items on her desk toward Shen Shuqing, her voice icy. "Here. It's for you." Luo Hao's gaze immediately shot over, his eyes filled with a warning. Shen Shuqing, seemingly oblivious, pushed the items toward his deskmate Xu Yong, saying, "Here. It's yours." "No way." Xu Yong, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly realized he had become the center of attention. All eyes turned to him, and his expression darkened as he felt utterly flustered. Luo Hao's gaze turned dangerously towards Xu Yong, the implication clear. "Young Master Luo gives." Xu Yong awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to return the items. Just then, a hand pressed down on him. "Don't let someone's heartfelt intentions go to waste," Shen Shuqing said lazily. Xu Yong, embarrassed, dared not respond. "What are you all doing gathered here?" Mr. Wang, clutching a teacup, walked in and spotted Luo Hao, instantly revealing his displeasure. "Luo Hao, return to your own class." He had long been irritated by Luo Hao's daily harassment of the girls in his class. Despite multiple complaints to the principal, nothing had come of it. Luo Hao seemed to have some influential backing. "Hello, Teacher Wang," Luo Hao replied without a hint of anger, then turned to Chu Siki. "Siki, I shall take my leave now. I will return tomorrow." Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Shen Shuqing. The classroom fell silent in Mr. Wang's presence. "Today, you will undergo your spiritual affinity assessments. In the following days, you will be tested on strength, speed, and mental focus. This is crucial for your prospects of attending university, even a prestigious one, so stay alert." Upon hearing this, many students' faces fell. "That we're doomed. A score of 110 is considered passing, and I estimate I'll only manage around 70. Xu Yong lamented. "But you have the spirit-enhancing pills. If you take a few, you might just pass." Shen Shuqing teased, "Don't joke around at a time like this." "I wouldn't dare," Xu Yong retorted. "By the way, how well do you think you will do?" "I don't know," Shen Shuqing replied nonchalantly. Some individuals naturally possess a high affinity for spiritual energy, progressing in their cultivation as if on a high-speed train, while those with lower affinities lag behind like a slow freight train. In his previous life, Shen Shuqing had tested his spiritual affinity, scoring a mere 60, an abysmal rate, and no matter how he cultivated, he remained stuck around that number. "Now, everyone come forward, place your hands on the device, and focus on channeling your spiritual energy. The rest of you, quiet, Mr. Wong bellowed, slamming his hand on the desk. He then retrieved a circular object resembling a copper mirror and set it on the front desk. A girl with her hair in a bun was the first to approach, nervously placing her hands on the testing device. Moments later, a green light flickered, and she withdrew her hands, revealing a score. Mr. Wong glanced at it and shook his head. 85, not passing. The girl returned to her seat, tears of disappointment welling in her eyes. Next, Mr. Wong called, continuing the process. The next boy, visibly anxious, placed his hands on the device. And after a flash of light, a number appeared. Mr. Wong's expression darkened. 80, not passing. Next, the first two students had failed to meet the standard. The spiritual affinity test was the most critical of the four, directly impacting the speed of their cultivation. However, the next boy's result eased Mr. Wong's expression somewhat. He was one of the few students Mr. Wong had high hopes for. Li Shaw, tall and lean, who usually appeared obedient and earned Mr. Wong's favor. After Li Shaw withdrew his hands, 3 numbers popped up. 110, passing. A smile crept onto Mr. Wong's face. Just barely passing, but it was sufficient, and there was room for improvement. 0.95, not passing. 0.107, not passing. 0.1 by 1. Students approached, and Mr. Wong's expression fluctuated like a disco light. The next student to step forward captured the class's full attention. Even Mr. Wong displayed a glimmer of anticipation. Chu Siki, radiant and ethereal, approached with an aura that seemed to illuminate the room. How high do you think her affinity will be? Xu Yong began again. How would I know? Shen Shuqing replied, exasperated. However, he was certain that Chu Siki's affinity would be impressive. He could sense the vibrant spiritual energy surrounding her. As expected, the moment Chu Siki lifted her hands from the device, a wave of gasps filled the room. What? 150? That's astonishing. No wonder she's the goddess Chu. Silence! Silence! Mr. Wong clapped his hands, his satisfaction clearly visible on his face. Following Chu Siki, no one else surpassed 150. The highest score afterward was merely 120. Xiaomiao also achieved an admirable 115. Soon it was their turn. Xu Yong stepped up first, only to return in dismay, having scored a meager 75, which sparked laughter throughout the class. With a score of only 75, that's the lowest in our class. Even a dog would score higher. I bet there are others who did worse. These two really are the bottom of the barrel. Exactly. We should kick these two out of class 5 to prevent them from dragging us down. Listening to the incessant taunts ringing in his ears, Xu Yong's dark complexion flushed crimson, and the gaze of the onlookers gradually shifted toward Shen Shuqing. Maintaining his composure, Shen Shuqing advanced calmly, while Xu Yong behind him repeatedly reassured himself, telling himself that it was all right because Brother Shen was by his side. Those in the class who underperformed often sought solace in one another. As Shen Shuqing observed the testing device before him, a flicker of intent stirred within him, and he swiftly regulated the surrounding spiritual energy to a precise level. When the testing device displayed the 3-digit number 110, a wave of excitement surged through the classroom, rivaling the earlier astonishment triggered by Chu Siki's score of 150. What the heck? Am I seeing things? Our class's bottom feeder, Shen Shuqing, actually passed. Whispers of cheating began to circulate. Impossible, this can't be true. Just last time, Shen Shuqing scored a mere 60. How could he leap so drastically? The crowd gaped in disbelief. Their earlier mockery now lodged in their throats like a stubborn morsel. Shen Shuqing appeared unfazed, returning to his seat with an air of tranquility that incited a mix of envy and frustration among his peers. Old Wong also paused momentarily questioning whether the spiritual energy testing device was malfunctioning or if Shen Shuqing had indeed cheated. Otherwise, how could the class's perennial underperformer suddenly achieve a passing score? Yet in the next moment, Old Wong dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that progress was inherently a good thing. He shouldn't harbor ill feelings towards Shen Shuqing. Upon returning to his seat, Shen Shuqing noticed Xu Yong gazing at him with a mournful expression, reminiscent of a wronged spouse. What is the matter? Shen Shuqing inquired with curiosity. Xu Yong replied, voice heavy with sorrow, you've abandoned me. Stop being so melodramatic, Shen Shuqing retorted, feeling a shiver of discomfort at Xu Yong's pained expression. We agreed to be the bottom two together, and yet you've secretly made progress. I sense that a betrayal. Unless you tell me how you improved, I won't forgive you. The failure of a friend is indeed heart-wrenching. Yet the success of a friend can be suffocating. Su Yong's eyes widened with disbelief as he pressed for answers. He was filled with questions, desperate to understand the reason behind Shen Shuqing's remarkable advancement. Shen Shuqing found himself a loss for an explanation and opted for vague evasions. Throughout the class, Shu Yong's chatter was relentless, buzzing around him like an incessant mosquito. In exasperation, Shen Shuqing decided to report him to Old Wang. Unsurprisingly, under Su Yong's astonished gaze, he was promptly ushered out of the classroom. After the lesson concluded, Shen Shuqing was immediately summoned to Old Wang's office. Old Wang regarded him with a complex expression for a considerable time before finally asking, "Are there any difficulties in your life lately?" Shen Shuqing shook his head, replying, "No, everything is fine. Your spiritual affinity is excellent now. You must also strive in other areas to secure a place at a university. It doesn't matter where, as long as you get in," Old Wang advised before producing a package wrapped in yellow paper from beneath his desk and thrusting it into Shen Shuqing's hands. Shen Shuqing stared in astonishment at the contents, realizing it was money. "Teacher Wang, I can't accept this," he protested, attempting to return it. However, Old Wang's stern demeanor brooked no argument. "This is a personal gift from me. You must accept it. Your current spiritual affinity isn't enough. Use it to buy some beast blood to strengthen your vitality and enhance your strength and speed. Don't question it. This is my private savings, and you can repay me after you get into university." Old Wang feared Shen Shuqing would refuse, so he explicitly stated it was a loan. Among the students in his class, Shen Shuqing's family was the most financially challenged. As a teacher, he felt compelled to assist when possible. In the past, he had offered small amounts to help. But today's revelation of Shen Shuqing's 110 score ignited a glimmer of hope. Only 27 out of the 53 students in the class had qualified. Although the sum was modest, 10,000 yuan, it represented 2 months of his salary. With the matter pressed to this extent, refusing would be unreasonable, even if Shen Shuqing didn't genuinely need it. Given his current prowess, he could easily navigate his circumstances. However, rejecting Old Wang's goodwill would only serve to sour their relationship. He resolved to find an opportunity to repay him doubly in the future. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, he was promptly sent on his way. Upon exiting the school gates, he spotted Shu Yong waiting for him from a distance. "Brother Shen, want to play a couple of games? I'll show you my lava beast, just to celebrate your passing score," Shu Yong suggested with raised eyebrows. "I asked that how you celebrate for someone?" Shen Shuqing chuckled at the remark that "I've had my living expenses cut by my mom. I treat you to a feast, so what's it going to be? I usually play jungle, but today I'll let you play Yasuo against my lava beast. Then let us go," Shen Shuqing replied nonchalantly. Besides, it had been a while since he last played, and a couple of games would suffice to scratch that itch. 1 hour later, Shen Shuqing glanced at the computer screen displaying a grim gray hue, his eyes drawn to the 0 to 21 Yasuo, which was quite jarring. He also noted the 0 to 18 Malphite, and the two friends exchanged not a single word. The chat box was filled with beautiful Chinese characters hurling insults at them. "What the hell? Are these two in elementary school? I seriously want to install prosthetics for them. Sprinkle some rice on the keyboard." After 2.5 years of practice, even Kuing-gu has better mechanics than you two. You're human. I'm straight up eating. Lava Beast, respawning in 5 seconds. Lava Beast, respawning in 4 seconds. After enduring a torturous 40-minute match, the game finally concluded. Subsequently, the two friends tacitly agreed not to start a second match, shutting down their computers and stepping out into the cool night breeze. Brother Shen, I'll head back now," Shu Yong said. "All right," Shen Shuqing replied softly, and the two parted ways, their initial bravado giving way to a silence that spoke volumes. Not long after, Shen Shuqing noticed a car parked by the roadside. The license plate ending in 8888 belonged to the Rolls-Royce that transported Chu Siki daily. Why was she not back yet? Even at this late hour, glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly 11 o'clock. Through the car window, he glimpsed someone inside banging on the glass. In the rear seat of the Rolls-Royce, Chu Siki was bound tightly, while 4 masked figures clad in black surrounded her. The black-clad driver was engaged in a phone call. Spotting Shen Shuqing across the street, Chu Siki's heart ignited with hope. Seizing the moment when the assailants weren't watching, she desperately banged her head against the glass, hoping to shatter it so that Shen Shuqing would notice and call for help. However, she had underestimated the thickness of the glass. Her family had installed specialized bulletproof glass for her protection, which was impervious to such attempts. Chu Siki's mouth was gagged, muffling her cries. Through the window, she saw Shen Shuqing walking straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to her plight. Her face turned pale, and despair enveloped her. "Stay calm," the driver commanded coldly. In the next instant, a swift chop struck the back of Chu Siki's neck, rendering her unconscious. Moments later, the black-clad figure completed the call, speaking respectfully, "Yes, boss, I'll deliver her right away." After checking to ensure Shen Shuqing hadn't noticed, the driver started the vehicle and drove towards their destination. Once they departed, a glint of determination flashed in Shen Shuqing's eyes. Who dared to kidnap someone from the Chu family? He pondered briefly, having seen everything clearly through the window. Should he intervene or not? At that moment, Shen Shuqing stood frozen, torn between indecision. Having returned to Blue Star, his intention was merely to lead an ordinary life. Yet, witnessing Chu Siki being taken away before his eyes felt utterly unacceptable. However, intervening could very well lead to complications. Ultimately, he resolved to in the midst of a gathering of classmates. Shen Shuqiao let out a faint sigh, his figure transforming into a fleeting streak of neon light against the night sky. The stars above were sparse. Outside an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs of Sioux City, a black Rolls-Royce with a license plate 8888 idled by. 5 individuals emerged from the vehicle, dragging along Chu Siki, who was bound tightly like a rice dumpling. That a man clad in black opened the trunk, revealing an overweight middle-aged man, also bound. The suit he wore and the pristine white gloves indicated that he was the chauffeur responsible for this luxurious vehicle. The 4 men in black escorted the 2 captives into the depths of the dark factory. Shen Shuqiao's figure, as light as an owl in the night, perched upon a sheet of metal above the factory. To Shen Shuqiao, the darkness was as bright as day, allowing him to discern everything within the factory with clarity. The black-clad men retied Chu Siki and the chauffeur to a pillar, while the other 3 stood guard. One of them, shrouded in darkness, took out a mobile phone, dialed a number, and within 3 seconds, the call connected. The black-clad man's tone was respectful as he reported, "The master has been brought." "Yes, understood." After a brief exchange, he hung up, and Shen Shuqiao recognized a youthful male voice on the other end. "Boss, this young lady Chu is quite a sight. I've never encountered a woman so enchanting. All those I've been with seem insignificant in comparison." One of the black-clad men remarked, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the terrified Chu Siki. "Fourth, what are you thinking? She is not someone you can touch. Suppress your sordid thoughts," the leader of the black-clad men admonished, his expression darkening, just expressing his sentiment. "I'm well aware of my limitations when it comes to women like her," the 4th man shrugged. "Rest assured, once this job is done, you can have your pick of women. With money in hand, they will flock to you willingly." Another black-clad man remarked indifferently. The beam of moonlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the pale face of Chu Siki. Listening to their conversation, she grasped that someone was intentionally targeting the Chu family. Bound in this remote area, she could hardly fathom what would unfold next. Normally as cold as an unyielding glacier, it was her first encounter with such suffocating darkness. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion as she forced herself to remain calm and think. Who had the audacity to kidnap her? Was it the Jiang family or the Wu family? Both families harbored grievances against the Chu family. The surrounding darkness incessantly tormented her. Just 18, she was a sheltered princess. And now, faced with abduction, her mind refused to stabilize. Unbeknownst to her, glistening tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she tilted her head in despair, gazing upward at a flaw in the ceiling, perhaps due to the moonlight. Dispelled some of the darkness, prompting her to look for the moon. Yet as she glanced up, her eyes widened in shock. A head was silently perched atop the metal sheet. "Woo woo woo," Chu Siki gasped in terror, the sound drawing the attention of the black-clad men. The leader approached with a cruel tone. Miss Chu, it would be wise for you to comply. We mean you no harm, merely fulfilling a financial obligation. However, should you resist, I wouldn't hesitate to mar that lovely face of yours. I rather enjoy such matters. The man known as the Fourth chuckled lewdly. Chu Siki's delicate face turned ghostly pale as she nodded frantically. Her thoughts fixated on the head lurking above. Yet upon a closer look, she found that the head seemed oddly familiar, as if she had seen it before that a moment of realization struck her. It was none other than Shen Shuqing. Her classmate, the very person she had once sought help from. Had he discovered her predicament? Why hadn't he called for help? Wasn't he just by the roadside? How had he gotten here? How had he managed to climb up? Her mind was a whirlwind of questions. Shen Shuqing, observing Chu Siki's expression, found it somewhat amusing. The usually aloof and icy Miss Chu was displaying such vulnerability he raised a finger to his lips, silently signaling her to remain quiet, conveying, "I'm here to rescue you." Whether she understood him or not was inconsequential. She would undoubtedly recognize him now. To his surprise, Chu Siki deciphered his silent message, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Shen Shuqing smiled faintly before vanishing into the night. With Shen Shuqing as presence, Chu Siki felt a surge of calmness wash over her, though her thoughts were consumed by his image, pondering how he might rescue her. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed outside the factory. The leader of the black-clad men swiftly produced a set of keys, pressing a button that caused the Rolls-Royce to flash its lights. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approached, followed by a blinding light flooding the area. Soon, a group of imposing men in suits entered, surrounding a bald young man. Upon seeing the bald youth, Chu Siki's eyes widened in shock. Her pale face contorting with rage, Wu Si-hai, she exclaimed, recognizing the fourth son of the Wu family, the very person responsible for her kidnapping. The Wu family sought to use her as leverage against the Chu family, placing them in a vulnerable position. The old master has delivered you, and I trust the compensation is satisfactory. The leader of the black-clad men ingratiated himself before the bald youth. Indeed, you've done well. I am quite pleased with the efficiency, Wu Si-hai replied with a smile. The compensation is a matter to be discussed. We must ensure our brothers are compensated well, as they will need to lay low overseas after this. The leader of the black-clad men continued. Compensation is negotiable. We can arrange for your departure, Wu Si-hai stated, stroking his bald head. What do you mean by that? The leader of the black-clad men's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, 7 suited men drew black pistols, aiming them coldly at the black-clad men. Wu Si-hai, you're not keeping your word, the leader of the black-clad men retorted, his anger boiling over. Gunshots rang out, and blood splattered in the darkness as 4 of the black-clad men fell lifelessly to the ground. Wu Si-hai coolly spat on the corpse of the leader, saying, "Here, your compensation. Too bad you won't live to spend it." Woo. Chu Siki watched in horror as the bodies crumpled before her, her fear reaching a crescendo. Raised in comfort, she had never even dared to witness a chicken being slaughtered, let alone observe the violent demise of men who had been alive just moments before. "Oh dear, my Lady Chu, why so frightened? Fear not. Soon, your brother will take good care of you," Wu Si-hai taunted, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he approached her, reaching out to caress her trembling cheek. He did not remove the cloth gagging Chu Siki, but instead mocked her. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Once I obtain that item from the Chu family, I shall ensure you become pregnant before returning you to your family. At that point, we'll be one big, happy family." Chu Siki glared at Wu Si-hai with fierce disdain. "Don't look at me like that, or I might just let a few more gentlemen take their turns with you after I'm done." Wu Si-hai leered lecherously. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tension. Wu Si-hai instinctively nodded, but then realized something was amiss, whirling around to address the source of the sound. "Who just spoke?" Wu Si-hai's gaze was menacing as he spoke. "Are you trying to push me out of the way? Do you wish to live?" He reported to his boss. We did not speak. Several men in suits exchanged glances, and in unison, they declared, "It wasn't us who spoke." Boss. That moment, Wu Si-hai sensed that something was amiss. He surveyed his surroundings and called out, "Whoever is inside, why not step forward? Sneaking around like a rat is rather unamusing." His eyes, fixated on the shadows where the flashlight beam could not reach. And suddenly, a soft chuckle echoed from the darkness. It's hard to say who the real rat is, sneaking around at night to kidnap a high school girl. You are truly inhuman. Chu Siki's eyes lit up. It was the voice of Shen Shuqing. How was he planning to save her? Had he called the police? Wu Sihai furrowed his brow and demanded, "No matter who you are, come out now." The youth then stepped into Wu Sihai's line of sight. A child? Wu Sihai was taken aback, expecting a formidable opponent, only to find a boy of similar age to Chu Siki. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am her classmate, and upon witnessing injustice, I have decided to lend a hand." Shen Shuqing wore an innocent smile. "Little brat, do you fancy yourself as Batman, with such small stature? You wish to play the hero. It would be better if you behaved like a bear." To Wu Sihai scoffed, realizing he was being intimidated by a mere high school student. "With scoundrels like you around, there is indeed a need for heroes, but I prefer to be the hunter in the dark." Shen Shuqing smiled nonchalantly. "Where did this lunatic come from? In your next life, remember to be reborn in a mental hospital." Wu Sihai felt as if he had heard the greatest joke and immediately ordered his men to open fire. The dark muzzles of the guns were swiftly aimed at Shen Shuqing. Unfazed, Shen Shuqing had yet to experience the thrill of a gun. Bang! Sparks erupted from the black muzzle, and a bullet was swiftly unleashed. Chu Siki, terrified, closed her eyes. The anticipated sound of impact did not come. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the astonished faces of the men. The bullet had been expertly caught by Shen Shuqing, who was now toying with it in his hand. "Practitioner?" Wu Sihai's expression grew increasingly grave. How could high school teach spiritual cultivation? Such knowledge was reserved for university. "Fire together. I don't believe you can catch them all." To Wu Sihai's face was cold. Bang! 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 The 7 men in black swiftly complied, bullets roaring like wild lions as they lunged at Shen Shuqing's slender figure. Yet, rather than the anticipated scene of bullets piercing flesh and blood spraying, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The bullets halted within 3 steps of Shen Shuqing, as if an invisible barrier had emerged to block them. "Uninteresting," Shen Shuqing remarked dismissively, clearly unconcerned by the astonishment etched on the faces of his assailants. The suspended bullets disintegrated into powder, cascading to the ground, and the men in suits crumpled to the floor like discarded rag dolls. This display of supernatural prowess struck fear into Wu Sihai. His earlier arrogance evaporating, he collapsed in terror, instinctively checking for the breath of his fallen companions, only to find them devoid of life. They were all dead, every last one of them. A paralyzing dread enveloped Wu Sihai. Such abilities could only belong to those of the Golden Core level practitioners. Yet, the person before him appeared merely as a youth. How could he possess such terrifying strength? But there was no time for contemplation. His lips trembled as he pleaded, "Hero, I beg you to spare my life. I can offer you riches. I possess vast wealth, more than you can imagine, all yours if you grant me mercy." His overwhelming desire to survive rendered him unable to cease trembling. "Oh, I look like someone in need of money." Shen Shuqing chuckled. A bucket of ice water seemed to cascade over Wu Sihai's face. Indeed, someone with such prowess would hardly lack for wealth. Any family he chose would be of ancestral significance. However, in truth, Shen Shuqing was indeed in need of money, yet he had no desire for it. Wu Sihai quickly recalled something and exclaimed, "I can offer you power. Whatever you desire, the Chu family will provide. And the Wu family can offer you tenfold." At this moment, Wu Sihai believed Shen Shuqing must be a secret protector of Chu Siki. His family's offerings had entangled him with the Chu family, prompting him to take action. Little did he know that the trump card was standing right before him. Such a person was terrifyingly powerful, capable of causing death from afar. The methods employed by the Wu family seemed laughable in comparison. "What you propose is indeed tempting, but I believe it would be better for you to perish." While Shen Shuqing's initial words instilled a glimmer of hope in Wu Sihai, the latter half plunged him into an abyss of despair. In the next moment, Wu Sihai felt all air escape him, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping him. His eyes widened, blood vessels bursting, his body trembled uncontrollably, and in mere moments he tilted his head and collapsed. After this, Shen Shuqing approached Chu Siki. Observing the usually aloof girl, now resembling a frightened rabbit hiding in her burrow, He smiled and said, "I have a few conditions. Agree to them, and I shall save you." Chu Siki looked up with pitiful eyes and nodded eagerly. Seeing her compliance, Shen Shuqing continued, "First, pretend tonight that I never came. Second, you must not speak of my existence to anyone. Third, keep your distance from me in the future. And do not think to use your family's practitioners against me. I assure you, they cannot match my abilities. You have witnessed my skills. Be cautious, lest one day I take you while you sleep and leave you exposed on the streets." Shen Shuqing seemed to add this as an afterthought. When Chu Siki heard the phrase exposed, her face flushed with indignation. "Do not look at me like that. I am not interested in your attributes." Shen Shuqing cast a disdainful glance at a rather unremarkable figure. Attributes? Chu Siki was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Shen Shuqing's contemptuous gaze, she glanced down and quickly understood his meaning. Her expression turned even more furious, wishing she could leap up and bite him. Observing Chu Siki's reaction, Shen Shuqing could only smile helplessly before untying her ropes and bandages. Once this was done, and as he was about to leave, a soft voice came from behind him. Hey, what else do you want?" Shen Shuqing turned around reluctantly. Hearing the disdain in his tone, Chu Siki felt a surge of grievance. Usually, men in her class looked at her with admiration. Yet why was he so dismissive? She understood that he had saved her, and a few disparaging remarks were trivial, but she still voiced her discontent. "I'm scared and can't move." Having been restrained for too long, her body bore numerous bruises. Moreover, surrounded by corpses, she was utterly terrified. "Fine, I'll help to the end." Shen Shuqing consoled himself internally. He then scooped Chu Siki into his arms and walked toward the exit. As she was cradled in his embrace, Chu Siki's face flushed crimson. She had not expected Shen Shuqing to lift her so effortlessly. Apart from her father when she was a child, no man had ever held her before. The memory of his earlier heroics combined with the warmth of his breath caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Shen Shuqing paid no heed to her small movements and, after placing her in the Rolls-Royce, intended to leave. However, Chu Siki grasped his clothing, seemingly unwilling to let him go. "What now? You were scared inside. I brought you out. Don't you need to sleep, miss?" Shen Shuqing said, his impatience evident. "I'm still a bit afraid. Can you stay with me a little longer?" Chu Siki looked at him with pleading eyes, her tone unintentionally turning somewhat coy. All right. You call your family, and I'll wait outside for a bit. If you make another sound, I'll leave immediately." The delicate and fragile appearance of Chu Siki instantly softened Shen Shuqiao's heart, prompting him to casually settle onto a nearby stone. Chu Siki's small face immediately brightened with joy as she hurriedly dialed her family. At this moment, she contemplated inviting Shen Shuqiao into the car, but hesitated, recalling his earlier words. His mere presence was sufficient. Chu Siki leaned against the car window, her little eyes fixed on Shen Shuqiao outside. Thoughts danced in her mind, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Before long, lights flickered in the distance as several Land Rovers drew closer. Chu Siki quickly turned to look, but upon glancing back, Shen Shuqiao's figure had vanished. Disappointment washed over her face, yet a fleeting thought sparked a smile that in the luxurious confines of a grand villa located in Jinjiang district, the lights illuminated the space as bright as day. Chu Tianxiong, wearing a grave expression, scrutinized the petite figure seated on the sofa. While engrossed in work, he received a call from the family's nanny, informing him that Chu Siki had not yet returned home. Upon calling the driver, he was met with silence, sending an ominous wave of dread surging through him. Chu Siki was typically well-behaved, often arriving home within 10 minutes after school, yet hours had passed, and she remained absent. Her driver unreachable. Connecting the dots with recent acquisitions, Chu Tianxiong surmised that someone might have targeted him and kidnapped Chu Siki. With no male heirs in the Chu family, Chu Siki was undoubtedly his precious treasure, and he was a devoted father. Without hesitation, he rushed home, summoning his household guardians, prepared to confront any impending crisis. However, it was not long before Chu Tianxiong received a call from his daughter, claiming she had been kidnapped and was held in a suburban factory. He immediately assembled a team and rushed to the scene, only to find Chu Siki calmly seated in a car amidst a sea of bodies. More alarmingly, some of those corpses belonged to the Wu family. The driver lay unconscious nearby. Although the situation remained unclear, it was a relief that Chu Siki was unharmed. Throughout the journey home, Chu Tianxiong refrained from pressing her for details, opting instead to comfort his frightened daughter. Once home, Chu Siki curled up on the sofa in silence. Yet, remaining in silence was not a viable option. Without understanding the actual circumstances, Chu Tianxiong struggled to formulate a plan. With a gentle demeanor, he approached the sofa and softly urged, "Siki, please tell Daddy what happened, and I assure you, I will not let that bunch from the Wu family escape justice." The mere thought of the Wu family daring to abduct his beloved daughter ignited a fierce anger within him. Chu Siki, observing her father's worried expression, felt a pang of conflict. She had promised Shen Shuqing to keep tonight's event a secret, yet this was her father before her. How could she continue to burden him with worry? Biting her lip, she ultimately resolved to reveal the truth, albeit painting Shen Shuqing as an ugly old man. "Humph! Who told you to look down on me?" Chu Tianxiong listened intently, initially maintaining composure, but his brow furrowed deeply upon hearing about the man's ability to kill from a distance. Even an elder nearby, sipping tea, paused, his brow knitted in concern. Noticing her father's expression, Chu Siki felt a flicker of irritation. "Dad, you don't believe me?" The methods employed by Shen Shuqing were crystal clear to her. To her dismay, Chu Tianxiong appeared skeptical of her account that no. "How could Daddy not believe you, Siki?" "Please continue," he replied, awkwardly chuckling. "I'm going to bed now. I won't say any more." Chu Siki rose from the sofa, clutching her teddy bear, and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Once Chu Siki left, Chu Tianxiong resumed his serious demeanor and turned to the elder, saying, "Elder Peng, do you find the abilities described by Siki credible?" Elder Peng, originally named Peng Ping, was a revered guardian hired by Chu Tianxiong at great expense. Sipping his tea, he replied nonchalantly, "Based on the young lady's account, if that man can kill from a distance, it indicates he possesses an exceptionally powerful spiritual awareness, likely specializing in it. However, to cultivate spiritual awareness to such a level suggests that, discounting any other abilities, he has achieved a master's caliber." A master? When did such a figure arrive in Sioux City? Chu Tianxiong mused, knitting his brows. Although not particularly powerful, he had a basic understanding of the term master. Currently, only a scant 20 masters were known to be listed in the country. Therefore, who could this suddenly emerging master be? Or was it possible that this individual had just recently ascended to such status? This was certainly a matter of considerable contemplation for Chu Tianxiong. "Elder Peng, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in keeping an eye on Sioux City. Should you catch wind of this master, please inform me." Chu Tianxiong spoke respectfully that if he could ally with a master, the Chu family's prospects in Sioux City would undoubtedly flourish. "Understood," Elder Peng acknowledged, also eager to meet this master. By the way, please arrange for a few individuals to monitor whom Siki interacts with recently. Chu Tianxiong added, a subtle smile forming on his lips. "Siki, you cannot hide anything from your father." Throughout Chu Siki's narration, Chu Tianxiong detected her occasional pauses, as if she were fabricating her words. How could the daughter he had raised since childhood conceal her changes from his attentive gaze? If this individual truly was a master and acquainted with Chu Siki, it would be exceedingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Shen Shuqing had returned home, already freshened up and lying in bed. Suddenly, he recalled an issue concerning his own cultivation. He had not thought much of it the previous night upon returning, but today he sensed something amiss. His cultivation seemed suppressed. Despite having cultivated 9 lives worth of experience, he should currently possess at least the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. Yet, during his earlier confrontation, he had felt his power strangely constrained to the peak of the golden core stage. Was this due to the incomplete heavenly Tao of Blue Star, limiting his cultivation to the golden core? If so, it would also explain the scarcity of spiritual energy. Who knows how long it will take for the heavenly Tao of this realm to become complete, accepting the reality of the golden core stage. Shen Shuqing succumbed to a deep slumber, his mind quiet. The following day, Chu Siki's absence from school that morning sparked a flurry of discussions among her classmates. Her presence, or lack thereof, seemed inconsequential to Shen Shuqing, as long as she could keep her lips sealed. Just before the first class in the afternoon, Chu Siki's figure appeared outside the classroom, followed by her entrance, Upon entering, she immediately directed her gaze at Shen Shuqing, only to find him entirely indifferent to her presence. Her beautiful eyes widened in irritation as she shot him a fierce glare. Shen Shuqing, feeling the intensity of her stare, was utterly bewildered. What is wrong with her? I saved her life, and she glares at me. Chu Siki remained resolute in her silence throughout the lesson, having no intention of conversing with Shen Shuqing, which was precisely what he desired. Once the class concluded, Chu Siki stood up, her expression devoid of emotion, and declared, "You come outside with me." Her words instantly drew the attention of several classmates. Who was the goddess calling? It seemed to be Shen Shuqing. In a way, it looks like she is calling me. Come on, let us see what happens. While others may not have understood, Xu Yong, sitting beside Chu Siki, recognized that she was indeed summoning Shen Shuqing at that moment. Shen Shuqing feigned ignorance and coolly responded, "Xu Yong, why are you still dawdling? She is calling you da." Xu Yong blinked in disbelief. Observing Shen Shuqing's deliberate disregard, Chu Siki grew increasingly frustrated, gritting her teeth and retorting, "Are you trying to be a father?" Shen Shuqing was taken aback, nearly choking on his words. "What did I just hear? Who is being a father? Is this directed at me?" Coughing, he stammered, but before he could finish, two voices interrupted simultaneously. "That you're talking nonsense," Xu Yong exclaimed, jumping up. "That you are the kid's father." Chu Siki revealed her small tiger teeth and pointed at Shen Shuqing. The two of them spoke in unison. Effectively cornering Shen Shuqing, he stiffly turned his head to look at the smug Chu Siki, feeling as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind, overwhelmed with regret. How could he have acted so foolishly the previous night and saved such a peculiar character? After uttering this thought, Chu Siki was the first to stride out of the classroom. Shen Shuqing, left with no choice, followed suit. If he lingered any longer, who knew what astonishing words this eccentric individual might utter next? What on earth? Am I deaf? The goddess Chu is pregnant. The child belongs to Shen Shuqing. What? Shen Shuqing is the child of the goddess Chu. Once the two departed, a tempest of gossip erupted in Class 5 of the senior year. Chu Siki, are you out of your mind? How can you falsely accuse someone without any evidence? Shen Shuqing was utterly bewildered by the shocking statement. Chu Siki, with a tense expression, glared at him fiercely. What exactly do you intend to do? Is this really how you repay your savior? Shen Shuqing wore a look of despair. Who could fathom the erratic thoughts of this young lady from the Chu family? All he wanted was to distance himself as much as possible from her. Chu Siki pursed her lips and asked, "What did you mean by that statement from last night?" "Which statement?" Shen Shuqing replied weakly. "What do you mean by keeping your distance? Are you afraid I might cling to you?" Chu Siki bared her small tiger teeth menacingly. The previous night, she had stayed up late, her mind filled with thoughts of Shen Shuqing appearing like a celestial being, and the sense of security he brought when he held her close. While contemplating how to express her gratitude, those 3 sentences suddenly flashed through her mind. The first 2 seemed normal, but the third, keeping your distance, what did that mean? Was he afraid of her becoming attached? The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became, and the towering image of Shen Shuqing in her mind crumbled. Shen Shuqing was perplexed. Was Chu Siki truly upset over this matter? His statement indeed carried that implication, meant to prevent any unnecessary complications. Little did he know that Chu Siki's thought process was quite different from others, regardless of whether there was any entanglement. They were fundamentally unrelated. She was the illustrious daughter of the Chu family, while he was merely an inconspicuous presence in the class. Their connection was merely an accident, wasn't it? Shen Shuqing found the situation somewhat amusing. Chu Siki blinked and murmured, "Aren't we already entangled? Then let's break it off. You continue being the esteemed daughter, and I'll remain the invisible one. Neither of us should bother the other, okay?" Shen Shuqing, growing increasingly impatient, turned to leave, not wishing to engage with her any further. Chu Siki's expression fell slightly as she murmured, "Do you really dislike me that much?" Shen Shuqing longed to say yes, but upon seeing her tearful eyes, his words transformed into, "It's not about disliking you. You must maintain your persona, all right? To the outside world, you are an ice goddess. You can't let that image crumble." Chu Siki remained silent, her tear-filled eyes locked onto Shen Shuqing. All right. So you don't dislike me, right? You owe me an explanation later. Shen Shuqing felt a pang of softness in his heart as he met her gaze, upon hearing the answer she longed for. Chu Siki's eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars, her dimples appearing as she smiled. After their simple exchange, the two walked towards the classroom. Albeit Shen Shuqing remained utterly speechless, he increasingly felt that rescuing her had been a grave mistake. Upon reaching the classroom door, Shen Shuqing noticed someone glaring at him with malice inside, but a closer look revealed it was Luo Hao, who pursued Chu Siki daily. Luo Hao's face was dark as he approached, holding a bouquet of roses intended for Chu Siki. Upon entering Class 5, he sensed the peculiar looks directed at him, a mix of schadenfreude and pity. Noticing Chu Siki was absent from her seat, someone nearby recounted the events, nearly causing Luo Hao to faint. It felt as if he had paid dearly for a wife only to find someone else had claimed her before he could even enjoy her company. At that moment, Luo Hao resembled a betrayed spouse confronting an unfaithful partner. Seeing Chu Siki return with Shen Shuqing, he could no longer contain the fury in his eyes. Siki, what is your relationship with him? Luo Hao demanded. What my relationship is with him has nothing to do with you. I've told you not to call me Siki. We're not familiar. Please step aside. Thank you. Chu Siki had reverted to her ice goddess demeanor, surrounded by an invisible chill that made it difficult for anyone to approach her. Siki, I pursued you for so long, yet you've never accepted me. Now you're with this guy? You must tell me this is a lie. Luo Hao's persistence was palpable, his gaze pleading. What I do with him is none of your concern, and we're really not familiar, so please do not disturb me in the future, Chu Siki replied coldly, her words piercing Luo Hao's heart like daggers. However, she spoke the truth. She treated everyone with the same indifference, having no friends and being unfamiliar with anyone. I don't believe it. Siki, you must have feelings for me, right? Luo Hao stepped closer, attempting to grasp Chu Siki's arm. Instinctively, she ducked behind Shen Shuqing, finding solace in his presence. The image of him saving her from danger had etched itself deeply in her heart. This scene only fueled Luo Hao's rage further as he continued to reach for her. Shen Shuqing furrowed his brow and extended his hand to intercept Luo Hao's advance. Shen Shuqing's action only intensified Luo Hao's fury. You punk, I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you dare to block me? He spat, his eyes filled with menace. What is your name? Shen Shuqing replied calmly. Shen Shuqing. Good. I'll remember that, kid. Luo Hao growled, a hint of threat in his gaze. With that, he yanked his hand back forcefully, but in that instant he stumbled, struggling to maintain his footing. Shen Shuqing remained rooted in place, while Luo Hao felt as though his hand was trapped in an iron grip, unable to break free despite exerting all his strength. This left Luo Hao both astonished and enraged. He was shocked that this seemingly frail boy possessed such immense strength. Luo Hao had tested his strength and boasted a respectable score of 180, a point of pride far exceeding that of the average person. Yet now, in front of this boy, even withdrawing his hand proved difficult. A subtle laugh emerged from someone in the class, heightening Luo Hao's embarrassment. Shen Shuqing, finding the situation tedious, released his grip and returned to his seat without a backward glance. Chu Siki, her face cold, followed closely behind without acknowledging him, amidst the laughter from their classmates. Luo Hao fled the scene like a defeated dog. After his departure, whispers about Chu Siki and Shen Shuqing resumed among the students. Xu Yong stared at Shen Shuqing as if he were a monster, trying to decipher some hidden meaning from his chiseled features. Shen Shuqing sensed at his desk, mate had something dubious to say, so he directed his attention to the scenery outside and chose not to engage. But soon, Xu Yong could no longer contain himself. Shun bro, it's all you. I sent it. You silently got the school beauty pregnant. That you're truly impressive. He recalled how he had consoled Shen Shuqing just days prior, remarking that someone like Chu Siki was unattainable for him. Now, Shen Shuqing had pulled off a feat akin to a nuclear bomb. Feigning ignorance, Shen Shuqing remained silent. Chu Siki, feeling quite conflicted, listened to the surrounding chatter, realizing she may have taken her just a bit too far. Ahem. In the midst of the cacophony within the classroom, a sudden cough silenced the chatter. Lao Wang strode in, surveying the crowd, and declared, Today, we shall conduct a strength test. As always, You will come up one by one. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, with some feeling elated while others were filled with trepidation. Under Lao Wang's direction, the students approached the front in succession. The benchmark for passing the strength test was set at 150. Chun Nan achieved a score of 155, thus qualifying, while Tong Fong fell short with a score of 145. Before long, the strength assessments for all 53 students concluded, with 39 securing their qualifications. Compared to the affinity for spiritual energy, the strength test proved to be relatively straightforward. The astonishment of all, the top scorer in the strength test was none other than Shen Shuqing, who attained an impressive 190. This remarkable figure elicited a mix of awe and acceptance, as the students recalled his ability to even cause the school beauty, Chu Xiaohua, to become pregnant. In truth, Shen Shuqing had no desire for this top rank. He had already exerted considerable control over his strength and was taken aback by his peers' lack of ability. Chu Siki's strength was recorded at 160, while Xu Yong managed to qualify with a score of 165. As the day faded into night, Shen Shuqing sensed the multitude of hostile glances directed at him throughout the afternoon, although Chu Siki later clarified that it was all in jest. The incident nonetheless sparked a series of ripples that would linger for some time. After school, Chu Siki discreetly slipped a note into his hand, inscribed with a string of 7 digits. Shen Shuqing recognized it as her QQ number. Yet he had no intention of adding her, casually crumpling the paper and tossing it into a nearby storm drain. That it would be prudent to keep a safe distance from this woman in the future. As he traversed a narrow alley, 5 thugs wielding clubs obstructed Shen Shuqing's path. "Kid, don't ask who I am. I'm the one who will break your leg," sneered the leader, a young man with bleached hair, a metal ring adorning his nose, and a malicious glint in his eyes. Shen Shuqing chuckled helplessly, realizing these men had been sent by Luo how to ambush him. The blonde thug felt belittled by Shen Shuqing's laughter and erupted in anger. "You think you're better than us, huh?" He and his cohorts immediately swung their clubs at Shen Shuqing. Moments later, the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, while the blonde stared in terror at Shen Shuqing's retreating figure. Amidst the vast expanse of the galaxy, 2 striking figures traversed a void wormhole, surrounded by countless fragments of meteorites. "Are you certain this will lead us to my master?" inquired Qin Hongi, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly. Over the past month, she had departed from the Xianming continent with a woman enveloped in radiant, multicolored light. After breaking through the barriers of the heavenly Tao, they had been wandering through this void passage, ever vigilant against the swirling spatial storms that posed the risk of being swept away. Were it not for Qin Hongi's status as an emperor, possessing formidable abilities, she would have long since been annihilated by the meteorite fragments around them. "Rest assured, as long as we search one world at a time, we will inevitably find your master. Trust me, Sister Hongi," the woman's alluring voice rang out amidst the radiant hues. Qin Hongi's expression remained frosty, a tempest of coldness emanating from her, as she unleashed a torrent of sword energy capable of rending the heavens towards the woman ahead. However, the formidable sword chi was effortlessly diffused by the shimmering aura surrounding the ethereal figure. Their collision sent shockwaves through the wormhole, disintegrating the floating meteorite fragments into countless particles that a powerful pull threatened to ensnare them. Yet their immense strength rendered them unharmed by the force. "Sister Hongi, you are quite volatile. I wonder how your master endures you," the enigmatic woman teased, her tone laced with mockery. Qin Hongi's countenance darkened. The search over the past month had fostered an intense loathing within her, a desire to strike down the woman before her with a single sword. They had tested each other's strengths countless times, arriving at the conclusion that neither could best the other. Simultaneously, Qin Hongi grew suspicious of this person's identity. She had revealed no intentions other than to assist in locating her master. Deep down, Qin Hongi harbored a suspicion that this woman was somehow connected to her master. Before long, the two descended upon a celestial body. The overwhelming presence of an emperor reverberated through the realm, causing the heavenly Tao to tremble. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of impending destruction. "It seems your master is not to be found in this small world. Let us proceed to the next," the woman in radiant hues proclaimed, shaking her head. However, hidden within the light, Her starry eyes caught sight of Qin Hongyi's unwavering resolve. She showed no intention of departing, instead casting a cold glare at her. "What? Sister Hongyi desires another bout. You must realize that with our realms here, a battle would obliterate this small world in an instant, eradicating countless lives. You truly embody the cold-hearted nature of the demonic path," the woman's mellifluous voice echoed. "Who are you really to hide your true appearance? And what is your connection to my master? I must know today. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death and see who prevails," Qin Hongyi declared, her eyes icy as a storm of sword intent coalesced around her, the great Tao runes inscribed upon her cold fragrance. After a brief silence, the woman's voice emerged, no longer seductive but instead frigid. "What relationship do I have with your master? Do I really need to explain myself to a heartless and ruthless killer like you? If you wish for a duel, I welcome it. I would relish the opportunity to avenge my master by slaying you, vile woman." The ethereal woman radiated intense light, surrounded by countless stars, each containing boundless power. Strangely, Qin Hongyi refrained from responding. Although the woman had not explicitly stated her connection to her master, the term master hinted at a deeper bond. The notion of slaying one's master was a painful wound in Qin Hongyi's heart. And at that moment, she chose not to retort. The tension between them was palpable, cracks appearing in the fabric of the heavenly Tao above, poised to unravel under the weight of their formidable presence. Suddenly, a distant glimmer of light streaked rapidly toward them from the horizon. Both Qin Hongyi and the woman sensed an approaching presence, though its aura was feeble, merely that of a spirit transformation stage practitioner. Moments later, an elderly man with white hair appeared some distance away. He trembled under the oppressive aura emanating from the two formidable figures, feeling like an ant crawling in the depths of despair. "Might I inquire if the esteemed emperors are here in search of a certain man?" he stammered. The ethereal woman's starry eyes gleamed momentarily, her radiant light enveloping the old man. "Speak of what you know." The elderly man, sensing the terrifying force that surrounded him, feared for his life. Knowing that he could be annihilated in an instant, along with all his past and present, he rasped, 3 years ago, 2 different women came to this realm seeking a man, which prompted me to dare ask the esteemed emperors." Upon hearing this, the woman in radiant hues spoke with a sultry tone. "Sister Hongyi, it seems we must hasten our pace, lest our master be claimed by those other women. We shall have no time for regret." With that, the enigmatic woman propelled herself forward, leaving the realm in a brilliant flash. Qin Hongyi retracted her sword intent, following closely behind, her mind racing with thoughts. "There are other women. What is my master's true identity? Regardless of his identity, he belongs to me alone. Any who obstruct him shall face death, if necessary. I will confine him for all eternity." As the two departed, the old man exhaled a breath of relief. What manner of man could draw the attention of 4 powerful emperors? In the vast expanse of the galaxy, how many emperors could possibly exist? To have 4 emerge in just 3 short years, all in pursuit of a single man, was a mystery that would haunt the old man for the rest of his days. Time swiftly passed on Blue Star, and before long, only 3 days remained until the college entrance examination. However, on this day, an urgent message reached everyone that SU City announced a 7-day lockdown, forbidding citizens from venturing outside, with strict punishments for any violators. The classroom group chat erupted with frenzy over the news. "Chen, I heard that Sioux City seems to be infiltrated by monstrous beasts. Fangyu, is that true? Don't fool me." "Chen, why would I deceive you? I have a distant cousin who works in the menu bureau, and he personally informed me that it would be best not to go outside this week." "Shuyong, is that the menu bureau that specifically deals with demon beasts?" "Chen, what else could it be?" "Lubin, Chen is not mistaken. It is said that this time the demon beasts were released by certain dark organizations. Everyone should stay indoors, as those who are out now are either from the menu bureau or members of those organizations, which could lead to fatalities." Shen Shuqing gazed helplessly at the flood of messages in the class group chat and sighed. "I just wish to lead an ordinary life. Why is there so much trouble? The appearance of demon beasts will surely embroil Sioux City in bloodshed." Within the highest echelons of the menu bureau, a tall woman clad in a form-fitting combat suit and high boots strode into the communication room. Have the messages been sent out? A male voice quickly responded from the communication device. The leader has dispatched them all. Good. All personnel, utilize your detection devices to comprehensively search for the traces of the demon beasts and also investigate the Tian Luo organization's camp within Sioux City. I want to ensure that these rascals cannot escape. Understood. In the boundless void of darkness, a peculiar black mist appeared above Blue Star, swirling with black lightning. Indeed, this is the place. I can smell the scent of my master. So fragrant, I long to possess my master immediately. The voice emanated from the black lightning, and a slender, dark figure plummeted rapidly. Shen Shuqing, gazing out at the torrential rain, felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He sensed a deadly danger and a familiar scent. In a luxurious villa, Chu Siki lay in bed wearing a pink bear pajama, her small feet swaying back and forth, holding the latest smartphone. She stared blankly at the chat box to her right. There was a barrage of messages with no replies. Shen Shuqing, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? Shen Shuqing, are you asleep? Seeing that there was still no response, she pouted and exclaimed, that wretched Shen Shuqing is actually ignoring me. How outrageous. I'll get you for this. She picked up a nearby bear doll and playfully punched it twice, the bear emblazoned with Shen Shuqing's name. Meanwhile, Shen Shuqing remained oblivious to her antics. He wandered through the night, cloaked in a black trench coat amidst the rain. The raindrops swirled around him, avoiding his figure perfectly. Even the puddles beneath his feet shifted aside. After traversing 9 lifetimes, Shen Shuqing yearned for a tranquil day in Blue Star. The emergence of demon beasts in Sioux City was intolerable. Relying on the Mingyu Bureau was less effective than taking matters into his own hands. After all, pursuing the demon beasts himself would be swifter. Guided by his mental perception, Shen Shuqing navigated through the downpour. In addition, vehicles marked with the distinct emblem of the Mingyu Bureau scoured the night for traces of the demon beasts. The team leader announced, a red dot has appeared at 120 Southeast, 2 kilometers away. That a young man in the passenger seat excitedly observed the red dot on the detection device. The woman in the tight combat suit in the back seat spoke coldly. Proceed quickly. A delay of even a second could result in someone becoming demon fodder. A piercing scream echoed from the darkness ahead. Shen Shuqing's expression hardened, and he vanished in an instant. Xiao Miao stared in terror at the towering monster with the dog's head before her. Her face pale as she collapsed to the ground, her bag spilling its contents. She had ventured out that night to buy medicine for her mother, taking the usual route. IT had been clear on her way there. But now she noticed a large shadow crouched ahead. The dim light from the street lamp struggled against the torrential rain, casting a murky glow. Although fear gripped her heart, the detour would be too long, and the damp chill in the air urged her to return home swiftly. Summoning her courage, she decided to walk past it on the other side of the road. As she drew nearer, her eyes finally discerned the creature's true form. At a large, hairy beast was bent over, gnawing on something, blood dripping continuously from its that moment. The creature seemed to sense her presence, turning its head to reveal blood-red eyes. Xiao Miao saw the full visage of the monster, a demon beast with a dog-esque head, cradling a corpse and chewing on it, blood streaming down. Unaware of the messages in the group chat or the fact that demon beast had infiltrated Sioux City, she realized it was too late. The 2-meter-tall, canine-headed demon was advancing step by step, its gaze greedy for blood. Her legs weakened uncontrollably, and as the horrifying reality loomed, Xiao Miao shut her eyes in despair. Hey, it would be far more interesting to eat me than a little girl. Just then, a voice pierced through the downpour, reaching both her and the beast's ears. They simultaneously turned to see a shadowy figure standing nearby. Hands tucked into pockets, the rain obscured Xiao Miao's view of the figure, but the voice felt eerily familiar, as if she had heard it before. The dog-headed beast fixated on the figure, instinctively sensing danger emanating from the human. In that moment, a standoff ensued between the 2 humans and the beast under the moonlit rain. TSK, stop staring. It's you I want. Come over quickly. I am in a hurry. Shen Shuqing beckoned with a hand. The dog-headed beast erupted in fury, enraged that this human dared to toy with IT. In an instant, any sense of caution was cast aside as it roared and charged. Xiao Miao sighed in relief as the beast turned away from her, But she did not flee immediately. Instead, she worriedly observed the shadowy figure. How would he handle this beast? The muscular creature leaped high, claws glinting as they lunged toward Shen Shuqing. Xiao Miao instinctively shut her eyes. Boom! The next moment, a deafening roar erupted amidst the rain. Xiao Miao opened her eyes to witness an incredible sight. The fierce dog-headed beast, once menacing, now lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. A tremendous force had smashed into the earth, creating a crater and splintering the ground. The dog-headed monster, caked in dirt, rose from the pit. Its lantern-like eyes filled with terror. Even with its low intelligence, it could sense that this human was not something it could contend with. Before it could make contact, an invisible hand seized its throat and violently slammed it into the ground. Even the bones of the formidable beast cracked under the immense pressure. Why must you be so hideous? It's one thing to be ugly, but why come out at night to frighten people? The distant voice of the shadowy figure rang out disdainfully. The dog-headed beast ignored the taunts and, driven by instinct, sought to flee the scene. Just as it turned to escape, Shen Shuqing slowly extended his fingers, and an invisible gravitational field enveloped the beast. As he prepared to deliver a decisive blow, he noticed the fleeing creature's body tremble violently, its blood-red eyes flashing with purple light. The fear vanished, replaced by a frenzied hostility. In the next second, it lunged toward Shen Shuqing with terrifying speed. Something is amiss. Shen Shuqing's brow furrowed. He had not overlooked the beast's sudden transformation. That fleeting flash of purple light felt unsettlingly familiar. Clenching his fist, the dog-headed beast was instantly crushed by the overwhelming force of the gravitational field, leaving only its intact head to roll aside. Shen Shuqing's mind delved into the depths of the creature's brow, discovering a purple crescent moon symbol. Recognizing the symbol, he recalled a sinister cult from his fourth life that could control demon beasts through secretive methods, and this insignia bore a striking resemblance. But how could such a cult exist on Blue Star? The crescent moon symbol continued to pulse with an eerie purple glow, seemingly establishing a connection with the demon beast. Realizing this, Shen Shuqing directed his mental energy forward, employing a form of mental technique. Through this connection, a bridge can be constructed, allowing a glimpse into the other side of the link. That moment, Shen Shuqiao, upon sensing the touch of the crescent mark, witnessed an invisible bridge manifesting in his mind. In an instant, the location of the other party was unveiled. Aware of their position, Shen Shuqiao vanished under the cover of the rain, within a dilapidated building in Sioux City. Several figures cloaked in black surrounded an elderly man seated on the ground. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes and spat a mouthful of blood. "Elder, are you all right?" one of the black-cloaked individuals exclaimed, rushing forward to assist him. "Quickly, we must leave," the elder urged, shoving aside those who tried to help him, his expression frantic as if fearing something grave. The other black-cloaked figures were left bewildered. "What is wrong?" "Elder, our ritual is not yet complete." In the next moment, the elder appeared to have seen something. Terror etched across his face. The others followed his gaze to the window, where a figure stood amidst the rain. "Who did this?" Su Man gasped, staring in shock at the scattered remains of the monstrous beast, with only a basketball-sized head remaining intact. A high school girl was also present at the scene. At this juncture, a male team member approached and stated, "According to the analysis, this is at least a late-stage Foundation beast that," Su Man's expression hardened. The emergence of such a late-stage Foundation beast in Sioux City could pose significant danger. However, who could have slain such a formidable creature? With their team of 5, while eliminating this beast would not be impossible, it certainly would not be effortless either. The gruesome scene indicated that this late-stage Foundation beast had been obliterated with overwhelming force. Given the brutality of the attack, it was evident that the assailant possessed strength exceeding the Foundation stage. When had Sioux City concealed such a figure? Retrieve the nearby surveillance footage. "I must know who this person is," Su Man commanded. The presence of such an individual in Sioux City raised concerns. Possessing the capability to slay beasts did not guarantee they would abide by the law. "You claim your organization is named Tianluo," Shen Shuqiao remarked, reclining comfortably as he surveyed the kneeling black-cloaked figures. "Indeed, we serve the organization known as Tian Luo, the elder in black cautiously replied, swallowing hard. While controlling the beast, he had suddenly sensed someone locking onto their location through the crescent mark, prompting an immediate panic. The ability to achieve this was exceedingly rare within the country. Thus, he hastily severed his connection with the beast, disregarding the backlash. Desperate to escape, it was too late. The elder sensed no trace of spiritual energy from Shen Shuqing. This typically indicated one of two possibilities. Either the individual possessed no cultivation at all, or they were of a caliber that far surpassed his own, which was the source of the elder's dread. Should such a being wish to eliminate him, a mere flick of their finger would suffice. When had the Mingyu Bureau harbored such an entity? The elder immediately attributed Shen Shuqing's identity to the Mingyu Bureau. Why do you possess the ability to control beasts? Shen Shuqing inquired, noting the disparity between the Tian Luo group and his previous encounters with the cult known as the Heiming sect. However, their methods of beast control bore striking similarities that I am not entirely certain. This is a secret technique passed down from above. I truly do not know the details, the elder replied. Shen Shuqing frowned. As an elder, how can you lack such knowledge? The elder, trembling with fear, lowered his head. This is all I was given. Our communication is primarily conducted via telephone. Their operational methods bore resemblance to those of the Heiming sect. Could it be that the Tian Luo organization was merely a branch of the Heiming sect? Such a connection between two disparate realms seemed implausible. In the fourth realm, Shen Shuqing had vanquished numerous members of the Heiming sect and dismantled several of their strongholds. However, they were notoriously elusive, and one could never ascertain their true bases of operation. Their tactics were insidious and ruthless, capable of not only controlling beasts to wreak havoc, but also manipulating the minds of others. It was undoubtedly Shen Shuqing's most despised sect. The striking resemblance between the Tian Luo organization and the Heiming sect prompted bold conjectures in his mind. What then is your purpose for coming to Sioux City? Shen Shuqing asked directly. If I tell you, will it spare my life? The elder inquired cautiously. Shen Shuqing smiled slightly. You have no bargaining power with me. Should you divulge, your fate remains uncertain. Yet if you remain silent, you will surely perish. Moreover, I possess other means of acquiring information, though the process may be rather brutal for you. Soul searching is a nefarious technique that Shen Shuqing usually refrains from employing unless absolutely necessary, as it often results in backlash. The elder shuddered at the thought and hastily replied, according to instructions from above, our sole responsibility is to control the beast to incite chaos within the city and distract the Mingyu Bureau. Beyond that, we know nothing. However, I suspect the leaders of Tian Luo intend to exploit this opportunity to invade the Mingyu Bureau and steal something. The elder promptly divulged all that he knew. Shen Shuqing pressed further. How many of you are there? There are at least 5 teams like ours with a total of 20 beasts, 5 at the innate stage, 10 at the foundation stage, 3 at the spirit tranquility stage, and 2 at the Dan tribulation stage, the elder replied truthfully. This indeed constituted a formidable force of beasts. Shen Shuqing raised an eyebrow. The emergence of such a horde in Sioux City suggested that the object of Tian Luo's ambition was of significant value. It remained uncertain whether the Mingyu Bureau could withstand this onslaught. In the other 9 realms, Dan tribulation beasts were not particularly fearsome, but on the resource-scarce Blue Star, they represented a considerable threat. From this exchange, Shen Shuqing discerned that there were cultivators at the Golden Dan stage present on Blue Star, though he remained uncertain about the existence of those at the nascent Soul stage. Do you know the locations of the other bases? Shen Shuqing inquired. If accurate locations were available, he could single-handedly quell this disaster before it could escalate. The elder responded, we do not know the locations of each other's bases. Aside from communication with those above, we have no contact with one another. Even if we were to meet, none would recognize the others. Seeing no signs of deceit in the elder's demeanor, Shen Shuqing replied coolly, then you may leave. The elder's expression morphed into one of astonishment. You truly allow me to depart. But you may only leave alone, Shen Shuqing stated calmly. Thank you. I will take my leave at once. The elder sprang to his feet, not looking back as he hurried toward the exit. Elder, save me. Do not kill me. The remaining black-cloaked figures panicked. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Shen Shuqing swiftly executed them. As for the elder he allowed to escape, Shen Shuqing had already marked him, potentially allowing him to trace the other bases of Tianluo. Even if he fled, Shen Shuqing could effortlessly crush the mark at any moment, ensuring his certain demise. After handling everything here, Shen Shuqing's figure vanished into the dilapidated building. It was already half past midnight. The class group chat was still bustling with fervor, the conversation revolving around Xiaomiao. Having narrowly escaped calamity, Xiaomiao immediately shared the incident in the group upon returning home, which instantly sparked intense discussions among the members, even drawing out the usually silent lurkers. On the other hand, Chu Siki had yet to receive any news from Shen Shuqing, but inadvertently discovered that the class group seemed to be engaged in discussions. Typically, Chu Siki refrained from chatting in the group, and had it not been for her inability to leave, she would have exited long ago in this group. She still retained the position of an administrator as she observed the conversation regarding the monster incident. Curiosity compelled her to scroll back through the messages, quickly grasping the unfolding events. Upon seeing Xiaomiao mention being saved by a man in black, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Chu Siki was reminded of that night when Shen Shuqing had rescued her, and the unprecedented sense of security she felt in his embrace. The torrential rain of the night gradually transformed into a gentle drizzle. Shen Shuqing returned home, turning the key to unlock the door. Just as he was about to step inside, he stumbled slightly as a warm body unexpectedly nestled against him. "Welcome back, sir," came a voice, accompanied by a warm, fragrant breath. In an instant, Shen Shuqing's pupils trembled violently, as if struck by a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Before he could utter a word, his lips were abruptly sealed by soft petals. In that fleeting moment, the girl's unique, refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils like delicate threads of silk, transporting him into a vibrant sea of blossoms, suffused with intoxicating aromas that stirred his heart. Shen Shuqing's mind went blank, instinctively attempting to break free, only to be astonished to find himself unable to. Although his cultivation had been suppressed to the nascent soul stage on Blue Star, he should not have felt this helpless. Who on earth was this person, whose strength surpassed his own, with the remnants of his thoughts? Shen Shuqing turned his mind over to his utter astonishment. He sensed something stirring within his lips, a gentle yet fervent motion akin to a burning flame or an overwhelming love, pouring forth without reservation. His mind went blank, as if time had halted, and he found himself ensnared in a state of extreme astonishment and confusion. Damn it! Why did this scene feel so familiar? Shen Shuqing felt like a mere toy at the mercy of another. Wait, could it be? A shocking realization dawned upon him. After a long moment, he finally managed to focus on the person before him. The girl possessed a peach blossom complexion, her charming oval face radiating joy. With adorable dimples gracing her cheeks, her flowing locks danced in the wind, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, adorned with long lashes, resembled two glistening grapes, squinting with delight. It was clear she was exceedingly happy at this moment. Shen Shuqing's expression was one of astonishment as he hoarsely uttered 3 words. Jiang Qinxiu. Jiang Qinxiu, the ultimate female antagonist from the first life, known as the Disaster Sovereign, the Cursed Maiden, and the Demon Emperor of Calamity, was a name synonymous with malevolence in Shen Shuqing's mind. Why was she the most heartless of heroines present here? Hadn't he already completed his task? Gazing at the beaming Jiang Qinxiu, Shen Shuqing felt a chill run down his spine, for he alone knew the immense evil concealed beneath her seemingly adorable exterior. What is wrong, sir? Are you unhappy to see Qinxiu? Jiang Qinxiu whispered playfully, her crescent-shaped eyes drawing closer to his ear. No, Shen Shuqing stuttered, overwhelmed by her intoxicating scent. For many years, Qinxiu has longed for your presence. Bang! Just as the words left his lips, an overwhelming force surged from in front of him, causing him to uncontrollably topple onto the sofa. Jiang Qinxiu's enchanting face bore a chilling smile as she lunged at him. Her dark eyes fixated on the face that had appeared in her dreams countless times. The desires and flutterings in her heart surged to an unprecedented peak at that moment. Shen Shuqing was utterly powerless to resist. His cultivation was firmly suppressed, akin to a fish laid bare on a cutting board, awaiting its fate. In Jiang Qinqiu's eyes, a subtle ripple danced, as if it could spill forth with a cascade of emotions. Then, to Shen Shuqing's utmost astonishment, she slowly leaned in closer. His eyes widened, heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. He attempted to speak, yet his throat felt constricted, unable to produce a sound. Jiang Qinqiu's breaths grew rapid, her warm whispers brushing against his face. Moments later, their lips parted. "Wait, stop!" Shen Shuqing hurriedly interjected. "If this continues, who knows what she plans to do next? Doesn't T-Sir like it?" Jiang Qinqiu replied with a dreamy smile, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, her dark eyes sparkling with desire as if woven into an intricate net. But this was not the end. Jiang Qinqiu's small hands grew increasingly restless, exploring the fabric of Shen Shuqing's clothing as she fiddled. Her curious lips murmured, "Why is this garment so strange? Why can't I undo it?" Shen Shuqing's coat featured a zipper. And given Jiang Qinqiu's unfamiliarity with Blue Star, how could she possibly unfasten it? Realizing that she was about to resort to tearing his clothes with her true energy, Shen Shuqing sharply commanded, "Jiang Qinqiu, cease your impudence. Step back." Drawing a deep breath, he invoked the authority he once held in their first life. However, this tactic proved ineffective against the current Jiang Qinqiu. With her eyes narrowed, she smiled like a blooming flower. "Sir, Qinqiu is no longer the naive child of yesteryears. This time, you cannot escape." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuqing fell silent, his expression indifferent as he regarded her. "Very well. All right. Qinqiu will step back." After a moment of eye contact, Jiang Qinqiu playfully stuck out her tongue, embodying an endearing charm. Who could blame her for being unable to bear seeing her beloved sir upset? If anyone else caused him displeasure, Jiang Qinqiu would surely make them pay dearly. Regardless of past lives, this life, or even the path of reincarnation, none would find peace. After rising, Shen Shuqing poured himself a glass of cold milk from the refrigerator, gulping it down to quell the heat that had surged within him moments ago. He then retreated to the bathroom, splashing his face with cold water repeatedly. Jiang Qinqiu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes seemed to brim with pink hearts, her gaze fixed on Shen Shuqing as he moved about. After a brief period, Shen Shuqing gradually regained his composure and inquired, "Why are you here? Does her not wish to see Qinqiu here?" Jiang Qinqiu replied softly, "No, I'm merely curious about how you came to be here." Shen Shuqing hesitated before ultimately refraining from expressing his innermost thoughts. Seemingly able to read his mind, Jiang Qinqiu's gaze lowered slightly, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Sir is truly heartless, abandoning Qinqiu like this." After a pause, she lifted her eyes, her delicate lips brushing against Shen Shuqing's ear as she whispered sweetly, "But this time, no matter what, you cannot escape. Your scent has been etched in Qinqiu's heart all along." For a millennium, Qinqiu had searched for her sir, and this time he could only remain by her side. "Since you have cared for me, why then abandon Qinqiu? Do you not recall the heavy snowfall on the day we first met?" Jiang Qinqiu continued, her voice trailing off. Shen Shuqing's gaze darkened, and a torrent of memories surged forth. In the 33rd year of the Tianwu era, an unexpected heavy snowfall nearly engulfed the entire continent. This calamity of ice and snow rendered the world desolate, freezing countless lives in their tracks. Many wandering cultivators found it arduous to survive this harsh winter, their bodies becoming mere remnants of bones. Not to mention the ordinary folk. Along a village street, there stood a small house constructed from thatch and branches. The roof, burdened by a thick layer of snow, teetered precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Shen Shuqing gently pushed open the dilapidated door, revealing Jiang Qinqiu's diminutive figure curled up within a tea that moment. Jiang Qinqiu was lost in slumber, her tiny body trembling from the cold, her skin turning a pallid purple in multiple places. Thanks to the system's prompts, Shen Shuqing learned of Jiang Qinqiu's tragic origin. She was born in a place called Jiangjia Village, and from the moment she drew her first breath, her mother perished. Subsequently, her father raised her, but when she was barely a year old, he fell from a cliff, leaving no trace behind. Rumors began to circulate in the village, claiming that Jiang Qinqiu was fated to bring misfortune. A harbinger of doom for her parents. How could the mere child of 1 year comprehend such accusations? Yet, she was taken in by her uncle. In the following 3 years, marauding bandits proliferated in the vicinity, frequently descending upon the village to pillage and kill. Jiang Qianxiu's uncle met his demise during one such encounter, slain by a bandit's blade. Many villagers fell victim to the bandits as well, and the population of Jiangjia village dwindled by half in an instant. Eventually, the bandits were eradicated by passing soldiers, but the villagers attributed all misfortunes to the still young Jiang Qianxiu. Some even threatened to burn her alive. Though the kind-hearted village chief intervened to prevent such an atrocity, yet Jiang Qianxiu was ultimately expelled from the village. Thus began her life as a beggar, scrounging for food alongside other vagrants in the town. Being so young, she was unable to compete with older beggars and was reduced to scavenging scraps from dogs. Even the thatched hut she currently inhabited was merely a shelter constructed by travelers seeking respite from the sun. This existence loomed over Jiang Qianxiu like a waking nightmare. It was not until a year later that Shen Shuqing embarked on his mission. He still vividly recalled the first moment Jiang Qianxiu laid eyes on him, her expression rife with wariness and fear. With a heart full of compassion, he gazed at the shivering Jiang Qianxiu and spoke gently. "Would you like to come with me? I will take care of you." This marked the first encounter between Shen Shuqing and Jiang Qianxiu, a moment when she was just 5 years old. So, why did you care for Qianxiu only to abandon her later? Jiang Qianxiu's voice interrupted, pulling Shen Shuqing from the depths of his reminiscence. As he beheld Jiang Qianxiu, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. How could he articulate this? The truth was a sharp blade, unsheathed yet already drawing blood. With a wry smile, Shen Shuqing murmured, "Qianxiu, it's all right, but if you choose not to speak, I shall not press further. However, since I have come, you cannot escape. Moreover, the principles governing this world are rather intriguing." Jiang Qianxiu wiped her tears and smiled. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Shuqing asked, taken aback. "Though the laws of this world are incomplete, I sense they are in the process of restoration. Curiously, they seem to suppress and reject me. I suspect it won't be long before I must depart. Don't you think that's fascinating? Once the laws are restored, this world will surely become a resplendent star among the vast cosmos." Jiang Qianxiu's tone was filled with wonder. "You too are being rejected by the laws?" Shen Shuqing queried, puzzled. Yet he himself felt no such rejection. Was it because he belonged to this world, whereas Jiang Qianxiu hailed from another, thus facing exclusion? Nonetheless, this was a fortunate circumstance. Jiang Qianxiu was a ticking time bomb on Blue Star, perpetually on the verge of explosion, and he could not remain by her side indefinitely. "Qianxiu knows what you are thinking. If you attempt to flee once more, I shall annihilate everyone here, then bind you to a secluded world where no one can find you, ensuring you remain by my side for eternity. You are aware that I possess such capability." Jiang Qianxiu's eyes glimmered with a chilling determination, her tone laced with a hint of lethal intent. Jiang Qianxiu departed, leaving Shen Shuqing in the living room. Lost in thought, he had never anticipated that Jiang Qianxiu would trace his presence across the vast world. Hadn't he already fulfilled his mission? The female protagonists had each ascended to become the most formidable antagonists in their respective realms. This should have marked the conclusion. Yet why were there still lingering threads? Where had the process gone awry? What was truly amiss with the system? "Stop playing dead and explain yourself," Shen Shuqing demanded of the system. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the system offered no response that a wave of exhaustion washed over Shen Shuqing. If Jiang Qianxiu could pursue him, what of the other 8 antagonists from different realms? Their strengths were comparably formidable. All Shen Shuqing longed for was a mundane and tranquil existence, yet fate seldom obliged. Each of these female protagonists was an unstable time bomb. Only Shen Shuqing was privy to the twisted depths of their hearts. One Jiang Qianxiu was already a source of considerable distress. The thought of facing 8 more was overwhelming. Should all 9 converge, what calamity might ensue? He dared not contemplate the potential explosion. The memories of his moments with Jiang Qianxiu crystallized into shards of glass, gradually coalescing into a mirror within his mind. The world reflected in that mirror was from a bygone era. From the snowbound, thatched hut, Shen Shuqing had learned the trajectory of his mission from the system. In the course of nurturing Jiang Qinxiu, he was to provide her with unwavering care and attention, ensuring she felt the depth of her importance in his heart at all times. He was to cultivate a sense of dependency in her, only to later sow misunderstandings or deceit, causing her to descend from the heights of happiness into the depths of despair. Every available factor was to be manipulated to drive the female protagonist to the brink of darkness and madness, culminating in his own demise as a final catalyst to transform her into a true tyrant. Upon encountering this, Shen Shuqing felt a profound sense of cruelty towards the female protagonist, to bestow upon her the utmost warmth. Only to let her experience the fall from such heights was a profound violation of humanity. However, the system assured him that even without his interference, these female protagonists would ultimately evolve into the strongest antagonists in their worlds. Their growth could potentially be even more harrowing than what Shen Shuqing's involvement might bring about, for they began with hearts encased in ice, unable to comprehend kindness. Shen Shuqing did not share this belief. Yet he had no choice but to comply with the tasks assigned by the system. "I still do not know your name," Shen Shuqing said with a smile, looking at the petite Jiang Qinxiu. "I am called Jiang Qinxiu," she replied, her gaze darting nervously, stealing glances at the gentleman before her. Jiang Qinxiu had lived in constant fear during her days as a beggar. Hunger was a daily reality, and she could not compete with older children, often resorting to scavenging what others discarded. The rumors surrounding her kept everyone at bay. She was often beaten, like a rat scurrying in the shadows. She was so very young, unable to grasp why the world loathed her so, why she was unwanted. The sudden arrival of the heavy snow found her huddled alone, and perhaps in her heart, she thought that dying might offer a release from her solitude. Perhaps, if she fell asleep, she might reunite with her parents. The moment Jiang Qinxiu was awakened by the biting cold, she beheld a fair-skinned man standing before her. After a year of hiding, her instincts propelled her to fear. She assumed this was yet another person come to harm her. Yet the man uttered words that seemed to belong only to a dream. Leaving her uncertain of reality, as she cautiously observed the handsome man before her, she gradually accepted that his words were not a figment of her imagination. Observing Jiang Qinxiu's tentative demeanor, Shen Shuqing felt a pang of empathy and said, "I am Shen Shuqing. Now we have truly met. Jiang Qinxiu, it is my fortune to know you." Shen Shuqing extended a large hand, and the little girl Jiang Qinxiu, bewildered by the meaning of 3 lifetimes of fortune, did not comprehend the significance of the outstretched hand. In the next moment, a firm grip enveloped her frozen, purplish fingers, and Jiang Qinxiu had never before felt the warmth of a palm or understood the sensation of holding hands. "You can bathe by yourself, can't you?" Shen Shuqing inquired. Upon bringing Jiang Qinxiu back to the residence in town, he prepared a basin of steaming hot water. "I can do it," little Jiang Qinxiu replied, somewhat shyly. While she bathed, Shen Shuqing ventured to the fabric shop to purchase her several beautiful garments. When he returned and Jiang Qinxiu had dressed herself, he lifted her into his arms and carried her to the side room. Jiang Qinxiu gazed at the man who had picked her up, feeling the warmth radiating from his embrace. Her little face flushed. "From now on, you shall reside here," Shen Shuqing declared as they entered the room. Jiang Qinxiu looked at the pristine bed and bedding, then knelt before Shen Shuqing, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. Little servant does not require such a room. A mere woodshed would suffice." Shen Shuqing, tenderly lifting Jiang Qinxiu, replied with compassion, "How can one stay in a woodshed? From now on, you shall dwell here comfortably, and you need not refer to yourself as a servant. You are not my slave. I took you and not to acquire a servant. And do not call me sir. I am not that old." Jiang Qinxiu blinked up at Shen Shuqing, her small heart believing that his intention in adopting her was merely to train her as a maid or servant. She thought she needed only a place to stay, without having to compete with dogs for food. Sleeping in a woodshed was infinitely better than enduring the drafty thatch of a leaky hut with a damp floor. Yet now, Shen Shuqing assured her that she was not a slave and did not need to sleep in a woodshed. Jiang Qinxiu's long eyelashes fluttered, her little mind filled with questions. Though she could conceive no more, Shen Shuqing smiled gently and said, "From now on, you may call me sir, and I shall call you Chinchio that I will take care of you. Hearing the words, I will take care of you once more. Tears welled up in Jiang Chinchio's bright eyes. She lifted her small head, summoning courage to ask, "But why are you so kind to me, providing food and shelter? Others say I am a cursed child of misfortune. Are you not afraid?" While others shunned her, he had unhesitatingly taken her in. Shen Shuqing, pained, held her close and said, "Chinchio, remember, you are never the so-called cursed child of misfortune. Here with me. You have nothing to fear. I will protect you. This is your home, our home." Home? As Jiang Chinchio listened to these words, which brought her a sense of peace she had never known, tears as large as beans began to fall uncontrollably. Her voice trembled. "I am afraid, for no one wants me. They drove me away and even struck me. What wrong have I done?" The injustices she had endured poured forth as tears in that moment. Shen Shuqing gently wiped her tears away and reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Chinchio. With me here, nothing will happen to you. This is your home, and no one will ever cast you out again." Jiang Chinchio murmured softly, nestled in his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to sleep, mumbling about home in Jiang Chinchio's world. Darkness had enveloped her, a lonely soul groping through emptiness, unaware of the road ahead or when she might escape the frigid shadows. Perhaps she might die at any moment in that darkness, her tiny heart shrouded in gloom. Yet in this despairing time, a beam of light broke through, warming her, gradually cleansing her of the darkness that clung to her. The emergence of home deeply bound Jiang Chinchio. After placing her on the bed and tucking her in, Shen Shuqing let out a slow sigh. He was in a place called Haishi Town, Jiang Chinchio's hometown. This was the first phase arranged by the system. They would remain here until she turned 8, at which point the second phase would commence. Watching Jiang Chinchio slumber peacefully, he felt a pang of heartache at the thought of the trial she was destined to face. However, he could not alter her fate. The following day, Jiang Chinchio curled up in her warm blanket like a little creature. She involuntarily murmured in comfort. Soon, her sleepy eyes blinked open, and she cautiously peered around the unfamiliar room, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, this was not a dream. She had feared that the previous day's events were merely a figment of her imagination, a fleeting fantasy amidst the cold, snow-laden night. She could not recall the last time she had slept so soundly, without fear of freezing awake or being driven away by others. Everything felt as real as a surreal dream. Yet she knew it was not a dream. Peering out the window, she noticed that the storm had ceased and the sun hung high in the sky. Will Sir think I am a little lazy? Jiang Chinchio, momentarily reluctant to leave the warmth of her bed, hurriedly donned her clothes and rushed out the door. Shen Shuqing was adding firewood beneath the shed in the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, he realized the little girl had awakened. "Chinchio has risen. How did you sleep last night?" Shen Shuqing asked with a smile. In response to Sir Chinchio slept very well," she replied, her small face still bearing traces of shyness. "You must be hungry. The meal will be ready shortly," Shen Shuqing remarked, tending to the fire. Jiang Chinchio trotted over, saying, "Sir, let me handle the cooking. You can just sit and relax." Shen Shuqing gently stopped her, saying, "You need not concern yourself with the cooking." Jiang Chinchio's small face fell, and she self-reproachfully replied, "Sir, do you think Chinchio is useless?" Watching Shen Shuqing bustle about, Jiang Chinchio felt as though she could contribute nothing, especially since he forbade her from helping. Shen Shuqing paused, realizing her thoughts. Little Jiang Chinchio was worried that he might deem her useless and subsequently abandon her. Shen Shuqing reached out, ruffling her hair with a smile. "How could I think Chinchio is useless? Our Chinchio is so adorable. You are still young, and as you grow, you will learn many things." Jiang Chinchio's cheeks flushed, although she did not fully understand what adorable meant. It felt like a compliment. Being praised by him filled her heart with joy. "Then I will help by fetching firewood," she declared. "Okay," she chirped enthusiastically. Under their joint efforts, a steaming hot meal was soon ready. Shen Shuqing ate sparingly, leaving the bulk of the meal for little Jiang Chinchio. Given her history of malnutrition and frostbite from the storm, she needed nourishment. After a lengthy meal, Shen Shuqing suggested taking Jiang Chinchio to the market to buy her a couple of additional outfits for rotation. Jiang Qinxiu's previously content face suddenly fell into a frown of reluctance. Memories of past encounters flooded her mind, where every passerby had looked at her with disdain. Not even a scrap of charity was extended her way. There were those who would kick her if they found her displeasing. Though now adopted by Shen Shuqing, with food and a place to sleep, Jiang Qinxiu remained too fearful to confront the outside world. She worried that her presence might bring harm to him. As for her own well-being, she felt her life was worth little. But if he were to suffer because of her, she could not bear it. Sir, Qinxiu would rather not go. I already have this outfit, she replied decisively. Shen Shuqing sighed softly at the sight of her resistant face, crouching down to patiently explain, Qinxiu, do you intend to remain in this room for all eternity without venturing outside? Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare to harm you. Jiang Qinxiu lowered her head, speaking softly. Qinxiu is afraid that because of me, they might do something to you. They can hit me. It doesn't matter. I am not afraid of being hit. Shen Shuqing fell momentarily silent, taken aback that this little girl was concerned for his safety. If Qinxiu is not afraid, why should I be? Who dares to come? I have a sword. If it comes to it, I shall deal with them. Come now. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Face your fears with courage. Shen Shuqing gently took Jiang Qinxiu's small hand and led her towards the door. The thick snow on the street gradually melted under the sun, and more people began to venture out. In truth, Shen Shuqing had been assigned to this place by the system a year prior. However, it was only yesterday that his mission officially commenced. During this time, he had secretly observed the female protagonist of this world, watching Jiang Qinxiu, covered in dirt and desperately scavenging for food scraps on the ground. Shen Shuqing often found himself on the verge of rushing to her aid. Yet, each time he was forcibly restrained by the system. And now, thankfully, this little Jiang Qinxiu would no longer have to endure such hardships. Yet upon reflecting on the fate that awaited Jiang Qinxiu, Shen Shuqing could only let out a helpless sigh. Therefore, during this period, he vowed to sincerely bestow warmth upon Jiang Qinxiu, rather than behaving like a mere automaton, apathetically fulfilling his task. Along the way, many greeted Shen Shuqing. Upon arriving here a year ago, his first action had been to purchase the largest estate in town, simultaneously dispersing a considerable amount of silver, thus establishing himself as a wealthy patron in the eyes of others. Who is that little girl beside Shinda Hu? Someone mused, finding her oddly familiar. You might just be onto something. She bears a resemblance to that little beggar. Which beggar? Why, the girl from the Zhang family who brought misfortune upon half the village. Several passers-by cast peculiar glances at the two. Hearing such remarks, Jiang Qinxiu lowered her head. In the next moment, a warm hand gently ruffled her hair, and upon looking up, she met Shen Shuqing's encouraging gaze. The tremor ran through her heart, and with pursed lips, she resolutely lifted her head. Soon, they arrived at the fabric shop. Shenda, who has come to select clothing again, the shopkeeper, Wang, immediately greeted them with a smile. Wang, could you please select a few warm garments for her? Shen Shuqing inquired with a smile. Certainly, Wang replied, glancing at the little girl holding Shen Shuqing's hand. Upon closer inspection, he found her somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that this little girl was none other than the ill-fated daughter of the Zhang family. Just yesterday, he had pondered why Shenda, who would purchase clothing for a child. Now, it seemed, those garments were intended for this girl, whom everyone shunned. Wang immediately suggested, Shenda Hu, may I have a word with you privately? His eyes conveyed persistent signals. After all, Shen Shuqing had been in town for only a year, and given his generous spending habits, he was a valued customer for Wang's small fabric shop. He wanted to offer some discreet advice. Jiang Qinxiu, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, grew tense, her gaze dropping as she dared not look at Shen Shuqing. Noticing the change in the little figure beside him, he squeezed her hand reassuringly, saying, if Wang has something to say, it need not be spoken. Wang, glancing between Shen Shuqing and the visibly anxious Jiang Qinxiu, swallowed his words that what I meant to say was, I've received some fine materials in my shop, perfect for making warm clothing. Wang quickly shifted his tone, eager to keep the peace, understanding that as a client, maintaining a cordial relationship was paramount. Just then, a disdainful voice interrupted. Do you not chase away the harbinger of misfortune from your shop? How unfortunate! Shen Shuqing's smile faded, and he looked up to see a woman speaking. Wang's expression stiffened, leaving him a loss for words. You, a harbinger of misfortune, should be put to death. How can you still have the audacity to live? The woman glared at Jiang Qinqiu with contempt. That's enough of your ramblings. A man beside her hastily interjected, having noticed Shen Shuqing's changing demeanor. Clearly, he understood that such a wealthy individual was not someone to provoke. Why can't I say a word about this harbinger of misfortune? She is the one who brought death to her parents. The woman continued her tirade that a flicker of cold intent flashed in Shen Shuqing's eyes as he turned toward her. Jiang Qinqiu, hiding behind him, quickly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Sir, please don't do this for me." Shen Shuqing crouched down to pat her head, saying, "Qinqiu, I promise to protect you that if anyone bullies you, do not be afraid to fight back." With that, Shen Shuqing approached the woman, his voice icy. "I demand an apology for your earlier words." The woman was taken aback by Shen Shuqing's imposing presence, but her pride drove her to retort. "Apologize for what? I said nothing wrong that I apologize. Shen Dehu, my wife just speaks her mind. Please do not take offense." The man beside her quickly interjected. His attempt at placation only served to infuriate the woman further. "What are you apologizing for? I spoke the truth. She is indeed a harbinger of misfortune." Without wasting another moment, Shen Shuqing struck her across the face with a resounding slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. Half her face swelling, "He hit me. He hit me. Just because he has money, he thinks he can do this," she wailed on the ground. The man stood frozen, unsure of how to react. "You coward, my wife has been struck. And you do nothing?" she cried, wiping her tears, seeing his wife act deranged. The man gritted his teeth and stepped forward, only to be halted by a glint of cold steel. Shen Shuqing revealed a short sword from beneath his garments, the chilling glimmer instantly silencing the woman. "I will say this once more. Apologize," he commanded, devoid of any emotion. The woman gulped, sensing the lethal intent emanating from Shen Shuqing. Overcome by fear, she stammered, "I'm sorry. I spoke carelessly. I shouldn't have said anything." "Leave," Shen Shuqing said, sheathing his sword without glancing at them again. The man hurriedly helped his wife to her feet, and they rushed out the door. "Let us resume our selection of clothing," Shen Shuqing said, donning his smile once more. "Right away," Wang replied promptly, shaken but eager to comply. Behind him, Jiang Qinqiu's heart was forever marked by this moment, for it was the first time someone had stood up for her. Unbeknownst to them, it had been over a month since Shen Shuqing took Jiang Qinqiu under his wing. Following their outing, word had spread in town that Shen Shuqing had adopted this ill-fated girl. Many approached him, urging him to abandon her, with some even suggesting her death. Shen Shuqing had rejected each suggestion, and over time, the pleas ceased, though whispers persisted behind his back. Throughout this time, Shen Shuqing had provided Jiang Qinqiu with sumptuous meals, transforming her from a frail, dirty child into a chubby little girl, her face now adorned with a hint of rosy color, utterly charming. Shen Shuqing spent his days lounging in a rocking chair with a book or basking in the sun, no longer needing to earn money, as the system provided for his every need. Life was quite leisurely, except for the occasional moments when Jiang Qinqiu displayed her mischievous side, sometimes begging him to teach her martial arts. Shen Shuqing would merely smile and gently decline, as the system had not granted him any cultivation in this body. Name: Shen Shuqing. Cultivation level: 1st grade. World: 1st generation, Tianwu True World. Female protagonist: Jiang Qinqiu. Progress: 1st stage. As of now, Shen Shuqing could only be considered a 1st-grade martial artist in the world of Jianghu, lacking any means of cultivating immortality. Jiang Qinqiu would only truly begin her training during the 2nd stage of progress, which would occur when she turned 8 and moved away. Currently, she was 5 years old, meaning there were still 3 years of peaceful days ahead. During these 3 years, Shen Shuqing would not allow Jiang Qinqiu to remain idle at home. Once her health improved, it would be time for her to learn to read, as there was a school conveniently located in the town. Shen Shuqing had already made arrangements there, initially facing resistance to enrolling Jiang Qinqiu. The girl deemed unlucky. However, the generous offerings he made ultimately swayed them. "I don't want to learn," Jiang Qinxiu sulked, her body drooping in reluctance. Shen Shuqing firmly replied, "No. What child does not know how to read? Mr. Shun, please teach me. That would be wonderful that I, Qinxiu, do not wish to attend school," whispered Jiang Qinxiu. It was not that she was unwilling to learn her letters. Rather, she yearned for Mr. Shun to instruct her. Shen Shuqing gently tapped Jiang Qinxiu on the head and chuckled. How could a teacher compare to a true mentor? Remember, you need not fear anything as long as I am here. Feeling dejected, Jiang Qinxiu reluctantly nodded. She could not bear to disappoint Mr. Shan's heartfelt intentions. As days passed, Jiang Qinxiu diligently attended school each day. Every time she was about to leave, Shen Shuqing would discreetly slip her some silver coins, encouraging her to buy pastries one day. Peeking out from the door, Jiang Qinxiu noticed that Mr. Shun was not in the courtyard. She tiptoed cautiously towards the side room. Just as she reached halfway, Shen Shuqing emerged from within, catching her in the act of sneaking. Momentarily stunned, Jiang Qinxiu averted her gaze and stammered, "Mr. Shun, I'm just going back to my room to do my homework." With that, she hurried past him. "Stop right there," Shen Shuqing called from behind. Jiang Qinxiu's small frame froze in place. Observing her guilty demeanor, Shen Shuqing felt a twinge of curiosity. Usually, this little one would cling to him upon returning home. Why was she acting so strangely today? He beckoned her closer, but Jiang Qinxiu wore a reluctant expression, which only deepened his suspicion that something was amiss, darkening his countenance. Jiang Qinxiu, glancing furtively, noticed Mr. Shun's expression shift and promptly walked over obediently. Shen Shuqing pulled her close, scrutinizing her carefully, while Jiang Qinxiu bit her lip, saying nothing and deliberately avoiding eye contact. Such subtle gestures could not escape Shen Shuqiang's keen observation. He promptly grasped the small hand she had hidden behind her back, only to discover bloodstains on her sleeve. What on earth happened? Shen Shuqiang's tone grew serious. Upon being discovered, Jiang Qinxiu's eyes reddened instantly, her voice trembling as she replied, "I am sorry, Mr. Shun." Seeing her distress, Shen Shuqiang's heart softened, and he gently inquired, "What transpired? Please tell me everything." Feeling his comforting presence, Jiang Qinxiu, with tear-streaked cheeks, confessed, "They insulted you, Mr. Shun. I wouldn't let them. So when they cursed me, I fought back as though the blood is not yours." Shen Shuqing asked, his brow furrowing. Jiang Qinxiu's small face froze in surprise. Was Mr. Shun not supposed to scold her for fighting? Why was he asking this? She replied truthfully, "The blood is not mine." Shen Shuqiang's tense expression eased, "As long as the blood is not yours. That is what matters, Mr. Shun. You won't blame me for causing trouble, will you?" Jiang Qinxiu looked up with tear-stained cheeks. Shen Shuqing wiped her tears away, smiling gently. "How could I ever blame you for something that was not your fault? You have done nothing wrong. Fighting is merely a means of self-defense. As long as you are unharmed, that is all I care about." Shen Shuqing was well aware of the rumors this little girl faced at school. Jiang Qinxiu typically bore it all in silence. Her choice to fight back stemmed from her loyalty to him. Though he felt pained by the slander she endured, it was a challenge she needed to face with courage. Wah! Upon hearing that Mr. Shun did not hold her accountable, Jiang Qinxiu threw herself into his embrace, tears flowing unabated. "Silly girl, you have done nothing wrong. Please do not cry," Shen Shuqing soothed, patting her back gently. Just then, a loud knocking echoed from outside. Shen Shuqing recognized it as the parents of the injured boys arriving. He promptly stood to open the door, with little Jiang Qinxiu trailing behind him. As the door swung open, 3 burly men appeared, each accompanied by a small boy whose head was bandaged in white cloth, blood seeping through. Shen Shuqing felt a jolt of surprise. How had Jiang Qinxiu managed to inflict such injuries upon 3 boys of her age? The boys, upon spotting Jiang Qinxiu beside Shen Shuqing, displayed a flicker of fear in their eyes. "Shendahu, what do you intend to do about this? Your wild child has beaten my son to such a state," shouted a rugged man with a beard, brandishing a bloodied cleaver. Shen Shuqing recognized him as Li Dafu, a notorious butcher from the East Street, exuding a menacing aura. Any ordinary person might have been intimidated. But not he. "Yes, what are you going to do? We demand an explanation," the other 2 men chimed in, clearly deferring to Li Dafu's authority. Shen Shuqiao's expression remained calm as he replied, I acknowledge my studentess' wrongdoing. I will cover the medical expenses and additionally provide 5 taels of silver as compensation. Let this matter end here and do not block my doorway. After briefly assessing the situation, Shen Shuqiao straightforwardly addressed the compensation, wishing to avoid any escalation. Upon hearing the generous offer, Li Dafu and his companions appeared visibly intrigued. 0.5 taels of silver was no small sum. In some shops, one might only earn 1,000 copper coins in a month, equating to merely 1 tael. This amount represented 5 months' wages for them, far exceeding their expectations for extortion. 0.5 taels is far too little. It must be at least 10 taels plus a beating for that little wretch. You should understand how precious my son is. He cannot be compared to your wild child. Li Dafu's eyes glinted with malice. Jiang Qinxiu trembled slightly, sensing the tension in the air, yet gradually found some solace. Shen Shuqiao maintained his composed demeanor. Li Dafu, do not overstep your bounds. His calm tone carried an underlying chill. A shiver ran down Li Dafu's spine, instinctively invoking fear. By this time, a crowd had gathered, their eyes trained on the scene unfolding before them. After grasping the situation, many regarded Shen Shuqiao with disdain, some even siding with Li Dafu. That I warned him before, it would be best to rid ourselves of this ill-fated girl. But he wouldn't listen. Bah, such bad luck? This girl, who brings misfortune to her parents, deserves to be drowned like a pig. Various harsh words pierced the air like daggers, causing Jiang Qinxiu to tremble uncontrollably. Typically, the townsfolk treated Shen Shuqiao with respect. However, since he had taken Jiang Qinxiu in, their demeanor had soured. Behind his back, they whispered all manner of slander, even avoiding walking near his door, fearful of catching any ill fate. Shen Shuqiao remained unfazed by their comments, for his sole concern lay with Jiang Qinxiu. Seeing that Li Dafu had garnered support, emboldened by the crowd, he retorted, I have already stated the terms of compensation. If you do not accept them, then kindly leave. His patience with Li Dafu was wearing thin. Yet Li Dafu persisted, I demand 10 taels and that wild child. With that, he lunged toward Jiang Qinxiu, his expression menacing. That you're asking for trouble. This provocation finally extinguished Shen Shuqiao's patience. He intercepted Li Dafu's advance with a firm grip, twisting forcefully. My hand is broken, Li Dafu screamed, clutching his injured hand, his fury boiling over. I will kill you. Another figure brandished a blood-stained cleaver, charging directly at Shen Shuqiao's face. Shen Shuqiao's expression remained impassive as he evaded the strike with remarkable speed, propelling his foot against the corpulent form of Li Dafu. Boom! Li Dafu, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was sent flying several meters by the forceful kick, crashing violently into the wall and immediately doubling over to vomit. The cleaver fell effortlessly into Shen Shuqiao's grasp, and with a flourish, he hurled it towards Li Dafu. The air crackled with the sound of cutting wind as the cleaver embedded itself into the wall, mere millimeters from Li Dafu. The sight was so shocking that he fainted on the spot. While the onlookers were equally stunned by the rapid turn of events, they had not anticipated Li Dafu's audacity to strike, nor could they fathom how Shen Shuqiao's slender frame could unleash such tremendous power. The ability to send Li Dafu flying was truly astonishing to them. With a glacial gaze, Shen Shuqiao then turned to the 2 remaining followers of Li Dafu. The pair, paralyzed by the earlier spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines as Shen Shuqiao regarded them. They hastily declared, I want nothing more. I shall leave at once. Without a moment's hesitation, they dashed towards the opposite side of the street, too frightened to even mention compensation. None had informed them that Shen Shuqiao possessed martial prowess. Otherwise, they might have reconsidered their approach, knowing that a kick from him could easily prove fatal for their slight frames. Regret swelled within them as they lamented that they should have simply retained their 5 taels of silver. Having dealt with the 3, Shen Shuqiao coldly addressed the crowd, stating, Jiang Qinxiu is my student. I do not wish to hear any further mention of her, nor do I tolerate any trouble directed at her. This served as a stern warning to all present. Anyone daring to harass Jiang Qinxiu would first have to contend with Li Dafu's fate. Without waiting for the crowd's shocked expressions to settle, he took Jiang Qinxiu by the hand and led her into the courtyard. After thoroughly checking to ensure she bore no injuries, he finally relaxed. Though Jiang Qianxiu remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Noticing her discontent, Shen Shuqing offered soothing words. Qianxiu, you are unharmed. There is no need for you to worry about me. You have done nothing wrong. I shall handle everything. Sir, I do not wish to attend school for the next few days, Jiang Qianxiu murmured softly, her crimson eyes lifting to meet his. Very well, Shen Shuqing replied, gently ruffling her hair. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 years had slipped by in Haishi Town. The first stage of the system was drawing to a close, heralding the commencement of Jiang Qianxiu's second stage. Now 8 years old, she had grown from a diminutive child to a graceful figure of 1.40 meters, her appearance becoming increasingly refined, reminiscent of an unripe green apple exuding purity. As Jiang Qianxiu matured, her penchant for mischief also flourished, frequently bringing Shen Shuqing unnecessary troubles, yet he managed to resolve them all. Among her peers at school, Jiang Qianxiu had nearly bested them all in combat. None dared to challenge her. Over time, she had evolved into something of a leader among the town's children. Although she had not formed any genuine friendships over the years, she seemed indifferent to this lack that I in her heart. Nothing surpassed the significance of her teacher. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to Shen Shuqing's presence. Jiang Qianxiu no longer felt the sting of gossip as she once had. However, when walking through the streets, townsfolk would steer clear of her as if she were a harbinger of plague. Yet, she remained unconcerned, content with simply having her teacher by her side, relishing in their conversations. If anyone dared to utter a word against Shen Shuqing, Jiang Qianxiu would fiercely defend him, resembling an enraged lion brandishing her claws. Sir, I am back, exclaimed 8-year-old Jiang Qianxiu as she burst through the door, her spirit as lively as a sparrow. Shen Shuqing reclined in his usual rocking chair, engrossed in a book or basking in the warm sunlight. With spring transitioning into summer, the sun was pleasantly mild. Shen Shuqing murmured, his book shielding his face as he acknowledged her. The next moment, a small hand swept the book aside, revealing Jiang Qianxiu's developing little canine teeth as she said, Sir, you shouldn't spend all your time lounging in the courtyard. You ought to go out more often. Shen Shuqing chuckled. Ah, my little girl has grown up and is now looking after me. He had heard similar sentiment from her countless times, yet he felt no inclination to move. After all, such leisurely days were fleeting, and he intended to savor every moment he could. Humph! Jiang Qianxiu huffed, and in an instant, she playfully tapped his cheek. Feeling the coolness of her touch, Shen Shuqing looked up in surprise. Meeting her mischievous grin, before he could utter a word, she skipped away, leaving him to wipe the moisture from his face with a bemused smile, but he thought nothing of it. After all, Jiang Qianxiu was merely 8 years old. What ill intentions could a child of that age harbor? The following day, as dawn broke and the pale blue sky still bore a few scattered stars, Shen Shuqing rose early, having no habit of sleeping in. He dressed promptly and began preparing breakfast, ensuring that Jiang Qianxiu would awaken to a warm meal. This routine had become second nature to him over the years, as he had grown accustomed to single-handedly raising Jiang Qianxiu, nurturing her into a plump and vibrant young girl. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shen Shuqing was tending to the fire, a rapid series of knocks echoed from the door. Perplexed, he wondered who could be visiting at such an early hour. Setting down the firewood, he opened the door to find a throng of people gathered outside. At the forefront stood an elderly man, the town's mayor, Jiang Chashan. Behind him trailed a group of townsfolk, each wielding various tools, hoes, rakes, and kitchen knives, suggesting their intentions were far from friendly. Squinting, Shen Shuqing inquired, Mayor Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Chashan hesitated before responding. Has it crossed your mind to consider relocating Shundahu? Upon hearing this, Shen Shuqing immediately grasped their purpose. They intended to drive him away. He understood that the first phase of the system's task had concluded, and he would soon be departing. However, he had not anticipated such a manner of exit. Despite this, Shen Shuqing maintained his composure and replied, Mayor Jiang, what do you mean? I have settled in quite well here. Why would I need to move? To speak plainly, Shundahu, Jiang Chashan sighed, the conditions in our town had deteriorated significantly over the past few years. Our lands have suffered, and life has become increasingly difficult for us. We have lost many lives, and while I acknowledge your assistance, We can no longer endure this situation, but we hope you can understand. It is a matter of survival. Jiang Chashan's words carried the weight of the town's collective grievances. He had witnessed firsthand the natural disasters that plagued Haishi town, prolonged rainfall that submerged crops, and extended droughts that cracked the very earth. Just when the fields began to recover, pestilence would ravage the crops, leaving devastation in its wake. Over the years, Shen Shuqing had generously provided aid, expending hundreds of taels to support those struggling to make ends meet. Although Jiang Chashan did not explicitly mention Jiang Qianxiu, his every word hinted at her. The townsfolk had begun to blame her for their hardships, leading to a unanimous decision to expel Shen Shuqing and his student. Despite his past efforts to aid them, within Shen Shuqing, a sense of indignation began to simmer. Thus, all of this must be attributed to Jiang Qianxiu. At tea times, Shen Shuqing would ponder whether it was heaven's disfavor towards Jiang Qianxiu, or the machinations of the system, or perhaps all of this was merely a figment of baseless rumors. Occasionally, Shen Shuqing found himself wishing to abandon this wretched task, hoping that Jiang Qianxiu would not have to endure further suffering. Yet, the system's warning loomed over him. Failure to complete the task would condemn him to an eternal abyss, rendering him unable to return. Consequently, Shen Shuqing felt powerless to alter the impending circumstances. He simply could not prevent them. Observing the resolute gazes of the townsfolk before him, along with the implements of agriculture in their hands, Shen Shuqing smiled. It seemed that even without his consent, they would resort to violence to drive them away. Jiang Chashan anxiously watched Shen Shuqing, gripping the rusted sickle in his hand even tighter. "Sir," a timid voice called from behind. Jiang Qianxiu, with reddened eyes, gazed at the townspeople at the door. She had been awake for some time, but had lingered in the warmth of her bed, reluctant to rise. The commotion at the door had disturbed her, prompting her to stealthily dress and eavesdrop. Jiang Qianxiu was not naive. She understood Jiang Chashan's words all too well. "Qianxiu," Shen Shuqing was taken aback to find Jiang Qianxiu right behind him, unnoticed. "What have I done wrong for you to drive me and the sir away? How can you treat us like this?" Jiang Qianxiu shouted angrily at the crowd outside, her fury unprecedented. She perceived the deep disdain reflected in their eyes. Urging Shen Dehu to relocate, Jiang Chashan's murky gaze remained fixed on Shen Shuqing. "Shen Dehu, please move away. Just rid us of this calamity. Let us be spared," the others chimed in, expressing their grievances. "Sir, we shall not move. Why should we be treated this way?" Jiang Qianxiu clutched the hem of Shen Shuqing's garment, seething with indignation. Shen Shuqing could sense the girl's unwillingness to submit, yet he could only acquiesce to the system's demands. "Mayor Jiang, could we at least have a warm meal before departing?" he said, suppressing his own ire. "I hope Shen Dehu will keep his word." Jiang Chashan remained steadfast, sitting on the ground outside with a throng of followers. Gazing at their grotesque expressions, Shen Shuqing's temper flared, his voice chilling. "I prefer not to be disturbed while dining. Whoever disrupts shall face dire consequences if necessary. I may have to take a few lives before departing." What could these people truly do to him? Hearing Shen Shuqing's icy words, akin to a vengeful spirit, Jiang Chashan broke into a cold sweat. Afterward, Shen Shuqing closed the door and led Jiang Qianxiu away. The atmosphere was laden with silence. Neither spoke, yet they worked together in unison. Shortly thereafter, steaming dishes were served at the table. Shen Shuqing continued to eat sparingly, while Jiang Qianxiu seemed bereft of appetite. Hesitating to pick up her chopsticks, "Sir, can we not leave?" Jiang Qianxiu lifted her tear-streaked face, droplets cascading down her cheeks. Shen Shuqing's heart ached, and he spoke gently. "In this vast world, where is not a home? I shall take you to another place. No. This is my home with you, sir. It is the home you have given to Qianxiu. I do not wish to lose it, nor you." Jiang Qianxiu's tear-stained visage was filled with despair. She could not comprehend why these people harbored such animosity towards her. They struck her, scolded her, and she had no friends or age. She could disregard all of that. But now, they sought to expel her, to take away her home. She recalled the promise made by Shen Shuqing, that this was her home, the true home of Jiang Qianxiu and her sir. Yet now, this group wished to strip that away. Jiang Qianxiu, while loathing them, also resented herself, believing she had brought misfortune upon Shen Shuqing. It was her fault that he could only take her away. Through the crack of the door, she beheld the crowd, and a sinister thought took root within her, expanding uncontrollably. You all claim I am a harbinger of misfortune, a daughter of curses. Then I shall curse you to an ill fate. May you never find peace in death. If you all perish, only I and the Sir shall remain together. How wonderful that would be. Let you all die. All of you. Perish, leaving only me and the Sir. I could give the Sir many little Sirs. How splendid this world would be. A sickly smile crept upon Jiang Qianqiu's face unbeknownst to her. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky that a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel rent the heavens, illuminating the dawn's grayness. Breakfast passed in a shroud of silence, and after hastily packing a few belongings, Shen Shuqing departed from the town of Haishi, where he had resided for 4 years. That he carried little, merely 2 bundles, the majority of which contained Jiang Qianqiu's clothing, despite his promise to buy her new ones in another place. Jiang Qianqiu still felt reluctant to part with them, insisting they were gifts from the Sir. Whenever these garments bore even a small tear, she would weep quietly in sorrow. Before their departure, Jiang Chashan provided them with a cart. The duo, one large and one small, climbed aboard and, under the expectant gazes of the townsfolk, gradually distanced themselves from Haishi. Finally, that jinx has left. That it is about time. They should have departed long ago. That I wish they would perish along the way. Indeed, they ought to die, the townsfolk mocked from behind, unleashing venomous words. Enough of that. Keep your remarks to a minimum, Jiang Chashan interjected, silencing the incessant chatter. Thus, the pair swiftly drove the cart far from Haishi. Jiang Qianqiu remained hidden within the cart, her spirits low, uttering not a single word. On horseback, Shen Shuqing frequently heard the muffled sobs of the little girl from within. His heart felt as if it were gripped by a vice, nearly suffocating him. He was at a loss for how to console her, knowing that the pain of the second phase would be even greater. Death loomed ever closer, almost within reach. Unbeknownst to them, the cart had traveled for an entire day, heading towards the Tianwu Empire, the most prosperous capital, and also the very grave where Shen Shuqing's fate was to unfold. With each step the cart took, Shen Shuqing's heart grew heavier. The following day, a blanket of dark clouds enveloped Haishi. Just as dawn broke, a band of bandits surged in from unknown origins. Without warning, they began to slaughter indiscriminately. The sounds of combat and anguished cries reverberated through the dim morning air. Corpses and blood stained the streets, coloring the land crimson. The gruesome scene resembled a hellish purgatory. This one-sided massacre continued for an extended period, leaving no survivors in Haishi. Shen Shuqing remained oblivious to this. And even if he were to learn of it, his heart would not waver in the slightest. Were it not for the system, he would have long sought to eliminate these wretches that in the blink of an eye. They had traveled for 3 days. Fortunately, their provisions were ample. Based on their journey, they still had at least 4 days before reaching the capital. During these days, aside from a few words exchanged at mealtimes, Jiang Qianqiu remained sullen, retreating in a solitude within the cart. She no longer clung to Shen Shuqing as she once did, chattering incessantly. Shen Shuqing could only sigh helplessly at Jiang Qianqiu's transformation. "Sir, where are we going?" Jiang Qianqiu stepped out of the cart, her gaze vacant and forlorn. Shen Shuqing gently patted her head, saying, "I shall take you to the capital." "What is the capital like?" "Have you been there, sir? Can you tell me about it?" Jiang Qianqiu inquired. She had never ventured beyond Haishi. Her world was confined to its borders, with room only for Shen Shuqing in her heart. "I have not been there, but it is vast and bustling, filled with many delicious treats. Once we arrive, I will buy you plenty of good food and beautiful clothes." Shen Shuqing had never ventured to the imperial capital since his arrival in this world. He had remained in Blackstone Town. Although he had not set foot there, it was, after all, the capital of the Tianwu dynasty and could not possibly be compared to this insignificant place. "Will there be a home for us there?" Jiang Qianqiu inquired, her voice tinged with a yearning for home. Shen Shuqing, after a moment of melancholy, replied, "There will be a home for us there. I promise you, my dear," though this promise might eventually fade. Shen Shuqing hoped, for the time being, to bring joy to the little girl. Indeed, Jiang Qinqiu's expression began to brighten, and her mood gradually lifted from the shadows. "Then I shall choose our home when the time comes," she said with a note of cheerfulness. "Good." Shen Shuqing responded with a smile. Little Jiang Qinqiu's previously sickly demeanor blossomed into a radiant smile as she daydreamed about what their home in the capital would be like. Surely, no one there would call her the ominous girl anymore. Surely, no one would drive them away. Surely, it would be far happier than life in Blackstone Town. What would their new home be like? Regardless, as long as it was a home with her teacher, it would be the best home that in the days that followed. Shen Shuqing was inundated with Jiang Qinqiu's incessant chatter, most of which revolved around their future home in the imperial capital, discussing what kind of furniture to buy and where to place it, as well as whether there were any peculiar and interesting trinkets in the capital. Shen Shuqing found no annoyance, always responding with a smile. 5 days had passed on their journey, with only 2 days left until they reached the imperial capital. After traversing through a lush grove, Shen Shuqing decided to take a brief respite. The verdant meadow was perfect for the horses to graze. The gentle murmur of a stream flowed from the eastern side of the forest. Tying the reins of the carriage to a tree, Shen Shuqing took a water jug and made his way toward the stream. "I want to go too." Jiang Qinqiu, unable to sit still in the carriage, joyfully followed suit. As they approached the grove, Shen Shuqing unexpectedly discovered a dilapidated temple, its dusty exterior suggesting it had been neglected for quite some time. Passing by the mountain temple, he suddenly felt an uncanny sensation, as if someone were staring at him from behind. However, he thought little of it and continued onward, leading Jiang Qinqiu. Soon, the two figures, one large and one small, arrived at the flowing stream, where Shen Shuqing filled his water jug from the crystal-clear water cascading down the rocks. "This place is so beautiful," Jiang Qinqiu exclaimed, mesmerized by the clear stream winding through the green hills and forests. Resembling a ribbon of silver satin in Blackstone Town, she had never witnessed such a scene. "That if you like it, we shall stay a little longer," Shen Shuqing replied. Opportunities to enjoy the scenery were rare for Jiang Qinqiu, and once they reached the imperial capital, such sights would be hard to come by. Jiang Qinqiu murmured, "It's a pity this isn't home." How she longed to remain here with her teacher. Yet, no matter how beautiful the landscape, it could not compare to the warmth of home. Shen Shuqing paused momentarily, his actions faltering as he refrained from responding. After a brief while, he filled 2 bags with water and began his journey back. As he traversed the grove, he faintly heard the sound of clashing weapons. Shen Shuqing did not halt his steps, continuing on his way. However, as the sounds grew closer, the clamor of battle intensified, accompanied by the metallic scent of blood and the piercing cries of anguish. Shen Shuqing immediately stopped, taking Jiang Qinqiu to hide nearby. Peering through the tangled branches, he saw 2 groups confronting each other before the once-ruined temple. Several bodies lay sprawled on the muddy ground. Judging by the situation, the fallen were likely from the group on the left, consisting of 2 elegantly dressed women and a knife-wielding guard on the right. There were at least several dozen men. Clad in simple attire, wielding long knives, their expressions fierce that it seemed that mountain bandits were attacking a household. Shen Shuqing's expression darkened as he realized the situation effectively blocked his path home. Moreover, the battle had already concluded. Even if he attempted to take a detour, any movement would risk discovery. Shen Shuqing genuinely wished to remain uninvolved in this matter, yet a troublesome predicament lay before him. When Qingning, it seems that no matter how you try to escape, you cannot evade us. You might as well come with us willingly, said a scar-faced man coldly. The girl named Wen Qingming had a strikingly beautiful face, adorned in a green embroidered dress, her slender waist trembling slightly as she supported another equally stunning woman beside her. "Who sent you?" Wen Qingming inquired, her voice as melodious as a songbird. "Miss Wen, there's no need to ask such foolish questions. In this situation, not even the gods can save you. It is best to accept reality and come with me," replied the scar-faced man. When Qingming's complexion turned pale, her teeth clenched tightly. "If I go with you, will you let my sister go?" "Sister, if you must die, let us die together. If you must go, let us go together," the tearful girl beside her insisted. When Qingming gazed resolutely at the scar-faced man, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Unfortunately, The scar-faced man merely shook his head and said, "Someone has specifically requested the two young ladies of the Wen family, so neither can leave." When Qingning's beautiful face drained of color, her eyes filled with despair. "Eldest miss, second miss, please flee. I will hold them off." At that moment, the knife-wielding guard bravely charged toward the scar-faced man. In the next instant, the scar-faced man swiftly thrust his long knife forward. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed as the guard's body fell to the side, warm blood gushing from the wound on his neck. How dare a mere fourth-grade warrior wield a blade? "Take the two young ladies and leave, but remember to be gentle," the scar-faced man coldly commanded. As the encroaching crowd closed in, the two young women from the Wen family fell into utter despair. Surrounded by the forest, as weak women, where could they possibly flee? In her desperation, when Qingning's hand subtly reached for a hairpin hidden in her hair. Even if it meant her demise, she would never allow these people to take her back. "Are you afraid, Yuning?" When Qingning asked determinedly. "Sister, I am not afraid." Yuning is not afraid either. The pale face when Yuning shook her head, clutching a hairpin in her hand, quickly stopped them. The scar-faced man shouted, realizing the two young women were about to act. The Wen sisters seized their hairpins, ready to take their own lives to, "Oh dear!" Just then, a clear exclamation resonated through the grove, momentarily freezing everyone's movements. The scar-faced man turned his bloodthirsty gaze toward the source. "Who is there?" Shen Shuqing glanced back at Jiang Qianxiu, who was covering her mouth. Jiang Qianxiu realized her mistake, her eyes avoiding her teacher's gaze. She had carelessly stepped on a twig, and in the tense atmosphere, her heart raced, prompting her unintentional exclamation that, "I will ask again. Who is there? Come out immediately," the scar-faced man demanded coldly. Shen Shuqing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He truly wished to remain uninvolved in this chaos. Even if the two women were on the verge of being captured, he had intended to stay out of it, waiting for them to leave before emerging. However, now that he had been discovered, he had no choice but to intervene. "Enough," Shen Shuqing thought to himself. He then instructed Jiang Qianxiu to remain in place. Dressed in a simple white robe, Shen Shuqing strode leisurely out of the forest. As he emerged into the sight of the crowd, the scarred man's gaze remained fixated upon him. Just moments ago, a feminine voice had spoken. How could a man now step forth? The scarred man's eyes brimmed with suspicion. Yet despite his scrutiny, he felt no palpable threat emanating from Shen Shuqing. Could it be that he was merely an ordinary passerby? Nevertheless, even if he were just an ordinary person, the scarred man resolved not to let him escape. Anyone who witnessed this scene must perish. The two young ladies from the Wen family also expressed their bewilderment, exclaiming, "A feminine voice? Yet why does a man appear?" When Yuning suddenly recalled something and whispered, "Sister, isn't this the man we saw passing by half an hour ago? I remember he had a little girl following him." Upon hearing this, Wen Qingning also recollected the encounter. Alas, they had inadvertently implicated him. Wen Qingning sighed. "Sister, why do I feel as if this resembles the tales of heroes rescuing damsels in distress?" When Yuning's eyes sparkled with anticipation, Wen Qingning shook her head, choosing not to comment. Her younger sister often indulged in trivial urban novels. What kind of master would appear here, only to fortuitously encounter her and save her? "Come out, there's no need to hide the second one," the scarred man said casually. Since he was merely an ordinary person, it would be easy to dispose of him, like accidentally stepping on an ant while walking. Would one care? Certainly not. One would hardly glance at it. Perhaps only feeling their shoes had become slightly soiled. Shen Shuqiang's expression remained calm, his eyes devoid of emotion as he remarked, "I alone suffice. There is no need for two." Shen Shuqiang's nonchalance elicited derisive laughter from the scarred man. "Kid, I hope your mouth remains this tough when you meet your end," the scarred man sneered, revealing a cruel smile that made his already fearsome visage even more terrifying. "Big brother, let me handle this. I assure you he will die a most miserable death." One of the men beside him, wielding a knife, approached Shen Shuqiang with a fierce glint in his eyes. Shen Shuqiang's gaze remained unperturbed as he casually picked up a bloodied longsword from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the blood effortlessly fell away, revealing a me when Qingning yearned to ask him directly why he treated her in such a manner. Suddenly, as if she had come to a realization, a pale smile graced her lips. Indeed, no matter how esteemed the Wen family may be, it is but a chancellor, while Zhao Hongya, despite being a scoundrel, is still a prince. What a chancellor can offer, a prince can also provide. Conversely, what a prince can bestow is beyond the reach of a chancellor. When Qingning felt an acute pain in her heart, akin to countless needles piercing her, rendering her speechless. 2 lines of tears glistened on her exquisite countenance, and her entire being appeared listless, supported by Wen Yuning. Meanwhile, the scarred man paid no heed to these sentiments, having already divulged the truth. Miss Wen, I've shared all that I know. Would you be so kind as to spare me? Let today be as if I never came, he declared, when Qingning, in a daze with vacant eyes, offered no response. While Wen Yuning's beautiful gaze turned towards Shen Shuqing, the scarred man had slaughtered so many of their kin. How could he now seek mercy? Yet, the one wielding authority in this situation was the handsome young man clad in white. And it was unfortunate that Wen Yuning was unfamiliar with him. That I implore you, young sir, to take action against them. The Wen family shall reward you handsomely. Wen Yuning beseeched. The scarred man's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted angrily. You wretched woman, I have already revealed the truth. Wrongs have their origins, and debts have their masters. You lack integrity. You have slain so many of my followers, and now you speak of fairness. What a preposterous notion. Wen Yuning ground her teeth in fury before turning once more to Shen Shuqing, imploring, I beg you, young sir, please lend your assistance. Observing the unfolding situation, the scarred man hastily added, This young hero, I can offer you money. I merely seek a path to survival. You may have your way with the 2 young ladies of the Wen family. In his mind, the scarred man assumed Shen Shuqing must be captivated by the beauty of the Wen sisters. Wen Yuning's face tightened with anxiety, fearing Shen Shuqing might acquiesce to the scarred man. Shen Shuqing had not anticipated such a turn of events, feeling the gaze of both women upon him. With an unflustered expression and an unperturbed tone, he stated, I have no involvement in your affairs and do not wish to interfere. Since you have summoned me, let us conclude matters here. Did I end that simple declaration? He sealed the fate of the scarred man and his entourage. The scarred man's visage darkened, wishing to strike himself for his own foolishness, vowing never to speak so carelessly again. Are you truly intent on a fight to the death? He feigned calmness. Brother, this lad is alone. We can easily dispose of him. Our numbers are sufficient to overwhelm him. His subordinates chimed in. Then let us attack him together. The scarred man, feeling a surge of inspiration, commanded his men to advance. Instantly, they charged towards Shen Shuqing with murderous intent, while the scarred man turned and fled into the woods, secretly relieved to let his minions face the consequences. They could not see it. But the scarred man knew well that Shen Shuqing was not someone they could easily vanquish. In an instant, a tempest swirled around Shen Shuqing, the air crackling with intensity. Leaves danced wildly, branches swayed, and the shadows of swords flickered in the wind. In a fleeting moment beneath the blazing sun, a dazzling sword light erupted forth. Shen Shuqing's gaze flashed coldly, and with a single stroke, he sealed the fates of his adversaries. Wen Yuning covered her mouth in disbelief as her beautiful eyes widened. The ones who had appeared so menacing a moment ago were now engulfed in a cold, lethal light, their fates sealed in an instant. After dispatching the assailants, Shen Shuqing casually hurled his sword into the distance. The blade let out a sharp cry, slicing through the air with the force of 1,000 armies. The scarred man felt a surge of dread and instinctively turned to look back. That single glance sent terror coursing through him. Fear of death loomed like a dark cloud in the next heartbeat. The sharp blade pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly against a sturdy tree trunk. His eyes wide with lingering fear as life drained from him in mere moments. After resolving the confrontation, Shen Shuqing paid no further heed to Wen Qingning and her sister, calling out to the woods. Qinxiu has left. I'm here, sir. Jiang Qinxiu emerged from the thicket, casting a curious glance at the lovely woman not far away, then clasped Shen Shuqing's arm. Shen Shuqing smiled and picked up his water flask, heading towards the tethered carriage. However, upon reaching the carriage, he was taken aback. The horse he had tied to the tree before leaving now lay silently in the grass, blood staining the verdant ground. His horse had been slain. Anger surged within Shen Shuqing, Without a doubt, it was the work of that group from earlier. What misfortune! He had merely gone to fetch some water, and now his horse lay dead. Young master, if you are headed somewhere, you may ride in my carriage. My carriage is just a short distance away. Wen Yuning approached, supporting her sister Wen Qingning from behind. Wen Yuning had intended to express her gratitude to Shen Shuqing. Yet he seemed entirely disinterested in engaging with her. This left her feeling somewhat embarrassed and uncomfortable. I am not an unattractive person. The men in the capital would practically strip me bare with their gazes. Yet this man doesn't even look at me, as if I were a leech. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts can be quite peculiar. If you stare at her, she may perceive you as having ulterior motives. Yet if you ignore her, she might think you pretentious. Upon seeing that his horse had been killed, Wen Yuning felt a twinge of delight. This presented her with an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Shen Shuqing glanced at himself, and then at the petite Jiang Qianxiu, saying, I am headed to the capital. I appreciate your offer. Although the capital was only a 2-day journey, Shen Shuqing could traverse it alone. Yet he did not wish for Jiang Qianxiu to endure hardship on the road. With no inns to be found, it is I who should thank you for rescuing me, Wen Yuning replied. Upon hearing that Shen Shuqing was bound for the capital, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she pondered the implications. Shen Shuqing, unable to suppress a wry smile, remained silent. Jiang Qianxiu, observing the two delicate young women, pouted slightly, inexplicably disliking them. Along the way, Shen Shuqing drove the carriage while the one sister sat inside, though Jiang Qianxiu opted to accompany him at the front, enjoying the breeze. Shen Shuqing thought little of it. Assuming Jiang Qianxiu was simply shy, compared to the finely crafted carriage of the one family, Shen Shuqing's was akin to a rough-hewn dwelling. Within the carriage, the voices of the two sisters filled the air. Most notably Wen Yuning's. Sister, it is not worth being angry over such scum. I warned you long ago that Lin Yuan was no good, yet you refused to listen, Wen Yuning consoled. When Lin Yuan frequently visited their home, she had noticed his gaze linger upon her, often creating situations where they were alone together. Initially, it was tolerable, but as time passed, she sensed his intentions. She had confided in her sister, yet Wen Qingning was so enraptured by her infatuation that she had dismissed her concerns. Little did they know that Lin Yuan was capable of such malice, committing such heinous acts. Upon their return, she vowed to speak with their father and ensure Lin's family faced repercussions that I misjudged him. Wen Qingning, with tear-streaked cheeks, managed a bitter smile. Sister, do not despair. There are many good men in the world. Once we return to the capital, I shall find a suitable match for you. When Wen Yuning uttered these words, her eyes inadvertently flickered towards Shen Shuqing, who was steering the carriage, the elder sister. Wen Qingning could not fail to notice her younger siblings' subtle glances, having always enjoyed tales of chivalry. She often fantasized about a savior appearing in her moments of despair. Now, all elements had aligned, and with this handsome young man in white before her, Wen Yuning, who had never been enamored before, was clearly smitten. Upon reaching the capital, she resolved to express her gratitude to this noble gentleman. Wen Qingning gently nudged Wen Yuning's arm, prompting her sister to understand the implication, her face instantly aflame. Go on, let me have a moment to rest. Wen Qingning spoke softly. After enduring the betrayal of her beloved, Wen Qingning felt as if her entire being had dimmed, now only yearning for a moment of tranquility. Wen Yuning was aware that her sister must be heartbroken, so she obediently stepped out of the carriage. Stealing glances at Shen Shuqiu's profile, the wisps of hair at her temples danced gently in the breeze. A deeper blush colored Wen Yuning's cheeks, resembling a ripe peach, bursting with sweetness, making her yearn to take a bite. The young lady was still oblivious to the identity of the gentleman, unaware of his surname or given name. The previously carefree Wen Yuning now appeared bashful and apprehensive. Bored, Jiang Qianxiu swung her little feet while enjoying the wind, only to turn and see the movement behind her. I am merely a wanderer in the Jianghu, Shen Shuqiu, he said, not bothering to look back. This humble girl is Wen Yuning, and the one inside is my elder sister. Today, we owe much to your timely rescue. Sir, Wen Yuning replied, her heart secretly delighted upon learning his name. Shen Shuqiu scanned the path ahead and replied nonchalantly, I was merely passing by. There is no need for thanks. That is a misconception. For while it may seem trivial to you, in our eyes, it was a matter of life and death. When we reach the capital, please allow me to show my gratitude, sir. I hope you will not refuse." Wen Yuning spoke earnestly. Shen Shuqing held his silence, his mood heavy as the distance to the capital grew shorter. He wished to avoid any further complications. Wen Yuning gently inquired, "May I ask what brings you to the capital?" "Sir, I seek a place to settle after wandering for so long," Shen Shuqing replied casually. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuning's beautiful visage lit up with barely concealed joy. Shen Shuqing's intention to reside in the capital meant she would have more opportunities to see him. "If you do not mind, the Wen residence has a vacant room. You could stay there as a token of my appreciation for your assistance," she added, her tone laced with eagerness. Shen Shuqing noticed her excitement and felt puzzled, wondering what she found so thrilling. Fearing his refusal, Wen Yuning decisively declared, "It is settled then. Upon our arrival in the capital, I shall personally escort you there." Shen Shuqing's response was stifled, and he chose silence. Planning to find an excuse to escape once they reached the capital, Jiang Qianxiu stared wide-eyed, glaring at Wen Yuning, her dislike for the woman growing by the moment. "That is my master. Why do you keep talking to him?" she thought, feeling increasingly annoyed. "I truly despise this." "You must not speak to my master." Jiang Qianxiu's mind was filled with resentment. Wen Yuning seemed to notice the little girl's unwavering gaze upon her. Sensing perhaps that the child harbored some animosity, simultaneously, she speculated that the girl, though young, could not possibly be the gentleman's daughter. But if she were, where was her mother? Had she perhaps passed away? In an instant, Wen Yuning's mind swirled with thoughts, and if that were the case, it would indeed be pitiable that a glimmer of compassion crossed Wen Yuning's eyes as she looked at Jiang Qianxiu. Jiang Qianxiu's expression soured as she felt bewildered by the pitying gaze directed at her. "Master, do you know where this little girl's mother is now?" Wen Yuning asked, her nervousness palpable. Shen Shuqing, realizing her thoughts, replied with a hint of resignation. "Her name is Jiang Qianxiu. She is my student." "Ah!" Wen Yuning gasped, covering her mouth, her face flushing crimson. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment. After all that speculation, it turned out their relationship was merely that of teacher and student, which was a relief. Jiang Qianxiu, having understood the situation, was even more displeased, realizing this woman had mistaken her for her master's daughter, that "I would rather be his wife." Jiang Qianxiu's mind began to wander into fanciful notions. The brief time spent in the carriage flew by, and before long, they arrived at the grand gates of the capital. After presenting their pass, they entered the inner city under the respectful gazes of the soldiers. Upon entering, Jiang Qianxiu was awestruck by the splendor surrounding her. The wide streets were alive with the sounds of vendors, and vibrant red lanterns adorned every eve. Stalls overflowed with various trinkets, capturing Jiang Qianxiu's gaze. There were also delicacies and candies she had never seen before. Silks of every hue and exquisite porcelain were abundant, while passers-by donned luxurious robes. Having grown up in the humble Blackstone town, Jiang Qianxiu could hardly fathom witnessing such opulence, which would soon be her home with her master. She envisioned indulging in treats she had never tasted and wearing beautiful garments, provided that her master remained by her side. Under Wen Yuning's guidance, the carriage soon halted before an imposing residence. Miss Wen is back." The gates swung open, and a flurry of servants rushed out, surrounding the carriage in an instant. And One paid particular attention to Shen Shuqing's unfamiliar figure, which suited him just fine. He quietly slipped away, carrying his bundle while leading little Jiang Qianxiu. Inside the carriage, Wen Yuning entrusted her sister, Wen Qingning, to a maid before eagerly searching for Shen Shuqing's silhouette. However, once the crowd dispersed, she found no trace of the figure clad in white. Wen Yuning stamped her foot in frustration and turned to a nearby servant, asking anxiously, where did the two who drove the carriage go? The tall one and the small one? The flustered servant recalled seeing the coachman heading eastward down the street and replied, "I believe I saw the coachman walking that way." That a flicker of disappointment crossed Wen Yuning's eyes. He had left without even a word of farewell. Am I truly so frightening that he hastily departed? She mused. Humph, but the capital is my domain. He cannot escape here, even if he dislikes it. I too detest being in debt to others. We shall simply agree to part ways later. Resolutely, She commanded, "Send someone to search for him and keep an eye out for anyone looking to purchase a house nearby." Though the servant did not understand why the young lady was so concerned about a mere coachman, he complied with her orders. Meanwhile, Shen Shuqing led Jiang Qianxiu through the bustling streets, where the little girl's steps slowed as she became enamored with the sights. She stopped at one stall after another, and soon Shen Shuqing's hands were filled with an assortment of trinkets, all for Jiang Qianxiu, who clutched candies in her small hands, her cheeks stuffed. "Where are we going?" "Master," Jiang Qianxiu asked, her words muffled. Shen Shuqing chuckled, playfully tapping her head. "We're going to see our new home, unless you wish to sleep on the streets tonight." Jiang Qianxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, I want to choose." With enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Sir, what do you think of this villa? It features a courtyard with locust trees, perfect for summer shade and winter warmth. Surrounding it, we could plant flowers and plants to brighten the view. Most importantly, the location is splendid, just a short distance from the Tianan River, where poetic gatherings and lantern displays occur every evening. Moreover, the furnishings are all of the finest quality, so you need not worry about a thing." A plump middle-aged man led Shen Shuqing through the villa, speaking animatedly. Shen Shuqing did not respond immediately, instead turning to Jiang Qianxiu and asking, "Do you like it?" Jiang Qianxiu, with her little hands clasped, whispered, "Is it expensive?" The man quickly interjected, "Not at all, just 800 taels. This is the last villa of its kind available that if you like it, you should act quickly." Jiang Qianxiu's mouth dropped open slightly. Shocked by the price, since learning to read, she understood that 800 taels was an astronomical sum. She had never seen so much money in her life, and while it was her master who would pay, she was uncertain of how much he had. "Master, I don't like this one. Let us find another," she suggested. Jiang Qianxiu clutched the corner of Shen Shuqing's garment, expressing that 800 taels was still far too expensive for her. All she desired was a home with her esteemed gentleman, regardless of its size. Even a modest dwelling would suffice. Shen Shuqing, observing Jiang Qianxiu's demeanor, was acutely aware that, deep down, she was fond of him. Yet the steep price had evidently intimidated her. "This is sufficient. No need for a change," he declared, casually tossing a heavy package to the middle-aged man. The man's face lit up with uncontainable joy, astonished that this seemingly ordinary youth was so generous. Indeed, those who could afford to buy property in the capital were often hidden talents. "Very well, I shall not disturb your rest any further. Should you require anything, you may find me at Shangyun Tower," the portly man said, his eyes narrowing into a gleeful squint. "No need for that, sir," Jiang Qianxiu replied once the man departed, as if awakening from a dream. She was momentarily stunned by Shen Shuqing's casual generosity and quickly sought to explain herself, hoping to persuade him to retract the offer. Shen Shuqing chuckled, ruffling her hair. "It's quite all right. I still have ample funds. And besides, this is what Qianxiu desires. After all, it is our home, is it not? A little kindness towards our home is hardly a burden. Since the money belonged to the system, it was inexhaustible. Why not indulge oneself a bit?" Furthermore, Shen Shuqing was curious to experience what it felt like for the wealthy to purchase a house with such carefree abandon, unrestrained by the cost. Jiang Qianxiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she declared, "Sir, I will grow up to earn money to support you." "Excellent." Shen Shuqing responded with a smile, "that I shall earn a great deal to provide for you, sir." "You can do it, Qianxiu," she encouraged herself, then followed Shen Shuqing to select a residence of her own, ultimately choosing one adjacent to his. The entire courtyard was immaculate, maintained by daily cleaning, yet Jiang Qianxiu insisted on thoroughly tidying it herself. She meticulously arranged the entire space, and before she realized it, dusk had fallen. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Shen Shuqing looked up, puzzled. Who could be outside? Having just arrived in the capital, he was unacquainted with anyone. With a furrowed brow, he rose to answer the door. Standing outside was the same portly man who had sold him the house, accompanied by a graceful young lady with striking, bright eyes. It was none other than Wen Yuning, who had journeyed with him to the capital. "Hello," Wen Yuning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she greeted him. "What brings you here?" Shen Shuqing replied coolly. "You bought the house I intended to gift you. How could I not be here?" Wen Yuning responded with a beaming smile. At that moment, she felt an undeniable sense of fate. This property had been listed at Shangyun Tower for quite some time, but its exorbitant price had prevented its sale. To her astonishment, upon hearing that it had finally sold, she immediately sought to retract the sale, as she had reserved it for Shen Shuqing. However, upon inquiring, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was indeed Shen Shuqing who had made the purchase. After hearing the explanation, Shen Shuqing was taken aback by the sheer coincidence. He had no desire to entangle himself further with the second daughter of the Wen family, yet given that Jiang Qinxiu was fond of the house, retracting the purchase was no longer an option. He resolved to proceed with the acquisition, planning to limit his future interactions with her. "Sir, if you had mentioned this earlier, I would not have dared to accept your money. Here, the 800 taels are returned in full," the middle-aged man said, extending the package back to Shen Shuqing. Shen Shuqing shook his head in refusal. "Since I have paid for the house, it is now mine. One does not return a purchase merely because there was no business transaction. If you insist on this course of action, I shall simply seek another place." But the middle-aged man looked to Wen Yuning, bewildered. "Just accept it," she urged nonchalantly. "Should you find yourself in need of funds later, you may reclaim it at any time." With her permission, the man finally departed. Once he was gone, Shen Shuqing remarked, "It is getting late. Miss Wen should return home." As he spoke, he began to close the door, but when Yuning suddenly slipped through the Is young master Shen truly so unwelcoming to a young lady? She inquired, drawing closer to him. The fragrance of her presence was reminiscent of magnolia blossoms in spring, overwhelming his senses. When Yuning's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It was the first time she had dared to draw so close to a man. "What are you doing?" A furious voice suddenly boomed from behind. Jiang Qinxiu stormed over like an irate little tiger, extending her arms protectively in front of Shen Shuqing. "She has only rested inside, and already this woman is trying to devour my sir. If anyone is to feast upon him, it shall be myself. No one else may." Jiang Qinxiu's disdain for Wen Yuning grew exponentially. The latter, taken aback by Jiang Qinxiu's fierce glare, felt an unexpected chill run down her spine, her earlier confidence waning as she realized she had been intimidated by a mere child. "Miss Wen, do you have any other business?" Shen Shuqing asked, pulling Jiang Qinxiu behind him. Finally, when Yuning spoke, "My father wishes to invite you to our residence for a gathering. You must not refuse." Shen Shuqing pondered briefly before agreeing. "I shall attend the banquet. If I decline today, it may lead to further invitations in the future. It is best to conclude this matter tonight. That little lady will wait for you outside," Wen Yuning said with a radiant smile. After Wen Yuning left, Jiang Qinxiu fumed, "Sir, this woman harbors ill intentions. She wishes to consume you." Shen Shuqing chuckled at her words. "What nonsense! Where do you come up with these ideas?" Jiang Qinxiu pouted. "That is not the case. If anyone is to feast upon you, it can only be me," she muttered under her breath. As they arrived at the Wen residence in Wen Yuning's carriage, Shen Shuqing realized that the sisters he had rescued were, in fact, the daughters of the current prime minister of the capital. The banquet lasted no more than an hour, and after a brief period of mingling, Shen Shuqing rose to take his leave. The Wen estate was vast, nearly the size of 5 of Shen Shuqing's own courtyards. Under Wen Yuning's guidance, he made his way toward the main gate. "Young master, did you find the evening to your liking?" Wen Yuning inquired, her features illuminated by the moonlight, as if she wore a delicate veil. Shen Shuqing replied nonchalantly, "Quite well." "And what of Jiang Qinxiu?" Wen Yuning asked, glancing at the pouting girl beside her. Jiang Qinxiu turned her head defiantly, refusing to acknowledge her. Yet, Wen Yuning remained unfazed, maintaining her smile. The trio strolled side by side under the moonlight, their silhouettes reflected in the clear pond beside them. Wen Yuning felt a sweet sensation in her heart, wishing that this moment could last indefinitely, even without an end in sight. Alas, the path was short, and soon they arrived at the entrance to the main hall. "Qingning, let me explain. It is not as you perceive it. Go away. I do not wish to see you." Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Wen Yuning's expression darkened, and she swiftly made her way to the door. Shen Shuqing, sensing her agitation, took Jiang Qinxiu's hand and followed closely behind. Outside stood a man and a woman. The woman was Wen Qingning, while the man, clad in black, exuded an extraordinary presence. "Lin Yuan, How dare you show your face here after what you have done? I have yet to seek my vengeance, and you come to me?" When Yuning's beautiful eyes blazed with fury, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted from Wen Qingning to Shen Shuqing and Jiang Qianxiu, and upon spotting them, an unusual glimmer flickered in his eyes. "Yuning, you have arrived at just the right moment. Please persuade your sister that I am innocent of that incident. You must believe me," he implored. Slap. When Yuning raised her delicate hand and struck him, saying, "Stop pretending to be the good guy. I will tell you, Lin Yuan, disappear from my sister's sight from now on, that if not for Lin Bo, I would have killed you on the spot. Now leave." Lin Yuan cupped his face, a flash of malice crossing his features before he adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Yuning, you do not believe me either?" Wen Yuning, with a disdainful tone, retorted, "Don't call me Yuning. Just leave quickly and go cling to your third prince." Lin Yuan's expression instantly shifted. "What? My sister didn't inform you? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your nature, you beast in human guise. Humph, how could you engage in such despicable acts? Hurry and get lost, or I swear I will take your life." A chilling malice laced Wen Yuning's laughter. Lin Yuan felt a palpable threat. She truly seemed capable of killing him right there. With a rigid, ashen face, he cast a furtive glance at a few individuals, lingering momentarily on Jiang Qianxiu before moving on. Watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Shen Shuqing's gaze darkened, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Sensing that upheaval was imminent, after departing from the Wen residence, Lin Yuan navigated the night, swiftly arriving at a place known as Baixiang Tower. With an air of composure, he entered the building and ascended to a room on the third floor, nervously knocking on the door. "Come in," a gloomy male voice responded after a brief pause. Lin Yuan gently pushed the door open, shutting it behind him, and cautiously knelt down. The center of the room was obscured by a veil, and from his peripheral vision, Lin Yuan dared not disturb the man within, pressing his forehead to the floor, awaiting the man's command. "Speak. What is the matter? Your Highness, the Wen family has already learned of this affair concerning you." Lin Yuan's throat constricted, his tone tensed. "Ah. So you wish to tell me that not only have you failed to accomplish your task, but you have also revealed to the Wen family who orchestrated it." Zhao Hongye's derisive voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears, weighing heavily upon him. Lin Yuan's face was etched with terror as he implored, "Your Highness, please rest assured, I will bear this matter alone and will not implicate you in any way." After uttering this, Lin Yuan trembled in fear, as if awaiting the man's judgment upon him. "Implicate? Not quite, though I may receive a scolding from that damned old man. It matters not in 2 years, when my powers are fully realized. I shall ascend to the throne, eliminate my brothers, and then deal with the Wen family's affairs." Zhao Hongye sneered coldly. He then added cruelly, "Failure entails punishment. Wouldn't you agree? You shall serve as an experiment for my blood spirit technique." Lin Yuan's eyes widened in horror. Before he could utter a word, excruciating pain surged through his body. He screamed, his eyes bulging from the strain of blood rushing to them. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's terrified gaze fell upon his transforming body. His once robust arms suddenly shrank, and this contraction spread throughout his entire form, as if flesh and blood were vanishing into thin air. A copious loss of blood, he collapsed to the ground, his body pallid and in agony. Moments later, Lin Yuan, who had just moments ago appeared healthy, had morphed into a ghastly figure, skeletal and emaciated. What kind of sinister power is this? Lin Yuan's heart raced with dread that a year prior, the third prince, Zhao Hongye, had sought him out to carry out covert tasks, specifically to procure virgins or married women. Initially, Lin Yuan had believed Zhao Hongye's motives were merely carnal. However, he soon discerned something amiss. The women he delivered to Zhao Hongye would vanish without a trace days later. Furthermore, Zhao Hongye's demands grew increasingly insatiable, sometimes requiring 6 or 7 women in a single night. This puzzlement lingered in Lin Yuan's heart. Yet he dared not question it was only a month ago that Zhao Hongye revealed certain truths and promised substantial rewards. At that point, Lin Yuan understood the ambitious nature of this seemingly debauched prince. The women he sought were not solely for the sake of indulgence, but were instrumental in the practice of a nefarious technique. Lin Yuan had witnessed firsthand the transformation of a living person into nothing but a desiccated husk. With the revelation of this secret, Lin Yuan found himself with no means of retreat. The third prince could easily annihilate the entire Lin family. Should Zhao Hongye ascend to the throne, the Lin family status would undoubtedly rise dramatically. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan fervently sought women for Zhao Hongye. As time progressed, ordinary women ceased to suffice for his insatiable appetite. He had heard Zhao Hongye mention that spirit bodies were far more beneficial for his cultivation. Eventually, Lin Yuan captured a 7-year-old girl with a spirit body and delivered her to Zhao Hongye. Gradually savoring the sweetness of this dark venture, Lin Yuan became increasingly reckless. Thus, when he heard Zhao Hongye's intentions regarding the 2 daughters of the Wen family, he hesitated only briefly before consenting. Even though when Qingning was his betrothed, he felt an urgent need to prove himself and personally sought to ambush the Wen family's daughters, never anticipating such a disastrous outcome. Upon encountering that unfamiliar man at the Wen residence today, Lin Yuan had no doubt that he had thwarted his plans. He subsequently relayed to Zhao Hongye the details of his encounter with Shen Shuqing and Jiang Qianxiu at the Wen residence. No rush. Let her mature for another 2 years. That old dog has already warned me. Zhao Hongye grinned lewdly before initiating another storm of chaos. Lin Yuan, sensing the atmosphere, wearily withdrew in the 38th year of Tianwu's true realm. On the 9th day of the 2nd month, a pristine snowfall adorned the capital with a chill hue. The depths of winter, with ice and snow enveloping the land, rendered the very air seemingly frozen in time. This year, Jiang Qianxiu turned 10, while Shen Shuqing had already spent 6 years in this world. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the thatched cottage in Haishi town, perpetually at risk of collapsing under the weight of snow. Seated casually on the steps of a side courtyard, Shen Shuqing was lost in thought, an unsettling feeling enveloping him, a premonition of impending change. The last time he felt this way was 2 years prior. If that had merely been a warning, this time it felt undeniably imminent. Hey, what are you thinking so seriously about? I've arrived and you didn't even notice. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out beside him. Shen Shuqing snapped back to reality, instinctively recognizing Wen Yuning's presence. Over the past 2 years, she had frequently sought him out at one point. She even expressed her feelings, yet Shen Shuqing had decisively rejected her without a second thought. As a person who was destined to die, a mere passerby in this world, he saw no reason to burden her with his presence, despite his repeated refusals and a demeanor that suggested he wished to keep his distance. Wen Yuning always approached him without hesitation. Shen Shuqing's feelings toward her were complex, leaving him unsure of how to confront them. What brings you here? Shen Shuqing's tone remained indifferent. I brought clothing for you in Qianxiu, personally knitted by me, just like the one I'm wearing. Wen Yuning replied, unperturbed, with a bright smile. It was then that Shen Shuqing turned to appraise her. She was adorned in a snow-white fox fur coat, her hands cradling her chin as she beamed at him. 2 neatly folded garments nestled in her arms. Wen Yuning placed the garments in Shen Shuqing's hands and then stood, twirling gracefully in the snow, her light form resembling a snow lotus blooming in the winter landscape. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she asked, "What do you think? Do I look good? So you've been preoccupied with this for the past few days?" Shen Shuqing inquired. Wen Yuning seated herself beside him. "Indeed, I've been at home crafting clothing for someone special. Yet alas, that ungrateful person hasn't even come see me." Shen Shuqing lapsed into silence, realizing why Wen Yuning had been absent lately. Instead of having moved on, she had been diligently preparing gifts for him and Qianxiu. "Yuning, have you ever considered choosing someone else?" Shen Shuqing murmured. "Shen Shuqing, do you really have to say such things every time I visit you? I do everything of my own volition, and I take pleasure in it without needing your guidance." Wen Yuning's voice rose sharply. Shen Shuqing offered a bitter smile. Every time he broached this subject, Wen Yuning would become irate. "Yuning, I truly do not harbor feelings for you, so I kindly ask that you refrain from disrupting my life any further, if you please." Shen Shuqing gazed intently at Wen Yuning, his voice turning cold and authoritative. The upheaval of the second phase was imminent, and he was determined to avoid entangling the emotions of others at this critical juncture. As he regarded Shen Shuqing's frosty demeanor, Wen Yuning felt a slight tremor coursing through her body, her heart clenching in pain. and the corners of her eyes grew warm with unshed tears. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, "Do you truly despise me so? Is there not a shred of affection for me in your heart?" Shen Shuqing, remaining silent and averted, bore an expression as frigid as ice, understanding his silence as an affirmation of his feelings. When Yuning fought back her tears and rushed toward the door, out of the corner of his eye, Shen Shuqing distinctly caught sight of the tear streaks on her face. Yet he felt compelled to do this, to sever the ties that bound Wen Yuning to him completely. Once outside the courtyard, when Yuning could no longer contain herself, she leaned against the wall, utterly drained, as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It felt as if her heart had been pierced by a sharp blade, the intensity of the pain nearly causing her to faint. "Are you all right?" A voice broke through her despair. She lifted her tear-streaked face to find a delicate young girl before her. It was Jiang Qinxiu. Gazing upon this face, when Yuning recalled the events of the past 2 years, from the very beginning, Jiang Qinxiu had exuded hostility toward her, consistently thwarting her attempts to approach Shen Shuqing. Gradually, when Yuning's disdain for this girl grew. However, upon learning of Jiang Qinxiu's background from Shen Shuqing, she set aside her animosity. Even though Jiang Qinxiu continued to obstruct her, a bizarre notion took root in Wen Yuning's mind. Jiang Qinxiu seemed to harbor feelings for her teacher. With each passing encounter, this suspicion solidified, perhaps a testament to the intuition that exists among women. Eventually, it evolved into a peculiar sensation, as if Wen Yuning were competing with a mere child for a man's affections. Yet now, she found no need to be concerned. Her heart ached, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. "Perhaps I have been the one to misread the situation all along," with a self-deprecating smile, Wen Yuning replied. "I am fine," before slowly departing, leaning against the wall as she left the place that had brought her such sorrow. Jiang Qinxiu stood rooted to the spot, watching Wen Yuning's retreating figure without a glance back. In the past, she might have sneered at her, unwilling to see her teacher taken by another. Yet now, she found herself at a loss for words as Wen Yuning's figure gradually vanished from her sight. Pushing open the door, Jiang Qinxiu immediately spotted Shen Shuqing seated on the steps, lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a pile of folded clothing in his arms, deducing it must have been a gift from Wen Yuning. Though she remained unaware of the events that had transpired moments earlier, nor why the usually lively Wen Yuning had left in tears. "Teacher," Jiang Qinxiu called out. Shen Shuqing snapped back to reality. Responding, "Qinxiu, you have returned." Observing his dazed expression, Jiang Qinxiu bit her lip, choosing silence. As she sensed his mood was far from pleasant point, 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Wen Yuning had not sought Shen Shuqing even once, nor had he received any news concerning her. In the interim, when Qingming had visited him once, merely to inquire about the nature of their relationship, expressing concern that Wen Yuning had locked herself away, shunning the sunlight, hoping Shen Shuqing would pay her a visit. However, he hesitated only briefly before declining. Eventually, when Qingming left, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment, life returned to its mundane rhythm, yet Shen Shuqing's heart grew increasingly restless. In the sweltering heat of June, on the 7th day, a piece of news swept across the capital like wildfire. The third prince, Zhao Hongye, had conspired with the cultivators to incite the Black Armored Army, launching a premeditated massacre in the imperial court's Golden Lawn Hall that a total of 130 officials met a gruesome end, including those of the highest ranks, such as the prime minister and the grand tutor, all slain within the hall. Even the remaining 7 princes and 6 princesses were not spared. The reigning emperor, Zhao Ji, had his head severed and displayed above the hall. The lesser officials had no opportunity to resist, resulting in countless casualties and a sea of corpses, with blood saturating the opulent hall. Moreover, the residences of several key officials were subjected to the bloodshed and plundering by the Black Armored Army. Among them were the One family residence, the Li family estate, and various other notable homes, all besieged by the merciless troops. In an instant, the entire capital was steeped in bloodshed and chaos, with corpses and devastation strewn about. Upon hearing this news, Shen Shuqing recognized that the upheaval had begun. In the scorching summer of June, the sun blazed like fire. Yet within the expansive Wen estate, a different scene unfolded. Numerous bodies lay sprawled in the courtyard, their blood staining the once clear pond. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the grounds, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. From the elderly to women and children, none were spared from the slaughter. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, instilling a chilling dread in the distance. The faint sounds of mournful cries could be heard from the backyard. Leave none alive, except for the two young ladies of the Wen family. Eliminate everyone else. Lin Yuan led a contingent of the Black Armored Army in inhumane massacre at the Wen estate. The ordinary citizens, before the might of the Black Armored Army, were akin to mere toys, easily crushed without a semblance of resistance. Now that Zhao Hongye had successfully overthrown the previous emperor and ascended to the throne, Lin Yuan's standing had risen dramatically. He eagerly volunteered to lead a squad of black armored soldiers to personally execute the Wen family. The sight of the scattered corpses and the pungent scent of blood filled Lin Yuan with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, an intoxicating thrill that ensnared him. This was the power of the elite, the authority over life and death. Lin Yuan seized a steward of the Wen estate, Wang Bo, and coldly demanded, "Tell me where your young ladies are, and I may spare your life." Trembling with fear, Wang Bo's eyes were filled with terror, yet he firmly clenched his jaw, refusing to divulge the whereabouts of the Wen sisters. A cruel smile crept across Lin Yuan's face as he pressed Wang Bo down underfoot. He then drew a gleaming blade and viciously sliced into his thigh, the gruesome act tearing flesh and drawing forth a torrent of blood, a sight to chill the bones. "Ah!" Wang Bo let out a harrowing scream, the excruciating pain engulfing him. "If you do not speak, I shall proceed to your other leg. Let us see whether your resolve is stronger than your flesh." Lin Yuan taunted from his elevated position. "Kill me. I will never reveal the whereabouts of the young ladies." Wang Bo's fear transformed into fury. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in disdain. "I truly wonder what is so special about your young ladies that they are worth more than your life. My life is given by the ladies. You, a mere beast, could never comprehend this, that it was fortunate that the ladies did not align themselves with a creature like you. How disgraceful. Go on. Kill me." Wang Bo spat defiantly. Lin Yuan, stung by the insult, felt his pride wounded, and without hesitation, he plunged a knife into Wang Bo's other thigh, preparing to inflict further suffering. "Stop!" A sharp reprimand rang out. Lin Yuan looked up, revealing a malevolent grin. The two Wen sisters, accompanied by a group of guards, rushed forward. Wen Qingning's eyes blazed with fury as she trembled at the horrifying scene before her. "Miss, go! Do not worry about me," Wang Bo shouted desperately. "Old fool, your words are tiresome," Lin Yuan retorted casually, swiftly slashing Wang Bo's throat. Wang Bo, Wen Yuning's body quaked as she pointed an accusing finger at Lin Yuan. "Qingning, Yuning, the two beauties have finally decided to show themselves. But alas, the Wen family is on the brink of extinction. Had you obediently climbed into your master's bed, perhaps the Wen family would not have met such a fate. What a pity, even your wretched father has perished in the Golden Luan Hall." Lin Yuan jeered, his expression sinister. "I will kill you." When Yuning's hand trembled around her sword, her face contorted with rage as she prepared to charge. Yet, she was restrained by the guards behind her. "Miss, do not act impulsively." "Ha ha! Yuning, do not be hasty. You may kill me after you have been played with by the emperor. At that time, when you have grown weary of your amusements, perhaps I shall have my chance with you. At that moment, I shall undoubtedly grant you a taste of earthly ecstasy." Observing the expression on Wen Yuning's face, Lin Yuan erupted into a wild, mocking laughter. "Beast, you are truly a beast. Why Wen family treated you well. Yet you could commit such heinous acts that invoke the wrath of both gods and men that I should have slain you back then." When Qingning's chest heaved violently, her face contorted with fury. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan's gaze turned even more venomous. "Ha! Treated me well. Your Wen family merely coveted the wealth of the Lin family. You and I were clearly betrothed, yet you delayed our wedding, continually using the absence of a date to deceive me. But it matters not. When you two are cast aside, I shall have my turn with you. It was a decade prior that the Lin family first arrived in the capital. Then merely a small vendor. It was the Wen family that provided them resources, enabling their gradual ascent to prominence among the wealthiest merchants. Without the support and resources from the Wen family, the Lin family would have long been devoured by others. Though they were childhood betrothed, they only truly established their engagement at the age of 15, and as they slowly grew closer, Wen Qingning fell deeply in love. Little did she know, behind this seemingly beautiful fade lay immense peril. Now, when Qingning regretted not having killed this beast 2 years ago, the upheaval within the Wen family was sudden and shocking. As they received word of their father's death while still at home, before they could ascertain its truth, the black-armored soldiers burst in, slaughtering their kin. The two sisters were hastily concealed in the back hall by the guards, and bereft of time to mourn, they had to step forward. Their biological mother had passed away years ago, and with their uncles and aunts gone, the two sisters held the most authority to speak. Listening to Lin Yuan's beastly words, Wen Qingning could not help but retreat, a raging inferno of anger igniting within her, rendering her speechless. Her eyes, filled with hatred, fixated on his face, wishing to devour his flesh and gnaw on his bones. "Kill the guards!" Lin Yuan, losing patience, immediately commanded the black-armored soldiers standing at the ready. Clad in obsidian armor, their cold blades exuded an oppressive aura that instilled fear. "Miss, flee! We will hold them off." The guards surrounding Wen Qingning and her sister raised their long blades. "Brothers, kill!" In an instant, the frail guards clashed with the armored soldiers. That was a one-sided battle. The guards, unable to penetrate even the thick armor, fell one by one under the onslaught of sharp weapons. In a brief moment, the battlefield was over, with the black-armored soldiers encircling Wen Qingning and Wen Yuning as they gazed upon the lifeless bodies of their guards strewn about. Tears welled in their eyes. Their faces twisted with hatred. That "I will kill you, beast." Wen Yuning trembled, ready to charge, only to be firmly restrained by the black-armored soldiers. Observing this, Lin Yuan approached slowly, a sinister smile gracing his face. He extended a hand to caress Wen Yuning's face, saying, "What a tender little face you have. Tiske, look at this exquisite form. Alas, it shall soon become a plaything beneath me. Pa. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will never let you go," Wen Yuning spat. Her eyes filled with resentment. Lin Yuan's expression turned grotesque as he tightly grasped her hair. "You wretched woman, dare you spit on me? When you tire of your amusements, I shall serve you well. And in the end, I will sell you to a brothel, letting everyone have their turn with the once proud second-miss of the Wen family." As she gazed at the face so close to her, Wen Yuning felt utterly helpless, her heart brimming with hatred. The remnants of the Wen family lay nearly extinguished. What could she do now? Who could come to her rescue? Suddenly, she thought of the white figure she longed for daily. The man who had captured her heart 2 years ago, the one who had caused her sorrow. Unlike before, Wen Yuning's desire to see him now transformed into a desperate hope that he had already left the capital. Unscathed, "If there's a next life, my heart will still belong to you. I hope that when that time comes, you will truly look upon me." As despair enveloped Wen Yuning's heart, she fixed her gaze filled with hatred upon Lin Yuan, then glanced at her sister, as if they had reached a silent understanding. Sensing something amiss with the two women, Lin Yuan noticed blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. A chill ran down his spine. He understood immediately what was happening and reached out to grip their jaws tightly. "You wretched women, thinking of ending your own lives? Not on my watch." Lin Yuan's face contorted with rage. If they succeeded in taking their own lives, how could he return to report, knowing he would meet his end under that strange technique? A wave of cold fury surged within him, followed by a fierce anger. With a resounding slap, Lin Yuan struck both women across their faces, venom dripping from his words. "As long as I am here, you will not die. There are pleasures awaiting you. Only then will you understand what it means to be unable to take life and death with you." He commanded his men to prepare to leave, while Wen Yuning succumbed entirely to despair, the world around her cloaked in shades of gray, devoid of hope, even the thought of death beyond her reach. Just then, a sound like the tearing of air erupted. Lin Yuan, sensing danger, quickly scanned his surroundings, feeling as though a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon him. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, speeding towards him. With a crack, Lin Yuan's right arm soared high, and a tremendous force sent him crashing backwards. The black-armored soldiers around him could only perceive the swift, white flashes of sword light. Unable to catch the fleeting figure that danced before them, in an instant, several black-armored soldiers fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks. "Come with me." A reassuring voice fell upon the ears of the two sisters. One Yuning shuddered, tears streaming down her face, as she rushed forward to embrace that white figure. Sensing the tremors of the soft body behind him, Shen Shuqing comforted her. "It's all right. I'm here." When Yuning clung to him, choking on her words, "Why must you wade into this murky water?" Deep down, she sincerely wished that Shen Shuqing had not appeared here. They were facing Zhao Hongye, a man who had ascended to the throne. A situation that could lead to certain death. Shen Shuqing sighed. "I have nowhere else to go." The upheaval had begun, and, as a crucial part of it, he could only adhere to the system's arrangements. Since they were all destined to die, he would fight with all his might to carve a path for the two sisters. Upon hearing this, when Yuning trembled uncontrollably, a wave of guilt surging within her. She believed it was her presence that had drawn Shen Shuqing into this peril, unaware that the capital had already become his grave. "You two follow closely behind me. I will do my utmost to lead you out." Shen Shuqing spoke calmly. He knew there would surely be cultivators in the capital and could only strive to escape the Wen estate before they arrived. "Young Master Shen, I won't leave. You take Yuning and leave. Don't come back," Wen Qingming gently said, her tear-streaked face betraying her resolve. The two sisters were powerless, and with so many black-armored soldiers outside, it would be easier to save one than two, if one must die. Wen Qingming only hoped that person would be herself. "Sister, if you go, I will go with you." When Yuning grasped her sister's hand firmly, Shen Shuqing sighed softly, "Stay behind me, and say nothing." The two Wen sisters fell silent, their faces etched with worry. Shen Shuqing took a deep breath and lightly flicked his sword. The sound of clear, ringing sword notes resonated around him, and his aura surged in intensity, in the blink of an eye. The sword light in Shen Shuqing's eyes flickered, a chilling, killing intent enveloping the sword's edge. Do not let them escape. "Charge!" Lin Yuan, clutching his bleeding, severed arm, glared with hatred at his command. A large contingent of black-armored soldiers formed a wall, encircling the three of them completely. Lin Yuan's twisted face contorted further as he snarled, "Seize him! I will personally cut off his limbs." The iron boot struck the ground with a dull thud, resonating like the beat of a drum, while the sharp, gleaming blades advanced relentlessly. Shen Shuqiang's gaze was indifferent as he executed a flourish with his sword, and in an instant he vanished from sight. As he twirled and maneuvered, the glimmer of his sword flashed, piercing through the air with a swiftness that rendered it almost inaudible. The astonishing speed of Shen Shuqing. The black-armored soldiers could scarcely catch a glimpse of his presence. A chilling aura of lethal intent emanated from every angle, forming a tempest of sword energy that warned all to keep their distance. At that very moment, Shen Shuqing unleashed a strike from within the storm, his cold and merciless blades striking with the ferocity of a venomous serpent bearing its fangs. Crack! The black-armored soldiers before him, along with their heavy armor, were shattered into fragments by the force of the sword. Following this singular blow, another wave of sword energy surged forth, icy and brimming with murderous intent. A cage of sword light enveloped the multitude of black-armored troops, and, as Shen Shuqiang's speed intensified, the crushing pressure of the sword energy grew ever stronger. This terrifying spectacle filled Lin Yuan with dread. The coldness of this young man's sword and the might of his power were astonishing. In the next moment, the sword energy prison began to constrict inward, and Shen Shuqiang's eyes glinted with a frigid killing intent. With a swift and ruthless slash, his sword cleaved through the air like a tumultuous sea, unrelenting and destined to slay. The sword shattered the starry sea, its force slicing through the depths like a violent tempest. The air itself seemed to tear apart, the currents rushing aside. Boom! A large cluster of black-armored soldiers, huddled together, was obliterated under the sheer, chilling might of that singular strike. Shen Shuqiang returned to the side of the two women, suddenly finding himself unsteady on his feet. When Yuning, noticing his condition, hurried to support him, concern etching her features. "Are you all right?" Shen Shuqiang gently shook his head. urging, "Take this opportunity to leave quickly to prevent any cultivators from daring to pursue." He had poured all his strength into that one strike. The toll on him was immense. Now his combat capability was nearly depleted, and he could only seize this chance to escape before others arrived. The two sisters understood the gravity of the situation and promptly followed Shen Shuqing as they hastened towards the Wen residence. Lin Yuan, lying on the ground, had crawled far away, unbeknownst to the moment, his grievous wounds forcing him to retreat. Shen Shuqiang's terrifying combat prowess had frightened him away from the battlefield, fearing for his life. Now he could only watch helplessly as his adversary fled, utterly powerless. He had brought only a squad of 30 black-armored soldiers, all of whom now lay slain at this man's hands. "His Highness has arrived." A sharp voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Shen Shuqiang's expression darkened instantly, and he halted his steps, retreating quietly with the two women. "Ha, run! Why are you not running now? His Highness is here, and not one of you shall escape. You bastard! I will torment you to death, piece by piece." Lin Yuan's face twisted with resentment as he laughed maniacally. Shen Shuqiang's calm gaze fixated on the doorway. The Wen sisters, meanwhile, turned ashen, their recently ignited hopes doused by a bucket of cold water. In the next moment, for eunuchs entered, carrying a lavish palanquin that came into view. Behind it followed an elderly man clad in a black patterned robe, accompanied by an uncountable number of black-armored soldiers. Moments later, the palanquin halted a short distance from Shen Shuqiang, and a throng of black-armored troops surged in, surrounding them once more. The atmosphere grew tense. An invisible aura of lethal intent permeating the air. Shen Shuqiang's eyes remained tranquil, fixated on the faceless elder in black. His instincts told him that this individual was undoubtedly a cultivator, and a formidable one at that. Lin Yuan, a languid male voice, emerged from within the palanquin. Lin Yuan, hiding to the side, immediately crawled over on his remaining left hand, resembling a dog. "Your Highness, the little man is here." His forehead touched the ground in reverence. "Is this the result of your actions?" The voice from the palanquin inquired coolly. An invisible pressure descended upon Lin Yuan, akin to a mountain pressing down on him, with a face etched in terror. Lin Yuan hastily replied, "Your Highness, this is not my fault. I had already captured him, but he interfered with my plans and even severed my arm." He pointed frantically at Shen Shuqiang, his voice rising in panic. In that instant, Shen Shuqiang sensed a scrutinizing gaze from the palanquin, assessing him. A sense of threat surged within him, and he felt a slight tremor of alarm. The occupant of the palanquin was also a cultivator, seemingly of a sinister nature. However, the true source of pressure emanated from the elder in black standing nearby. Outwardly, he appeared to be an unremarkable old man, easily overlooked in the crowd. Yet, it was precisely this ordinary figure that loomed over Shen Shuqiang like an insurmountable peak. It seemed that today was the day fate had decreed his demise, that a bitter, resigned smile welled up within him. Before such an unfathomable cultivator, any small movement would be superfluous. Regrettably, he lamented that he could not save the Wen sisters before his end. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Even though he had long foreseen his fate, the moment had arrived, and the abyss of despair enveloped him like still waters. "You have disappointed me greatly. You cannot even fulfill the role of a dog properly." Zhao Hongye's voice dripped with cold disdain. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread, hastily stammering, "Your Highness." Lin Yuan's words were cut short as he collapsed. Curling up on the ground, beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead, and he felt as though insects were gnawing at him, an excruciating pain consuming him. His flesh and blood visibly eroded away. His once robust thighs turned into mere sticks. Moments later, the still living Lin Yuan was transformed into a mere husk, devoid of any sign of life under an eerie force. Shen Shuqiang furrowed his brow. This power confirmed that the man was indeed a malevolent cultivator. The Wen sisters behind him covered their mouths, their eyes wide with inexplicable terror. As the saying goes, one must consider the master before striking a dog. "So, have you thought about how you will die?" Zhao Hongye's mocking voice echoed from the palanquin. He then stepped out slowly, standing before Shen Shuqiang with an expression of wickedness, his eyes filled with haughty disdain as they scrutinized the three of them. Upon seeing the two when sisters, Zhao Hongye's gaze betrayed a lewdness he did not bother to hide. Point two, lovely beauties, come to my embrace. I shall cherish you well. Zhao Hongye leered. Dream on. Even if I were to give my life, I would never allow scum like you to tarnish it. When Yuning retorted fiercely, her face aflame with anger, the Tianwu dynasty will inevitably perish under the hands of people like you, even in death. We will not spare you. When Xingning's countenance was icy. You need not worry, my dear beauties. As long as I am here, you shall not perish. The Tianwu dynasty will only thrive further. Being my concubine is far better than being a mere family lady. Soon, you two shall serve me together. Zhao Hongye leered, his lascivious gaze almost palpable. Dream on. Even in death, we will never fall into the hands of a despicable man like you. When Xingning's complexion turned pale, she immediately seized a sword from the ground, poised to take her own life at her throat. Sister, I will accompany you. When Yuning followed suit, her eyes filled with longing as she cast one last glance at Shen Shuqing. If there is a next life, remember to look for me. With that, she resolutely prepared to embrace death. Yet, just as the blade drew mere inches from their snow-white necks, an unseen force held them back. That I told you, you will not die. You cannot even choose to die if you wish. Zhao Hongye had anticipated this outcome. Come, kill me directly, you beast. When Yuning's beautiful face twisted in despair. How about we play a thrilling game? I wonder what it feels like to personally kill the one you love. Zhao Hongye's voice dripped with malice. No, please, I beg you, do not. When Yuning's expression suddenly shifted, and in the next moment, the sword in her hand uncontrollably lunged towards Shen Shuqing. Shen Shuqing realized this was the ability of the black-robed elder. Completely beyond their control, the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed as the sword penetrated Shen Shuqiang's chest from behind. Ugh! Shen Shuqiang's complexion turned pale, letting out a cry of pain. Blood gushed forth from the horrifying wound on his chest. At this moment, the black-robed elder also released his control over the others. Shen Shuqiang's body fell limply to the ground, and when Yuning gasped, dropping the sword from her grasp. Upon seeing Shen Shuqiang's state, tears instantly blurred her vision, leaving her feeling utterly drained of strength. She cradled Shen Shuqiang in her arms, the blood staining her exquisite gown. Oh, I'm sorry. When Yuning helplessly embraced Shen Shuqiang, she could not fathom that she had thrust the sword into the heart of her beloved with her own hands. A suffocating sense of despair enveloped her, making it hard to breathe. Shen Shuqiang, pale as a ghost, weakly reassured her, "It's all right, it's not your fault. You mustn't die. You mustn't die. Please don't die." One Yuning, in a state of panic, frantically tried to staunch the bleeding from the wound. She could not accept this scene, despite having been controlled by another. When Yuning still found it impossible to accept that she had pierced Shen Shuqiang with her own sword. As she felt Shen Shuqiang's condition deteriorating, her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. "Let him go. We will go with you." When Xingning, standing nearby, forced herself to regain her composure. Hearing these words, when Yuning lifted her tear-filled eyes to the person before her, the one responsible for her family's ruin. Now, she was also the one who controlled her to injure her beloved. The hatred in Wen Yuning's eyes intensified infinitely. Yet, gazing at the dying Shen Shuqiang, she clenched her teeth tightly. "Save him, and then let him go. I will do as you wish." She did not want him to die. But the only one who could save him was the person standing before her. When Yuning was willing to barter her own life for Shen Shuqiang's survival, Zhao Hongye revealed a hint of boredom, saying, "Sorry, I won't save him. I want you to witness your beloved die before your very eyes. Only then will you grow to hate me more, and when the time comes for me to dominate you, you'll be all the more thrilled." But in the next moment, Zhao Hongye seemed to have thought of something, his face flushing with a twisted pleasure. "Tell me, what do you think the scene would be like if I toyed with you in front of your beloved?" When Yuning's face turned ashen, "You shall not." Immediately after, a similar force ensnared both Wen Yuning and her sister. With tear-filled eyes, she could only watch as Zhao Hongye approached her with a lewd grin. No doubt a storm of turmoil surged within Wen Yuning. Shen Shuqiang lay on the ground, feeling his vitality rapidly ebbing away. His eyes blazed with seething fury as he cursed the system within his heart. "Damn system, Do you truly intend to be this heartless? Why must you involve others? Shen Shuqing longed to slay this fiend with a single stroke, yet the power granted to him by the system was merely at the pinnacle of the first rank. It allowed him to dominate the mundane world, but rendered him powerless against cultivators. When Yuning let out a piercing scream, Zhao Hongye stepped forward and casually flicked her clothing aside, exposing her delicate neck and bare shoulders. This scene instantly attracted numerous gazes, as if they wished to devour Wen Yuning whole. Zhao Hongye gazed upon the curves concealed beneath the fabric, his eyes gleaming with wicked delight. Wen Qingning, filled with rage, shouted, "Stop it, beast! Let go of my sister!" Zhao Hongye leered, "Don't worry, little beauty. Once I'm done with your sister, it will be your turn." As he extended his hands, ready to touch her, Wen Yuning despairingly closed her eyes. In the next moment, a point of light shone in the sky, and an intense sense of danger surged within Zhao Hongye's heart. Instantly, the black-robed elder teleported before Zhao Hongye, extending his withered hands to catch the light. Boom! The black-robed elder's form crashed into the wall behind him, embedding himself within it. Zhao Hongye's face turned ashen with shock. Before he could react, an overwhelming force forced him to kneel on the ground. Zhao Hongye's face contorted in agony as he let out a wretched scream. The ground beneath him cracked under the immense pressure, and he felt his knees shatter. Wen Yuning opened her eyes to see a woman of ethereal beauty standing before her. The woman exuded an otherworldly grace, her presence suggesting she was no mere mortal. Her gentle gaze, adorned with delicate brows, rested upon the Wen sisters, but a hint of compassion flickered in her eyes as she raised her hand, casting a veil of clouds over Wen Yuning's exposed body. For a moment, Wen Yuning was captivated by the woman before her, a familiar sense of kinship surging within her. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this woman bore a striking resemblance to her. "Who are you?" Wen Yuning asked, her voice quivering. The stunning woman fell into a gentle silence before responding tenderly, "Silly child, I am your mother." This brief declaration struck the hearts of the sisters like thunder. "Impossible! My mother has already passed away. How could you be her?" Wen Yuning protested, yet a part of her was beginning to believe it, for they bore an uncanny likeness, as if sculpted from the same mold. Even if appearances could be replicated, the familiar feeling stemming from their bloodline could not be concealed. "Your mother left you for reasons that cannot be spoken of. I have returned now to take you away. Do not fear, my child. I will bring you back to the sect." The woman spoke softly. Wen Yuning immediately threw herself into the woman's embrace, tears streaming down her face as her voice trembled. "Mother, father is dead. They are all gone." The woman remained silent for a moment, her eyes revealing a struggle. In a gentle tone, she imparted the truth that lay heavy on her heart. "In truth, he was not your father." Wen Yuning froze, disbelief washing over her as she looked up, trembling and retreating from the woman's embrace. If the previous revelation had been a thunderbolt, this statement felt like a pair of hands dragging the Wen sisters into an unfathomable abyss. "Impossible! It can't be true! It can't be!" Wen Yuning murmured, her body shaking helplessly as she collapsed into Wen Qingning's arms. The man who had raised them could not possibly be their father. It was inconceivable, unfathomable, as memories of the past flooded her mind. Now, this woman who claimed to be her mother was telling her that the man who had cared for them was not their father. Wen Yuning felt as though the world had darkened, an overwhelming despair consuming her heart. "Your father was a member of the Yuming sect. You will understand once you enter the sect." The woman gazed at the lost and bewildered Wen Yuning with compassion. "Before I leave, I will cleanse the pests that have tormented you." With a cold expression, the woman raised her hand, causing Zhao Hongye to spit out a mouthful of blood. "I am a disciple of the Yumingchi sect. I hope the elder will show mercy," the black-robed elder said respectfully, cupping his fists. Upon hearing that name, the woman's hand paused momentarily, a strange expression crossing her cold, frosty visage. "Your sect leader is named Qi Tianxia." The woman regarded the black-robed elder with indifferent eyes. The elder felt a surge of fear as he truthfully replied, "Indeed, it is Qi Tianxia, the sect leader. I wonder if the elder is the CF fairy." The woman's expression was complex, her tone icy. "Did you not already guess?" "I dare not." The old man in the black robe was taken aback at that moment, a fervent excitement surged within him as he uncovered a significant secret. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a sect renowned for its female disciples, known as the Shueihua Palace. Every practitioner emerging from Shueihua Palace is as breathtaking as a celestial being, attracting countless admirers. However, the sect's teachings are dedicated to the path of emotional detachment, placing it among the elite sects of the realm. Over a decade ago, a female cultivator known as the Fairy of the Twilight Moon rose to fame among the various sections. She garnered a multitude of suitors, but eventually, news of her pregnancy circulated. The Shueihua Palace was incensed by this revelation, dispatching numerous elders to investigate. Any male cultivators who had approached her were executed without exception. Regardless of their guilt or innocence, any man who sought the Fairy of the Twilight Moon could not escape the wrath of Shueihua Palace. Their doctrine strictly forbids female disciples from engaging with male cultivators. Even the slightest interaction could lead to severe punishment, ranging from confinement to the complete severance of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect. The case of the Fairy of the Twilight Moon's pregnancy was deemed the ultimate transgression. After that incident, no further news of her was heard in the cultivation world. However, based on recent information, the old man in the black robe formed a bold hypothesis. The man responsible for the Fairy of the Twilight Moon's pregnancy was none other than the esteemed leader of the Yuming sect. Shueihua Palace had eliminated many cultivators in their quest for answers, yet they never suspected that the culprit would be a demonic practitioner. Though the Yuming sect had gained some renown, it paled in comparison to the illustrious Shueihua Palace. The Fairy of the Twilight Moon cast a frigid gaze upon Zhao Hongye, commanding, "Lift your head and tell me, are you his disciple?" An unseen force enveloped Zhao Hongye, compelling him to raise his head. His face contorted with fear as he stammered, "In response to your esteemed self, I am the direct disciple of the sect leader. I possess a jade pendant." Zhao Hongye retrieved a black jade pendant from his bosom. The Fairy of the Twilight Moon raised her hand slightly, and the pendant fell into her grasp, plunging her into a reverie as she gazed upon it. "Since you are his disciple, I shall spare your life. Depart with him," she declared coldly, withholding the pendant. Observing this, the old man in the black robe swiftly seized the severely injured Zhao Hongye and soared into the sky. Wen Yuning, regaining her senses from her stupor, realized that regardless of the truth behind the woman's words, her beloved Shu Chao seemed to have a chance at salvation. "Please, save him," she implored, cradling Shen Shuqing in her arms. Only then did the Fairy of the Twilight Moon notice the man lying on the ground. Upon seeing Wen Yuning embrace him, a flicker of coldness passed through her eyes. Shen Shuqing lay in her embrace, his face as pale as parchment. Gazing upon the ethereal beauty before him, he distinctly perceived a glimmer of disdain and murderous intent in her gaze. A bitter smile crept across his heart, for he realized that he would not survive this day. He could sense that this woman was 100 times more terrifying than the old man in the black robe. "I am sorry, but I cannot save him. His injuries are too grave," the Fairy of the Twilight Moon stated with a shake of her head, feigning regret. For someone of her caliber, reviving a severely injured mortal would be as effortless as using a mere fraction of her spiritual energy. The Fairy of the Twilight Moon could sense the depth of love when Yuning harbored for the man. Such feelings were intolerable to her. How could a mere mortal dare to covet her daughter? How dare a lowly insect taint the brilliance of the sun and moon? "You must be able to save him. You must," Wen Yuning clutched the Fairy of the Twilight Moon's hand desperately. Irritated by Wen Yuning's pleading tone, the Fairy of the Twilight Moon casually struck her unconscious. Behind her, Wen Xingning's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. Unlike her sister, she could discern the underlying intentions of the woman claiming to be their mother, who seemed reluctant to save Shen Shuqing as a clever individual. She chose not to continue pleading for Shen Shuqiang's life, opting for silence instead. "Come, my daughters, let us return to the sect, and you shall forget this mortal realm henceforth." With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, she enveloped the two women in a radiant glow and swiftly departed from the scene. Once they had left, a chilling and merciless command echoed in the ears of the black-armored soldiers. "Kill him." The black-armored soldiers exchanged glances, then approached the dying Shen Shuqing. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes and silently accepted his fate, He lacked the power to harbor hatred towards anyone, despite the myriad of grievances and furious thoughts swirling within him. A mere mortal was powerless to resist that moment. All Shen Shuqing could think of was that Jiang Qinxiu was still at home, likely still asleep. He had administered a sleeping potion to her earlier. Though he would perish, he wished to avoid dying before her eyes. He did not want to witness the profound pain that would afflict Jiang Qinxiu, whom he had raised since childhood, what arrangements the system would make in the aftermath. He could not fathom. Suddenly, blades pierced into Shen Shuqiang's body, blood splattering from the wounds. The sharp blades severed any hope of survival for him. The world before him gradually faded to darkness, enveloped in an abyss of nothingness. Throughout it all, the fairy of the twilight moon had never spoken a word to Shen Shuqiang, nor taken matters into her own hands. Perhaps to her, conversing with a mortal and acting against one was an affront to her dignity. Please no, don't. Jiang Qinxiu jolted awake from her slumber, gazing at the empty room. A pang of heartache gripped her heart. Unbeknownst to her, sweat soaked her back, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Qinxiu had experienced a nightmare, a dream shrouded in gray mist. She felt herself bound by invisible shackles, only able to perceive a vague human silhouette within the mist. That silhouette was achingly familiar to her, and as she yearned to approach, she found herself hindered by the gray fog. Then, Jiang Qinxiu witnessed the indistinct figure being pierced by several blades, blood gushing forth. A sharp pain seized her heart, as if those blades had penetrated her very soul. Screaming in anguish, she found it futile. She could not enter the mist. Helplessly, she watched as the familiar silhouette was gradually engulfed by blood. That moment, her heart pounded like a drum, each beat foreboding ill tidings. No, this cannot be real. Jiang Qinxiu frantically leaped from her bed, murmuring to herself in a desperate attempt to convince her mind. That is not him. It cannot be. It's all a lie, just a dream. As she muttered, she scoured the courtyard for any trace of her beloved. It was the height of the afternoon, the sun blazing in the sky, and Shen Shuqiang would typically be napping in the rocking chair beneath the shade. Yet, when the panicked Jiang Qinxiu arrived, she found only the empty rocking chair, devoid of the familiar figure. With a thud, she collapsed beside the chair, her vision blurred by tears as a wave of unease washed over her. She felt utterly drained, powerless. Where are you, my beloved? Where could you be? At that moment, she resembled a drowning person, gasping for breath. Right, the Wen residence. He must be there. He will be safe. Jiang Qinxiu thought of the Wen mansion and, mustering her strength, she began to walk towards it step by step. Shen Shuqing had once taken her there, and following the familiar path, Jiang Qinxiu gradually distanced herself. Not long after exiting the courtyard, she found the once bustling streets eerily deserted, with several pools of blood marking the ground. As she neared the Wen mansion, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her heart. Shortly thereafter, she spotted a group of figures clad in ominous black armor approaching her direction. After evading them, Jiang Qinxiu frantically rushed towards the entrance of the mansion. Upon reaching the threshold, her eyes widened in horror. The Grand Wen mansion now resembled a scene from hell. Corpses lay sprawled across the ground, their lifeless forms intertwined, while crimson blood soaked the earth. This gruesome sight instantly conjured memories from her dreams, and a profound fear surged within her as she stepped over the bodies, her pale face betraying her terror. Along the way, every corpse she passed filled her with dread. She feared that among them lay the body of her beloved teacher. Clutching her pounding heart, it felt as though it might leap from her chest at any moment. Tears blurred her vision as she struggled to find her voice. She repeatedly reassured herself that her teacher would be fine, that he must be safe, although she had no inkling of the calamity that had befallen the Wen mansion. One singular thought consumed her: to find her teacher. The fates of others were of no concern to her. Only her teacher mattered. Crossing the pond into the back courtyard, her tear-stained eyes immediately locked onto a familiar white garment. Yet that once pristine attire was now stained with blood. A jolt of despair struck Jiang Qinxiu as her mind went blank. She froze, anxiety etched across her features. Moments later, her eyes reddened, and she dashed forward like a madwoman. After just 2 steps, overwhelming fear caused her to collapse. her legs devoid of strength. Crawling on her hands and knees, she no longer cared if the clothes her teacher had bought for her got dirty. In the past, she had cherished them dearly, but now such concerns faded into insignificance. As she reached the white figure, she gazed upon the face that had accompanied her through countless days and nights. Jiang Qinxiu was engulfed in despair, unable to fathom the reality before her. She had merely taken a nap. How could everything have changed so drastically upon waking? Her mouth opened in silent disbelief, as if words had been choked in her throat. Sobbing, Jiang Qinxiu clung tightly to Shen Shuqing's body, her cries echoing in the stillness. She gently caressed his face, her eyes tracing the numerous wounds that marred his form. She lost track of time in her grief, her tears seeming to dry up. The once cherished memories transformed into a cold, lifeless shell. Witnessing her beloved teacher reduced to a corpse suffocated her with hopelessness. "Do you seek vengeance?" A sudden voice whispered in her ear, and a chilling wind swept through, wrapping around her in a frigid embrace. "Who are you?" Jiang Qinxiu croaked. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you wish to exact revenge, you wish to uncover the identity of your teacher's murderer." The voice replied. Without hesitation, Jiang Qinxiu demanded, "Who did this?" The surroundings were empty, and she felt no fear. With her teacher gone, what more could she dread? All she wanted was to know who was responsible for this atrocity, to avenge her teacher. In the next instant, vivid images flooded her mind, revealing scenes of Shen Shuqing in the Wen mansion. She witnessed him being wounded by Wen Yuning, and a woman appearing in the distance. Ultimately, she saw that woman directing others to slay her beloved teacher. "It's you again. It's all your fault. You are the ones who killed him." Jiang Qinxiu's expression twisted between laughter and tears, her youthful face morphing into that of a vengeful specter. Her disdain for the Wen family's second daughters boiled over, now intensified by their role in her teacher's demise. The murderous intent towards them surged uncontrollably within her. Shuiyue Palace, Yuming Palace, Shiyue Ferry, Wen Qingning, Wen Yuning, Zhao Hongye. Jiang Qinxiu etched these names into her memory. "Tell me, how can I take my revenge?" she demanded, not once considering the cost. She would pay any price to avenge her teacher. "Follow me, and I shall teach you the way of cultivation. In less than 20 years, you shall have the power to annihilate them all." "How does that sound?" The voice chuckled darkly. "Very well," Jiang Qinxiu replied coldly. "There's still a survivor here." A voice echoed from not far behind her. "Why bother? Just kill her, and take anything valuable," another voice chimed in. "Indeed, let's quickly eliminate her." Footsteps approached Jiang Qinxiu. "They are part of the group that killed your teacher. You wish to eliminate them. I can lend you my power," the voice urged. Jiang Qinxiu remained silent, her silence serving as her answer. "Go on, kill them all." In the next moment, a swirling mass of black energy manifested beside her, and indescribable force surged within her, her eyes darkening to the depths of night. Cold and devoid of life as a murderous aura unfurled. The black-armored soldiers halted, terror etched on their faces as they beheld the sudden appearance of the dark energy. Without a second thought, they turned to flee. Jiang Qinxiu commanded the black energy to invade their bodies, which erupted in a gruesome explosion, scattering blood and gore. "What is happening?" The soldiers outside, hearing the cries, rushed in only to be paralyzed with fear at the sight before them. Before they could retreat, Jiang Qinxiu's murderous intent locked onto them, and in an instant, one after another, they were obliterated into mist, leaving no trace behind. Finally, with utmost care, Jiang Qinxiu enveloped Shen Shuqing's body in the black energy and followed the voice's guidance to flee the scene. Every scene unfolded clearly before Shen Shuqing's eyes. Though he had perished, he had not truly left. He now existed as unseen eyes, quietly observing everything in the domain of mysteries. At the crimson abyss, the sky was dark and oppressive. The moon obscured and thick clouds loomed as if they intended to consume the earth. Within those clouds, flashes of lightning danced, revealing a vague human silhouette. The damp, chilly air at the cliff's base was laden with eerie winds. Boom! Suddenly, a black lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, shot down from the clouds. The cliff crumbled, sending debris flying in all directions, and the ground fissured with terror. Roar! The damp abyss echoed with a furious roar, accompanied by a voice seething with anger. "You filthy wench, you dare come again? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" A colossal figure launched from the cliff's base, its wings unfurling to blot out the sky. Soaring toward the dark clouds, it was a fearsome beast with a tiger's head, and what astounded onlookers was the creature's massive feathered wings. I could see that moment. The tiger demon bared its fangs, its yellow-brown eyes warily fixed on the dark cloud. Through the murk, a cold-faced girl in black could be seen. "You insolent wench. You keep coming back for trouble. Today, I shall ensure you never return." The tiger demon's eyes brimmed with a murderous intent. Before it could make a move, a bolt of black lightning shot forth from the ominous clouds with astonishing speed. The terrifying force of the black lightning seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. The tiger demon's pupils constricted, and 4 words echoed in its mind. "Do not resist forcefully." The immense form of the tiger demon swiftly vanished from its position in an attempt to evade the lightning. Yet before it could breathe a sigh of relief, an ominous warning surged within its heart, a chilling murderous intent locking onto it firmly. To its astonishment, the escaped black lightning appeared to possess a will of its own, making a beeline towards it. But that was not the end. Several booming sounds erupted from the clouds above. A net woven from strands of black lightning descended, enveloping everything in its path. Boom! No matter how swift the tiger demon was, it could not evade this flickering net of lightning. The vast body of the tiger demon was struck down to the depths of the cliff, the black net binding it tightly, rendering it immobile. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air, the stark white bones barely visible beneath the scorched meat. The tiger demon let out a heart-wrenching roar. The dark clouds in the sky slowly descended, revealing a young girl emerging from within, clad in a black fitted outfit. Her ethereal beauty bore an expression of indifference, as if untouched by the affairs of the mortal realm. Her eyes, as dark as ink, glinted with a frigid, murderous intent, while her entire being was enveloped in black lightning, coldly gazing at the tiger demon. "You have actually achieved the transformation into a deity. How is that possible?" The tiger demon, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the girl before it, wore a look of incredulity on its fierce visage. It was a unique entity within the tiger clan, possessing enormous wings, and its cultivation speed was unmatched by its in merely 300 years. It had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, just a step away from the deity transformation stage. Throughout its life, no human or fellow beast had ever posed a threat to it. Yet 3 years prior, a girl had unexpectedly appeared in its territory. She had repeatedly sought trouble with it, and, at that time, she had merely been at the nascent soul stage, and no one had ever dared to provoke its authority in such a manner. Although the girl was not a match for the tiger demon, each time it had found itself unable to subdue her. The girl possessed an enigmatic ability that allowed her to escape from its grasp time and again, when they clashed again a year later. The girl had ascended from the late nascent soul stage to the out-of-body stage, which left the tiger demon utterly astonished. It had begun to feel the pressure from the girl's black lightning, sensing that it could suppress it. Yet upon this encounter, the girl's strength had astonishingly progressed from the out-of-body stage to the deity transformation stage. How could this be? The tiger demon was overwhelmed with shock. While it was acknowledged that some human prodigies cultivated at a pace exceeding that of beasts, the girl's speed seemed almost fantastical. The tiger demon harbored doubts that this seemingly youthful girl was, in fact, a millennia-old monster. In this confrontation, it had yet to strike before being mercilessly crushed. This left the proud tiger demon feeling profoundly disheartened. "You are rather weak," the girl remarked, her voice as cold as winter snow. "If you wish to kill, then do so. Do not insult the tiger." The tiger demon glared defiantly, indignantly retorting, "What is your name? Can you share it with me now?" The girl, unperturbed by its fury, replied nonchalantly. The tiger demon, its anger suppressed, could only stare in silence. "My true name is Dejin," it finally conceded after a moment's hesitation. The girl, her eyes devoid of light, responded indifferently, "Your name is too unappealing. I shall call you, shall we?" "Bah, do you take me for a mere dog?" The tiger demon's pupils flared with rage, disregarding the searing pain of the black lightning as it attempted to rise defiantly. Yet, a single sentence from the girl rendered it obedient. "Whether you wish to live or die, become my dog, and I shall grant you the transformation into a deity. Having labored for so long to reach this realm, who would desire to perish in such a manner?" The girl's final words stirred something within Dijin. Without an extraordinary stroke of fortune, it would require at least 80 more years of gradual cultivation to achieve the deity transformation. Dijin had no doubts about the girl's words. Her godlike speed of cultivation was beyond belief, something it would never have trusted had it not witnessed it with its own eyes. Calming itself, Dijin asked, "How do I achieve the deity transformation?" This question implicitly indicated its willingness to become the girl's servant. "Open your heart and mind," the girl replied coolly. At her command, Dijin hesitated briefly before unveiling its heart and mind to eye in the next moment. A black mist emerged in the girl's hand. Surging into the depths of Dijin's heart and mind, a black lightning insignia materialized within, emanating an aura of extreme danger. Dijin realized it had been marked with a unique seal. Should it dare to defy the girl again, she could extinguish its life with but a thought. Better to survive than perish, Dijin reassured itself. In the next moment, a glimmer of joy surfaced on its tiger visage. A powerful force erupted from within, its injuries vanishing in an instant, replaced by a sense of rebirth that I have transformed into a deity. "Huh!" Dijin roared in exuberance, the sound reverberating through the canyon walls, causing cracks to form. Following the intense elation was a deep-seated reverence. This girl in black had effortlessly allowed it to bypass 80 years of cultivation. This further solidified Dijin's belief that she was undoubtedly an ancient monster, perhaps even the reincarnation of a formidable being. "What do you require of me?" Dijin inquired respectfully, gazing at the girl. "First, transform into a dog," she replied, her black eyes remaining indifferent. Dijin's countenance soured. It, a proud tiger demon, was to become a mere dog. Yet, upon meeting the girl's placid gaze, it shuddered, fully aware that defiance could lead to its demise at any moment. Gritting its teeth, its shape shifted, and a colossal black dog appeared at the cliff's base. "Too large," the girl remarked with a single glance. As her words fell, its form shifted once more. Dijin never imagined that it would one day become a black dog no taller than 5 centimeters. "Woof, woof, woof." Though filled with dissatisfaction, it barked affectionately, wagging its short tail that a wave of humiliation washed over Dijin. The girl nodded faintly, then turned her attention inward, musing, "Why must I subdue such a worthless creature? It is far from worthless. It is a Shen winged tiger of the tiger demon clan, destined to become a significant force by your side, a formidable weapon for your vengeance." A voice soon responded to the girl. The girl was none other than Jiang Qianxiu from years past. Seasons changed, and time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. The death of her master felt as though it had occurred just yesterday. And the hatred within Jiang Qianxiu had grown into a towering tree over the span of 7 years, day and night. She yearned to eradicate that group of people from her past. Yet the voice deep within her heart incessantly whispered that the moment had not yet arrived. Her cultivation remained insufficient to confront those individuals. Only through further bloodshed could she attain greater strength. For 7 years, since Jiang Qianxiu had embarked on her journey of cultivation, she had been engulfed in an unending cycle of slaughter, which included both demonic beasts and humans. Among her most frequent victims were the disciples of the Yuming sect and the Shueihua Palace. She diligently practiced the technique bestowed upon her by that voice, the Heavenly Fiend's Phantom Thunder Manual. By day, Jiang Qianxiu was a fearsome assassin of the demonic path, instilling dread in all who heard her name. By night, she returned to her former self, lingering by her master's side. Each evening, she would embrace her master's lifeless form as she drifted into sleep, for it was the only way to warm her heart, which had grown numb from the acts of violence. Only by feeling her master's icy body could the tempest of hatred boiling within her heart gradually intensify. She yearned to annihilate everyone. Throughout these 7 years, her growth had not gone unnoticed by Shen Shuqing. Though he could not speak, Jiang Qianxiu remained oblivious to his presence. Shen Shuqing understood that only when Jiang Qianxiu evolved into a formidable villain, shrouded in demonic flames, Would he deem himself successful to tee the banks of the Yushin Lake in the Shueiyue Palace? Two striking figures sat side by side. The young girl on the right possessed a delicate waist and a face akin to a flawless moon, her every movement reminiscent of ethereal beauty. The two girls bore a striking resemblance, yet their demeanors were distinctly different. The girl on the right had refined features but exuded an air of indifference and haughtiness. Her gaze as cold as ice, suggesting that the world held no significance for her. The girl on the left, however, radiated a fragile beauty, her sparkling eyes brimming with concern, as if concealing a heavy heart. These two enchanting maidens were none other than the second daughters of the one family from the imperial capital, Wen Qingming and Wen Yuqing. After such a prolonged period of neglect, it is high time you devote yourself to the refinement of your cultivation. Wen Qingming remarked with an icy expression. Wen Yuqing pressed her rosy lips together and replied, "It was she who sent you, wasn't it?" Wen Qingming frowned slightly, her displeasure evident. "That is our mother." Upon hearing this, Wen Yuqing let out a light laugh. "Mother? She is not." With those words, Wen Yuqing immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of malice descending upon her. "Sister, have you forgotten what transpired 7 years ago? Do you not wish to seek justice for her father? Do you not desire retribution for young Master Shen?" Wen Yuqing remained unfazed by the murderous intent, her defiant gaze glistening with unshed tears as she stared unwaveringly at Wen Qingming. "He is not my father. What concern is a mere mortal to me?" Wen Qingming's eyes were devoid of emotion as she replied coldly. Wen Yuqing let out a bitter laugh, her already delicate frame trembling in despair. "Sister, you have truly changed. I no longer recognize you." "People do change," Wen Qingming retorted, her tone still as frigid as before. "Is it because of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Manual? Is the power gained from forsaking emotions truly worth it? A being devoid of feelings, sister, what does that make you?" Wen Yuqing's soft yet resolute face gazed intently at her sister, who was as unyielding as ice. Wen Qingming's emotionless eyes remained fixed on the lake surface. Offering no response, in the silence that ensued, Wen Yuqing felt as though she were a fish out of water, drained of energy, her face etched with hopelessness. "I wish to return home." After a moment, she spoke, her face ashen. "I will report this to our mother. Once her thoughts are settled, should you continue in this manner, I will be unable to prevent her from betrothing you to that man. Take care of yourself." Wen Qingming's detached words hung in the air as she turned away without a glance. "Take care of myself. Ha!" Wen Yuqing mocked, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, "Father, young Master Shen, Jiang Qinqiu, Yuqing misses you all so dearly, since the sisters of the one family have been taken back to the Shueiyue Palace by the Fairy of the Mist 7 years prior." When Yuqing had come to learn the entire story, they were the children born of the clandestine union between the Fairy of the Mist and the Yuming sect. Fearing the sect's discovery, the fairy sought out Wen Changhao in the Qianwu Empire to broker a deal. He would raise the two young sisters in exchange for unparalleled power and immense wealth at that time. Wen Changhao was merely an ordinary official, unable to refuse such an enticing offer, and he readily agreed. Wen Yuqing also learned from the fairy that she and her sister possessed unique physiques. Her sister was a water rhythm spirit body, while she herself was an ice soul spirit body. In the fairy's eyes, Wen Yuqing was deemed superior to her sister. However, Wen Yuqing resisted this notion vehemently. She rejected everything, for the fairy's treatment of the sisters was excessively harsh. Instead of the expected familial affection, they were met with a chilling indifference. Every disciple of the Shueiyue Palace was required to cultivate the core technique, the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Manual, which gradually stripped away their emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, along with the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. The more one relinquished, the faster their cultivation progressed. Wen Yuqing refused to become an emotionless husk, so she steadfastly resisted the manual. Moreover, she could not forget the events that had transpired 7 years ago. The hatred she harbored lay buried deep within her heart, compelling her to resist the cultivation of this technique. She feared that one day, the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Manual would cause her to forget that hatred. The death of her father, the annihilation of the entire Wen household, and the figure that haunted her memories. Ironically, the architect of all this was none other than the disciple of the man she nominally called her father. The Fairy of the Mist had continuously obstructed her quest for vengeance, confining her within the Shueiyue Palace. Living in such dire conditions, her deep-seated hatred remained unexpressed, with no other techniques available for her cultivation. And even her life and death were controlled by the fairy. Over the course of 7 years, Wen Yuqing's strength barely reached the spirit tranquility realm, while Wen Qingning had already emerged as a prominent figure among the younger generation of the cultivation world, achieving the golden core stage. Now, the Fairy of the Mist had issued Wen Yuqing an ultimatum. Should she fail to diligently cultivate the supreme forgetting emotion manual, she would be betrothed to Zhao Hongye, the one she loathed most deeply. When Yuqing's eyes dulled, her crystalline tears flowing freely, the fairy was forcing her, compelling her to submit, to become an obedient daughter, to become an emotionless shell, just like her sister. When Yuqing had no intention of acquiescing, she longed to live for herself. The reason for her desire to return home was twofold. First, the deep yearning in her heart, and second, the emergence of a demonic figure in the cultivation world who was targeting those from the Shueiyue Palace and the Yuming sect. If she were to venture out and fall victim to that individual, it would be a form of release for the tear-stained Wen Yuqing. Conversely, if she survived, she would never yield. Most importantly, Wen Yuqing wished to see if she could find Jiang Qinxiu. Surely, she too must be in despair, uncertain of her own fate, as the autumn sun ascended high in the sky. 3 days later, Wen Yuqing departed the Shueiyue Palace alone, making her way towards the Tianwu Empire. 1,000 miles away, simultaneously, Jiang Qinxiu, clad in black, concealed within the shrouded clouds, swiftly advanced in a singular direction, accompanied by a despondent black dog. The journey proceeded smoothly. Wen Yuqing encountered no trace of the demonic figure hunting the disciples of the Shueiyue Palace. In just 1 day, she arrived at her childhood home. The Tianwu Empire, like a tea that moment. The emperor of the Tianwu Empire was but a puppet propped up by Zhao Hongye, compared to her memories. The Tianwu Empire had grown even more prosperous, with its borders expanding significantly. Yet, despite the apparent vibrancy of the empire, an ominous feeling stirred within Wen Yuqing. Disregarding her apprehensions, she hastened towards the Wen residence. After 7 years of neglect, the Wen estate had fallen into disrepair, its entrance plaque cloaked in dust. The once vibrant vermilion doors were peeling and rotting, a white seal crossed over them, standing before the entrance. Wen Yuqing was already in tears, gazing at the familiar place in her mind, as if time had reverted to that nightmarish scene drenched in blood. Across the street, Jiang Qinxiu walked steadily with Shen Shuqing's body. Making their way home, "Master, look, we have returned, we are back to our home." "Sir, Qinxiu truly misses you dearly, yearning for your presence, if only you could utter a word to me." "Dear sir, for Qinxiu loves you." "Sir," Di Jing followed closely behind, a chill creeping through his heart. Could this woman be of unsound mind? Does she possess some peculiar obsession with the deceased? In Di Jing's eyes, the man whom Jiang Qinxiu held was evidently a soulless corpse. To see his master speaking to the lifeless body with such infatuation sent a shiver down his spine. Di Jing dared not voice his thoughts, relegating them to the recesses of his mind. Before long, Jiang Qinxiu arrived at the door of her former home, accompanied by Shen Shuqing. Whispers emanated from within, indicating that the place had been inhabited by others. Yet, Jiang Qinxiu paid it no mind. In her heart, this abode, regardless of its occupants, remained her home. Without knocking, she casually pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. "Who are you? And how did you enter my home?" The noise of the door attracted 2 figures, one old and one young. The elder regarded Jiang Qinxiu with a disdainful expression, while the youth stood captivated by her breathtaking beauty. "Woof, woof, woof!" Di Jing barked immediately, recognizing it was time to make his presence known. "Get lost!" Jiang Qinxiu coldly uttered a single word. Instantly, the expressions of the elder and the youth became vacant, and in the next moment, they collapsed to the ground. Di Jing stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Jiang Qinxiu paid him no heed, tenderly caressing Shen Shuqing's cheek as she softly declared, "Sir, see, this is our home." Jiang Qinxiu led Shen Shuqing through every corner of the courtyard, seeking remnants of their time spent there. Alas, everything had changed and was no longer as she remembered. The only constant was the rocking chair in the garden, She gently placed Shen Shuqing in the rocking chair and began to sway it softly. With fervent desire in her dark eyes, she asked, "Sir, do you like it?" Fixated on his colorless lips, Jiang Qianxiu could no longer contain her inner yearning, leaning down to press her lips against his. Gradually, her breaths became heavier, her body instinctively entwining with his in that moment. She felt no sense of taboo regarding their teacher-student relationship, only an overwhelming desire that surged forth as love. This was not her first encounter of such nature. Nearly every night, she sought solace in deep kisses to find peace in slumber. Even if her sir were alive, he would likely not resist that. Di Jing, sensing the gravity of the moment, turned his head away. Further convinced that this woman harbored peculiar inclinations and perhaps a troubled mind, time slipped away, and Jiang Qianxiu remained lost in her kiss. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. When Yuning's worried gaze fell upon the scene, her shock was palpable. She nearly blurted out, "Jiang Qianxiu." Jiang Qianxiu's dark eyes lifted slightly, and in an instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from her. When Yuning felt a wave of fear wash over her, a shiver creeping up her spine, in a heartbeat, Jiang Qianxiu vanished from her spot, a terrifying shadow materializing before her, in the astonished gaze of Wen Yuning. A hand seized her delicate neck, pinning her against the wall. The impact sent spiderweb-like cracks rippling through the surface behind her. "I have waited for you for a long time," Jiang Qianxiu uttered, her voice devoid of warmth, yet brimming with cold menace. When Yuning's complexion turned ashen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief, she struggled to speak, her throat constricted, and as she gazed upon this familiar yet alien figure clad in black, an array of emotions surged within her. The little girl who once trailed behind young Master Shen had now grown into a formidable woman. Although Wen Yuning was unaware of the trials Jiang Qianxiu had faced, she recognized that the latter had embarked on the path of cultivation. The power radiating from Jiang Qianxiu obscured her own. And as she locked eyes with the bloodthirsty intent in those dark orbs, Wen Yuning felt a pang of sorrow. Her breaths grew shallower, and if she were to perish at Jiang Qianxiu's hands, she would harbor no regrets. Surely, Jiang Qianxiu had suffered greatly upon witnessing young Master Shen's demise. After all, his death was intertwined with her own actions, a nightmare that haunted Wen Yuning for 7 long years. To have inadvertently caused the death of one she cherished was an agony that had lingered with her throughout the years. Now, facing death at Jiang Qianxiu's hands felt like a release. Thus, Wen Yuning slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You cannot kill her yet. She bears the mark of the tribulation period, and you are not her match at this time," that a voice echoed within Jiang Qianxiu's mind. Attempting to deter her in truth, Jiang Qianxiu had wavered, for with her current cultivation, a mere glance was sufficient to eliminate someone of the spirit void stage. As a fellow woman, Jiang Qianxiu understood that Wen Yuning had always harbored love for her sir, though Jiang Qianxiu loathed her deeply. After all, the death of her sir was not directly at Wen Yuning's hands, yet was undeniably connected. She hesitated to deliver a fatal blow for 2 reasons. First, she too had loved her sir, and second, if he were to witness from beyond, he would likely not wish for her to take a life. Even after 7 years of bloodshed, her heart, now numb, still hesitated upon encountering this woman she despised. Ultimately, Jiang Qianxiu released her grip on Wen Yuning's life. Cough, cough. Wen Yuning fell to the ground, gasping for air. "You won't kill me?" she asked, bewildered as she regained her breath. "Killing you would only displease my SI, or be gone and disappear from my sight. I have no desire to see you, lest I truly take your life." Jiang Qianxiu returned to Shen Shuqing's side, burying her head in his cold embrace, her tone indifferent. When Yuning did not leave, her gaze remained fixated on the unmoving Shen Shuqing, longing to be near the man who had occupied her thoughts. As she approached, she realized that the young Master Shen before her was still a lifeless corpse. Watching Jiang Qianxiu quietly nestle against Shen Shuqing, Wen Yuning felt her heart. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Lowering her gaze, Jiang Qianxiu let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Had it not been for young Master Shen's rescue, such a tragedy would never have unfolded. "Do you not understand?" Jiang Qianxiu thought for 7 years. "I have lived in regret I despise myself and those who harmed young Master Shun. I've been trapped in the Watermoon Palace all these years, longing to find you, but never having the chance. I do not seek your forgiveness, for I cannot forgive myself." When Yuning seemed to wish to pour forth all her pent-up emotions accumulated over the years, her gaze remained locked on Shen Shuqing. And as her words fell away, she could not help but step forward. The moment she did, an invisible barrier repelled her. When Yuning paused, recognizing that this was Jiang Qianqiu's way of keeping her from approaching young Master Shen. Rather than feel anger, she resigned herself to sit beside Di Jing. Reaching out to stroke the round head of the dog, Di Jing stiffened, eyes wide in surprise, baring its teeth in an attempt to intimidate the woman. It had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, but now the scene had shifted. "Woman, how presumptuous of you! Jiang Qianqiu, I hold no other desires. I simply wish for you to eliminate all those who wronged young Master Shun, including this Tianwu Empire, for there is nothing left to cherish now that our home is gone. If you want me to be an undercover agent in the Watermoon Palace, I can do that too. I only hope you will eradicate everyone." When Yuning raised her head, her eyes ablaze with an unprecedented ferocity. Jiang Qianqiu's expression remained unperturbed, a glimmer of dark light flickering in her eyes. "I will slay them all. I do not require your reminders." Jiang Qianqiu returned to the Tianwu Empire with two purposes. First, to allow her sir one last glimpse of their home, and second, to use the entire empire as a forge to refine her power by sacrificing all its inhabitants. To her, this place was already a sight of sorrow. What did it matter if it were destroyed? A terrifying shadow loomed over the Tianwu Empire, enveloping it in darkness, awaiting the moment her thoughts would ignite a downpour of black lightning. Where the black lightning struck, no life would remain. It would transform into a desolate wasteland devoid of vitality. That would be for the best. When Yuning set her heart at ease soon after. A hint of melancholy regret washed over her features as she reminisced and spoke to herself. The fact that young Master Shun had not reciprocated my affections has lingered in my heart as an unshakable sorrow. I often ponder that if there were truly a next life, I would unhesitatingly rush towards young Master Shun once more. Admittedly, it may sound somewhat childish, for my feelings for him were merely a case of infatuation at first sight. Jiang Qianqiu, I must confess, I sometimes envy you greatly. Having grown up by young Master Shen's side, you have experienced his meticulous love and received his countless attentions, while I, a mere latecomer, have felt none of it. I have never even experienced a single warm embrace from young Master Shun, let alone know what his essence is like. She spoke. The air around when Yuning seemed to solidify, and a chilling aura of murderous intent threatened to become palpable. Unfazed by this ominous presence, she continued to speak. "Jiang Qianqiu, what do you think young Master Shen's lips taste like?" With her words hanging in the air. When Yuning met Jiang Qianqiu's abyss-like gaze without an ounce of fear, her eyes filled with profound longing. Di Jing swallowed hard and stealthily shifted to the side, unable to suppress a silent plea. "Sister, for the love of all that is good, please say less that I am truly suffering being caught between you two." The chilling aura, reminiscent of a frigid spring from the depths of the underworld, made Di Jing tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, dark thunder encircled Jiang Qianqiu, a dangerous glimmer flashing in her eyes. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds split the sky, altering the very essence of the world. Jiang Qianqiu coldly declared, "When Yuning, I spare you for the sake of my master, but that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Why should I explain what my master's lips taste like? He is mine, and you shall never take him from me, as long as my patience has not yet waned. You have 3 breaths to roll out of my sight. Indeed, I do envy you." Wen Yuning replied with a bitter smile. The scene from her entrance lingered in her mind. She could not surpass Jiang Qianqiu when young Master Shen was alive, and even in his absence. She found herself equally powerless. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted from Wen Yuning's delicate frame, sending her crashing out of the courtyard. Jiang Qianqiu did not strike lethally, but the blow nearly cost Wen Yuning half her life. Leaving her fragile body in a pitiful state, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Get out." Jiang Qianqiu, uninterested in hearing more, expelled her and erected a barrier to prevent Wen Yuning's return. "You too leave." Jiang Qianqiu's gaze swept toward the trembling Di Jing, dismissively casting him out as well. That Di Jing hung his head, departing from the fearsome woman. What did I do to deserve this? Jiang Qianqiu sought solitude with her master. Wishing for no interruptions before the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, yes, she took a moment to reflect on what was once her home. When Yu Ning did not leave, the pain from her wounds paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. The seeds of resentment had already sprouted, deeply rooted in her soul. Weary, when Yu Ning leaned against the wall, reminiscent of that fateful day 7 years ago when she had cried while departing from here. She had nothing left to cherish. The once joyous when residence was now but a memory, and the young master she loved had vanished alongside her departure. Even her sister, who had grown up with her, had changed into someone unrecognizable, cold and distant. In many ways, she and Jiang Qianqiu were alike, both ravaged by hatred, both without a home. Unlike Jiang Qianqiu, however, Wen Yuning could neither grasp nor see her own fate. In her despair upon encountering Jiang Qianqiu, a flicker of hope ignited within her, a spark of vengeance kindled by Jiang Qianqiu's very presence. Though it was merely a nascent flame, Wen Yuning firmly believed that even the smallest spark could ignite a great fire. There would come a day when those who had wronged her would face the consequences of their actions. Until that day, Wen Yuning vowed to live on, yearning to witness the reckoning unfold. You too have been cast out. Wen Yuning sensed a gaze upon her, and turned to meet the eyes of Di Jing. Embarrassed at being discovered, Di Jing averted his gaze, his mind racing with the gossip he had overheard. There seemed to be a significant secret between these two women and the lifeless body. Particularly unsettling was the sight of his master engaging with the corpse in such a manner, making Di Jing feel nauseous. Furthermore, this sudden appearance of a woman who appeared to have a keen interest in the deceased only added to his confusion. Di Jing struggled to comprehend the complexities of human emotions, feeling utterly lost amidst their romantic entanglements. Fortunately, he had no interest in such matters. His focus was solely on enhancing his cultivation. With a disdainful glance, he regarded Wen Yuning. Instantly, Wen Yuning felt a mix of amusement and frustration, as though she were being looked down upon by a mere dog. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly comical black dog was, in fact, a formidable demon. Isn't this the esteemed second miss of the Wen family? A mocking voice interjected. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Wen Yuning abruptly lifted her head, and a surge of hatred flooded her heart as she spat. Zhao, oh, Miss Wen, how could you miss me so dearly? To call my name with such fervor? I am quite flattered. Zhao Hongye approached, clad in a resplendent robe, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Following him was a hunchbacked elder, perpetually shrouded in black robes. The elder's gaze, concealed in the shadows, fixated on the sprawled Di Jing, scrutinizing him but finding nothing amiss, his brow furrowing in concern. Upon arrival, the elder had sensed an ominous presence in the air, as if foretelling his doom. His mind, clouded with confusion, speculated on the nature of this imminent danger. In this territory of the Yuming sect, who could possibly be his harbinger of death? Surely it could not be this seemingly simple-minded black dog. The elder continued to reassure himself that I will kill you. Wen Yuning rose, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Once again confronted with her arch-nemesis, the very instigator who had annihilated her family and slain young Master Shen. Her hatred obliterated her reason. Over the past 7 years, Zhao Hongye's malevolence had only intensified. The entire Tianwu dynasty had fallen under his dominion, reduced to a harem for his pleasures, with a puppet emperor capturing young maidens for his enjoyment, including girls from smaller sects, all of whom had succumbed to Zhao Hongye's grasp. With this thought, Wen Yuning summoned a long sword, its cold gleam aimed directly at him. Zhao Hongye, with a sneer on his lips, made no effort to evade the approaching blade, allowing it to pierce toward him. In an instant, Wen Yuning's sword shattered against his protective aura, her wrists seized as he pulled her closer. What a foolish girl, daring to approach with such meager strength. Di Jing lay nearby, mocking her. Miss Wen, have you so quickly succumbed to my embrace? Zhao Hongye taunted, his eyes glinting with derision as he regarded her delicate form. Suddenly, Di Jing sprang to his feet, baring his fangs in fury. Had it not been for Jiang Qinqiu's presence, he would have likely struck down this oblivious insect in an instant. Zhao Hongye remained unfazed, viewing Di Jing as nothing more than a mere dog, ready to kick him aside. His sole focus was on the enchanting Wen Yuning, oblivious to the deadly threat that silently loomed. Miss Wen, care to guess how I discovered your presence here? Zhao Hongye's eyes glimmered with mischief. It was her, wasn't it? Wen Yuning's movements faltered, her face paling. Did she truly wish to deliver herself to the person she loathed the most? Correct, but there is no surprise. You should know that remaining in the Shueiyue Palace is utterly dull. A woman devoid of desires cannot experience the utmost pleasures of the mortal realm. What a pity I cannot enjoy your sister's fair beauty. Nevertheless, I shall grant you the opportunity to experience a taste of the divine tonight. Zhao Hongye's eyes danced with lecherous intent, eager to seize the frail Wen Yuning for his own depraved purposes. Zhao Hongye, do you never check the calendar before stepping out? Pale and cold. Wen Yuning suddenly recalled something, and with a shift in tone, she spoke icily. Zhao Hongye's smile froze as he questioned, "What do you mean?" It seemed that my so-called mother had inadvertently wished for your demise. Though Wen Yuning did not articulate it directly, her frost-bitten visage seemed to convey everything. Zhao Hongye presumed that Wen Yuning was merely attempting to intimidate him. And with an air of defiance, he exclaimed, "Who here could possibly harm me? Who would dare to?" Observing Zhao Hongye's reckless demeanor, Wen Yuning let out a cold laugh. "Do you think I am merely posturing?" The next moment, she bellowed towards the side courtyard. "Jiang Qinqiu, are you not going to act? How long do you intend to hold on to young Master Shen?" Upon her words, a terrifying aura surged forth from the courtyard. Enveloping the two, Zhao Hongye was momentarily stunned. While the elder in black robes behind him felt a chill run down his spine, his expression shifting as he shouted, "Young master, flee! Use the great teleportation talisman." Quickly, before Zhao Hongye could react, a bolt of black lightning shot forth, hurling him away. Following closely, Jiang Qinqiu's shadow descended upon them, exuding a terrifying presence akin to that of a world-destroying demon. The elder in black felt a parched throat and dread in his eyes. Overwhelmed by the oppressive pressure, Zhao Hongye, struck by the black lightning, did not perish. Rather, he struggled to rise from the rubble, his previous defiance replaced by a look of despair. Without hesitation, he produced a talisman and infused it with his spiritual energy. Vanishing from sight in an instant, a death substitution talisman and a great teleportation talisman. You think you can escape for long? Jiang Qinqiu's gaze was devoid of warmth as he transformed into a shadow. Pursuing at great speed, Senior, the elder in black attempted to invoke his sex name for vengeance, only to hear a cold voice from the heavens. "Kill him." Before the elder could respond, he sensed a terrifying pressure erupting beside him. With fear in his eyes, he looked down to see an innocuous black dog rapidly enlarging. In an instant, a shadow as massive as a small mountain loomed over him. Crack! The creature, with a savage grin, twisted its head, bones cracking with a resounding echo. Grinning maliciously at the ants beneath, it boasted, "Finally, I can revert to my true form. That old man shall entertain you in the blink of an eye." A colossal hand descended. Boom! The overwhelming force struck the ground, causing it to collapse. Dust billowed, and the ensuing shockwave toppled rows of houses like autumn leaves in the wind. The elder hastily sidestepped, trembling, his eyes still filled with lingering terror. By the heavens, the old man's calamity is indeed tied to a dog. The old man dodged quite nimbly. How impressive that a single slap failed to end you, that I wonder how many more times you can evade. The creature, intrigued by its failure to vanquish the elder, grew more interested. The elder, his spirit faltering, immediately unleashed his most potent technique, the Tongyu finger, a finger that opens the gates of hell and reveals the underworld. A torrent of deathly energy surged forth towards the giant. The spectacle was grand, smoke swirling like a tempest, obscuring the mountainous form. The elder's gaze was fixed ahead, and just as a flicker of hope emerged in his heart, a horrifying head protruded from the dust, snarling, "Old man, are you merely tickling me?" In the elder's astonished gaze, the enormous shadow plummeted from the sky. Finished. These were the final two words in the elder's mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongye was in a state of sheer panic. His body flew ahead while his spirit lagged behind. Yet the shadow standing amidst the dark clouds consistently trailed him, occasionally unleashing bolts of black lightning. He found himself in utter disarray. He possessed only one death substitution talisman, crafted from his master Qi Tianxia's blood, capable of withstanding a single blow from an ordinary tribulation phase. Yet now it lay in tatters. Shattered by that woman, he had only 3 great teleportation talismans, each enabling a leap of 1,000 miles. And now they were all expended, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, as the looming danger drew ever closer. Zhao Hongye cried out for help. "Master, save me." Far away, deep within the secluded chambers of the Yuming sect, Qi Tianxia suddenly opened his eyes. "Who dares to harm my disciple?" Qi Tianxia immediately calculated Zhao Hongye's position. Discovering it was at least 5,000 miles away, and being in meditation, he could not traverse there directly. He could only project a shadow through the token on Zhao Hongye. However, this would diminish his strength. The further the distance, the weaker his power would become. Without time to ponder, he sent forth a shadow. "Who are you?" "Pursuing my disciple." Qi Tianxia's figure descended beside the panting Zhao Hongye upon seeing his master arrive. Zhao Hongye's confidence surged. "Master, it's that woman who is chasing me. Please capture her and seal her powers. I want to torment her thoroughly." Zhao Hongye's eyes gleamed with malice. Qi Tianxia's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the shadowy figure nearby. As the cloud drew nearer, Qi Tianxia discerned the opponent's cultivation level. Transformation phase? No, this is no ordinary transformation phase. Qi Tianxia's brows knitted tightly. From Jiang Qinxiu, he sensed a power comparable to the integration phase. "Who are you, and whose disciple are you?" Qi Tianxia's imposing force collided with Jiang Qinxiu's frigid murderous intent, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. To cultivate such a disciple, the master behind her must be a formidable figure. Who is her master? Why have I never heard of such a person in the cultivation world? Not having witnessed Jiang Qinxiu's techniques, Qi Tianxia could not deduce who her master was. "You are his master." Jiang Qinxiu's gaze was icy and piercing. "I am his teacher." "Young one, do tell me, whose disciple are you?" Qi Tianxia's tone brooked no refusal. Jiang Qinxiu's bloodthirsty intent glinted. "Since you are his master, you must perish." "Preposterous! For many years, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner." Qi Tianxia scolded angrily, the weight of heaven bearing down upon him. This pressure had no effect on Jiang Qinxiu. "Old man, spare me your prattle. You are but a shadow, daring to bark." Jiang Qinxiu's cold eyes flashed with dark light, and in an instant, dark clouds enveloped the area. With a flick of her finger, numerous thick black bolts of lightning surged forth, striking down like a wrathful deity, causing the void to roar. Qi Tianxia's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this girl would strike without warning. Reacting swiftly, he countered with a powerful palm, an awe-inspiring blow aimed skyward. Boom! A terrifying force erupted between heaven and earth. In that instant of confrontation, Qi Tianxia's expression changed. His power was relentlessly overpowered by the black lightning. Cracks appeared in his shadowy form, as though it would dissipate at any moment. The shock within Qi Tianxia was beyond words. This shadow of his possessed the strength of the early void phase. Yet now it was being suppressed by a mere girl at the late transformation phase. The overwhelming black lightning descended like a deluge, its might akin to a heavenly tribulation. "Die." Jiang Qinxiu closed in, her foot striking down. The fury of the thunder roared, overwhelmingly crashing down, shattering Qi Tianxia's shadow into fragments. "I leave you with one final message. I have slain all your disciples, and in 5 years, I shall kill you." Jiang Qinxiu's chilling words echoed through the heavens and earth, and she knew Qi Tianxia would hear her. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongye stood by, utterly dumbfounded. His master was unable to gain the upper hand against this enigmatic woman. Jiang Qinxiu wasted no time with further dialogue. With a flick of her fingers, the black lightning instantly turned Zhao Hongye to ash within the Tianwu Empire, when Yuning buried her face in Shen Shuqing's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured longingly, "Young Master Shen, if only your heart still beat." In the underground chambers of the Yuming sect, Qi Tianxia's expression darkened like stormy waters. veins on his forehead bulging like enraged dragons. His eyes burned with fury, and the air around him seemed unable to withstand his overwhelming wrath, warping into an unrecognizable state, as an invisible pressure surged like a tidal wave. Since Qi Tianxia had taken the helm of the Yuming sect, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. This time, he had suffered a tremendous loss at the hands of a mere junior. Should this matter become widely known among those of the same rank, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule for all. The fact that his personally taught disciple was slain right beneath his nose is akin to a resounding slap to his face in front of everyone. To make matters worse, this audacious young girl is the very mastermind behind the recent slaughters of his sect's disciples. She even shamelessly boasted that she would kill him in 5 years. Qi Tianxia's lips curled into a cold smirk filled with malice in his eyes. The notion of her killing him in 5 years was nothing short of a delusion, an absurdity. However, from Jiang Qianxiu's spine-chilling black lightning techniques, Qi Tianxia could discern no indication of her true power. Yet, for the already enraged Qi Tianxia, this was of little consequence. Having provoked the Yuming sect, there would be no place for her in this world. He sneered repeatedly, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, before producing a black iron token from his hand. Instantly, all information regarding Jiang Qianxiu's appearance and cultivation was reflected within it. With his current level of cultivation, a mere glance at her true form would allow him to effortlessly replicate it, and no matter who it might be, capturing this girl would yield a reward of a heavenly-grade divine weapon, while killing her would grant an 8-turn Liuli Chihua pill. Qi Tianxia's voice boomed like thunder as the message resonated within it that very moment. All disciples of the Yuming sect received this notification. In an instant, it stirred a tremendous commotion, akin to a boulder being cast into a still pond. The Yuming pursuit order was activated. The reward of a heavenly-grade divine weapon was astonishing. Such a weapon could only be wielded by those of the Dongshu realm or above. Furthermore, the 8-turn Liuli Chihua pill was said to contain celestial flames. Consuming one would enhance a person's cultivation by a century. How wonderful it would be if these two treasures belonged to me. One disciple mused with envy. Stop daydreaming. Have you even bothered to read the task details? A Huashan realm cultivator is not someone you can provoke. Besides, the generous rewards indicate that this task is not meant for the likes of us. It must be a task suited for those at the Dongshu realm or higher, another disciple scoffed. Just thinking about it is absurd. The discouraged disciple retorted defiantly that I shall see when your demise arrives. Qi Tianxia ominously stated, gazing at the issued Yuming pursuit order in the realm of cultivation. The Yuming sect is not the only one with pursuit orders. Nearly every major sect employs such methods. Anyone foolish enough to provoke a sect will find themselves the target of similar warrants. Without a formidable backing for protection, their fate is sealed. Moreover, tasks with such generous rewards are not solely assigned to the disciples of the sect. Once news spreads, other demonic sects can also undertake the task, reaping the rewards upon its completion. Of course, if righteous sects covet such rewards, they too may accept tasks from the demonic sections. Essentially, Qi Tianxia need not lift a finger. He was confident that Jiang Qianxiu would surely find herself with no means of escape. Subsequently, Qi Tianxia contacted Fairy Xia of Shueihua Palace through a communication treasure, recalling that she had been targeting the cultivators of Shueihua Palace. The killing of Zhao Hongye not only failed to quell Jiang Qianxiu's murderous intent, but only intensified her desire for slaughter like a raging inferno. Upon returning to the Tianwu dynasty, Di Jing had reverted to his canine form, listlessly resting his head at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Qianxiu's return, Di Jing immediately feigned a docile demeanor, wagging his tail joyfully in greeting. Jiang Qianxiu paid him no mind, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, and upon failing to spot Wen Yuning, her gaze turned as cold as ice. The elegant silhouette concealed beneath her black attire exuded an air of chilling menace as she strode towards the secluded courtyard. Young Master Shen, why did you refuse to accept me back then? Was I not good enough? Wen Yuning's crystalline tears fell like pearls from a broken string, soaking Shen Shuqing's garments. Her words, filled with longing and affection, flowed forth like a babbling brook, yearning to express her fervent love in this manner. Wen Yuning desperately hoped that Shen Shuqing would respond, even if it were a cold and unfeeling rejection. Her infatuated gaze lingered on his cold, pristine features, recalling the scene she had witnessed upon entering. Her heart raced like a startled deer, and a surge of impulsive emotion welled up within her. Closing her eyes slightly, Wen Yuning leaned in, her soft lips inching towards Shen Shuqing's pale ones. Their lips met delicately, and Wen Yuning involuntarily trembled, her eyes misting over, while a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks like the evening sky. She appeared exceedingly innocent, a blend of purity and allure, pouring all her love into this moment. Little did she know, unseen eyes were watching this scene with complex emotions from above. Gradually, the gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour. And when Yuning's actions grew bolder, reluctant to pull away, she understood that this was her only chance. Otherwise, with Jiang Qianqiu nearby, she would not have such an opportunity. Just as when Yuning was about to greedily deepen their connection, an icy chill of murderous intent ensnared her like a cage. She released her lips and turned to see Jiang Qianqiu's figure silently appearing not far away. Those abyss-like eyes, cold and desolate as a barren night, sent shivers down her spine. Jiang Qianqiu had returned. When Yuning felt no shame at being caught. Instead, her lips curled into a smile as she laughed sweetly, her expression still bearing a hint of lingering desire. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, the chilling atmosphere reaching its zenith. The two women locked eyes, sparks seemingly flying between them. When Yuning, you seek death. Ultimately, Jiang Qianqiu could no longer contain her fury. Her figure transformed into a shadowy wraith, her hand gripping Wen Yuning's delicate neck like a vice. Black lightning coiled around Wen Yuning, akin to a ferocious serpent striking. A searing pain coursed through her body, contorting her beautiful face in agony, evoking sympathy from onlookers. For an entire incense stick's worth of time, Jiang Qianqiu coldly tormented Wen Yuning before finally casting her to the ground. Throughout the ordeal, Jiang Qianqiu had striven to suppress her murderous intent. She had not anticipated that Wen Yuning would dare to cross her line during her absence. Had it not been for the sake of her master, Jiang Qianqiu would have already sent her on her way to the underworld. Jiang Qianqiu could somewhat empathize with the pain of unrequited love and resentment. Yet, her master belonged solely to her. Even in death, she would not allow anyone else to taint him. This would serve as a profound lesson for Wen Yuning. Throughout the encounter, Wen Yuning remained silent, resembling a withered flower, evoking a sense of pity. Leave this place. If there is a next time, even if you are acquainted with my master, I will surely kill you, Jiang Qianqiu coldly stated, controlling Shen Shuqing with her spiritual sense before departing. You could kill me right now. I would have no regrets in being slain by you. When Yuning replied with a sorrowful smile, like a petal falling, she felt as if she were a mere shell of a person, trapped in a cage devoid of emotions. Even her closest sister having changed, sustained by hatred until today, she felt a flicker of hope igniting within. A strong intuition told Wen Yuning that Jiang Qianqiu would undoubtedly instigate a bloody reckoning. Before that, she would willingly embrace death at Jiang Qianqiu's hands. This can indeed be seen as a form of atonement for Wen Yuning, indirectly leading to the demise of Shen Shuqing. Jiang Qianqiu offered no response. Embracing Shen Shuqing's cold form as she stepped outside, an unexpected figure awaited her at the doorway. Upon gazing at the woman, whose countenance was as frigid as frost and bore a striking resemblance to Wen Yuning, Jiang Qianqiu instantly recognized her as Wen Qingning. The indifferent and emotionless gaze merely brushed against her before they passed each other, the latter's form swiftly vanishing from sight. Ding Jing shook his head and followed closely. Darting into the gathering shadows, I could see that moment, when Qingning felt as though she were under the direct scrutiny of a malevolent deity from the abyss, paralyzed by an overwhelming pressure that rendered her immobile. Even as a practitioner of the supreme forgetting emotion technique, she could profoundly sense the fear that gripped her heart. She had come upon the command of the Fairy of Xiamen to retrieve Wen Yuning, only to learn of Zhao Hongye's untimely death. Initially, Wen Qingning did not suspect Wen Yuning's involvement, but upon encountering this woman exuding an intense aura of dominance, she quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. If such a formidable presence were turned against her, her existence would be extinguished in an instant. Zhao Hongya's death was undoubtedly connected to this individual, and her hesitation to enter the courtyard stemmed from an instinctual recognition of a terrifying presence within. Wen Qingning felt a vague familiarity towards this haughty woman and the man beside her, yet she could not quite place them as she entered the courtyard and beheld Wen Yuning, battered and bruised. Her brows knit in concern. What has happened here? Upon recognizing her sister, Wen Yuning refrained from a direct reply and instead asked, "What brings you here?" "Mother sent me to bring you back. You had best prepare an explanation." Wen Qingning replied, coolly, "In explanation?" Wen Yuning chuckled lightly, her already pallid complexion growing even more so. "That I owe no one an explanation. If that is the case, let us return," aware that evasion was futile. She chose to confront the matter head-on. When Qingning's expression shifted slightly, she sensed a change in her sister. "You have yet to tell me what transpired. Is Zhao Hongya's death linked to you?" When Qingning pressed on that, "My dear sister, are you questioning me?" When Yuning raised her gaze to meet Wen Qingning's, "No, I merely wish to clarify matters to present a mother." When Qingning's icy eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. "Mother, it is always about mother." The sister, whom she had grown close to since childhood, was completely under her control. A bitter smile crossed Wen Yuning's heart. "Sister, do you no longer recognize those two?" She did not answer directly. Her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as she inquired. She yearned for her sister to recollect the figure that had once rescued them before the dilapidated shrine. When Qingning furrowed her brows slightly. "What do you mean? Am I supposed to know them?" Upon hearing this, disappointment clouded Wen Yuning's features. "Let us depart," she said calmly. This fleeting expression did not escape Wen Qingning's notice, deepening her confusion. Yet, seeing that Wen Yuning had no intention of elaborating further, she followed suit. At that moment, Jiang Qianqiu's presence had vanished, prompting a resigned smile from Wen Yuning. Having listened to Jiang Qianqiu's insistence to leave within the hour, Wen Yuning made no further delays and departed on her artifact. The two sisters remained silent as they traveled. When Qingning mulling over the enigmatic couple they had encountered, It felt as though she had known them before, a faint sense of familiarity gnawing at her mind. Yet she could not grasp it. The more she sought clarity, the more agitated she became, causing a ripple of disturbance in her practice of the supreme forgetting emotion technique. A sudden realization struck her, prompting her to halt abruptly. Thunder rumbled ominously. Not far from the Tianwu Empire, the sky erupted with lightning. Countless bolts, as thick as barrels, cascaded from the brooding clouds above, presenting a scene reminiscent of a cataclysm. When Qingning turned back in shock, her heart unable to articulate the horror unfolding before her. She witnessed, with stark clarity, the rows of houses lining the streets reduced to rubble by the black lightning. The panicked residents, devoid of a single scream, were consumed by the dark ash, their forms obliterated. The once grand palace, a symbol of prosperity, lay in ruins beneath the onslaught of darkened skies. Fiery flames engulfed the wreckage, billowing black smoke into the heavens that, in mere moments, the imperial city had transformed into a nightmarish tableau. Was this a massacre? Why was this happening? Who was this individual? When Qingning found herself profoundly shaken by Jiang Qianqiu's ruthlessness. As her thoughts momentarily ceased, they surged forth anew. Could such a terrifying force truly be someone she had known before? The pressure emanating from Jiang Qianqiu was something she had only felt in the presence of the fairy of Xiamen. The two were different. The fairy seemed like an ethereal being untouched by worldly strife, her chilly demeanor rendering her almost otherworldly. In contrast, Jiang Qianqiu emanated a more visceral shock, as if she had risen from a sea of corpses, instilling a primal fear. When Yuning merely cast a fleeting glance before closing her eyes in meditation. With her home destroyed, there was little left to cling to. Her thoughts mirrored those of Jiang Qianqiu. The latter harbored no clear distinction between good and evil. She understood only that through bloodshed, her own cultivation could flourish, and swift vengeance could be exacted upon the Yuming sect and the Shuiwei temple. The vast imperial city, under the relentless bombardment of dark lightning, could not endure for long. Soon, Jiang Qianqiu sensed the life force within it dissipating. In that instant, the might emanating from Jiang Qianqiu surged. Her cultivation's bottleneck loosening and breaking in a heartbeat. Torrents of black lightning erupted from within her, radiating outward. The blossoming dark radiance centered around Jiang Qinxiu as it expanded wildly into the distance. A celestial phenomenon unfolded above, the sky cloaked in ominous clouds, resembling a fierce black dragon descending. Darkness enveloped the world. Even the sun hanging in the heavens became shrouded in shadow. An overwhelming force manifested around Jiang Qinxiu. Her abyssal eyes filled with a void of annihilation. This spectacle, infused with a sense of destruction, instantly drew the attention of numerous practitioners. Many powerful cultivators felt a wave of unease wash over them, even rousing ancient beings from their slumber, who expended their innate energy to divine the cause. The results left them aghast. Soon the entire realm would be shrouded in a foreboding and ominous darkness, and all beings would submit to the vague shadow that loomed ahead. In haste, these ancient ones reached out to their peers and descendants, mobilizing all their efforts to uncover the ominous source. As the calculations revealed an impending date, urgency escalated. Simultaneously, within the Ji family's sacred grounds, a young man in a flowing white robe rushed into the family meeting room, breathless. "Father, this is bad. This is terrible. What is the matter that has you so flustered?" "Speak slowly," a stern middle-aged man chided, furrowing his brow. "Father, the ancestral grave has stirred." "No, the ancestor has sent a message," the young man exclaimed without hesitation. "What? The ancestor has sent a message." Panic spread across the middle-aged man's face upon hearing this. A similar scene unfolded within the esteemed Taishan sect of swordsmanship. "Master, this is dire. The ancestor has awakened." Other sects housing ancient beings were equally thrown into disarray. These ancestors typically remained in deep slumber, only emerging in times of dire peril. Meanwhile, Ding Jing lay trembling on the ground, shaken by the sudden upheaval, utterly astonished. "Are you even human? Have you truly reached the harmonization stage?" "After years of diligent cultivation, I find myself still at the stage of transformation. Your progress surpasses even the swiftest flow of water. It is truly a marvel that a mere mortal can outpace a demon." In a sudden moment of reflection, I begin to question the purpose of my relentless efforts. That it is a crushing blow. Not just to a dog, but to a tiger as well. This moment. The two daughters of the one family have returned to the Water Moon Palace. When Yuning's surprise, the Fairy of Dawn has no intention of meeting her, being preoccupied with other matters. Yet, she has still dispatched someone to confine her within the abyssal hanging cave. This cave, located behind the Water Moon Palace, is typically reserved for disciples who have committed grave errors. It is perpetually assailed by frigid winds, and those imprisoned within are stripped of their cultivation. Without formidable physical strength, one would find it nearly impossible to withstand the bone-chilling cold of the winds. Wen Yuning offers no resistance, allowing the disciples to bind her with their specialized chains. Though her cultivation remains unsealed, the light laugh escapes her lips. It seems the Fairy of Dawn fears she might shatter under the onslaught of the winds. In the depths of Wen Qingning's emotionless gaze, there flickers a hint of compassion, yet she refrains from intervening. Inside the abyssal hanging cave, Wen Yuning's complexion is as pale as paper. Her bright eyes dimmed, as if life itself has ebbed away. A month has passed since she departed from the Tianwu Empire and was cast into this cave, enduring the relentless onslaught of icy winds each day. Her already fragile frame now feels as insubstantial as paper, susceptible to shattering at the slightest misstep. During this time, Wen Qingning has visited several times, merely urging her to apologize to the Fairy of Dawn. However, Wen Yuning has resolutely rejected such notions, vowing never to become a heartless being, no matter the suffering she endures. Aside from the disciples who bring her meals at scheduled intervals, no one else has come to visit. Bound by the specialized chains around her ankles, Wen Yuning lies against the cold, damp rock face. Outside the cave, the icy winds howl ominously, occasionally penetrating the cave's confines to lash against her scarred, delicate body, sending chills straight to her marrow. After a month of torment, her heart is as still as a placid pool, devoid of any ripples. No wind can rival the chill within her soul. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes from outside the cave, becoming discernible to Wen Yuning. Initially assuming it to be Wen Qingning's return, she soon realizes the footsteps are disordered, indicating the presence of two individuals. With a slight effort, she raises her heavy eyelids, her gaze devoid of light. Before her stands a tall, slender figure, exuding an air of cold superiority. It is none other than the Fairy of Dawn. Accompanied by the respectful Wen Qingning, that a bitter smile stretches across Wen Yuning's lips. It appears her mother has finally deemed it time to pass judgment after a month of silence. Gazing at the battered form of Wen Yuning, the Fairy of Dawn's once compassionate eyes now reflect nothing but disdain. In her heart, she desires only an obedient daughter. Wen Yuning's ethereal spirit is better suited for the cultivation of the supreme, emotionless record. Alas, her daughter remains burdened by earthly concerns, persistently refusing to heed her words. Initially, the Fairy of Dawn exhibited some patience, but 7 years have elapsed without any change in Wen Yuning's demeanor. In contrast, Wen Qingning's behavior has become increasingly pleasing to her. That a month prior, when Wen Yuning returned to the Tianwu Empire, the Fairy of Dawn discreetly informed Zhao Hongyi. Since you refuse to listen and are unwilling to cultivate the supreme, emotionless record, I shall betroth you to the very person you despise most. The Fairy of Dawn was convinced that Wen Yuning would ultimately regret her decision and return to her. However, the unfolding events exceeded her expectations. Zhao Hongyi had perished, along with his guards, at the hands of an enigmatic female cultivator in black. This led the Fairy of Dawn to suspect that it was Wen Yuning's doing. The death of Zhao Hongyi held little significance, even if he was a disciple of Qi Tianxia. The Fairy of Dawn had long since severed emotional ties with him, yet what infuriated her was the belief that Wen Yuning was instigating a rebellion against her. Thus, upon her return, Wen Yuning was promptly imprisoned within the abyssal hanging cave. Her subsequent summons by the sect's elders delayed her meeting with her daughter, the daughter of this esteemed position. You have greatly disappointed me, the Fairy of Dawn stated coldly. Wen Yuning responded with a bitter smile, remaining silent. A cultivator who cannot forget trivial matters of the mortal realm, I shall grant you one final opportunity to disclose the events of that day and the identity of the woman involved. From Qi Tianxia, I learned that the black-clad woman at the transformation stage has been responsible for the recent slayings within the Watermoon Palace. The Fairy of Dawn's frigid tone left no room for refusal. After a moment's pause, silence enveloped the atmosphere, igniting the Fairy of Dawn's fury. Her icy demeanor, reminiscent of winter's frost, emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Since you refused to speak, I shall personally extract the truth from your soul. The Fairy of Dawn's tone was devoid of any warmth. Wen Yuning shot her head up, terror etched across her features. If her soul were to be searched, the truth about Jiang Qianxiu would inevitably be revealed. No, she implored, shaking her delicate head. Witnessing Wen Yuning's distress, the Fairy of Dawn's anger flared, and without waiting for her refusal, she lunged forward. Mother, Wen Qingning, unable to bear the sight, interjected. What? Do you intend to obstruct me? The Fairy of Dawn cast a cold glance backward. The soul-searching may prove too much for my sister to endure. Wen Qingning trembled under the gaze, but steeled her resolve. Given Wen Yuning's current frail state, she would not withstand the Fairy of Dawn's forceful extraction. I am more than capable. The Fairy of Dawn retorted coldly, leaving no room for dissent as her consciousness enveloped Wen Yuning. In an instant, fragmented images flooded the Fairy of Dawn's mind. Wen Yuning's body trembled violently, instinctively resisting the invasion. Wen Qingning, unable to watch, felt a pang of sorrow, yet chose to trust the Fairy of Dawn. Moments later, the Fairy of Dawn withdrew her consciousness, visibly displeased, as if she had obtained the desired information. Wen Yuning collapsed to the ground like a flickering candle in the wind, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Wen Qingning rushed forward, only to be halted by the Fairy of Dawn's dark command. Do not interfere. Wen Qingning froze in place. The Fairy of Dawn leaned closer to Wen Yuning, stating, It appears you are still preoccupied with thoughts of that M.D. But you realize that the man was once salvageable. But it was I who ultimately ordered his death. The Fairy of Dawn towered over her, indifferent to her plight. These words. Wen Yuning's body trembled even more violently. Her complexion drained of color. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her trembling lips struggled to form a few words. Why? He was merely an insignificant mortal, a mere ant in the grand scheme of things. His death is inconsequential. How pathetic that you should become emotionally entangled with such a being. You have truly disappointed me, the Fairy of Dawn replied frostily. There remains another named Jiang Qianxiu, does there not? The Yumming sect has issued a kill order, and I shall personally ensure her demise so that you may reunite with her. The more you care for her, the more I shall ensure her ruin, the Fairy of Dawn continued coldly. No. Wan Yuning's tears obscured her face as she murmured, her voice laced with desperation. This pitiful sight elicited no response from the Fairy of Dawn. There was no trace of maternal affection in her demeanor. As for you, your life was bestowed by me, and thus it is mine to reclaim that it is a pity for the ethereal spirit. Upon hearing the name Jiang Qianxiu, Wen Qingning felt a surge of familiarity. Yet the latter statement caused her expression to shift dramatically. I implore you, Mother, grant my sister one more chance. When Qingning immediately knelt down to plead, the Fairy of the Twilight Moon cast a cold glance at her before turning away and departing from the scene. In her heart, Wen Yuqing had already been sentenced to death. A disobedient daughter could be discarded at will this moment. The most pressing concern for the Fairy of the Twilight Moon was to eradicate the girl named Jiang Qianxiu completely. From her memories, she recalled that Jiang Qianxiu had been an ordinary person without any cultivation 7 years ago. However, from Qi Tianxia, she learned that this individual possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage, which instantly ignited a sense of crisis within her that a person who could achieve such a transformation in merely 7 years was unprecedented in her understanding. This potential threat had to be decisively eliminated, lest it lead to endless troubles. When Qingning, in a frenzy, rushed forward, continuously channeling her vital energy into the nearly lifeless body of Wen Yuqing. Do not be afraid. Yuqing, sister will not let anything happen to you. As she comforted her, she relentlessly infused her energy. In that moment, it felt as though Wen Yuqing's body was pierced by countless arrows. Her spirit shattered, and her vitality rapidly waned, panic-stricken. When Qingning murmured, "No. Yuqing, you cannot leave me. Do not frighten your sister. Sister, stop. It is futile." When Yuqing's body was engulfed in a shroud of deathly aura, in a moment of clarity, When Yuqing gently embraced the distraught Wen Qingning with a soft tone, she said, "Sister, leave this place. Depart from this emotionless realm and never return. In the next life, I shall still be your sister." Suddenly, Wen Qingning felt a dampness at the corner of her eye, crystalline tears cascading down. "Though you have changed, you will always be the sister I cherish most. How I wish we could return to our childhood." When Yuqing's delicate voice lingered with nostalgia, her gaze, filled with reminiscence, gradually dimmed as if her soul had begun to fade. "Regrettably, I ultimately could not await that day. Jiang Qianxiu's path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Perhaps I could win against you just once and reach young Master Shen first." Young Master Shen. "Yuqing is coming." When Yuqing's head gently fell upon her shoulder, a faint smile gracing her features as her eyes softly closed. No. When Qingning suddenly reached out to sense her sister's breath, only to discover that Wen Yuqing had completely lost all vitality. Tears streamed down her face like a flood bursting through a dam, each drop carrying boundless sorrow and anguish. Initially, Wen Qingning's sobs were but a whisper, as if she were suppressing the pain within. Gradually, her cries grew louder, more heart-wrenching, echoing through the cavern like a soul-piercing lament. Wen Qingning's body trembled as she fell to her knees, her hands clutching her chest, aching as if she were trying to grasp her shattered heart. In this moment, Wen Qingning was no longer the cold, emotionless figure. She had transformed back into the loving sister who cherished her sibling. This instant, the supreme emotionless record seemed to snap, the long-stuck bottleneck suddenly loosening. The golden elixir broke free, granting her rebirth, and a force belonging to the nascent soul stage descended upon her. Time became an enigma as the heart-wrenching cries within the cavern ceased, clutching Wen Yuqing's delicate form. Wen Qingning emerged from the depths, her expression resolute, her gaze concealed a sharp chill. "Little girl, you cannot escape. Once marked by the seven fiends, even to the ends of the earth, you cannot flee. Under the azure sky, several shadows raced after one another with the speed of the wind. Jiang Qianxiu stood amidst the dark clouds, her demeanor cold and indifferent. Behind the clouds, seven figures swiftly followed. 3 months had passed since the massacre of the heavenly martial emperor's capital. During these 3 months, Jiang Qianxiu had engaged in relentless killing and battle, rapidly advancing her cultivation to the peak of the integration stage, while the dark underworld's bounty order had taken effect. Due to Qi Tianxia's generous reward, even the righteous sect, the Watermoon Palace, had personally issued a bounty. For the first time, the righteous and demonic paths had jointly offered a substantial reward for one individual, instantly igniting the greed of numerous cultivators. Many began to scour the world for Jiang Qianxiu's whereabouts. Yet, without exception, they all met their demise. Just moments ago, Jiang Qianxiu had single-handedly battled 3 formidable cultivators at the peak of the integration stage, crushing them with overwhelming force. However, upon the arrival of the 7 Void Realm cultivators, realizing they could not confront Jiang Qianxiu head-on, they opted to flee. Thus began a chase where 1 fled and 7 pursued. Jiang Qianxiu maintained her lead, gradually widening the GAPAS. She soared through the skies. She drew the attention of other cultivators. Isn't that the 7 fiends of the Broken Soul Valley? Who are they chasing? An astute cultivator recognized the 7 figures trailing behind the dark clouds. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianxiu remained obscured by the clouds, her true visage hidden from sight. You do not know? The 7 fiends are pursuing the very person that both the Watermoon Palace and the dark underworld have placed bounties on. Explained a nearby cultivator. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd of cultivators. Who is this person to command such attention? They began to speculate about Jiang Qianxiu concealed within the clouds. Damn it, is this little girl a rabbit? She runs so fast. The third of the 7 fiends gritted his teeth. Humph, do not worry. She cannot escape. She is but an integration stage cultivator, the leader of the 7 fiends coldly retorted. In the clouds ahead, Jiang Qianxiu remained calm, swiftly heading towards a particular direction, guided by a voice from within. Just 300 miles ahead lay the forbidden zone of the heavenly thunder tribulation, and she aimed directly for it. This chase had instantly attracted even more cultivators to witness the spectacle. Thunder rumbled ominously. Soon, within Jiang Qianxiu's line of sight, a region of mixed red, purple, and blue lightning appeared. Without hesitation, she plunged into the storm as she entered the heavenly thunder tribulation area. Jiang Qianxiu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though she had returned home. The pursuing 7 fiends abruptly halted in their tracks. Is this little girl insane? She dares to enter the heavenly thunder tribulation? The second in command expressed disbelief. The remaining 6 were equally stunned. The cultivation world harbors many forbidden zones, some with lesser dangers, are chosen by the ancestors of major sects as places of slumber. Yet there are also highly dangerous forbidden lands that no one dares to enter. The heavenly thunder tribulation area happens to be one of the most perilous, ranking among the top. For 100 miles around, dark thunderclouds envelop the area, periodically unleashing 3-colored lightning like a curtain of rain. Cultivators passing through would circumvent this place, for no one could guarantee that they would not be reduced to ashes in their passage. Now, emerge from the clouds and absorb the heavenly lightning with your heavenly fiend magic void thunder record. The inner voice urged Jiang Qianxiu once more. Outside the heavenly thunder tribulation area, a throng of onlookers had gathered. In the next moment, a woman with a cold demeanor stepped forth from the dark clouds, facing the bombardment of 3-colored heavenly lightning. This scene instantly shattered the spectators' jaws, as if they were witnessing a ghost. Their eyes fixed in disbelief, surrounded by black lightning. Jiang Qianxiu shone brilliantly as the dazzling 3-colored heavenly lightning descended from the thunderclouds. These bolts, sensing their destination, rushed towards Jiang Qianxiu, and upon contact with her body, were absorbed by the black lightning. She is absorbing the heavenly lightning. This is impossible, the leader of the 7 fiends exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. This unprecedented spectacle shattered the cultivator's understanding of heavenly lightning. Some even questioned if she was still human. Could it be that a slumbering beast, dormant for millennia, has awakened? Among them is the trembling figure of Di Jing, hidden within the shrouded clouds, the thunderous roars reverberate in its ears. Leaving its mind in a state of disarray, it finds itself increasingly unable to fathom the nature of its master, pondering what manner of person they truly are, outside the tribulation of thunder. Cultivators extract recording stones to capture this rare spectacle, with others hastily following suit. At this moment, Jiang Qinxiu appears to embody an endless black hole, voraciously absorbing the power of the tricolored thunder. An inexhaustible torrent of lightning surges through its being, the surrounding brilliance of thunder seemingly capable of shattering the void itself. The shackles of its cultivation are shattered under the might of the thunder. Early stage of Dongxiu, mid-stage, late stage, and then the initial stage of tribulation. Boom! A terrifying tempest of thunder erupts around Jiang Qinxiu, the dark lightning casting vast shadows that it seems as if even space cannot withstand this annihilating force. Warping under its pressure, once again, the heavens and the universe display a suffocating anomaly, as boundless darkness envelopes the entirety of the realm. The horrifying aura of annihilation weighs heavily upon the hearts of every cultivator present. Moments later, the tumult within the thunder tribulation subsides. Jiang Qinxiu opens its black eyes, surveying all present, a savage aura rippling forth, an insatiable thirst for slaughter surging within it. In an instant, it steps forth from the realm of thunder. With a flick of its fingers, black lightning darts forth, instantly piercing the air, the brutal force of the thunder tearing apart the fabric of reality. In the blink of an eye, the leader among the seven fiends is reduced to ashes by the dark lightning. The speed is so unfathomable that evasion is rendered impossible. It is obliterated under overwhelming power. The remaining six are left in shock, gazing at Jiang Qinxiu, who now resembles a descending demonic deity. Their will to fight evaporating. The oppressive aura emanating from the tribulation stage looms over them like an insurmountable chasm. Fleet at a voice cries out in desperation, and they hastily retreat into the distance. Exerting every ounce of strength, wishing for additional legs to aid their escape, it is too late to flee now. Jiang Qinxiu's voice is cold and resolute. Immediately, the surrounding lightning coalesces into javelins, launching towards their escape route. The chilling intent to kill locks onto them, leaving no avenue for evasion. In the blink of an eye, the slowest among the seven fiends, the seventh, meets their demise in the northwest, their flesh exploding in the tempest of thunder. The remaining five feel a chill in their hearts, realizing they cannot evade the onslaught and must unite to resist. Boom! The lightning javelins crash against their defenses with overwhelming force. The heavens and earth erupt in a deafening roar. The reverberating waves of thunder spreading outward, causing those of lower cultivation to disintegrate into blood mist. Where the lightning javelins detonate, only a massive pit remains, resulting in the complete annihilation of the 7 Dongxiu cultivators from the Broken Soul Valley. The spectators, witnessing the horror, immediately scatter like frightened birds, fleeing in a frenzy. Above them, the dark clouds unleash an endless barrage of black lightning. In an instant, the ground is marred with craters and scorched earth. Just a moment ago, throngs of cultivators had gathered to observe, and now they all perish beneath the onslaught of dark thunder. Only a few managed to escape with secret treasures after resolving this incident. Jiang Qinxiu senses 2 dangerous figures approaching rapidly from a distance. Without hesitation, Jiang Qinxiu retreats into the shrouded clouds, swiftly departing the scene. When Shi Tianda and Fairy Si arrive, they can only behold the ghastly spectacle before them. The air is thick with the stench of charred remains. Not a single intact bone left behind. Shi Tianda's face is clouded with silence. It seems he has truly provoked a monster this time. Moving forward, we must personally intervene. She must die, or neither of us will find peace. Fairy Si states coldly. Shi Tianda nods solemnly. The events of the Thunder Tribulation are disseminated through the recording stones by those who narrowly escaped. Jiang Qinxiu's figure becomes etched in the minds of numerous cultivators. Eventually, these recording stones reach the hands of the major sects, and the ancient beings who once attempted to predict the future immediately discern that the terrifying figure is none other than this person. In a blink, rumors spread throughout the cultivation world that Jiang Qinxiu is destined to become the apocalyptic demon king. Subsequently, several holy places joined forces to seek out Jiang Qinxiu, intending to eradicate him. Thus, Jiang Qinxiu inevitably becomes the enemy of the entire cultivation realm. Following the battle at the Thunder Tribulation, Jiang Qinxiu's name resonates throughout the entire cultivation world. With a single hand, he incites the pursuit of all sections. Time flows like a river, and 3 years pass in the blink of an EYT this moment. Jiang Qinxiu finds himself in the bloom of youth. During this time, the entire cultivation realm is shrouded in a miasma of dread. Countless sects are laid to waste by Jiang Qinxiu, the figure standing amidst the dark clouds, wielding the world-destroying black lightning, becomes an inescapable nightmare for many. Most cultivators tremble at the mere mention of his name. Their fear palpable and uncontainable. The number of cultivators who have perished at Jiang Qinxiu's hands is incalculable, akin to the sands of the Ganges. The word slaughter has nearly become synonymous with Jiang Qinxiu. His terrifying combat prowess instilling deep fear. I end this grand pursuit of Jiang Qinxiu. The minimum cultivation level involved is Dongxiu, with even sect leaders descending to join the fray. Some ancient beings of the Mahayana stage go so far as to break through the earth, employing brutal methods to suppress Jiang Qinxiu. Yet time and again, Jiang Qinxiu eludes them through his peculiar strategies that a year has passed since the last encirclement. Afterward, Jiang Qinxiu's figure seems to have evaporated from the world, leaving no trace, no matter how one attempts to predict his whereabouts. Boom! In the deepest recesses of the Thunder Tribulation, within the dark abyss, Jiang Qinxiu, clad in a fitted robe, floats in midair, his eyes tightly shut. Enveloped by black lightning capable of annihilating all existence. Above him, waves of tricolored thunder continue to converge, seeping into his limbs and bones. That I end this moment. Jiang Qinxiu resembles an ancient ferocious beast slumbering beneath the earth, exuding an aura of destruction. The depths of his closed black eyes harbor boundless power, and this overwhelming energy continues to rise steadily. Occasionally, the muffled sound of thunder echoes through the dark abyss, as if heralding the imminent awakening of this lord of apocalyptic thunder. Not far away, Di Jing, resembling a small mountain, crouches at the entrance of the dark abyss, guarding it. Over the past 3 years, Di Jing has followed Jiang Qinxiu, enduring battle after battle that on several occasions it has narrowly escaped demise, yet Jiang Qinxiu has always managed to save it. Originally at the transformation stage, its cultivation has been forcibly elevated to the tribulation stage by Jiang Qinxiu. After the last encounter with multiple Mahayana beings that left it gravely injured, master and servant have taken refuge within the Thunder Tribulation to recuperate. The external cultivators would never suspect that deep within the Thunder Tribulation lies a hidden space. The Dark Abyss, where Jiang Qinxiu can safely absorb the tricolored thunder of the Forbidden Zone, patiently awaiting the day of his reemergence. The Shueihua Palace. You have indeed not disappointed me. In just 3 short years of seclusion, you have broken through to the transformation stage. Pharisee gazes admiringly at the woman in plain garments before her. When Qingning's frosty demeanor reveals no emotion, her voice cold as ice. Thank you for your nurturing. Mother, indeed, you are far superior to your disobedient sister. Pharisee's gaze pierces into Wen Qingning's eyes. Yet there is not a hint of turbulence in Wen Qingning's gaze, as if the death of Wen Yuning has left her utterly unmoved. From now on, you shall serve as the inner elder in charge of punishment within the Shueihua Palace. You will assume your position tomorrow. With that, Pharisee calmly departs from her secluded chamber. As her figure fades from sight, a chilling light blossoms in Wen Qingning's emotionless eyes. In a voice only she can hear, she mutters, Yuning, wait for me, for if you linger too long, I shall send you down to repent. After the demise of Wen Yuning, the fragrance of her words lingered, completely awakening the icebound heart of Wen Qingning. Memories of the past surged forth in her mind, and the seeds of hatred took root within her heart. The Taishang Wanqing record follows the path of the ruthless sword, severing one's 7 emotions and 6 desires to attain a transcendental state beyond the mundane world for great enhancement. However, the death of Wen Yuning ignited the emotions long frozen within Wen Qingning's heart. In this state of extreme remorse, a new path emerged within her soul. The intertwining of hatred and self-reproach transformed into a path of redemption. The one she sought to redeem was herself, yet also Wen Yuning. These two paths restrained each other within her heart. Remarkably, the path of redemption lay within the ruthless sword path, or perhaps one could say that the culmination of ruthlessness leads to the revival of emotions. Wen Qingning needed to engage in relentless cultivation to wield a vengeful strike against that lofty, unattainable figure. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in the realm of cultivation. People gradually forgot the once renowned Jiang Qianxiu, while the figure of Wen Qingning reemerged before the masses. With her celestial beauty and an aura as frigid as ice, she instantly captivated the pursuit of numerous male cultivators. Renowned for her ability to sever the void with a single sword strike at the combining stage, she was celebrated as the foremost fairy beneath the void realm. The Sheyue fairy held her in high regard. Intending to cultivate Wen Qingning as the next sect leader, she acted like a marionette, adhering to the wishes of Sheyue fairy in all matters. This aligned perfectly with Wen Qingning's intentions. On the surface, she remained the obedient daughter of Yur, while secretly amassing her strength. Gracefully seated amidst the clouds, Wen Qingning radiated a brilliance akin to the radiant moon at that moment. Her eyes seemed to harbor unspoken thoughts. Gazing into the distance, Jiang Qianxiu, where are you? Throughout these 7 years, Wen Qingning had never ceased her search for Jiang Qianxiu, yet his presence seemed to have vanished from the world, leaving no trace behind. Just as myriad thoughts swirled in Wen Qingning's mind, she failed to notice the once clear azure sky darkening ominously. In the realm of the thunder tribulation, Jiang Qianxiu leisurely opened his eyes, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Surrounded by a sea of dark thunder, the surrounding force of lightning surged restlessly, rejoicing at Jiang Qianxiu's awakening. The overwhelming aura of destruction and death resembled an ancient, unparalleled demon god awakening after eons. The moment his abyssal eyes opened, the heavens and earth changed color. You have now reached the threshold of the Emperor realm, merely a step away from attaining the esteemed title of the Eternal Emperor. At the instant of Jiang Qianxiu's awakening, a voice within him stirred, neither warm nor cold. How long have I slumbered? Jiang Qianxiu replied, 10 years. Has it truly been so long? You have now absorbed the tricolored thunderous divine power of the thunder tribulation. And it is time for you to emerge. Go forth. Unleash your destructive thunderous might. Vent your fury, and use the practitioners of the world as sustenance to achieve your imperial status. The voice grew increasingly frenzied. Jiang Qianxiu's eyes crackled with lightning. If I become an emperor, can I truly resurrect my master? Indeed, the might of an emperor is beyond your imagination. Reviving a soulless corpse is a trivial task. The voice within continued. Jiang Qianxiu had never forgotten this, never questioned the source or intent of this voice. Her heart was solely occupied with revenge and the resurrection of her master. Very well. Jiang Qianxiu uttered no more words, stepping forth until she appeared above the thunder tribulation realm. Dark clouds materialized, enveloping her within their grasp. Jiang Qianxiu approached Shen Shuqing, gently clasping his cold hand, her gaze filled with deep emotion. Master, Qianxiu is coming to bring you back to life. From now on, it shall only be the two of us, as we seek a new home together. The moment Jiang Qianxiu re-entered the world, the entire realm of cultivation trembled. All sensed an unsettling stir deep within their hearts. Massive dark clouds spread, enveloping the land, while the aura of death loomed over every soul that a figure resurfaced in the minds of the cultivators. Within the Tiangong pavilion, an elder in seclusion suddenly opened his eyes, and in the next instant, his figure swiftly appeared in the air, gazing at the terrifying dark clouds shrouding the sky. The elder's expression turned grave. The air was thick with the scent of annihilation. In the following moment, 2 men and 2 women appeared beside him. They were among the most powerful in the entire realm of cultivation. Representing the 5 strongest sects, Tiangong Pavilion, Qiguang Sacred Land, Taishan Sect, Ji Family Sacred Land, and Shuiwei Hall. All 5 bore solemn expressions as they observed the dark clouds, where thunder rumbled and raged with ferocity. The overwhelming pressure felt like a mountain pressing down upon their hearts. Since they had become revered figures in the Great Ascension realm, they had never experienced such a sense of oppression. Now, however, the aura of death gradually surrounded them. "What should we do?" a stunning young woman inquired. The speaker was Jilin, the elder of the Ji family sacred land, whose youthful visage belied her over 3,000 years of age. "What else can we do but fight?" Li Xuanzong, the elder of the Taishan sect, spoke coldly, his voice sharp as a blade, carrying a piercing edge. "Since we have come this far, we might as well embrace it. I haven't fought in thousands of years, and with our combined strength, can we truly fear her?" The elder of Qiguang echoed, "I shall never yield." The elder of Shuiwa Hall spoke with a chilling tone. "Then let us fight. Each of us should return and gather the artifact from our clans," the elder of Tiangong Pavilion declared. Subsequently, the four figures vanished in an instant. Once they departed, the elder of Tiangong Pavilion wore a worried expression. Has it finally come? It was he who had predicted this future, yet 10 years ago, they had failed to subdue her, allowing her to vanish from the realm of cultivation. The elder of Tiangong Pavilion expended a great deal of his essence to once again predict the future, only to receive a vision clouded in darkness, as if an invisible hand shielded her from view. Since that day, the elder had known this moment would inevitably arrive, but he never imagined it would come so swiftly. This individual seemed destined to be the fated demon lord of this realm, an endless void of darkness set to engulf all. Yet the elder could find no means to counteract this fate. They felt like pieces on a chessboard, trapped in a deadlock. However, now that the day had come, as the strongest among the realm of cultivation, they could not sit idly by. Whether this battle would lead to destruction or rebirth, the elder could not ascertain, but it was clear that the entire realm of cultivation faced impending collapse. Jiang Qianxiu emerged from the dark abyss, adorned with the emperor's aura, commencing her path of annihilation. Her first destination was naturally the Yuming sect, where, with her current level of power, she could traverse the flow of time in a mere breath. When Jiang Qianxiu appeared above the Yuming sect, her terrifying presence instantly shattered the sect's protective barrier. The sequestered Qi Tianxia was taken aback, sensing the grip of death firmly locking onto him. He promptly exited his retreat, only to be astounded by the scene before him. The sky outside had plunged into darkness, transforming the world into an abyss of endless oppression and terror that clawed at his heart. Not far from him stood a young girl emanating a terrifying aura, affectionately clutching the arm of a young man. Black thunder danced around her like stars, each particle brimming with formidable power. Qi Tianxia recognized the girl. She was the one hunted by the entire realm of cultivation a decade ago. The very person who had slain his disciple at this moment. Cold sweat poured from Qi Tianxia's forehead as terror clung to him like a parasite. His crossing tribulation stage cultivation was utterly suppressed, leaving him only with overwhelming fear of death and no thought of resistance that a frail ant. How could it dare to challenge a mountain? Qi Tianxia was that frail ant, consumed by terror. "Senior," Qi Tianxia mustered the courage to speak. "I once vowed to kill you 5 years later. Though time has passed, it is not too late." Jiang Qianxiu's obsidian eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty intent to kill. "Senior, the previous misunderstandings were entirely my fault. I was immature. I humbly ask you to overlook my transgressions." Qi Tianxia stammered, his face stiffening with panic. 13 years prior, when Jiang Qianxiu had proclaimed, "I shall kill you in 5 years," Qi Tianxia had scoffed at the notion. Back then, Jiang Qianxiu had merely been at the transformation stage, yet in the span of a mere 13 years, he had become inscrutable in his formidable might. "You shall perish. The underworld sect shall be annihilated," Jiang Qianxiu declared, her voice chilling as though it were the harbinger of death. Boom! A black thunderbolt descended from the shrouded heavens. Qi Tianxia's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively prepared to flee. However, before he could react, he was obliterated into nothingness. The ground where he stood was left with a deep crater, and the residual power of the thunder spread outward. A thunderous roar echoed through the underworld sect, which had boasted 1,000 disciples, instantaneously reduced to ash. "This is but the first." Jiang Qianxiu tenderly cradled Shen Shuqing's face, her voice softening. Fairy Shu gazed at the encroaching darkness above, an unsettling feeling blossoming within her. From the words of the ancestor, she learned that the girl who had returned after a decade could stir the 5 most powerful figures in the cultivation world in the next moment. A figure materialized above the Watermoon Palace, and sensing a connection, Fairy Shu hastily ascended into the sky. She beheld the figure not far away. A torrent of emotions surged within her. She had never anticipated that in merely slaying a mortal, she had inadvertently birthed a terrifying entity. Even having cultivated the supreme, emotionless record to forsake all worldly emotions, she still felt a flicker of fear in the presence of this individual. It was she who killed you back then. Qianqiu shall avenge you now. Jiang Qianqiu's murderous intent burned fiercely. She had awaited this day for far too long. 20 years prior, they had snatched away the most important person from Jiang Qianqiu's side. And from that moment, their doom was sealed. Was a mere mortal worth such a sacrifice? Sensing the chilling, murderous aura emanating from Jiang Qianqiu, Fairy Shu's scalp prickled, and she spoke first. You, who possess no emotions, cannot fathom the depth of my sorrow. You have taken away my beloved master, and today I shall annihilate your entire sect. The frostbitten malice radiating from Jiang Qianqiu descended like a dark veil. Jiang Qianqiu, she was entrusted to you. Yu Ning is already dead. Just as Jiang Qianqiu prepared to strike, a voice resonated from behind Fairy Shu. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fairy Shu turned in astonishment. When Qingning's expression was icy as her eyes blazed with murderous intent, standing firm with her sword sheath. When Qingning, what do you intend to do? Fairy Shu's face darkened. I am here to send you down to atone for your sins against my sister. When Qingning replied coldly that I am your mother, how could you possibly wish to kill me? Fairy Shu exclaimed incredulously. From the moment you killed Yu Ning, you ceased to be my mother. Alas, I have long since abandoned my emotions through the supreme, emotionless record. Now I shall slay you to avenge Yu Ning. When Qingning's eyes held nothing but the desire for vengeance. All your skills were taught by me. How dare you think you can kill me when you are merely at the fusion stage? Fairy Shu scoffed, as if she had heard the greatest joke. I initially intended to accumulate strength, but that is no longer necessary, for I sense your fear. When Qingning gently caressed her sword sheath. Fear, do you truly believe that a mere child can bring forth any significant challenge? Fairy Shu's countenance grew grim as her innermost fears were laid bare. Undeniably, Jiang Qianqiu's emergence and the overwhelming pressure of life and death instilled genuine terror within her. Do you know why I have never drawn this sword? It is because it harbors my hatred and regrets. Accumulated over 13 long years, I have named this sheath Qingning, the blade Yu Ning. And the sword light that shall sever my enemies is named Shuqing. It shall be the final act of an elder sister in honor of Yu Ning. When Qingning gently unsheathed her sword, a beam of sword light shot skyward, momentarily dispelling the suffocating darkness that a blade long sealed away was destined to reveal its unparalleled brilliance. When Qingning was enveloped in a myriad of sword intentions, her aura surging with each passing moment. The instant Jiang Qianqiu heard of Wen Yuning's death, her body shuddered and a mix of emotions churned within her. The separation from the heavenly martial dynasty had been a matter of life and death. Sensing the sword intent below, Jiang Qianqiu refrained from attacking Fairy Shu. Meanwhile, 5 formidable figures appeared on the horizon, obstructing Jiang Qianqiu's path. Cease this at once. Otherwise, this world shall know no peace. An elder from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion fixed his unwavering gaze upon the figure before him. A veritable demon standing amidst the cosmos. Jiang Qianqiu's cold black eyes regarded the 5 with indifference as she stated, with the essence of you 5, coupled with the entirety of the cultivation world as sustenance. I shall ascend to the Emperor realm. Her words betrayed no respect for the 5 powerful beings bracing themselves for confrontation. Preposterous. Why waste breath on her? The irascible elder from the Taishan sect snorted. In an instant, a torrent of sword intent erupted from him, dazzling sword light blooming in the darkness, advancing with an unstoppable force. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated from the ominous clouds behind Jiang Qianqiu. A colossal figure, akin to an iron tower, surged forth, a massive hand blocking the lethal sword. How dare you think to overpower us with numbers, as if my grandfather were non-existent? That old man enjoys wielding his sword. Why not have a match with your grandfather instead? Di Jing sneered. A terrifying demonic aura erupted, his peak stage of great ascension rivaling any of the figures before him. How dare a beast challenge me? My sword will find your blood too filthy to consider, the elder from the Taishan sect retorted coldly. His words instantly enraged Di Jing, as his fierce aura enveloped the area like a net. The elder from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion paid them no mind, persistently attempting to dissuade Jiang Qinxiu. That old man is too arrogant. Master, I can help you hold them off, Di Jing cursed vehemently. Jiang Qinxiu disregarded the elder's words, turning instead to gaze tenderly at Shen Shuqing. Do not fear, my dear. Wait for Qinxiu, and I shall return shortly. With that, Jiang Qinxiu sheltered Shen Shuqing within the ominous clouds. Faced with the five, her previously gentle gaze transformed into one as frigid as the depths of the abyss. For the sake of my master, you shall all perish. Jiang Qinxiu's expression twisted into one of madness. And in the next moment, her body unfurled like petals, countless black lightning bolts surging forth from within. Boom! The ominous clouds over the heavens crackled with thunder as torrents of lightning cascaded down like a torrential rain. In an instant, countless sects within the cultivation world were reduced to dust beneath the deluge of dark thunder. Witnessing this scene, the elder from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's expression shifted, and he no longer hesitated. Attack. An elder from the Pool Light sect produced a mirror, infusing it with true energy, and in an instant, a beam of light enveloped Jiang Qinxiu and the others. In the next moment, Jiang Qinxiu and the five Sacred Land elders found themselves within the confines of the mirror realm. I warned you that once we engaged in battle, even the five of us may not be able to slay you. This mirror is of the profound realm. This space acts as a miniature version of the heavenly Tao. And you should feel your strength waning, the elder from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion asserted. Enough of your prattle, old man. Let us resolve this swiftly. The elder from the Taishan sect took the lead, unleashing a multitude of sword energies towards Jiang Qinxiu. The remaining four also unleashed various techniques, all converging upon Jiang Qinxiu. Jiang Qinxiu's eyes, as deep as an abyss, glinted with cold ferocity, her long hair dancing without wind. The terrifying black lightning coalescing around her, an aura of destruction swelling. Outside, Di Jing surveyed the empty sky, his fury boiling over as he cursed. Damn it, how despicable! Yet, worry soon replaced his anger. Master, you must prevail. The brown-hued pupils beheld the water moon palace below, and without hesitation, a foot was thrust down that a fierce demonic aura spread forth, and a colossal hand, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun, crashed down, resulting in immediate casualties exceeding half. The entire water moon palace was thrown into chaos, the resplendent hall reduced to mere rubble, akin to crumbling tofu. How could these cultivators possibly stand against the might of Emperor Jing? With a single strike, a significant portion was obliterated. You are terrified, are you not? At this moment, Wen Xingning's aura was continuously surging, swiftly breaking through the composite realm and transcending into the void realm. The sword emanated an unparalleled brilliance as she advanced step by step towards Fairy Xia. Impudent. I am your mother. Do you wish to commit matricide? The fear within Fairy Xia burgeoned rapidly. The supreme emotionless record primarily cultivates the path of detachment, emphasizing the abandonment of emotions to enhance one's cultivation strength. At this juncture, her inner peace was shattered by Jiang Qinxiu's appearance. Even though she had already reached the tribulation crossing stage, she could not fend off the terror of life and death. Now, she possessed the power of the tribulation crossing stage, yet could not fully unleash it, while the approaching Wen Xingning exhibited an aura that belied her realm. The sword she held seemed to carry the breath of death itself. From a moment you killed Yuning, it was already too late. Wen Xingning's gaze was frigid as she gently raised her sword. Clang! A ray of sword light illuminated the dark hall. This strike severed the ties of the past. The terrifying sword energy rent the stars apart, hurtling forth like a torrential storm towards Fairy Xia. Her beautiful visage transformed in alarm as she hastily attempted to defend herself. Boom! In an instant, A deep chasm was cleaved beneath Fairy Sie's feet, sending her hurtling backward as if severed from her tether. Spitting blood, she gazed at the increasingly approaching Wen Qingning, her shock evident. This single sword had already wounded her. This strike severed the bonds of emotions, cutting through love, hatred, and grievances. Unrelenting, Wen Qingning raised her sword once more and struck down anew. The sword intent surged even more magnificently, with 3,000 strands of sword energy piercing the sky like a rainbow. Fairy Xie, confronted by this strike, harbored no thought of resistance and turned to flee. Yet, this sword energy was too swift, almost instantaneously appearing behind her. The threat of death bore down upon her heart. And even the air around was cleaved by this sharp sword energy. This sword struck down the fleeing Fairy Xie to the ground. Scarlet blood stained her entire body. Her breath was faint and her vitality waning. "I am your mother. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me." Fairy Xie's face twisted in terror. Wen Qingning gazed down upon her birth mother, once exalted like a celestial being, untouched by the mundane. She now lay in this wretched state. In the face of Fairy Xie's pleas for mercy, Wen Qingning felt not a shred of emotion. Her once icy heart had shattered completely upon Yu Ning's demise. The only reason she continued to live was to sustain that deep-seated hatred. This hatred, intertwined with the myriad memories of their sisterhood, prompted Wen Qingning to lift her sword once more. "You cannot kill me. I am your MOT." Jiang Qianxiu stood transfixed, her voice resembling that of a creature clawing its way out of the fiery abyss. Consumed by a seething rage, the thunder rumbled ominously, as if responding to her fury. While the terrifying black lightning unleashed its wrath, shaking the already fractured realm of cultivation to its very core, the majestic tiger, Di Jing, recoiled, bewildered by the inexplicable turmoil of his master. He swiftly dodged the onslaught of dark lightning. Unlike the other cultivators who met a swift and silent demise, reduced to mere ashes without a single scream, the severely wounded master of the Tianji Pavilion could only watch helplessly as the celestial fury engulfed him. "Wu, return my master to Qianxiu. Did I ask for nothing else? Take my cultivation if you must, but I only desire my master." My master. After venting her wrath, Jiang Qianxiu resembled a helpless little girl, crying and laughing in equal measure. Tears obscured her exquisite visage as she repeatedly called out Shen Shuqing's name. In this moment, it felt as though she had been transported back 2 decades on that day. Jiang Qianxiu had felt equally powerless, as her master had slipped away from her grasp unnoticed. Back then, she had been frail, but now she was a sovereign of the universe, yet still unable to retain her master. Once again, Shen Shuqing vanished before her eyes, and an invisible hand gripped her heart tightly, drowning her in a suffocating despair. Di Jing gently nudged Jiang Qianxiu with his tail, having comprehended the gravity of the situation, that he realized that his beloved master's cherished corpse had vanished. And he understood how profoundly significant this loss was for her. Though Di Jing remained oblivious to the implications of a corpse, he recognized its importance to his master. After an indeterminate time, Jiang Qianxiu emerged from the shadowy clouds, her eyes tinged with red as she surveyed the ravaged realm of cultivation, murmuring, "I care not who you are. You have taken my master, and I will hunt you down." Soon after, she beheld Wen Qingning, who appeared beside her in an instant. Jiang Qianxiu, Wen Qingning gasped, having clung to life solely for the chance to see Jiang Qianxiu once more. Jiang Qianxiu remained silent, sensing that Wen Qingning was on the brink of death. Upon hearing of Wen Yuqing's demise, Jiang Qianxiu felt no joy, only an inexplicable melancholy that constricted her heart. Yet now, this last remaining friend was also about to depart. "Jiang Qianxiu, I have redeemed myself. If it weren't for young Master Shen, we sisters would not have our present. I shall leave first, but you must live well, that we shall go find young Master Shen. And perhaps Wen Yuqing is already with him." Wen Qingning mustered a faint smile, fully aware of her sister's fervent love. In this life, I could not contend with Jiang Qianxiu. Perhaps in the next, I shall succeed. With death imminent, she felt no fear in front of Jiang Qianxiu. "Rest assured, you shall not perish," Jiang Qianxiu replied calmly. When Qingning's expression faltered slightly, Jiang Qianxiu continued, "Neither you nor Wen Yuqing shall die. I will not allow it. I will not let my master leave me. Once I find him, I shall impose a fitting punishment, for he cannot best me. Jiang Qianqiu's gaze drifted into the distance, her dark eyes seemingly traversing the eons and crossing the celestial realms. When Xingning gazed at the somewhat playful Jiang Qianqiu, rendered speechless, alas, Shen Shuqing stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Qianqiu's appearance in the blue star was akin to a walking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. This was not the first life. Jiang Qianqiu was no longer that helpless girl. Shen Shuqing felt no certainty in restraining her, though fortunately, the blue star still rejected her presence. Let us take it one step at a time. After all, I am still Jiang Qianqiu's master, Shen Shuqing mused, a hint of resignation in his thoughts. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated the darkness, revealing several messages. Who on earth is messaging me at this hour? Shen Shuqing wondered, picking up the device. Chu Siki. Shen Shuqing, are you asleep? Chu Siki. Shen Shuqing, why are you ignoring me? Chu Siki. Shen Shuqing. Have you died? Chu Siki. When will you be cremated? Shen Shuqing. The left side of the screen was filled with messages from Chu Siki, and upon glancing at the time, he realized it was already past midnight. Shen Shuqing was already troubled by Jiang Qianqiu's appearance, and had nearly forgotten about this little nuisance. I should not have meddled that day, he thought, increasingly convinced that he should have refrained from intervening. Miss Chu, do you not require sleep? It is the middle of the night, and yet you are making such a ruckus, Shen Shuqing replied, exasperated. Chu Siki. Great. You are not dead. Her response came almost instantly. Shen Shuqing, what exactly do you want? If you aren't sleeping, at least do not disturb others. Moreover, I've already told you that we should not have any further entanglements. Shen Shuqing felt a surge of irritation. He truly found women bothersome, especially one like this pampered young lady. After sending that message, it seemed as though Chu Siki fell silent, with no immediate response. However, a line indicating that the other party was typing flickered on and off. Chu Siki, do you truly despise me? Shen Shuqing could almost sense her grievance through the screen. With a sigh, he replied, it is not a matter of liking or disliking. I believe it is best for us to have no connection. Chu Siki, why? You are clearly just making excuses to hide your dislike. Shen Shuqing did not wish to elaborate further, so he casually responded, engaging with me will put you in danger. This statement was not a mere ruse. With Jiang Qianqiu as a variable, he felt utterly unsettled. He was constantly aware of those cold, dark eyes watching him from the shadows. Given Jiang Qianqiu's volatile nature, she would not tolerate even the slightest provocation. If she were to discover Chu Siki's existence, Shen Shuqing shuddered to contemplate the consequences. They would likely be fatal. Meanwhile, in a room adorned with youthful pink decor, Chu Siki donned a pink bear pajama set, her fair feet dangling outside the covers. With a pouting expression, she gazed at her phone, reading Shen Shuqing's messages. What danger could possibly arise from associating with him? He is merely making absurd excuses out of disdain. The more Chu Siki pondered, the angrier she became. Puffing her cheeks, she grabbed a stuffed bear from her bedside and began to pummel it with her tiny fists, muttering angrily, I'll show you. You smelly Shen Shuqing for ignoring this young lady. Afterward, she snuggled the stuffed bear close, typing on her phone, Shen Shuqing, I have decided never to speak to you again. Humph. Shen Shuqing, let it be a promise. Almost the instant she sent her message, Shen Shuqing replied. Ah, how infuriating. Seeing those 4 words, Chu Siki kicked her long, fair legs in frustration at the foot of her bed. She wished she could storm over to Shen Shuqing and bite him. Having been a princess adored by all since childhood, she was accustomed to men doting on her. Never had she been treated in such a manner, especially when she had initiated the conversation. His impatient tone left Chu Siki questioning herself deeply that if I speak to him again, I will be a puppy. Chu Siki clenched her fists, thinking that if you apologize to me tomorrow, I might let it go. A few seconds later, she silently added another thought. Siki, why are you still awake? Is there something on your mind? Her father's voice echoed from outside her door, having awakened to the noise coming from her room. I'm fine. I'm going to sleep now, Chu Siki replied. She then shut her phone and burrowed into her blankets. After tossing and turning for a while, it felt as if ants were crawling in her heart. She opened her phone again, staring at the chat window, hesitating for a moment before biting her lip and typing. Good night. Upon uttering these words, she immediately shut off her phone, her small face knitted with tension as she continuously offered herself silent reassurances. This was the last time, truly the last time. Unbeknownst to her on the other end, Shen Shuqing had already tossed his phone aside. I could see this moment. He lay in bed, unable to find slumber, two insomniacs sharing an otherwise ordinary night. A night of silence ensued as dawn broke and the sun began to rise. Shen Shuqing felt as though something was pressing down upon him. Sleep paralysis? The thought crossed his mind, but upon further reflection, he dismissed it. After all, he was now at the nascent soul stage. Which spirit would dare to suppress him? Additionally, there seemed to be a damp sensation by his ear, as if something were licking him. It wasn't sleep paralysis, nor did he have a dog that a chill of cold sweat broke out on Shen Shuqing's brow, and he hastily opened his eyes. His blurred vision gradually sharpened, meeting the gaze of a pair of dark eyes. Good morning, sir, Jiang Qianxiu said with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with amorous affection. Jiang Qianxiu, are you out of your mind? Shen Shuqing exclaimed, abruptly sitting up and pushing Jiang Qianxiu off him, with a beaming smile. Jiang Qianxiu responded, Why so fierce, sir? Were you not suppressed by the heavenly Tao? When did you arrive? Shen Shuqing felt a sudden heaviness in his head. Early in the morning, Jiang Qianxiu's antics had completely dispelled his lingering drowsiness. Is it that you do not wish for Qianxiu to be here? Jiang Qianxiu squinted playfully in that moment. Shen Shuqing sensed a wave of danger enveloping him. His heart raced, and he quickly denied. No, I was merely inquiring when you had come. Jiang Qianxiu seemed unconvinced by his response. Leaning in closer, her stunning visage mere inches from his. Are you afraid, sir? Afraid that Qianxiu might devour you? A warm breath brushed against him as a finger began to draw circles on his chest. Jiang Qianxiu, you still recognize me as your teacher, yet no student behaves as you do. Seeing Jiang Qianxiu's audacity, Shen Shuqing was compelled to adopt a serious expression. Internally, however, he was a bundle of nerves. He could not contend with Jiang Qianxiu. Should this little girl truly go mad, there would be little he could do to stop her. Jiang Qianxiu's beautiful eyes met his, and after a pause, she descended from his side, as if she had already seen through Shen Shuqing's inner turmoil. Indeed, the heavenly Tao does suppress me, but as long as I temporarily constrain my cultivation, I can remain here for an extended period. As for when Qianxiu arrived, that was, of course, while you were asleep. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuqing was taken aback. So, Jiang Qianxiu had been present since the early hours, and he had been utterly oblivious, reflecting on their vast disparity in realms. He thought it understandable. What realm are you suppressed at? Shen Shuqing inquired, curiosity piqued. Though my powers are restrained, sir, you still cannot defeat me, Jiang Qianxiu teased, casting him a knowing glance. Shen Shuqing chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent, inwardly lamenting that it should be he who feared her peculiar whims. Sir, do you truly not wish to return home with Qianxiu? Jiang Qianxiu's small face turned serious. Shen Shuqing understood the home she referred to and couldn't help but smile wryly. Qianxiu, this place is truly the home of your teacher. And what of Qianxiu? Does your promise to provide a home for me no longer count? Jiang Qianxiu's deep eyes shimmered with reminiscence. Shen Shuqing fell silent. Memories flooding back of their first home in Haishi Town when Jiang Qianxiu was merely 4 or 5, and their second home in the capital when she was 8. He vividly recalled the overwhelming joy that had filled her heart upon learning they would have a home together. Alas, both homes had crumbled in her heart, and Shen Shuqing himself viewed those times as mere fleeting dreams, dissipating the moment he returned. Little did he know, Jiang Qianxiu had traversed countless realms to find him. When this question arose, Shen Shuqing succumbed to silence. Though he wished Jiang Qianxiu were not here, he could not bring himself to speak harshly. This place would henceforth be her home. From another perspective, Jiang Qianxiu merely yearned for a warm and stable home. After uttering these words, Jiang Qianxiu buried her head in Shen Shuqing's embrace, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Sir, you must not deceive Qianxiu again. It matters not where I am. What is important is that I wish for your company to home is only a home when it is shared with you. Sir will not deceive you again. Shen Shuqing replied gently. Should you deceive me once more, I shall have no choice but to eliminate everyone and take you to a planet where it shall be just the two of us for eternity. Jiang Qianxiu declared coldly the next moment. A chill ran down Shen Shuqiang's spine as he suddenly remembered she was no longer that naive little girl. He hastily assured her, No, I will not deceive you again. Instantly, Jiang Qianxiu transformed her frown into a smile, extending her pinky. Then let us pinky swear for 100 years, never to change. Shen Shuqiang was taken aback. Where did you learn that? Jiang Qianxiu proudly lifted her head. I have studied the culture of your world in its entirety. IT is quite fascinating, far more entertaining than my own planet. I even know what this is. Jiang Qianxiu picked up Shen Shuqiang's phone and waved it playfully. Realizing the astonishment etched on Shen Shuqiang's face, he thought it plausible that, given Jiang Qianxiu's cultivation level, learning such cultural nuances would be a breeze. Come on, sir, let us make our pinky swear, Jiang Qianxiu urged. With no other option, Shen Shuqiang extended his pinky to intertwine with hers. Pinky swear for 100 years. Never to change felt like a child's game. A mere ruse for youngsters. Sir does not object to my presence here. But I must lay down 3 rules, Shen Shuqiang said, observing the cheerful Jiang Qianxiu, hesitating momentarily if he did not impose some limitations. Who knew what this girl could do when she got carried away? He merely wished to be a law-abiding citizen. That if you do not agree, then do not seek me out in the future. Seemingly fearing Jiang Qianxiu might refuse, he forced himself to add. However, Jiang Qianxiu immediately replied without a moment's hesitation. As long as you can stay with me, sir, I will agree to any rules, even 10 of them. Moreover, whatever you wish to do to me, I shall consent. Jiang Qianxiu wore a mischievous smile as she leaned in closer. Shen Shuqiang's expression darkened, and he ruthlessly pushed her away. Jiang Qianxiu, let me reiterate the main points at Jiang Qianxiu immediately adopted a well-behaved demeanor, sitting on the bed. With a resigned sigh, Shen Shuqiang stated, Firstly, no random killings. Secondly, you must consult me before undertaking any actions. Thirdly, do not expose your own strength. Upon hearing these stipulations, Jiang Qianxiu's small face immediately scrunched in discontent. Shen Shuqiang remained impassive. Is there an issue with that? What if Qianxiu encounters someone unpleasant? Can I not kill them? Jiang Qianxiu frowned. Indeed, this girl harbored a penchant for violence. Shen Shuqiang sighed inwardly. It made sense. Jiang Qianxiu was the strongest antagonist in her first life. To her, killing was as mundane as daily chores, and no one could hinder her. Before you kill someone, you must first seek my approval. Only if I say you may proceed can you act. Shen Shuqing adopted a different approach. Having heard the words of the gentleman, Jiang Qianxiu could only nod in agreement. Shen Shuqing immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dreaded the thought of Jiang Qianxiu indiscriminately unleashing her wrath. As long as his daily rhythm remained undisturbed, he could manage, for he had no desire to attract undue attention. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone pierced the air. Jiang Qianxiu's phone screen illuminated, and a message popped up, piquing her curiosity. Chu Siki. Good morning, silly Shen Shuqing. Upon reading the text, a flicker of menace danced in Jiang Qianxiu's eyes. She then clicked on Chu Siki's profile, revealing a series of photos on her homepage. The girl in the pictures exuded youthful beauty, dressed in a splendid gown, her radiant smile seemingly overshadowing the scenery behind her. In that moment, Shen Shuqing felt a chill descend upon the room, as if an icy wind enveloped him, the source of which was none other than the glowering Jiang Qianxiu. Her gaze fixed on the screen with lethal intensity. His heart raced, trouble loomed. His phone lacked a screen lock, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Hastily, Shen Shuqing snatched the phone, only to confirm that indeed, Chu Siki had sent her message at precisely 8 o'clock and 6 minutes this morning that he was doomed. He had forgotten to block her. With a stiff hand, he swiftly enacted the block on Chu Siki. Clearing his throat, he attempted to divert the conversation. Ahem, Qianxiu, you haven't had the local cuisine yet, have you? I shall prepare something for you. But the next moment, Jiang Qianxiu's cold, unfeeling voice cut through the air. Who is she, and what is her relationship with you? Jiang Qinqiu's sharp gaze bore into the increasingly uneasy Shen Shuqing. She is merely a classmate of mine. There is nothing more to it. Realizing evasion was futile, Shen Shuqing spoke the truth. Jiang Qinqiu discerned no deceit in his eyes, and her tone softened slightly. Since there is no connection, how about I eliminate her? The moment those words left her lips, Shen Shuqing sprang from the bed. No, you cannot kill indiscriminately. Jiang Qinqiu remained impassive, her eyes still glinting with murderous intent. Faced with such a situation, Shen Shuqing could only offer heartfelt reassurances. She is not a bad person, merely a classmate. Nothing more. I just wish to live a peaceful life here. Acting this way would only bring trouble. After all, this is our home, is it not? It seemed that Shen Shuqing's final remark resonated with Jiang Qinqiu, for the ferocity in her eyes gradually subsided. After soothing the ever-volatile Jiang Qinqiu, Shen Shuqing exhaled in relief. I will prepare breakfast for you. With that, he exited the bedroom, remembering to take his phone with him. Jiang Qinqiu gazed at Shen Shuqing's retreating figure, her mind still preoccupied with the image of that girl. What exactly is your relationship with him? Jiang Qinqiu muttered softly that a sense of curiosity compelled her to meet this girl, named Chu Siqi, in Sioux City. Within the highest echelons of the Mingyu Bureau, Su Man donned a specially designed fitted combat suit, which accentuated her slender and alluring figure, making her strut like a graceful water snake. Good morning, Captain Su. Your coffee, Captain Su. Numerous colleagues greeted her respectfully along the way, while several male colleagues unabashedly admired the curves of Su Man's exposed figure. Su Man responded with an air of aloofness, accepting her coffee before pushing open the door to an office. Hey, I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry a woman like Captain Su. If I could marry Captain Su, I would gladly live in luxury and drive expensive cars. Drinking some piss, are you? You're utterly shameless. I have kidney disease. Let me sober you up. Once Su Man left, a group of male colleagues began whispering among themselves. Upon entering the office, Su Man was greeted by a girl sporting thick-framed glasses. Wow, Captain Su, you're here so early, Yuan Shui said, her mouth full of a lollipop. What on earth are you wearing? Su Man frowned, eyeing the unzipped zipper sliding down Yuan Shui's front. Captain, you can't blame me. I didn't intend for this to happen, Yuan Shui protested, sticking out her tongue in innocence. She then attempted to pull the zipper up while standing before Su Man, however. A proud mountain blocked her path. Yuan Shui's youthful face contorted in effort as she struggled to zip it up, finally managing to do so with great difficulty. Yet within mere seconds, the zipper slid down once more, leaving Yuan Shui exasperated. See, Captain, this isn't my fault. A vein pulsed on Su Man's forehead as she discreetly glanced down at her own attire. Noticing the comparison, she felt a wave of irritation. One was lacking, while the other was overly ample. All right, after work, go find a larger size, that Su Man said with a scowl. Understood, Yuan Shui replied. Have you copied the surveillance footage from that night? Su Man asked, taking a sip of her coffee. Immediately after witnessing the corpse of the spirit beast in the tranquil phase, she had ordered her team to copy the surveillance footage. She needed to ascertain who was responsible for such a gruesome act. Capable of dismembering a spirit beast, I copied it, but the cameras there were quite outdated, and given it was nighttime and raining, the footage is somewhat murky, Yuan Shui responded. She produced a USB drive and plugged it into the USB port, revealing a video before them. In the pitch-black rainy night, the dim streetlights illuminated a shadowy figure moving stealthily as the torrential rain parted around it. Even the puddles beneath seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence. Avoiding the figure. Witnessing this scene, Su Man furrowed her brow. Captain, can you discern this person's realm? Yuan Shui inquired curiously as she pressed the pause button. Su Man frowned, signaling for her to watch the entire sequence before commenting. As the footage continued, the shadowy figure approached the beast they had encountered that day, alongside a corpse that had been gnawed upon and another body of a high school girl. The figure appeared to be speaking, but the sound of the rain drowned out any words recorded by the camera. Then, the shadowy man gestured towards the dog-headed beast, beckoning it closer. How arrogant, Yuan Shui remarked, chewing on her lollipop. In the next moment, the enraged, dog-headed beast lunged toward the shadow. Even through the screen, Yuan Shui could sense the terrifying aura of menace. Yet, just as the beast was within 3 paces of the shadow, an astonishing scene unfolded. The beast, mid-leap, inexplicably ascended, crashing down with tremendous force that he certainly possesses the right to be arrogant. Yuan Shui corrected herself. Adjusting her glasses in the final frame, the dog-headed beast exploded into a mist of blood. Following that, the shadow darted off in a particular direction, and the video abruptly ended. "Captain, did you glean any insights?" Yuan Shui asked again. A look of astonishment flickered in Su Man's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "It's not possible to be absolutely certain, but I can assert that this individual is at least in the later stages of the Dan refining realm, and there is a strong possibility they are a golden Dan level expert." "Is that true? Could it be one of those on the leaderboard?" Yuan Shui was equally taken aback by Su Man's statement. "Not one of those individuals. Most of the golden Dan ranked on the leaderboard are elsewhere. There's only one in Sioux City. However, given that person's flamboyant character, if they were the culprit, the entire world would know by tomorrow." A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Man's lips as she mentioned that individual. "So, it's possible they could be a wild golden Dan," Yuan Shui replied. "That I can't definitively say they are a golden Dan, but it's at least a possibility." Su Man shook her head. Before replaying the video, she paused it at 1 minute and 59 seconds, where the camera captured the side profile of the shadow. "Wow. Captain, you can't say that. This person is quite the handsome profile. I wonder if they have a partner." Yuan Shui gazed at Shen Shuqing's profile, her lips lightly licking in contemplation. Su Man, feeling a surge of frustration, rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "Judging solely by his appearance, this individual appears quite youthful, likely just in his early 20s. The thought of a seemingly 20-something Golden Core cultivator startled Su Man. The youngest known Golden Core practitioner was currently the second strongest in Sioux City. And even he was already 30. The emergence of such a formidable young man from nowhere raised unsettling suspicions in Su Man's mind. "Captain, how did you all acquire the skill to guess ages based on looks?" "Why can't I do that?" Yuan Shui lamented. Scratching her head, Su Man shot her a withering glance and replied, "Rest assured, this tactic proves utterly ineffective on you." "Why is that?" Yuan Shui blinked in surprise. "Figure it out yourself." Su Man recalled her first encounter with Yuan Shui, when she had mistaken her for a high school student. With a doll-like face typical of teenage girls, Yuan Shui was, in fact, a 28-year-old unmarried woman, 5 years older than Su Man moreover. Yuan Shui's speech bore the unmistakable lilt of a child. The most troubling aspect for Su Man was the peculiar appearance of Yuan Shui's eyes. She resolved to conduct a thorough investigation later that evening. "How infuriating, Captain! Are you suggesting I'm old?" Yuan Shui's realization seemed to ignite her indignation. Su Man, darkly amused, rubbed her forehead, muttering inwardly that there was no hope for her. "Please take a screenshot of this image for me, ensuring the facial details are restored to high definition." Su Man, uninterested in further banter with Yuan Shui, returned to her desk with her coffee. Barely seated, a commotion erupted outside the office. Bang! At that moment, the door was flung open, revealing a middle-aged man, breathless and alarmed. "Captain, it's bad. We've detected traces of a beast." Su Man's expression shifted to one of alarm as she quickly organized the personnel for a response. "Understood," the middle-aged man acknowledged before hastily exiting. "Yuan Shui, you must come along," Su Man instructed, turning to the young woman behind her. "To me?" "Really?" Yuan Shui gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Stop dawdling. As an analyst, your presence is essential," Su Man said, already moving toward the exit. "Oh," Yuan Shui exclaimed, immediately following with her 2 heavy burdens in tow. Moments later, a team of 10 had assembled. "Very well. 2 vehicles will depart immediately. I need not elaborate on the task's significance. Eliminating the beast is paramount," Su Man stated with gravity. "Understood," the team responded, their expressions resolute. "Let us go," Su Man commanded with a wave of her hand, and the 10 members boarded the vehicles, speeding toward the beast's location. "Sir, Qianxiu is truly growing fonder of this world," Jiang Qianxiu said, her mouth stuffed with cake, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Before her lay a plate with a half-eaten cream cake, having never tasted such sweet delights in her own realm. The rich dairy flavor and soft texture rendered her unable to resist. Although Jiang Qian Qiu no longer required earthly sustenance, she could not quell her cravings for such delicacies. As long as Qian Qiu is happy. Shen Shuqing replied with a smile. Jiang Qian Qiu's innocent enjoyment of food was reminiscent of her childhood charm. As long as she refrained from indiscriminate violence, he could see that moment. Shen Shuqing's phone buzzed furiously. Notifications lighting up the screen, he glanced briefly at the messages but chose not to open them. While Jiang Qian Qiu, noticing his distraction, looked up. "Are you not going to check those?" she inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt under her gaze. Shen Shuqing chuckled awkwardly and opened the messages. The group chat for Class 5 of their senior year had erupted in chaos. Xuyong. Chen Nan. Help. Fang Yu. Song Ming Bin. Chen Nan. What is wrong with you so early in the morning? Xuyong. I'm cored by a beast. Chen Nan. You must be joking. Old Wang. Xuyong, you can't be serious with this joke. Wu Quan. You're not trying to pull a fast one on us. Are you? Seeing his classmates' disbelief, Xuyong grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a video appeared in the chat. Shen Shuqing furrowed his brow and clicked to view it, revealing Su Yong's panicked face. His eyes filled with fear as he exclaimed, "I am not lying. I'm genuinely trapped by a beast." The video was filled with the sounds of chaos, suggesting that Xuyong was not alone in his predicament. The camera then switched to show the outside world, revealing a massive creature covered in scales. The sheer presence of the beast could be felt through the screen, sending the streets into disarray. A deafening roar resonated, causing the camera to shake violently before the screen went black. Ending the video abruptly. Xuyong. I swear it's true. Chen Nan, hurry and call your cousin to rescue me. Xuyong. And Xiao Miao is here too. She can vouch for me. Xiao Miao. I'm here as well. The moment the video was shared, the chat erupted into chaos. Old Wang. Where are you now? Xuyong. Ningfang Building. Ningfang Building was a bustling shopping center in Sioux City. Fang Yu. Didn't they say the city was sealed off? Why are you there? Xuyong. I thought everyone had left, so I figured it was safe, but I was wrong. Xiao Miao. I went out to buy medicine and then ran into the beast, which drove me here. After the video, Chen Nan seemed to have made a call and remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he reappeared in the chat, stating, "You all should find a safe place to hide. I've contacted my cousin, and they're on their way to help." Having observed the entire ordeal, Shen Shuqing's brow furrowed in concern. The appearance of a beast at this time, coupled with the scale-covered creature depicted in the video, suggested it was no weak opponent. He wondered if the Mingyu Bureau could withstand such a threat, as he was not very familiar with the organization. "Sir, what's wrong?" Jiang Qianqiu asked. Noticing his troubled expression, "My classmates are trapped by a beast. Stay here. I'll go take a look," Shen Shuqing decided. Putting down his phone, if the situation became dire, he could intervene surreptitiously. "I should go too. The beasts here are too weak. Let me handle it." Jiang Qianqiu's face brightened with excitement. "You are not allowed to go. Stay at home and wait for me." Shen Shuqing firmly rejected her request, knowing that if she were to engage, she would pose a greater threat than the beast itself. Jiang Qianqiu pouted, clearly displeased. "Fine. Just be careful, okay?" She relented. Shen Shuqing nodded, changed his clothes, and hurried toward Ningfang Building. After he departed, Jiang Qianqiu, with a sly glint in her eyes, stealthily followed behind. Su Man's expression was grave as she inquired, "What's the situation at the scene?" According to the reports from personnel on site, at least 300 citizens were trapped inside Ningfang Building. Moreover, the beast seemed to have no intention of harming them. It merely confined them within. The team member in the vehicle responded. Upon hearing that 300 citizens were involved, Su Man's expression instantly darkened. A fierce anger surged within her. Despite having issued a city lockdown announcement, there were still so many oblivious individuals wandering about. The Mingyu Bureau had been tirelessly monitoring the city for demonic beasts, and this group was nothing more than a nuisance. Shortly thereafter, the armored vehicle from the Mingyu Bureau arrived at its destination. Halting near Ningfang Tower, they disembarked. The team was taken aback by the enormous figure not far away. The terrifying presence loomed over the Mingyu Bureau like a towering mountain. Su Man's face grew increasingly grim as she inquired, "Can we ascertain the stage of this demonic beast?" A nearby team member approached with a detection device and replied, "According to our readings, this beast is classified as a mid-level Jiedan, posing an extreme danger." Upon hearing this, Su Man's features darkened even further. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "What on earth does the Tian Luo organization intend to achieve with this malignant entity?" Another team member, maintaining a stern expression, stated, "This creature is beyond our capabilities. It far exceeds our strength. We should call upon Lord Su to in their team." Su Man was the strongest, at the initial stage of Ling Ji, while the rest were merely at the foundation establishment stage, with one being a congenital Yuan Shui. Jiedan B surpassed their collective strength by a considerable margin. Su Man maintained a composed demeanor, fully aware that this was not a foe they could contend with. Typically, they dealt with demonic beasts of the foundation establishment level, and even those at the Ling Ji level were rare. But this Jiedan beast presented an insurmountable challenge. Their weapons would struggle to penetrate its defenses. Charging would only result in needless casualties. Although she was reluctant to contact that person, it seemed he was their only hope. After a moment's hesitation, Su Man stepped aside and dialed a number on her phone. Moments later, the call connected, and a languid male voice came through. "What is it?" "My dear sister, remember to call your brother?" Su Man grimaced at the insufferable tone on the other end, saying, "Cut the nonsense. There's a demonic beast here waiting for you to deal with. Hurry up." TSK. Su Man, how can you ask me like this? Besides, I am your superior," the nonchalant voice replied from the phone. Su Man gritted her teeth and retorted, "What do you want? How about this? If you call me brother, I'll come immediately without hesitation." The voice on the other end suggested, unfazed by Su Man's tone, "Su Changkong, are you looking for death?" Su Man could no longer contain her anger and shouted at Su Changkong, "Oh dear, if you won't call, then don't. Why get so worked up? Your brother will be there shortly," Su Changkong said, dropping his lazy tone. Enraged, Su Man hung up the phone, dreading the sight of Su Changkong's arrogant face when they met. Unfortunately, the demonic beast they faced was beyond their expectations, forcing Su Man to summon the one person she despised the most in a lavish room. Su Changkong donned his attire. "Let's go, old pal. It's time to get to work," he said, picking up a white long spear with a nonchalant demeanor. Shen Shuqing silently descended onto the rooftop of Ningfang Tower like a ghost. Below, his gaze was sharply focused on the ancient calmness reflected in his eyes. There, the enormous beast stood motionless at the entrance of Ningfang Tower. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire street, its cold, beastly eyes radiating a brutal killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. The surrounding air seemed to freeze under this oppressive presence, and not far from the massive beast, 10 individuals clad in white combat gear nervously observed, wielding specially crafted firearms. Shen Shuqing surmised that these were the agents of the Mingyu Bureau. Detecting their weak fluctuations of cultivation, he had no intention of striking just yet, especially since the beast remained stationary. The creature's level was merely Jiedan, and although Shen Shuqing had the power to eliminate it in an instant, he chose not to act. Doing so would only escalate the situation, and he was more interested in uncovering the whereabouts of the Tian Luo organization's members hidden behind the beast. Suddenly, he recalled that he had left a trace of his spiritual consciousness on that Tian Luo elder during their last encounter. However, upon checking, he furrowed his brow as he discovered that the consciousness had vanished. This situation could only result from one of two outcomes. Either someone had dispelled his consciousness, or the elder had perished. Given the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible for anyone to have countered his consciousness, indicating that the elder was indeed dead. It seemed the Tian Luo organization was not as foolish as he had presumed. Meanwhile, high above in the gathering clouds, Jiang Xinqiu observed Shen Shuqing intently. The demonic beast was merely an insignificant insect, easily extinguished with a mere glance. Following Shen Shuqiang's instructions, she refrained from engaging. Suddenly feeling an inexplicable thrill in secretly observing his every move below, the street was steeped in an eerie atmosphere, with the colossal beast choosing not to attack, but rather waiting for something. The agents of the Mingyu Bureau were profoundly intimidated by the beast's terrifying aura. "Captain, how much longer until Lord Su arrives?" One team member nearly gasped under the immense pressure. Su Man maintained a stoic expression. remaining silent. The most concerning situation had not yet unfolded. The beast had not chosen to attack the citizens. Yet this only heightened her anxiety, as it seemed the Tianluo organization was deliberately waiting for a specific individual. At present, Su City had only Su Chongkong capable of confronting them. Was this a deliberate uprising aimed at Su Chongkong? Su Man's thoughts raced with bold speculation. What exactly do you intend to do? Tianluo, she called out coldly. Breaking the eerie silence, Su Man was the first to speak, fully aware that the members of the Tianluo organization were likely lurking nearby. As expected, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the opposite end of the street. A grim voice echoed, "You are unworthy to converse with me. Summon Su Chongkong." Su Man was taken aback. It was clear that the Tianluo organization was specifically waiting for Su Chongkong. He was at the Golden Dance stage, and their focus on him filled Su Man with a strong sense of unease. "What do you want? This is Su City. You have no right to act recklessly here," Su Man insisted. However, this time, the black-robed elder chose not to respond, standing ominously beside the beast, exuding an icy aura. Just then, a loud voice boomed from the horizon. "Who dares to cause a ruckus here?" "So, it is you, the scum of Tianluo." The black-robed elder's expression shifted, and he coldly replied, "Su Chongkong, you finally arrive." In the next moment, a dangerous alert surged within the black-robed elder as a streak of silver light shot toward him like a meteor. Before he even arrived, the spear struck first. The black-robed elder extended his withered hands from within his loose robe, revealing a pair of claw-like appendages tipped with sharp spikes. The piercing claws latched onto the glimmering silver spear. The immense force propelled the black-robed elder backward, causing the ground beneath him to shatter and crack. Fiery sparks erupted between the silver spear and the black-robed elder, continuously colliding with thunderous intensity. At that moment, a shadow fell from the heavens and landed on the silver spear. An overwhelming force erupted from the spear, launching the black-robed elder into the air, where he faced Su Chongkong's rebellious visage. With unwavering focus, Su Chongkong infused strength into the silver spear, thrusting it upward with ferocity. The spear light resonated like a dragon's roar, its fangs bared, eager to devour mountains and rivers. With that thrust, the spear unleashed a dragon's might, shaking the very foundations of the land. In an instant, winds howled and clouds swirled, the sound of the dragon's roar echoing. Boom! The black-robed elder's expression changed drastically as the aura of death enveloped him. Just as despair loomed, the immobile beast let out a furious roar, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the air. The street was engulfed in a tempest, debris swirling like a tornado, as Su Chongkong's gaze turned icy as he redirected the spear. Sweeping it across, seizing the opportunity, the black-robed elder narrowly evaded the strike and retreated beside the beast. It was evident that Su Chongkong, renowned as the spear's saint, possessed a terrifying power that matched the rumors surrounding him. The elder in the black robe, filled with trepidation, spoke. Su Chongkong glanced at the man and the beast, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Is it 2 against 1? Faced with 2 formidable adversaries at the Dan realm." Su Chongkong's expression remained unchanged, the silver spear gleaming with a chilling light, poised for action at any moment. Truly, Su Darren is exceptionally handsome. Yuan Shui gazed at the aloof Su Chongkong, her heart fluttering. Su Man, somewhat speechless, thought it was quite absurd that Yuan Hanin was now infatuated. "I wonder how Su Chongkong will choose next," the black-robed elder taunted. "What do you mean?" Su Chongkong replied coldly. Inside Ningfeng building, there are still 300 citizens, Su Man called out to Su Chongkong. Upon hearing this, Su Chongkong's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the black-robed elder. "What exactly do you want?" "Su Darren is indeed a clever man. If you hand over the Qiao Wu Xianzhu, we will leave immediately, and the 300 people here will be spared," the black-robed elder stated. "Impossible. You seek to acquire the power of Qiao Wu." "That is nothing but a dream," Su Chongkong retorted without hesitation. The Qiao Wu Xianzhu was an artifact fortuitously obtained by the Mingyu Bureau, containing a trace of the true blood of the ancient ferocious beast Qiao Wu. Due to the malevolent and tyrannical power harbored, the Mingyu Bureau had refrained from utilizing it. The secret methods of the Tianluo organization were linked to beasts. Should they obtain the power of Tiao Wu, it would spell disaster. It seems that Su Darren has made an erroneous choice. If that is the case, witness the demise of 300 people. The black-robed elder's expression turned frenzied, he then declared, brimming with murderous intent. Attack. In the next moment, anguish screams erupted from within Ningfang building. You seek death. Su Changkong's face darkened with rage. Should mass casualties occur in Su City under his governance, he would undoubtedly face repercussions from above, a fate he could never allow. He was about to rush in a Ningfang building when suddenly a massive beastly figure obstructed his path. A brutal aura surged forth as the black-robed elder shed his concealing garb, revealing a ravenous visage, eyes ablaze with crimson malice. With enormous black wings unfurled, he spoke in a chilling tone. Su Darren, let us continue. Su Changkong's countenance soured, his grip tightening around the silver spear. On the rooftop of Ningfang building, Shen Shuqing overheard their conversation clearly. Upon hearing the name Tiao Wu, he was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that a ferocious beast from myth? Shen Shuqing suddenly felt he knew little about the resurgence of all things on Blue Star. Yet there was no time for musings. It was time for him to act. Shen Shuqing quietly retreated from the rooftop. That moment, chaos erupted within Ningfang building. The already crowded space was invaded by several black-robed figures who mercilessly slaughtered anyone in sight. In an instant, blood blossomed from numerous citizens' bodies. Crimson blood mingled with corpses, saturating the air with a nauseating stench. The once crowded corridors became a scene of pandemonium due to the sudden violence in their desperate flight. Some fell victim to their overwhelming fear, trampled beneath countless feet. Others bore witness to their loved ones falling at the hands of the black-robed assailants, a tumult of grief and terror intertwining. In that moment, piercing cries echoed throughout Ningfang building. Su Yang's mind was a blank slate. He had just witnessed a middle-aged woman meet a gruesome end before his eyes, her body still warm with blood. This horrifying scene sent shockwaves through his psyche. Overwhelmed by fear, he instinctively fled in the chaos. Xu Yong realized he had become separated from Xiaomiao. However, he could not afford to dwell on that. There was no courage left to search. Death loomed. Each fled for their lives, silently praying for the safety of the other, with no other recourse available. As the black-robed figures rampaged, Shen Shuqing's silhouette emerged. Observing the blood-soaked ground and scattered corpses, his expression darkened. Icy murder radiating from his gaze. That moment, one of the black-robed figures noticed him. With a sinister grin, the assailant approached Shen Shuqing, blade in hand. Just as the black-robed figure prepared to strike, he met Shen Shuqing's chilling gaze. In an instant, a sense of danger surged within the black-robed man, engulfed by the dread of death. You truly infuriate me. Shen Shuqing's voice resonated with a chilling menace, akin to a demon rising from the depths of hell, exuding a murderous aura. The terrifying aura sent shivers through the black-robed figure. In the next moment, Shen Shuqing vanished from sight. Suddenly, a powerful grip seized his throat, lifting him off the ground, rendering his breath labored, his strength stifled. Since you are so fond of causing trouble, I shall ensure that none of you scoundrels leave Su City alive. Shen Shuqing's gaze was frigid. With a swift crack, he effortlessly snapped the black-robed man's neck, the body collapsing lifelessly. This abrupt scene drew the attention of fleeing individuals. Instantly, several more black-robed figures surrounded Shen Shuqing. Kill him, someone shouted, and the group brandished their blades, charging at Shen Shuqing. Faced with these black-robed figures of mere innate realm, Shen Shuqing showed no mercy. An aura of chilling murder emanated from him, expanding toward the attackers. Bang, bang, bang! In the next moment, the bodies of the black-robed figures exploded without warning. Blood mist filled the air as red fragments scattered. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding assailants were obliterated, their bodies bursting apart like watermelons. Shen Shuqing calmly traversed through the blood mist, remaining untouched by a single drop. This uncanny display struck fear into the fleeing citizens nearby, who regarded him as a specter, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Shen Shuqing paid them no mind. After ensuring there were no remaining black-robed figures on the third floor, he gradually made his way to the second floor. His face fully revealed, Shen Shuqing bore no concern of being exposed. Unbeknownst to them, he had cast an illusion over the crowd, rendering them incapable of recalling his appearance upon reaching the second floor. Shen Shuqing coincidentally encountered Xu Yong, who was fleeing. Shen Shuqing, how did you end up here? Come with me. Xu Yong exclaimed in shock, despite not understanding why Shen Shuqing was present. He quickly seized his arm, eager to escape. Where's Xiao Miao? Shen Shuqing furrowed his brow and inquired, weren't you two together? I don't know. We got separated. Hurry, follow me. There are black-robed people chasing me. Xu Yong hurriedly replied, panic etched on his face as he pulled Shen Shuqing, only to find he could not budge him. Just then, two black-robed figures emerged from around the corner, their cruel smiles directed at the pair. We're done for, Xu Yong thought in dread. Go up the stairs to the third floor. It's safe there, Shen Shuqing said calmly. Then, to Xu Yong's astonishment, he walked toward the two black-robed figures. To hell with it. I'm not running anymore. If it's death, then so be it. I'll take one of you with me, Xu Yong observed as Shen Shuqing stepped forward, his teeth clenched in fury, ready to charge. However, the scene that unfolded next nearly caused his jaw to drop in disbelief. Just as they were facing each other, Shen Shuqing's figure inexplicably slipped past the two of them and vanished around the corner in an instant. Meanwhile, the two men in black silently collapsed, their faces contorted in a palpable expression of terror. Xu Yong was drenched in cold sweat, utterly confused by what had just transpired. He had no idea how these two had met their demise, even though he had not blinked. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to heed Shen Shuqing's words and dashed toward the third floor. That very instant, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Who had just saved me? The figure was fading from his memory, and he struggled to recall it. Xu Yong decided not to dwell on it further. Survival was his immediate priority. Every movement of Shen Shuqing was meticulously observed by Jiang Qinxiu, who muttered in dissatisfaction, how could the master engage in murder without me? Killing is what Qinxiu excels at. Yet it was Jiang Qinxiu's first time witnessing her master so enraged. Whoever incited her master's wrath would surely meet their demise. A tempest brewed in Jiang Qinxiu's dark eyes. In an instant, her consciousness enveloped the entire Sioux city, revealing the whereabouts of several individuals within her sight. That moment, a young man standing at the entrance of the menu bureau felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. It seemed as though a pair of predatory eyes had locked onto him, but he decided to act swiftly, intending to secure the Taowu Xian pearl and escape, while notifying the Dark Crow to prepare for a hasty withdrawal. No sooner had he spoken than the black-clad figures around him formed a circle, their hands weaving strange gestures as they chanted incantations. Suddenly, a dark red array materialized beneath their feet, and fierce, menacing beasts emerged from it. This was the method employed by the Tianluo organization to silently transport several beasts into Sioux City, which explained why the Menu Bureau had been unable to detect them. Their strategy was to dispatch two cultivators at the Dan Tribulation stage to stall Su Chongkong, while a remaining beast of the same caliber would descend upon the Menu Bureau. By the time Su Chongkong realized what was happening, it would be too late. There was only one golden core cultivator in the entire Sioux City. Reinforcements from other cities would be impossible to summon in time. The spiritual energy of the Blue Star grew increasingly dense. Various factions stirred in the shadows. Securing the Taowu Xian Pearl would enable the Tianluo organization to recreate an ancient ferocious beast, granting them a competitive edge over other forces in the future. The success of this operation was imperative for the Tianluo. In an instant, a beast at the Dan Tribulation stage, resembling an iron tower, erupted with terrifying energy. The defenses of the Menu Bureau crumbled, while the remaining members scrambled to unleash their spiritual firearms. However, their attacks barely made an impact. Countless defenders of the Menu Bureau fell, their numbers decimated in an instant. Moments later, the young man produced a verdant pearl, his face alight with exhilaration. Notify the Dark Crow that we can retreat now. The future Tianluo will be grateful for the Menu Bureau's selfless contributions, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh at this moment. Xiao Miao, her face pale, cowered in a corner alongside a middle-aged couple. She had merely ventured out to procure medicine for her mother, only to encounter a horde of beasts. Eventually, she had been driven into the Ningfang building with the crowd. Marking her second brush with such peril in a short span, Xiao Miao's spirits plummeted, and she found herself hiding in the kitchen of a bubble tea shop on the second floor. Outside, footsteps approached, then abruptly halted. In the tense atmosphere, the trio dared not make a sound, their hearts pounding violently. An oppressive sense of suffocation and despair filled the cramped kitchen. Suddenly, the footsteps resumed, drawing closer to the three. Xiao Miao and the couple pressed their hands over their mouths, fervently wishing for the footsteps to pass. I know you are hiding here. Come out now, and your deaths will be swift and painless. If I find you, your fate will be far worse. A mocking voice echoed from outside, chilling them to the bone. The tension snapped, and fear surged within them. The footsteps approached the kitchen with increasing proximity, and the middle-aged woman, unable to withstand the torment, suddenly implored Xiao Miao, "Little girl, let us block the door together." Xiao Miao, her face ashen, quickly nodded. It seemed this was their only chance to grasp at survival. Just as Xiao Miao, her fragile form, moved to the door, a pair of hands forcefully pushed her out. The door slammed shut behind her, leaving Xiao Miao frozen in disbelief. "Do not blame me, little girl. Please do not reveal that we are inside. I beg you. My son is only 10, and as a mother, I cannot bear for him to lose my love so young," came the woman's desperate pleas from behind the door. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned by his wife's actions. "What are you waiting for? Come help block the door. One death is better than two," she hissed urgently. After a moment's hesitation, the man extended his hand to brace against the door. Just a door-esque thickness separated them. And Xiao Miao heard every word. Why had she been pushed out? They had promised to block the door together. At T-17, Xiao Miao had never harbored malice toward others, nor had she ever experienced the cruelty of human nature. Standing alone at the door, she felt utterly lost, her delicate features marred by despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks, ignited by the woman's words, which reminded her of her gravely ill mother at home. "I cannot die. My mother cannot lose me. Otherwise, there will be no one to buy her medicine." A fierce will to survive surged within Xiao Miao, propelling her to action. The footsteps outside were disturbed by the commotion within. Drawing closer, looking around, the only hiding place was a small storage cabinet, which fortuitously contained no clutter. Given her petite stature, she easily slipped inside. Crouched within the cabinet, Xiao Miao held her breath, covering her mouth with her hands. Peering through a tiny crack, a shadow materialized in the kitchen. The couple sensed the footsteps outside and wondered why there were no screams. They were also anxious that Xiao Miao's forced exit might expose their location. The game of cat and mouse should come to an end, the black-clad figure taunted, sending a chill through their hearts. The couple's decision to push Xiao Miao out had backfired. The figure approached the door, pushing it open with tremendous force, causing the two inside to tumble to the ground. "Do not kill me, please," the woman cried, her face a mask of terror as she retreated, simultaneously kicking her husband forward. The man, struck by fear, remained silent, his face a portrait of dread. The black-clad figure sneered, wielding a cold blade that descended mercilessly. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed chillingly in the small kitchen. The middle-aged man clutched his neck, convulsing on the ground as blood gushed forth. The woman screamed in horror at the sight. The black-clad figure, reveling in the spectacle, chose not to strike again, instead observing with a twisted sense of enjoyment. He relished the terror etched on their faces. The beauty of the moment when they teetered on the brink of despair was exquisite. In moments, the man succumbed to his wounds, and the woman, now bereft of composure, pleaded incessantly, "Do not kill me. I beg you. I have money. I can pay you. You worthless lives, to offer your lives in service to the great Lord Tianluo is a privilege far beyond your pitiful wealth." The black-clad figure seethed with anger at her words. My hand. The kitchen suddenly transformed into a scene of unconventional carnage. The piercing screams echoed in Xiao Miao's ears, and the overwhelming terror rendered her body trembling uncontrollably. Her legs twitched incessantly, and she tightly shut her tear-filled eyes, Just when Xiao Miao thought the nightmare was nearing its end, a woman's words plunged her into an abyss of despair. That woman is also present. Why should she be spared? The woman's agonized expression twisted with a hint of malice. Oh, there's another. The figure in the black cloak spoke. In an instant, the woman's voice ceased abruptly. The cloaked figure, drenched in crimson blood, emerged from the kitchen, swiftly fixing its gaze upon the cabinet. A cruel smile curled at the corners of its mouth as it approached, wielding a bloodied knife. With each step, it felt as though it was crushing Xiao Miao's fragile heart beneath its feet. The distance between them diminished. All hope for survival vanished from Xiao Miao's mind. Her heart sank into a sea of desolation. Whispering, "I'm sorry, mother," just as the cloaked figure reached out to open the cabinet door, a pair of clean, strong hands seized it. The cloaked figure's expression shifted to one of shock as it noticed a youth standing beside it. Having appeared without warning, the boy's eyes seemed to harbor an unnatural intensity, evoking a sense of dread in the cloaked figure, as if it were teetering on the brink of the underworld. With a surge of force, Shen Shuqing twisted one of the cloaked figure's arms into a grotesque spiral, bones protruding from the joints with a ghastly white light, mingled with flesh and blood. The cloaked figure cried out in agony, the excruciating pain overwhelming it, causing it to faint. Shen Shuqing's expression remained cold as he unleashed his hidden strength, the bones that had burst forth now piercing through the cloaked figure's throat. Once the cloaked figure was dealt with, Shen Shuqing opened the cabinet to find Xiao Miao curled up inside. Trembling, he gently grasped her quivering hand and reassured her, "It's all right. Come with me." Xiao Miao, who had been resigned to her fate, was momentarily taken aback. Hearing that familiar voice, she opened her eyes, and Shen Shuqing's gentle face imprinted itself in her heart. "I can't move my legs." Though Xiao Miao was puzzled as to why Shen Shuqing, a classmate, was here, it seemed the immediate danger had passed. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and hugged her knees, and in the next moment, a pair of hands lifted her out from her hiding place. Xiao Miao gasped, her cherry lips parting in surprise. Stealing a glance at Shen Shuqing, she saw his calm demeanor, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, wishing to vanish into the ground. Feeling the warmth emanating from him, her heart raced uncontrollably. An inexplicable sensation welled up within her, compelling her to subtly look up at Shen Shuqing's chiseled features. Though she couldn't quite comprehend the feeling, she recognized an unprecedented sense of security in his embrace. Shen Shuqing's hands, deep within, were like a beacon of light in the darkness, pulling her back from the precipice of despair. Xiao Miao felt no urge to question why the usually inconspicuous classmate had appeared here or how he had managed to defeat the cloaked figure. She simply longed to savor this fleeting moment of warmth and safety. "Thank you," she murmured softly. "There's no need to thank me. Just live well," Shen Shuqing replied nonchalantly. You too, Shen classmate," Xiao Miao responded with a gentle hum. Suddenly, Shen Shuqing inquired, "What is going on here?" Upon entering, he had noticed a male corpse and another body whose gender was indiscernible. Recalling the earlier scene, where the woman had pushed her out, a wave of grievance surged within Xiao Miao, tears glistening in her eyes as she recounted the events. Upon hearing her tale, Shen Shuqing fell into a contemplative silence, casting his gaze upon the still trembling Xiao Miao, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Why are you so foolish?" he gently chided, his voice softening. Xiao Miao nestled into his embrace, silent. His tender words soothed her. Internally, she mumbled, "Miao Miao isn't foolish. Soon." Shen Shuqing led her to the stairs. "You should go upstairs. The third floor is safe." Reluctantly, Xiao Miao descended from his grasp, her face filled with concern as she asked, "What about you?" Shen Shuqing gestured for her not to worry about him before departing. It wasn't until his figure faded from view that Xiao Miao turned to ascend the stairs slowly. In that fleeting moment, her heart quaked, an overwhelming sadness washing over her. Her beautiful features contorted in anguish, as if something was being torn away from her mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinxiu paid no heed to the unfolding events. Preoccupied with thoughts of dealing with those troublesome individuals who had angered her master. Outside, the battle in the streets was nearing its conclusion, with a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's howl. The ground shook, and the dark raven was swept down by Su Changkong's silver spear, its black wings torn asunder. In an instant, the air was filled with swirling dust, the earth beneath cracking from the tremendous force. Even the formidable beast at the dance transformation stage bore numerous ghastly wounds, its once terrifying might now waning. Shu Changkong stood tall, exuding an unyielding confidence, his presence akin to an indomitable mountain. The silver spear in his hand resembled a celestial dragon, its piercing shrieks echoing through the air. From the outset, Shu Changkong exhibited overwhelming strength, maintaining a dominant position throughout the confrontation. Lord Shu is truly formidable, effortlessly overpowering two opponents. Someone remarked in a WIS that even question. Is there any beast that Lord Shu cannot conquer? Another added. Indeed, Lord Shu is the protector of our city. The onlookers below gazed up in admiration, deeply captivated by his commanding presence. The Shu man's eyes, as clear as autumn waters, observed the familiar figure and his astonishing prowess. Despite her lingering resentment towards this brother of blood, she could not deny his innate confidence and the brilliance radiating from him. If not for that past incident, perhaps Shu Man could have felt the warmth of his familial affection. Yet the wound in her heart remained unhealed, despite the years that had passed. The forbidden love she harbored had long since withered like leaves scorched by the sun. Captain, do you have Lord Shu's contact information? Yuan Shui whispered to Shu Man. Stop dreaming. If you want it, go ask him yourself, Shu Man replied with a sidelong glance, understanding Yuan Shui's intentions that but I'm too shy. Yuan Shui pouted, her face falling to don't even think about it. He prefers men that he wouldn't give you a second glance, Shu Man retorted coldly. Yuan Shui, oh, winky face. Unless you transform into a man. Perhaps he might notice you, Shu Man teased as she pinched Yuan Shui's delicate face. No. Yuan Shui protested, raising her hands in refusal, retreating to the sidelines to process what she had just heard. Stealing a glance at the sky where Shu Changkong stood, an odd thought began to take root in her mind. Lord Shu, I bet you wouldn't want your secret to be exposed. Cackling, the dark raven, still alive, sneered, You lot of rabble, today I shall ensure none of you escape. Shu Changkong coldly gazed down at him. Unfortunately for you, Lord Shu, you won't be able to kill me today. Ha ha ha. The wounded dark raven emerged from the dust, its face twisted in a malicious grin. Upon hearing this, Shu Changkong's brow furrowed, sensing an ominous premonition as he regarded the defiant dark raven. In the next moment, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. Not the Qiao Wu Xian pearl, Shu Changkong exclaimed. Lord Shu, you should hurry back and check. The dark crow wore a mocking expression. At this moment, the dark crow was merely misleading Shu Changkong. He had already received news of retreat during the recent battle. The Qiao Wu Xianzhu had been acquired, and all that remained was their withdrawal from Shu City. The dark crow feared that in a desperate attempt, Shu Changkong might act recklessly and attempt to kill him. Shu Changkong's face was a portrait of distress, as he had sensed something amiss during the confrontation. These two individuals, despite their apparent weakness, had been waiting for him to arrive before choosing to strike. It turned out their true aim was to keep him occupied, and the 300 citizens trapped within Ningfang building were nothing more than an invisible chain binding him. The appearance of two Jiadan realm cultivators meant that he, Shu Changkong, was their sole target, that a simple ploy to lure the tiger away from its den had ensnared him, and ultimately, it was due to the fact that he was the only golden core cultivator in Shu City. Shu Changkong could not split himself. After this incident, he would certainly demand reinforcement from above. Typically, each city would have one golden core and two Jiadan cultivators as support. However, Shu Changkong's arrogance had led him to reject the personnel sent by his superiors. Now, he found himself in a position where he could only endure in silence, suffering in silence. With a grim countenance, Shu Changkong instructed, Shu Man, you all go in and rescue the people. I will return. After speaking, he cast a cold glance at the dark crow before hastening towards the direction of the Mingyu Bureau. At this juncture, Shu Changkong had no choice but to abandon his confrontation with the dark crow. He was determined to return and take a look at Shu Man. Having overheard their conversation, grasped the situation, and her fair visage darkened. As for how many were still alive inside, she could not say. They would have to search slowly. The dark crow observed the Mingyu Bureau members nearby, a cold sneer curling at his lips. Subsequently, He leapt onto the beast beneath him and departed, leaving the members of the Mingyu Bureau with ashen faces. How despicable! That pack of wretched scoundrels from Tianlu. If only we were a bit stronger, one grumbled. Enough talk. Let us go inside and rescue the people, Su Man replied, her face set in a steely expression. The group then followed Su Man into Ningfang Building. Upon entering, the members of the Mingyu Bureau were instantly struck dumb by the scene before them. The third floor was overflowing with citizens, a stark contrast to the casualties Su Man had envisioned. After dealing with all the black-clad figures, Shen Shuqing had left. Following the send of the beast, he had declared that today he would ensure this group would not escape from Sioux City. Just as the Dark Crow had not strayed far from his previous position, he suddenly came to a halt. A dark figure now stood in his path. "Who are you?" The Dark Crow's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the black-clad man before him, detecting no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Despite the lack of any spiritual fluctuations, the Dark Crow remained vigilant. Whoever dared to obstruct his path must possess some hidden depth, someone here to take your life. Shen Shuqing replied, his gaze icy. Shen Shuqing had never considered himself a killer. Ever since enduring 9 cycles of reincarnation and returning to his original world with unparalleled cultivation, he had remained unyielding against the world, even under the Tao suppression at the nascent soul stage. Yet he harbored no desire for arrogance or tyranny. He simply wished to live each day peacefully like an ordinary person. However, the unfolding events often diverged from his wishes. The sudden emergence of the Tianlu organization, wreaking havoc in Sioux City, had thoroughly enraged Shen Shuqing that he aimed to ensure that this group would not escape Sioux City and to make it clear that Sioux City was not a place they could taint. "You are rather audacious. Even Su Changkong cannot kill me," the Dark Crow scoffed from atop the beast. Despite sensing no spiritual energy from this person, the Dark Crow did not believe the opponent truly had the power to kill him. "Su Changkong cannot kill me, but I can kill you," Shen Shuqing stated flatly. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, overwhelming the Dark Crow with dread. The previously unassuming black-clad figure now radiated an immense and terrifying aura. What shocked the Dark Crow most was that the pressure emanating from this individual was even more formidable than that of Su Changkong, that if he had any confidence in battling Su Changkong. Now, faced with this person's energy, all resolve evaporated at this moment. The only thought occupying the Dark Crow's mind was to flee from this individual, just as he prepared to abandon his beast and escape. An eternal and vast divine consciousness descended upon them, a chilling intent, as frigid as a winter's night, locked onto him, rendering the Dark Crow rigid. Even the blood coursing through his veins felt as though it had frozen. Terror filled his crimson eyes as the specter of death incessantly eroded his heart. Gazing upon the formidable Shen Shuqing, the Dark Crow felt ensnared in a quagmire, and no manner of struggle would prove fruitful. Death had become an inescapable fate. Before the Tianlu organization initiated their actions, they had thoroughly surveyed Sioux City. In this vast city, only Su Changkong was a golden core cultivator. Yet who was this person before him? Instilling such fear that the Dark Crow could not muster any fighting spirit. When had Sioux City concealed such a terrifying existence? It felt as though a dark beast had emerged, signaling the arrival of death. "Who are you?" The Dark Crow trembled like an ant crawling beneath a towering tree. "Sioux City is not a place you can taint." Shen Shuqing's tone was devoid of emotion. In the next moment, a long blade that Shen Shuqing had retrieved from Ningfang Building appeared in his hand. An extreme chill enveloped him, as though he had draped the world in frost. In an instant, this seemingly slow strike descended upon both man and beast. The stars fell, thunder rumbled, and the icy blade seemed to cleave heaven and earth asunder. With this stroke, even the gods would wail in agony. Roar! The Jiadan realm beast emitted a chilling and mournful howl. Consumed by terror, the Dark Crow's eyes bulged, and the specter of death loomed large, drowning him in despair. He understood that there was no evading this strike. He could only watch helplessly as the blade of death loomed ever larger in his vision. At this moment, the Dark Crow's heart brimmed with regret. Had he known Sioux City harbored such an unknown terror, he would never have willingly walked to his doom. Now, as a Jiadan cultivator, With the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, he was certain a place awaited him in the future. Dying here was an unbearable fate. Boom! The boundless blade energy instantaneously disintegrated both man and beast. The warm blood shed immediately congealing. After slaying both, Shen Shuqing's blade could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into fragments. Merely killing them did not satisfy Shen Shuqing. There were still other members of the Tianlu organization to deal with. Rumble! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon, a familiar scent wafting into Shen Shuqing's consciousness. His expression shifted in surprise as he hastily discarded the hilt and dashed towards that direction. He had caught the scent of Jiang Qianxiu. Shortly after Shen Shuqing departed, Su Man and her companions from the Mingyu Bureau, having secured the citizens in Ningfang building, were drawn to the commotion. Upon arriving at the scene, Su Man was rendered speechless by the sight before her. Disbelief reflected in her beautiful eyes. The Tianlu organization, which had battled against Su Chongkong, had now been reduced to countless scattered fragments on the streets. The area had transformed into a frozen purgatory, an icy aura lingering ominously, creating a terrifying magnetic field that isolated them from the outside. Who could have done this? Su Man's heart raced with trepidation. In a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of Su City, members of the Tianlu organization stood on high alert, gazing warily at the black-clad woman before them. "Who are you?" a youth asked, his expression cautious. After acquiring the Qiao Wu Xianzhu from the Mingyu Bureau, the youth, leading a group of Tianlu members, had come here. They had prepared a teleportation array, merely awaiting the arrival of the Dark Crow to depart from Su City unscathed. However, upon arrival, they discovered a cold, solitary black-clad woman, and their teleportation array had been destroyed. The presence of this woman, who seemed devoid of any spiritual energy, instilled a profound fear in the youth and his companions. "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you have displeased my master, and for that, you shall all perish." Jiang Qianxiu cast a cold glance at the individual before her, her words mercilessly proclaiming the death sentence upon the gathered crowd. "Madam, is there perhaps some misunderstanding? I am not acquainted with the gentleman you speak of." The young man, enveloped in confusion, struggled to comprehend who this so-called gentleman mentioned by Jiang Qianxiu could possibly be. He cautiously elaborated, not wishing to make an enemy of the woman before him. Deep down, however, a voice incessantly warned him that should a confrontation arise, his group would be no match for her. "It matters not. Just remember not to upset my master in the next life," Jiang Qianxiu stated coolly. She then deemed it unnecessary to explain further. Anyone who angered her master deserved death. After all, Jiang Qianxiu was exceptionally skilled in the art of killing. Inside the abandoned factory, a chilling aura of desolation pervaded the air, as terrifying black lightning coalesced in Jiang Qianxiu's hand. In an instant, this dreadful black lightning erupted forth, transforming into countless tendrils that enveloped the crowd. No. The young man's face blanched, as the overwhelming force of annihilation swiftly crushed him. That moment, he felt insignificantly small, unable to escape the deluge of black lightning. Such power was something he had never witnessed, even from the Lord of the Celestial Network. How could there exist such a terrifying individual in this world? In an instant, the black lightning fell like a torrential rain. Boom! The force, saturated with a sense of destruction, erupted violently, reducing the abandoned factory to mere fragments as if it were made of tofu. Just when a young man believed he was doomed, a henchman pulled him from the terrifying lightning. Shen Shuqing, holding the young man, landed beside Jiang Qianxiu and furrowed his brow. "Did I not instruct you to stay at home and wait?" "Master, Qianxiu simply cannot remain alone." Jiang Qianxiu's icy expression softened into a smile upon seeing Shen Shuqing's arrival. The young man, having been rescued, listened to their exchange and lifted his gaze to the newcomer, trembling with the fear of death. "Who on earth are you?" he stammered, unable to fathom why such formidable individuals were concealed within Su City. Shen Shuqing had no intention of engaging him in idle chatter. He immediately enveloped the young man in his consciousness to probe his soul. The reason for saving him was to ensure that there were no remaining members of the Celestial Network in Su City. Within mere moments, Shen Shuqing gleaned all the information he sought. Most members of the Celestial Network had departed via teleportation arrays, leaving only the young man behind. Furthermore, he learned that the young man's position within the organization was that of a minor elder. The Celestial Network lacked a definitive base, as it was widely dispersed, with a presence in nearly every city. Most significantly, Shen Shuqing uncovered from the young man's memories that their cultivation technique was known as the Heavenly Soul Demon Technique, which involved seizing the souls of demonic beasts to control them. Moreover, the Celestial Network could extract the true blood of demonic beasts for transformation. Realizing this, Shen Shuqing felt an increasing resemblance to the Black Underworld cult from the Fourth Era. The only notable difference was that the Black Underworld cult's technique could transform demonic beasts into external avatars. Subsequently, Shen Shuqing also glimpsed a figure seated upon a throne of beast bones within the young man's memories. This individual was shrouded in darkness, rendering his features indistinguishable. If his guess was correct, this was the master of the Celestial Network. In the next moment, a probing gaze fell upon Shen Shuqing as the man on the throne opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs filled with rampant malevolence. Their gazes seemed to stretch across vast distances, yet felt unsettlingly close. In that silent exchange, an invisible storm brewed. SU City is not a place you can taint. Should you attempt to do so, I will hunt you down wherever you may be, Shen Shuqing warned in a chilling tone, unwavering under the man's scrutiny. The man with the crimson eyes regarded Shen Shuqing meaningfully before closing them once more. Exiting the young man's memory, Shen Shuqing felt a flicker of astonishment. This individual could actually detect him through memories. He sensed that Blue Star was teeming with hidden talents, although he had not clearly seen the master of the Celestial Network's face. The latter had similarly failed to discern Shen Shuqing. This encounter marked their initial clash. Aside from this, Shen Shuqing could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy in the air gradually thickening, as his own cultivation steadily progressed toward a higher realm. As Jiang Qinxiu had stated, the heavenly path in this realm was becoming increasingly complete. The suppression of his cultivation was likely due to the incompleteness of the heavenly path. Once the heavenly path of this world was fully realized, the undercurrents on Blue Star would only grow more turbulent. Shen Shuqing harbored no concerns about these developments. Whatever was destined to come would inevitably arrive. With a swift motion, he struck the young man dead and retrieved a verdant orb from his grasp. From within, he could palpably sense a tumultuous and ferocious power. This the true blood of the ancient ferocious beast, Tao Wu. Shen Shuqing mused. Oh wonder the Celestial Network sought it. If they were to replicate this essence of Tao Wu, it would undoubtedly yield a terrifying entity. Master, what is there to behold? It pales in comparison to my little black, Jiang Qinxiu remarked disdainfully, eyeing the Tao orb. Shen Shuqing felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. After all, little black was a formidable being of the great ascension stage. While the true blood of Tao Wu could not compare, the true form of Tao Wu was an entirely different matter. As the two conversed, a figure in the sky swiftly approached their direction. Su Changkong returned to the Mingyu Bureau only to find it was too late. The Tao Wu orb had vanished. With its disappearance, coupled with the multitude of deaths in Sioux City, he could only imagine the repercussions he would face from his superiors. This diversion had been solely his responsibility. Now he could only follow the lingering scent at the scene. Hoping to salvage the situation, just then, a terrifying surge of energy erupted ahead. Trembling with trepidation, Su Changkong hastened toward the source. In an instant, his tall figure stood upon a desolate ruin. Feeling the residual energy in the area, Su Changkong's pupils contracted, and a tremor coursed through his heart. The mere aftershock of this power instilled a deep-seated fear within his soul. What on earth had transpired here, and who had unleashed such explosive force? But soon, Su Changkong found his answer, as his gaze fell upon two figures, a man and a woman. Both with their backs turned to him, he realized he could not penetrate the depths of their cultivation. Yet he felt an undeniable sense of oppressive might emanating from them. Particularly the woman, who exuded an aura akin to an unparalleled divine being, every movement radiating an apocalyptic power. Ultimately, Su Changkong spotted the vanished Tao Wu orb in the man's hand. A tempest of emotions surged within Su Changkong, and after a moment of swallowing hard, he respectfully addressed the two figures. I am Su Changkong of the Mingyu Bureau. May I inquire the identities of the esteemed seniors? Feeling that hovering in the air was somewhat impolite, he promptly landed on the ground nearby, his demeanor tense as he awaited a response. Su Changkong was unsure of the origins of these two formidable individuals, but he sensed no malice from them, especially since the Tao Wu orb remained in the man's possession. Just passing by, Shen Shuqing replied in a gravelly voice. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong understood that the other party did not wish to disclose their identities. So he refrained from further inquiries, instead expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for intercepting the Tao Wu orb. I will certainly report this contribution to my superiors, as Yu Changkong's words did not directly demand the orb back, but rather sought to convey appreciation in a different manner. However, if they chose not to return it, he would have no choice but to swallow his grievances. This item holds no value for me. You may have it back, Shen Shuqing said with a smile, tossing the Tao Wu orb into Su Changkong's hands. Once again, Su Changkong expressed his gratitude on behalf of the Mingyu Bureau for the assistance rendered by the two seniors. Shen Shuqing did not respond further, but instead left with Jiang Qinqiu. Watching the figures of the two vanish in the blink of an eye, Su Changkong let out a long sigh of relief. Confronted by this unknown entity, the terrifying pressure was overwhelmingly immense. The normally proud Su Changkong felt as insignificant as an ant standing before a colossal elephant, his heart filled with a sense of helpless despair. When did such a presence manifest in Su City? Su Changkong's thoughts mirrored those of Tian Luo and the others. Meanwhile, on the side of Mingyu Bureau, Su Man had also cleared the street, discovering only a shattered long knife at the scene. The number of survivors in Ningfang Tower had been accounted for, totaling 260 individuals with just 40 casualties. Su Man promptly began to interrogate them, but their responses left her astonished. They claimed ignorance, as if someone had appeared and slain the group of black-robed figures. Hiss, why can't I suddenly recall that person's appearance? I can't remember what that person looked like either. How could this happen? Su Man inquired of several individuals, receiving the same perplexing answer. Filled with questions, she decided to directly access the surveillance footage. However, upon seeing the black figure in the video, her heart jolted. The silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure she had seen in the copied video from Yuan Shui earlier that day. Su Man even thought that these two figures might be one and the same, albeit regrettably. The video obscured the black figure's face, as if it had been pixelated. She tried various methods but still could not discern the visage, ultimately resigning herself to defeat. Later, Su Changkong returned to this location and recounted his encounter with the couple. Su Man did not withhold any information, sharing everything that had transpired after Su Changkong's departure, including showing him the video. What shocked Su Man even more was that even with Su Changkong's golden core cultivation, he could not pierce through the video to reveal the black figure's face. Since he wished for his identity to remain concealed, we shall not disturb him. I will report this matter to them, Su Changkong concluded. Su Man replied softly. Regardless of who this person hiding in Su City may be, they had indeed rendered a significant service to the Mingyu Bureau. Moreover, these incidents indicated that the individual posed no threat to Su City, which was a positive development for the Bureau. Man, are you still unwilling to forgive your brother? Su Changkong asked, gazing at Su Man as they resolved this Tian Luo operation. Su Changkong, I have no desire to discuss this with you. Do not expect my forgiveness. Su Man retorted coldly, her face darkening as she departed with her team. Watching Su Man's expressionless demeanor, Su Changkong let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Shen Shuqing had returned to his residence with Jiang Qinqiu. Though they had dealt with various troubles, another significant issue involving Jiang Qinqiu weighed heavily on his mind. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall had quietly descended. Jiang Qinqiu, how old are you now? Don't you have your own room? Shen Shuqing glared at Jiang Qinqiu, who had burrowed into the covers. Qinqiu would always be the little girl by her master's side. Jiang Qinqiu nestled against Shen Shuqing, burying her head in his embrace. You must leave. I will not. Shen Shuqing felt as if his head might explode. Jiang Qinqiu was utterly disregarding his words. Even when he attempted to rise and change rooms, he found himself restrained by Jiang Qinqiu's cultivation. Jiang Qinqiu, what on earth do you intend to do? I am genuinely angry now. In desperation, Shen Shuqing had no choice but to invoke his authority as her master. Only in your embrace can Qianqiu find peace to sleep. Does master think Qianqiu is a bad woman? Jiang Qianqiu lifted her face, filled with feigned innocence, on the verge of tears. Hearing Jiang Qianqiu's disingenuous lament, Shen Shuqing was both exasperated and amused. You lack a sense of security? If anyone should feel insecure sleeping like this, it should be me. However, Jiang Qianqiu disregarded his protest, clinging tightly to him like an octopus. Observing her tenacity, Shen Shuqing resigned himself to the situation, hoping she would refrain from any erratic behavior. Yet, ultimately, Shen Shuqing misjudged Jiang Qianqiu's intentions. In an instant, her delicate head leaned closer, and before he knew it, their lips met in a fervent embrace. Shen Shuqing's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Jiang Qianqiu's face revealed a near-manic obsession, desperately seeking his affection. Her slender arms tightened around him, as if attempting to absorb him entirely into her being. The unique fragrance of youth, mingled with her warm breath, stirred and provoked Shen Shuqing's senses intensely. It felt as if some mysterious force was on the verge of awakening. After what felt like an eternity, their intertwined lips finally parted. The lingering sweetness of youth remained, leaving a complex expression on Shen Shuqing's face. Just when he thought it had come to an end, Jiang Qianqiu grew even bolder, her restless hands exploring. Jiang Qianqiu, stop this at once! Shen Shuqing trembled, panic-stricken as he called out, in the vast expanse of the starry galaxy. On a desolate and uninhabited planet, two brilliant streaks of starlight intertwined in the sky, resembling a breathtaking painting. From within the dazzling radiance emerged two women. This is already the 138th planet we've visited. How reliable are you? How long will it take for me to find my master? Qin Hongyi furrowed her brows in displeasure. Upon entering the planet, her vast consciousness spread over the area, yet she felt no trace of the figure she longed for. Not even a living soul. Since embarking on this journey, with the woman enveloped in rainbow light, much time had passed, spanning several star realms without a sign of her master. Each time they arrived at a new planet, Qin Hongyi felt both eager and anxious, occasionally daydreaming about their reunion. Would her master resent her? Would her master abandon her? Whenever Qin Hongyi remembered that she had personally taken her master's life, her heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. Nevertheless, no matter what, once she found her master, Qin Hongyi resolved to take her away, ensuring that no one else could taint her. Even the woman beside her, who was currently an ally, was not exempt. For so long, Qin Hongyi had learned her name and their relationship, but had never seen her true face. This latest arrival had once again left her heart, brimming with anticipation, feeling empty. Disappointment clouded her beautiful eyes as her tone grew impatient. You wretched woman, now you're anxious? You didn't cherish the time when you were here. Now you regret it. Yan Xinsher scoffed. Qin Hongyi's eyes blazed with anger. This was not the first time she had been called a wretched woman. What? Am I wrong? Yan Xinsher continued. Do you think I don't want to find my lord? If you want to search, then stop being impatient. That is my master, not your lord. You shameless woman who dares not show her face to others. Qin Hongyi's aura surged, akin to a child quarreling over a toy. Whenever Yan Xinsher called her a wretched woman, Qin Hongyi retorted by calling her shameless. My beauty is meant only for my lord to see. How could it be for a wretched woman like you? Master, where are you? I long to be cherished by you once more. Yan Xuansher's face flushed crimson, her legs instinctively drawing inward. She observed Yan Xuansher's subtle movements. Qin Hongyi could no longer contain herself. The cold fragrance in her hand flared to life, a terrifying sword intent enveloping the area like dark clouds. Wretched woman, are you looking for a fight again? Today, I shall teach you the difference between a big and small king. Yan Xinsher paid no heed to the sword intent, her rainbow light swirling amidst the stars as great runes of the Tao materialized. The two had been bickering almost daily, engaging in combat more than once. Yet every encounter ended without a clear victor, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. Yan Xinsher let out a light chuckle, her figure enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, exuding an aura of profound mystery. With a mere flick of her hand, she unleashed a force imbued with the runes of the cosmos, directing it towards Qin Hongyi. Unwilling to be outdone, Qin Hongyi retaliated with a surge of chilling fragrance. Unleashing a torrent of demonic flames, her terrifying sword intent cleaving through the I in an instant. The two distinct imperial powers collided like meteors crashing into the earth, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The very void trembled, and this realm was beset by collapsing mountains and a sinking earth, with horrific fissures appearing in the sky above. On one side stood the ethereal Shen Shuqing, wielding the power of stars. On the other, the inferno-wreathed Qin Hongyi. These two unparalleled beauties, each with their unique flair, engaged in fierce combat. Within mere moments, they exchanged blows countless times. Boom! In the next heartbeat, it seemed the entire planet could no longer withstand the force of their confrontation, crumbling into chaos. Enough, Yin Xianxue declared, her interest waning as she observed the shattered remnants of the planet. Humph! Qin Hongyi scoffed, sheathing her cold, fragrant sword. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Shen Shuqing lay listlessly on the bed, with Jiang Qianxiu clinging to him like an octopus. The oppressive power from the higher realms rendered Shen Shuqing immovable. Although sleep was unnecessary for either of them, Jiang Qianxiu stubbornly refused to let go, remaining draped over him. "Mister, you smell so good." Jiang Qianxiu gazed at him with eyes brimming with longing. "Jiang Qianxiu, have you had your fill of hugging? It's dawn already. Will you let me get up?" Shen Shuqing sighed, pinching her delicate face. Last night, Jiang Qianxiu's actions had genuinely startled him, but fortunately, he managed to maintain his dignity as a teacher, averting any grave mistakes. Nonetheless, Jiang Qianxiu clung to him throughout the night. The delicate fragrance of the girl, combined with her warm breath, relentlessly tormented Shen Shuqing. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Qianxiu only wishes to hold her mister for a lifetime. Jiang Qianxiu nuzzled against his chin like a little creature, pouting playfully. Shen Shuqing felt a headache coming on. What kind of student acts like this? I am your teacher. Your behavior is utterly inappropriate. But what kind of teacher abandons their student? Mister, you have already forsaken Qianxiu twice. This time, I will not allow you to leave, no matter what, Jiang Qianxiu said, her eyes suddenly clouding with sadness. Shen Shuqing fell silent. He never knew how to respond whenever she brought up this matter. He could not articulate how pivotal he was in Jiang Qianxiu's heart, a truth he was all too aware of. Mister, Qianxiu is easily satisfied, as long as I have you by my side. Providing me with a home, I will be the happiest. Jiang Qianxiu murmured softly against his chest, in her heart. The concepts of home and her teacher were inseparable. She had endured countless hardships to find him and wished to cherish this hard-won opportunity. Jiang Qianxiu had no desire to share her teacher with anyone. No one could take him from her grasp. Should such a person exist, Jiang Qianxiu would undoubtedly eliminate them. This is your home. Shen Shuqing finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Mister, Qianxiu truly adores you, so please stay by my side forever. Jiang Qianxiu gazed at him with rapturous eyes. Shen Shuqing felt a tumult of emotions surge within him, avoiding her gaze. Yet in the next moment, she grasped his face, turning it back towards her. Their eyes locked for an instant. Jiang Qianxiu's eyes sparkled with a fervent love, stirring Shen Shuqing's heart. Moments later, her luscious lips pressed against his once more. The sensation was electrifying, sending shivers throughout his body. Shen Shuqing felt akin to a lamb, helplessly pinned down for slaughter. He pondered how things had spiraled to this point. 3 days later, Shen Shuqing found himself perpetually ensnared by Jiang Qianxiu. He felt like a marionette, subject to her every whim. Yet he could hardly resist. Thankfully, Jiang Qianxiu had not pushed any boundaries. She was well aware of what he could tolerate, although she yearned to consume him entirely. She understood the importance of patience, knowing she had ample time to gradually unravel Shen Shuqing. With the absence of the Tianluo organization members in Sioux City, it naturally lifted restrictions. The class group chat buzzed with excitement. Old Wong, tomorrow is your college entrance exam. Your chances of getting into your dream university depend on the effort you've put in. Xiuyong. Then I suppose I'm doomed. Chen Nan, don't panic. Panicking won't help. Xiuyong. Go away. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. Fang Yu. My dream is to get into Shenwu University. Zhong Wenbin. To get into Shenwu University, you probably need at least 800 points. Li Hai. Wow. Getting into Shenwu University is incredibly difficult. It's the top-ranked institution in Sioux City. In no time, the conversation shifted to Shenwu University. Among the thousands of universities nationwide, only about 50 hold any significant reputation. Among them, Sioux City's Shenwu University ranks 13th in the nation. The top spot belongs to Tianyi University in the capital, a coveted institution that countless individuals aspire to enter. Each year, only a handful manage to do so. However, for Shen Shuqing, this was not a consideration, the primary reason being the capital was too far from Sioux City, necessitating a move. If he were to pursue higher education, his first choice would be in Sioux City. The university he chose could not be subpar, leaving Shenwu University as the only viable option. Shen Shuqing glanced briefly at the group messages before losing interest, remaining a silent observer in the chat. Aside from group discussions, he had received dozens of messages from Chu Siki. After Jiang Qianxiu had spotted their interaction, he had blocked her. Curious, he opened the messages. Chu Siki, Shen Shuqing, I dislike you. Chu Siki, ugh. Shen Shuqing, you big fool. Chu Siki, why are you ignoring me? Shen Shuqing chuckled helplessly, finding the exchange rather meaningless and lacking any desire to respond. He had no intention of engaging with this princess. Spoiled since childhood, he understood that his previous act of saving her might have altered her perception of him, but he truly wished to keep his distance. After a fleeting glance, he shut his phone and stepped out of the bedroom. Finding Jiang Qianxiu on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in the television, that if one were to ask Jiang Qianxiu what fascinated her most upon arriving in Blue Star, her answer would consist of two things: her teacher and watching television. Mister, come keep Qianxiu company. Upon seeing Shen Shuqing emerge, her eyes sparkled with joy, and without hesitation, she pulled him over. Shen Shuqing resigned himself to accompany Jiang Qianxiu in watching a dull melodramatic love story. As they watched the scene where the female lead was comically flung into the air by a slow-moving vehicle, Shen Shuqing couldn't help but smirk. Yet, Jiang Qianxiu was thoroughly entertained. Time seemed to fly by in her delightful company. Before they knew it, dawn broke. This time, Jiang Qianxiu did not cling to Shen Shuqing, but instead wore a glum expression. What's wrong? Shen Shuqing inquired curiously. Mister, Qianxiu will have to leave for a while. Jiang Qianxiu said, her face drooping. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuqing felt an inexplicable surge of joy, though he maintained a neutral expression. Is it due to the rejection of the heavenly Tao? He asked. The heavenly Tao of this world is recovering rather swiftly. Its rejection of me is growing increasingly pronounced, compounded by my previous actions. I could distinctly feel that I must depart immediately. Jiang Qianxiu sprawled across the bed, her demeanor one of melancholy and worries. This place will always be your home, and you are welcome to return anytime. Shen Shuqing looked at the troubled Jiang Qianxiu and offered words of comfort. Jiang Qianxiu's departure was, in fact, a blessing for Shen Shuqing. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to restrain her actions, especially since he had to focus on his studies and could not constantly keep an eye on her. You are the best. Sir, Jiang Qianxiu remarked, unaware of Shen Shuqing's inner thoughts. Upon hearing his words, she broke into a radiant smile and embraced him from behind. After soothing Jiang Qianxiu, Shen Shuqing stepped out, feeling as if the air itself had turned sweet and refreshing. Once Shen Shuqing had left, Jiang Qianxiu flashed a sly grin. Although she intended to be away for a while, there was still a matter she needed to attend to, and so she stealthily trailed behind him. When Shen Shuqing arrived at Class 5 of the third year, most of the students were already seated. Shen Shuqing, I miss you terribly, Xu Yong exclaimed, rushing over at the sight of him. Shen Shuqing, annoyed by Su Yong's overly affectionate demeanor, retorted, get lost. Xu Yong replied, I almost never got to see you again. He then rambled on about the events that transpired at Ningfang Lu that day. Shen Shuqing listened quietly, his gaze drifting toward the window. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him and turned to find Chu Siki glaring at him from the front row. Xu Yong, who had been chattering away, immediately fell silent, his dark complexion shifting as he exchanged glances laden with gossip between the two. Seemingly oblivious, To Chu Siki's fierce expression, Shen Shuqing averted his gaze once more. Shen Shuqing, Chu Siki, feeling slighted by his indifference, grew increasingly agitated. Since the moment he entered the classroom, her eyes had been fixed upon him, awaiting a word from him, yet he had not even spared her a glance. "Is there something you need?" Shen Shuqing replied coolly. "Why are you ignoring me?" Chu Siki's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her expression tinged with grievance. After sending numerous messages to someone who had not replied, she felt as though she had been speaking to the air all day. "Did we not agree on it? A promise is a promise." Shen Shuqing feigned ignorance. "What promise?" Chu Siki was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled her last statement about never speaking to Shen Shuqing again. This irritating fellow had responded with "a promise is a promise," and had since ignored her completely. Chu Siki revealed her adorable little fangs, wishing she could simply bite him, just as Chu Siki was about to say something more. A chorus of gasps erupted in the classroom. Turning around, they discovered a girl in black standing at the entrance, her ethereal beauty akin to a fallen moon gracing the mortal realm. "Excuse me. Which class are you from? Who are you looking for?" one of the boys in the class asked eagerly. "Could I get her contact information?" They chimed in unison. "Which class is she from?" "She's stunning," some remarked, comparing her beauty to that of Chu Siki. Ignoring the boy's advances, Jiang Qianqiu's gaze swiftly found Shen Shuqing, and she approached him with a bright smile, her cheerful demeanor captivating many of the male students. Shen Shuqing watched Jiang Qianqiu approach, astonishment dawning upon him as, "Oh, this is where you attend school." She beamed, standing before him. "What brings you here?" Shen Shuqing asked, his expression one of incredulity. Jiang Qianqiu had mentioned she would be leaving. Why was she now following him here? "Because Qianqiu missed you," she replied playfully, blinking her eyes. This declaration sent ripples of surprise through the classroom, as all eyes turned to the pair, speculating on the nature of their relationship. Listening to their exchange, Chu Siki felt a pang of anxiety, her heart sinking. Was this the reason she had been ignored? Was this the person Shen Shuqing favored? Chu Siki examined the striking girl before her, reluctantly acknowledging her beauty, though she had always held great confidence in her own appearance. Encountering this unexpected beauty left her feeling momentarily defeated. The girl's allure seemed almost otherworldly, akin to a moon hanging delicately in the clouds. In the next moment, Chu Siki noticed the girl's gaze fixed upon her, causing an inexplicable sense of tension to rise within her. The atmosphere around her grew inexplicably cold, and she wondered if it was merely her imagination. From the depths of the girl's dark eyes, she sensed a glimmer of hostility directed at her. A chill raced through her, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. Shen Shuqing, far more anxious than Chu Siki, realized why Jiang Qianqiu had come here. Observing the icy aura radiating from her, he prepared himself to intervene if necessary to protect Chu Siki. However, Jiang Qianqiu's next words interrupted his thoughts. "You must be Chu Siki," she said, her cold gaze surveying the girl before her. Chu Siki's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected confrontation. "May I ask who you are?" she inquired cautiously. This girl, appearing to be of similar age, exuded an overwhelming pressure, turning the classroom into a veritable realm of frost that a chill that seemed to penetrate her very bones enveloped her. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Qianqiu, a student of Shen Shuqing." "I have seen you on his phone," Jiang Qianqiu stated, her cold gaze unwavering. Under Jiang Qianqiu's imposing presence, Chu Siki resembled a frightened rabbit, trembling in the shadow of a tree. Realization dawned upon Chu Siki. The reason behind her earlier messages to Shen Shuqing had been witnessed by this girl, but a wave of embarrassment and indignation washed over her, akin to being caught in an affair by the rightful partner. "Hello, classmate," Chu Siki mumbled, her eyes darting away, her voice faltering. The pampered princess of the Chu family, she had never encountered a situation like this, especially not with someone whose aura was so commanding. The entire classroom turned to observe the unfolding drama, whispers erupting among the students. "What is the relationship between this girl and Shen Shuqing?" "I don't know, but it seems like she might be causing trouble for Chu Siki." "Did you see the way Chu Siki looked at her? She seemed scared." Just then, Xiao Miao, who had just entered through the back door, overheard the buzzing discussions and looked up. Her gaze shifted between the two equally striking girls before lingering on Shen Shuqing's silhouette. An inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within her, yet the source of this feeling eluded her. They had been classmates for 3 years, though they were not particularly close, yet this strange sense of recognition remained. Shen Shuqing was the most on edge, his energy coiling tightly within him, ready to spring into action. Given Jiang Qianqiu's temperament, he feared she might act without warning. Jiang Qianqiu's cold gaze scrutinized the timid girl before her, her murderous intent flickering briefly. Should you dare to come near Shen Shuqing again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Jiang Qianqiu whispered in secrecy. Jiang Qianqiu's soul reverse scale was her master. Anyone who dared to target him would meet their demise. The reason she refrained from killing Chu Siki on the spot was merely to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for her master, as this was, after all, his residence. Otherwise, given Jiang Qianqiu's decisive nature, she would not hesitate to take action without wasting words. However, should Chu Siki prove to be ungrateful, Jiang Qianqiu possessed myriad methods to ensure her silent disappearance. Chu Siki's delicate face instantly paled, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Confronted by the dark-clad girl before her, an inexplicable fear gripped Chu Siki's heart. She had not uttered a word, yet a voice resonated in her ears. Under the oppressive might of Jiang Qianqiu's formidable aura, Chu Siki felt on the verge of collapse. Aside from that unknown dread, a stubbornness sustained her. Observing the trembling Chu Siki, Shen Shuqing realized that Jiang Qianqiu must have conveyed something to her. Sighing internally, Shen Shuqing transmitted a message to Jiang Qianqiu, urging her to cease the intimidation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqiu withdrew her icy gaze and leaned closer to Shen Shuqing's ear, saying, "Master, during my absence, do refrain from entangling with others." Jiang Qianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Instantly, Shen Shuqing felt a prickling heat near his ear and, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "You should leave." "Humph. Master truly is heartless. Qianqiu will return shortly." Jiang Qianqiu, unfazed, playfully tapped Shen Shuqing's chest with her small hand. Then, amidst the gazes of the onlookers, she sauntered to the classroom door, glanced back at Shen Shuqing with a smile, and departed. "Goodness, I nearly had a heart attack." After Jiang Qianqiu's departure, Xu Yong exclaimed, thumping his chest. Standing nearby, he vividly sensed the overwhelming presence of the girl in black. It was a force that seemed far beyond that of an ordinary girl, giving Xu Yong the impression that she had taken lives. "Shen Shuqing, what is your relationship with her? Why does she call you master?" Xu Yong began to pry. "Nothing of consequence," Shen Shuqing nonchalantly dismissed. "You didn't really get involved with Chu Siki, did you? Only to be caught in the act?" Xu Yong persisted, undeterred. Shen Shuqing chose to ignore him, opting instead to glance at the girl in front. He noticed Chu Siki leaning over her desk, her shoulders gently trembling, faint sobs escaping her. "Shen Shuqing, why don't you comfort her?" Chu Siki's deskmate glared at him. To her words, Chu Siki's sobs gradually quieted. Shen Shuqing sighed helplessly. He felt it was inappropriate to intervene, having never desired excessive contact with Chu Siki from the outset. Seeing Shen Shuqing's indifference, Diu grew even angrier, exclaiming, "How can you be so heartless? Chu Siki is in tears because of your friend, and you act as if you see nothing." "Exactly. Shen Shuqing, how could you be so callous? Go apologize to Goddess Chu at once." The classroom erupted with hostile glances directed at Shen Shuqing, since the incident between him and Chu Siki. Many in the class had harbored animosity toward him, seizing this opportunity to voice their grievances. In the back row, Xiao Miao was disrupted from her thoughts, her gaze fixed on Shen Shuqing, eager to see how he would respond. Yet, Shen Shuqing chose to feign ignorance, turning his attention to the window. Seeing the situation escalate, Xu Yong tugged at Shen Shuqing's sleeve, suggesting, "Perhaps you should apologize." Shen Shuqing remained silent, believing that the colder he appeared, the better he could extinguish Chu Siki's affections. "And no need," came Chu Siki's voice at that moment. Turning around, her tear-streaked eyes were clouded with sorrow, her petite nose quivering slightly. This pitiable sight stirred even more sympathy among the onlookers, intensifying their hostility towards Shen Shuqing. Naturally, some delighted in the fallout between the two. Goddess Chu, A man like Shen Shuqing is unworthy of your affection. A boy from the back, row named Xiong Zhongrong, who was closely associated with Luo Hao, shouted eagerly, relishing the moment. Chu Siki cast him a cold glance, retorting, "Who I like is none of your business." Xiong Zhongrong faltered, and soon Chu Siki's tear-streaked face turned back to Shen Shuqing. Shen Shuqing seemed oblivious, gazing out the window. With her lips pursed, Chu Siki appeared resolute as she declared, "Shen Shuqing, I will no longer trouble you." With that, she retrieved a small pink teddy bear from beneath her desk and offered it to him. It was a creation she had painstakingly sewn, originally intended as a gift for Shen Shuqing. Chu Siki had learned to craft it bit by bit at home, often pricking her fingers in the process. Despite having never engaged in such activities before, she had resolutely completed the pink bear. Since it was meant for someone else, Chu Siki had no desire to keep it for herself, finding it bothersome to see. Shen Shuqing glanced at the teddy bear resting on the desk, suddenly finding it quite unattractive. The bear bore the hastily scrawled characters spelling "Dog Man" across its chest. "What a contemptible man," Du remarked disdainfully, casting a look at the seemingly unperturbed Shen Shuqing. In the year 118 of the Tianwu era, at the Huaxiandao sect, by the familiar shores of Yuxian Lake, sat a girl in white. In her autumn-like eyes, a semblance of deep thoughts lingered, absent-mindedly gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake. A gentle autumn breeze caressed her hair, revealing a fair and delicate visage. Her eyes, clear and bright like autumn waters, held a tranquil, yet subtly sorrowful expression. 3,000 strands of hair cascaded over her shoulders, dancing in the wind. Standing quietly, she appeared as a jade sculpture. And in her graceful hands, a white jade flute emerged. She elegantly brought the flute to her cherry-red lips, her movements light and graceful, her eyes filled with tenderness. Gently closing her eyes, she began to play, the notes flowing like a clear spring, melodious and enchanting, weaving through the air into a dreamlike melody. The lingering, sweet sound seemed to carry an endless longing, causing the lake's surface to ripple in harmony with the music. After a moment, the melodious flute notes gradually came to a halt. "Are you thinking of him again?" A cold voice broke the silence from behind the girl. She raised her gaze to the azure sky without turning around. Her tone soft as she replied, "I think of him every single day." When Qingning observed the white-clad girl before her with complex emotions, ever since Jiang Qianqiu had rescued Wen Yuning from the underworld, she had become like this. Wen Yuning had grown reticent, often silently visiting the shores of Yuxian Lake. When Qingning had witnessed it all, she knew her sister still harbored feelings for that man. Initially, when Qingning had hoped that, given enough time, Wen Yuning would gradually forget him and embark on a new chapter in her life. Yet as time passed, Wen Yuning not only failed to forget the past, but the shadow of the man hidden in her heart increasingly influenced her. "Sister, do you think Jiang Qianqiu will return?" Wen Yuning asked gently. When Qingning sat quietly beside her, shaking her head slightly. "I do not know. It has been a full 60 years since Jiang Qianqiu's departure, and during this time, countless transformations have unfolded. The former Shueihua Palace has been renamed Huaxiandaozong by Wen Qingning, who has now become a formidable figure in her own right as a transcendent practitioner. With Jiang Qianqiu's legacy, Wen Qingning has led Huaxiandaozong to evolve into the foremost sanctuary within the realm of cultivation. The Taishang Wuqing Lu has also been revised and is no longer the heartless technique it once was. Throughout these 6 decades, Wen Qingning's greatest concern has been her sister, Wen Yuning, who, like before, abhors cultivation and remains at the mere golden core stage. Wen Qingning would not compel her, for her current status and strength are sufficient to safeguard Wen Yuning for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, a bitter taste filled Wen Yuning's heart. Perhaps if Jiang Qianqiu had found the young master, she would not be inclined to share that news with her. In this second chance at life, Wen Yuning no longer yearns to steal Shen Shuqing from Jiang Qianqiu's side. Her singular wish is to simply hear that he is still alive. This is the extent of Wen Yuning's ambition at present. And if one were to ponder whether her aspirations could grow further, for her, simply being able to meet him would be the utmost fulfillment. "Young Master Shen, how are you?" The longing from the depths of Wen Yuning's heart gazed towards the horizon through her eyes. After Jiang Qianqiu's departure, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted significantly. The majority rallied in defense of Chu Siki, vociferously condemning Shen Shuqing. Particularly, Du relentlessly labeled Shen Shuqing with derogatory terms. Shen Shuqing, however, remained largely unperturbed. For both him and Chu Siki, this was in essence a fortuitous situation. Their lack of interaction alleviated various troubles. With Jiang Qianqiu temporarily absent, Shen Shuqing found himself enjoying a brief respite, as for Jiang Qianqiu's whereabouts. Shen Shuqing was indifferent. Her cultivation level ensured that none could pose a threat to her that moment. A crumpled piece of paper suddenly landed in front of Shen Shuqing, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced up to see Du, who was gesturing animatedly, urging him to open the paper. Du's little antics did not escape Chu Siki's notice. She paused her own movements and discreetly observed Shen Shuqing through the window. Shen Shuqing found the situation amusing and casually unfolded the paper. It read, "Why aren't you comforting Chu Siki, you scoundrel?" Emotionless, he finished reading and crumpled the note, tossing it toward the wastebasket. Chu Siki turned away in disappointment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This action ignited fury in Du, who kicked at him beneath the desk. Shen Shuqing frowned slightly as Old Wang's figure entered the classroom, and the noisy environment fell silent. "What you two up to?" Old Wang's gaze flicked toward the pair. "Du kicked me." Shen Shuqing innocently raised his hand. "You're insane." Du shot him a glare, muttering under her breath. "Ahem, settle down, everyone. Today marks your final day here. Following this, you will accompany me for the last assessment. Whether you gain admission to your desired university depends solely on your own efforts," Old Wang stated with a serious demeanor. Disregarding the two upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into cries of despair, some expressing joy, others lamentation. Subsequently, the students orderly followed Old Wang to the testing room, fortunate to be among the first to be assessed. In the span of just one morning, the assessments were completed for all. Casting a final glance at Class 5 of the third year, Shen Shuqing gathered his belongings and exited the school gate. A familiar Rolls-Royce awaited him, and a formally attired butler opened the door, allowing Chu Siki's petite figure to slip inside. The luxury vehicle swiftly passed by Shen Shuqing, speeding away into the distance. With Chu Siki in the back seat feeling despondent. Through the car window, she gazed at Shen Shuqing, her thoughts drifting back to the day she had called out for his help. That night marked the peak of Chu Siki's despair, as well as the moment when Shen Shuqing's presence had surged into her heart. His divine stature and the profound sense of safety he exuded lingered in her mind every day thereafter. Yet, the memory of the cold, black-clad woman she had encountered at the desk today, along with the ominous warning, sent a shiver down her spine. Most disheartening of all was Shen Shuqing's indifference, leaving her utterly disillusioned. A self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips as she felt a dull ache in her heart. It turned out he had long since cherished someone else. Her feelings had merely been a figment of her own emotions. "Shen Shuqing, I truly won't bother you again," Chu Siki silently vowed. As the car drove further away, Shen Shuqing's figure gradually blurred until it vanished from sight, symbolizing the fading possibilities between them. Chu Siki turned her head away, forcing a semblance of composure onto her delicate features as she fought back tears. "Classmate Shen, please hold on." A voice called out from behind Shen Shuqing as he walked along the road. He halted and turned to see Xiao Miao running breathlessly towards him. Shen Shuqing's eyes flickered as he asked, "Is there something you need, Xiao Miao?" Xiao Miao's face was flushed from her exertion and with a hint of anticipation. She gazed at Shen Shuqing and inquired, "Classmate Shen, have we met somewhere before? We've seen each other in the classroom, and now here as well. What's the matter?" Shen Shuqing feigned ignorance, although he understood perfectly. "That is not what I mean. I'm asking if we've encountered one another in another location," Xiao Miao clarified, shaking her head. A slight jolt of surprise coursed through Shen Shuqing. Despite his use of illusion, she retained some vague recollection. Confused, he continued to feign ignorance. "I don't think so. Perhaps once on the bus?" "Was there another instance?" Xiao Miao pondered, recalling that she had indeed seen Shen Shuqing on the bus. However, her instincts told her that it was not merely that occasion. They must have crossed paths elsewhere. Shen Shuqing's eyes shifted slightly, and he casually deflected, I can't recall that if there is nothing else. Xiao Miao, I shall take my leave. It was imperative to slip away quickly. After today, they would no longer meet, and he feared that lingering would lead Xiao Miao to truly remember, which would complicate matters. The Xiao Miao's face fell with disappointment as she replied, Oh, all right, take care on your way. Classmate Shun. You too, Shen Shuqing replied with a slight nod before departing. Xiao Miao stood rooted in place, watching Shen Shuqing's receding figure grow ever more distant. The familiar sensation in her heart became clearer. Have we truly never met? Xiao Miao murmured softly to herself. In the northernmost part of Blue Star, China, lies the majestic and magnificent Yun Mountain Range. It resembles a colossal dragon, winding through a chasm, its peaks soaring into the clouds. This area is perpetually shrouded in purple mists, enhancing an alluring sense of mystery. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy 4 decades ago, a rift in the fabric of reality has torn open deep within the Ziyun Mountains. Various demonic beasts frequently emerge from this fissure, while the periphery is surrounded by armed personnel from the Mingyu Bureau. Numerous detectors encircle the entire mountain range, conducting comprehensive surveillance. Should any beast attempt to escape, the Mingyu Bureau would promptly deploy overwhelming force to suppress it. This moment. Deep within the Ziyun Mountains, by a lake adorned with purple crystals, a multitude of demonic beasts of varying sizes gathered. The only shared trait among them was their formidable aura, indicative of golden core-level demons. If the Mingyu Bureau were to become aware of this assembly, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded, for the potential devastation these golden core beasts could unleash upon the world would be catastrophic. Yet at this moment, all these beasts lay prostrate in a singular direction, seemingly awaiting the arrival of something momentous. Their previously savage eyes now reflected a glimmer of reverence as they quietly regarded the placid surface of the lake. In the next instant, a whirlpool emerged at the center of the purple waters, from which a stately and enchanting woman emerged. Clad in resplendent royal attire, she appeared as though she had stepped forth from an ancient scroll. The colors of her garments were as brilliant as the dawn, with a high collar that accentuated her fair neck and collarbones, her silhouette reminiscent of a graceful swan. She delicately stepped onto the lake's surface. An air of noble elegance radiated from her every movement. Her visage exuded a unique allure, her skin as smooth as satin, faintly blushing with a rosy hue that a cascade of snow-white hair flowed like gossamer over her shoulders. Beneath her willow leaf eyebrows, her luminous eyes resembled deep lakes, their depths concealing an ocean of unspoken words. With each graceful gesture, she emanated a bewitching charm. After 3 long years, I have finally awaited your arrival. The woman murmured, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. In her eyes, the rippling waters seemed to pierce through the very fabric of existence. This crystal lake has temporarily housed my demonic aura. Consider these 3 years as a reward for your guardianship. Now, I must venture forth to seek my destined partner. Your Majesty, we do not wish for you to depart. One of the beasts behind her spoke, articulating human words. The rest shared similar expressions of reluctance. Impudence. The woman's gaze hardened. In an instant, a palpable pressure, belonging to one of noble lineage, descended upon them. Several demons felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Daring not to breathe. None shall impede my quest to find him. Those who stand in my way shall meet their demise, even if you have guarded me for 3 years. Farewell, your Majesty, a chorus of golden core demons uttered, refraining from any further pleas for her to stay. You cannot escape. The woman chuckled, her eyes sparkling with longing. In the next moment, her form transformed, shifting from the alluring figure to that of a petite, snow-white fox. With a gentle lick of her fur, she bounded towards the exit, her movements light and sprightly. Behind her, a group of golden core demons widened their eyes in disbelief, grappling with the revelation that the source of such overwhelming demonic energy was, in fact, a small fox. Quickly, the little fox made her way out of the Ziyun mountain range, sniffing the air for the distinct scent that beckoned her towards her heart's calling. Just as she dashed forth, in a nearby base, a young man clad in combat attire jolted awake, startled by the alarm from his detection device. Panic-stricken, He pressed the red alert button. Within moments, a group of footsteps approached, and a stern-looking middle-aged man inquired. "What is the situation, Xiao Zhou?" "Report Captain Wang. A demonic beast has escaped from the Ziyun mountain range." Xiao Zhou replied anxiously. "How did it manage to escape?" Captain Wang asked, furrowing his brow. Xiao Zhou swallowed hard. "I am not sure. Perhaps the detection device was slow to respond, but we can ascertain its realm." Captain Wang pressed for further details. "What level is it?" Xiao Zhou's face turned pale as he hesitated to answer. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Captain Wang rushed to the control panel. Upon seeing the display, he recoiled in shock and slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it! What the hell?" 3 red unknown question marks blared ominously on the screen. Meanwhile, Shen Shuqing lounged comfortably on his sofa, reveling in the sense of relaxation that enveloped him. With Jiang Qinqiu absent, the air felt refreshingly cleared. He ordered a skewer of barbecued delicacies and opened a chilled bottle of beer. After consuming just 1 bottle, a faint blush crept onto Shen Shuqing's face. "Why am I such a lightweight?" he lamented, rubbing his head in frustration. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Shen Shuqing, puzzled, wondered who could be visiting him, but he used his energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, regaining clarity, and approached the door to open it. Standing outside was a young girl whose face seemed unfamiliar. "Are you Shen Shuqing?" the girl inquired, frowning slightly at his disheveled appearance, but maintaining her politeness. Dressed in a sleep robe with visible stains, Shen Shuqing was unperturbed by her subtle expression. "What is it to you?" He leaned against the doorframe. "Are you not going to invite me in for a seat?" She replied with a professional smile. "No, I'm timid and shy. Let us discuss matters here," Shen Shuqing replied. His demeanor harmless yet tinged with wariness. The girl bit her lip in frustration, mentally scoffing, "What with that look? Do you think I would eat you? I am a recruiter from Shenwu University. My surname is Lin. You can call me Sister Lin. We found that you qualify for admission to Shenwu University. So I wanted to ask if you're interested," she said, striving to keep her smile intact. "Oh, hand it over," Shen Shuqing responded. "What do you mean, hand it over?" Lin's sister blinked, taken aback. "The pen, aren't I supposed to sign?" he replied impatiently. Realizing her oversight, Lin's sister retrieved a booklet and a pen from her bag. Shen Shuqing accepted them and swiftly filled in his name. "There is another page for the subject you wish to enroll in," Lin's sister kindly reminded him. Shen Shuqing glanced over the options. The university offered various disciplines, including swordsmanship, blade techniques, formation studies, spellcraft, body cultivation, and mind techniques, among others. The first 5 are the most popular, particularly swordsmanship, as many harbor dreams of wandering the world with a sword. The mind techniques were more challenging and had the fewest candidates. So he decisively marked that option. Lin's sister, noticing his choice, remarked, "This mind techniques course is quite difficult. I advise you to reconsider your selection." Shen Shuqing waved his hand dismissively. "No need, if there is nothing else. You can leave. There will be a virtual document sent to your email shortly for you to fill out," Lin's sister quickly added. Bang! Before she could finish, he slammed the door shut. Lin's sister's smile faded, and she cursed under her breath. "What a lunatic!" Lin Zi glared fiercely at Shen Shuqing behind the door and cursed under her breath. She then prepared to head downstairs, but unexpectedly collided with another young woman. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Zi's brows furrowed in displeasure. The girl before her was clad in a black lace mini dress, her bare, porcelain skin and a hint of rosy blush suggesting an alluring charm that sparked one's imagination. In comparison, Lin Zi felt as if she might as well have wrapped herself in a blanket. "Shuewen, what are you doing here?" Lin Zi asked irritably. "Well, if you, Lin Zi, can appear here, why can't I?" Shuewen replied with a playful grin, tossing her hair aside. "Don't even think about it. I've already signed this person." Lin Zi scoffed, fully aware of Shuewen's intentions. They, as recruiters, had voluntarily registered, and the more candidates one signed under their name, the greater the rewards, both monetary and in terms of cultivation resources. With some time left before the new students reported to university, those already signed could easily be snatched away by others. In previous years, Shuewen had signed the most students, largely due to her eye-catching attire and flirtatious demeanor, which left many boys smitten. Perhaps this young gentleman will change his mind. Shuewen was unconcerned. She knew Lin Zi had signed him and had come to annoy her. The two often clashed at school. "Vulgar," Lin Zi retorted coldly. He, Lin Shuqing, you can be quite flirtatious too, Shuewen replied with a teasing smile, indirectly acknowledging the remark. Humph. You might be mistaken, Lin Zi sneered. Thinking back to Shen Shuqing's impatient demeanor, she felt a surge of anger. Resolving not to leave just yet, she decided to observe how Shuewen would fare. Just watch, Lin Shuqing, Shuewen declared, striding confidently to the door and knocking with her delicate hand. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shen Shuqing settled onto the sofa, the door echoed once more. Reluctantly, he rose to answer it, only to find another girl waiting outside, while Lin Shuqing stood nearby, watching. Upon seeing Shen Shuqing, Shuewen paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, flipping her hair and exuding an air of seductive charm with every movement. Hello there, handsome. Her sultry voice drifted from her crimson lips. Lin Zi, listening to this voice, felt a shiver run down her spine as if insects were crawling over her. Oh, Shen Shuqing replied, his expression impassive. His lack of reaction took Shuewen by surprise. Typically, when young boys saw her, they would practically drool, but this one was different. Undeterred, she subtly tightened her grip on her black stockings and continued in a soft tone. Would it be convenient for you, handsome, to let me in for a moment? Her gaze sparkled with flirtation. How much? Shen Shuqing asked blandly. Shuewen was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on her face. What do you mean? How much? With a nonchalant gesture, Shen Shuqing pointed at her. Shuewen's puzzled expression quickly shifted to one of indignation. Young man, what are you implying? I'm not what you think. I'm a recruiter from Xinwu University, she exclaimed, her feigned anger only enhancing her allure. Why are you just standing there? Shen Shuqing feigned disappointment. Shuewen responded, well, I was hoping to ask if you'd like to sign under my name. After being repeatedly thwarted by Shen Shuqing, her demeanor soured. If you give me money, I might consider it. He extended his hand. Shuewen froze, her face contorted in fury. How can you be like this? Junior, if you have no money, don't waste my time. That if you don't leave, I'll report you for harassment. Calmly, Shen Shuqing concluded, and with a firm bang, he shut the door once more. Insane. Shuewen fumed, stamping her foot. Huh? Lin Zi laughed until her sides ached. Shut up, you deadpan turtle, Shuewen snapped, unable to maintain her composure, glaring at Lin Zi. What's the matter, Shuewen? Are your usual tactics failing you? Lin Zi taunted. Well, I've signed more people than you, and wearing so much in this sweltering heat is just ridiculous, Shuewen shot back coldly. Mind your own business. Lin Zi felt a surge of joy as the earlier gloom dissipated. With a joyful stride, she headed downstairs, while Shuewen, still seething, made a mental note to remember Shen Shuqing's name and followed after her. Once outside the community, Lin Zi noticed that Shuewen was still trailing behind. Turning around, she complained, Shuewen, are you a dog? Why are you following me? Are you going to snatch the next girl too? Who is afraid of you? Lin Zi retorted with a scoff, clutching her report as she walked in another direction. Soon, a taxi halted outside the Bu Villa district. Villa number 3 was the residence of Chu Siki. The two descended from the vehicle, Lin Zi holding the address from the report as they entered the villa area, with Shuewen coldly following behind. As they surveyed the luxurious villas surrounding them, Shuewen's eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy. This time, Chu Siki was renowned as the little princess of the Chu family, and Shuewen was determined to win her over. Though Lin Zi felt a pang of envy as well, she understood that everyone had their own circumstances, and flattering someone from a different world would be futile. In no time, they arrived at Villa number 3 and politely rang the doorbell. A butler soon answered, and after explaining their purpose, he ushered them inside. Seated on the sofa, they were served fruit and tea by the staff. As Shuewen admired the villa's opulence, her resolve to befriend such a girl solidified. The benefits would only increase. They waited patiently until Chu Siki emerged from the elevator, clad in a pink nightgown. The moment she appeared, both women were taken aback by her stunning beauty. Her flawless complexion, free of makeup, resembled that of a delicate princess straight from a fairy tale, cradling a pink plush toy in her arms. However, her enchanting eyes held a hint of melancholy, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Lin Zi sensed that Chu Siki seemed somewhat discontent. You are so beautiful, Chu Siki. I am Shuewen, a recruiter from Xinwu University, but if you don't mind, you can call me Shuejie. Shui rushed to introduce herself. Chu Siki remained silent, sitting quietly on the sofa, clutching her toy tightly, her eyes revealing a trace of sadness. Is something bothering you? Chu Siki? You can share with Jia. Shui offered, noticing the girl's subdued demeanor. Lin Zi chose not to interject, her gaze fixating on the toy, where she spotted a name. Shen Shuqing. Lin Zi's heart raced. What was the connection between Chu Siki and Shen Shuqing? Why did the plush bear his name? Surely it couldn't be mere coincidence. Lin Zi speculated but quickly dismissed the thought. The previous student had also signed with Tsinghua University. Is it true that Shen Shuqing has signed? Lin Zi ventured cautiously. Yes, soon as the words left her lips, Chu Siki's head snapped up, her previously downcast expression shifting. Lin Zi could clearly see a flicker of emotion in her sorrowful eyes. Shui, feeling displeased with Lin Zi's interruption, scoffed inwardly, but grew even angrier at the mention of Shen Shuqing. Chu Siki, that Shen Shuqing is no good. He pales in comparison to you, and he is particularly rude. Shui immediately scoffed. If you're trying to uplift Chu Siki by stepping on Shen Shuqing, won't that only reflect back on yourself? Lin Zi, intrigued, chose to remain silent, observing Shui with an expression akin to watching a pig. Upon hearing Shen Shuqing's name, Chu Siki's heart jolted sharply as Shui continued to disparage Shen Shuqing. Her gaze turned icy. Meanwhile, Shui relentlessly belittled Shen Shuqing while lavishing praise on Chu Siki, oblivious to the chilling atmosphere thickening around them. Enough, a frigid voice interrupted Shui. She was momentarily taken aback, but met Chu Siki's frosty glare, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. Who are you to judge him? What gives you the right to speak? Get out of here now. Chu Siki's gaze was unwaveringly cold. Chu Siki, please listen to me. Shui's cold sweat broke out, but she was once again interrupted by Chu Siki. Leave. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. Chu Siki pointed towards the door with a sharp command. Shui left the Bihue Villa area in a dejected manner. In one moment, Chu Siki had been perfectly composed, and in the next, she erupted in fury at Shui. All this turmoil stemmed from a few words about the boy named Shen Shuqing. Shui wasn't naive. She understood that Shen Shuqing held great significance for Chu Siki, yet she could not fathom how the two could possibly be connected. One was a scruffy boy living in an old neighborhood, while the other was the illustrious princess of the Chu family in Sioux City. According to a woman's intuition, it seemed that Chu Siki harbored feelings for Shen Shuqing. Shui remained perplexed as to what could possibly attract the Chu family princess to such a disheveled boy. Was it merely his handsome appearance that won her over? Shui felt that she had stepped out without consulting the calendar, and her luck had run dry. Shui Sr. hasn't left yet. A sarcastic voice chimed from behind. Lin Zi cast a scornful glance. What are you so pleased about? You've only signed 2, while I've signed far more. Shui's face darkened at Lin Zi's smug demeanor. There's nothing to be proud of. I just relish seeing Shui Sr. humbled. Lin Zi chuckled lightly. Originally, Chu Siki had signed with the university in a neighboring city, but upon learning that Shen Shuqing had signed with Tsinghua University, she decisively transferred. Unlike Shui, who only knew how to flatter, Lin Zi understood the importance of observation, which was why Shui found herself ousted. Although she too struggled to connect the two, Lin Zi chose not to dwell on it excessively. Witnessing Shui's repeated embarrassment today brought her immense joy. Don't think that just because you've signed Chu Siki, you can gain any advantages. Shui snorted, do you think I'm like you? You should learn more and stop wasting your limited brain capacity. Lin Zi smirked, coldly mocking her before deciding not to waste any more words and headed to her next destination. If you have the ability, then grow. Shui stomped her foot in defiance. After saying that, she walked in the opposite direction, deciding it was unwise to clash with Lin Zi today. Inside the villa, Chu Siki remained seated on the sofa, lost in thought. She clutched a pink plush toy inscribed with Shen Shuqing's name, refusing to let it go, since returning home after the college entrance examination. She had confined herself to her room, shedding countless tears. Jiang Qianqiu's words echoed in her mind, and Shen Shuqing's image frequently surfaced in her thoughts. Upon arriving home, she quickly blocked Shen Shuqing's contact, only to secretly unarchive it moments later. Often, She would sit blankly, staring at her phone, pondering whether Shen Shuqing would comfort her or message her. Chu Siki did not wish to miss any opportunity. But to her dismay, there had been no word from Shen Shuqing in recent days. In utter disappointment, Chu Siki contemplated leaving the city, leading her to sign with another university. Yet upon hearing Shen Shuqing's name once more, her heart, which had nearly given up, began to race again. Without hesitation, she resolutely transferred to Shenwu University, driven solely by the significance of Shen Shuqing's name. This decision further solidified her resolve. She was determined to fight for her feelings. Even if the ominous warning from that girl in black echoed in her ears, Chu Siki recalled how Shen Shuqing had warned her that being close to him could be perilous. Initially, she had dismissed it as a mere scare tactic, but now it seemed all too real. Undeniably, there had been a moment in class when fear had gripped her. After all, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, and such situations naturally instilled fear. But now was different. Chu Siki resolved to confront her feelings head-on. From a young age, apart from the love from her parents, she had never felt any romantic affection for her peers. Now, all she wanted was to pursue her feelings, even if it meant only watching him from afar. Why should Shen Shuqing be solely his? Chu Siki vowed to herself that she was not lacking in any regard. Go for it. Chu Siki, you are the best, she encouraged herself, clenching her tiny pink fist. She longed to see Shen Shuqing, but how could she go about it? Chu Siki felt a pang of frustration before an idea struck her. She picked up her phone and messaged her deskmate. I'm hosting a class reunion tonight. Please gather some familiar classmates. Let us meet at Jinlin restaurant, and I'll send you the room number later. Chu Siki, you're so clever. She thought to herself that a class reunion seemed perfectly normal. After sending the message, she couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. On the other end, Diyu's face lit up upon receiving the message. And she quickly responded, Don't worry, Siki. I'll take care of it. Diyu was no fool. She understood that the esteemed and aloof Chu Siki was hosting to see someone special. Thanks to Shen Shuqing, she had the opportunity to converse with Chu Siki. Diyu quickly contacted a group of people, ultimately finding Shen Shuqing's profile in the chat and sending him a private message. Shen Shuqing, there's a gathering tonight. You must come. I'm not going. Shen Shuqing replied immediately, lounging on his bed while watching a drama. No. You have to come. Diyu insisted anxiously, realizing this was Chu Siki's request, and she had to fulfill it. Shen Shuqing, uninterested, blocked her without a second thought. Did you hear that? Diyu? Soon, the clock struck 9. The night in Sioux City was adorned with twinkling stars and vibrant neon lights, adding a touch of charm to the city. Inside the private room 000 at Jinlin restaurant, the students of Class 5 were gathered around a table. Diyu had invited only a small group, totaling around 10 people, which included Shen Shuqing's deskmate. Xu Yong. Initially, Diyu had also invited Xiao Miao, but she chose not to attend, concerned about her mother since it was quite late. There were 7 boys and 3 girls, with the most striking presence being Chu Siki at the head of the table. Dressed in a lavender dress, she resembled a blooming violet. Her starry eyes sparkled with anticipation as they sat around the round table, engaging in laughter and conversation. Everyone knew that tonight's banquet was held for a special someone. Who informed Shen Shuqing? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chun Nin asked. That guy's blocked me. Diyu fumed, wanted to curse him, but quickly reconsidered with Chu Siki sitting nearby. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Chun Nin replied, exasperated. Even Chu Siki furrowed her brows slightly. Realizing something was amiss, Diyu quickly interjected, I asked Xu Yong to notify him. Xu Yong, did you? She shot a glare at Xu Yong, who was engrossed in his phone. Oh, I forgot. Xu Yong scratched his head sheepishly. Then hurry and send it. No, call him directly. Okay. Xu Yong, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, quickly dialed Shen Shuqing's number. Moments later, the call connected, and Xu Yong put on speaker. Hello. Shen Shuqiao's languid voice broke the silence. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Siki's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. Hurry up, Shen Shuqiao. Everyone is waiting for you, Xu Yong urged. I am not going. Shen Shuqiao retorted, stop dawdling. Everyone is looking forward to your arrival. Come quickly, Chen Nin added. I said I'm not going, so that's final. I'm hanging up now. With that, Shen Shuqiao abruptly ended the call, not waiting for Xu Yong to respond. The collective gaze of the group turned towards Chu Siki, and in an instant, the atmosphere within the private room shifted dramatically. Chu Siki's eyelashes fluttered, and a forced smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. It's fine. I'll go inform them to serve the food. As she stood up, her petite frame swayed slightly, and once outside the room, she leaned against the wall, as if drained of all her strength. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and a bitter taste flooded her heart. Without the one she longed to see, Chu Siki fell into a contemplative silence at the dining table. Although she had never touched alcohol before, she boldly ordered a bottle this time. Previously, the mere scent of her father's drink would send her scurrying away, pinching her nose. Yet now, she yearned to experience that flavor. Raising her glass, she tilted her head back and downed the fiery liquid in one go. Flames igniting in her throat and consuming her wildly. Grimacing, she endured the searing sensation, her cheeks flushed crimson as she slumped into her chair. Chu Siki, are you all right? Du asked with concern. Chu Siki remained silent, her heart aching to cry, wishing to numb herself with alcohol, perhaps hoping that the one she longed for would suddenly appear before her. The gathering dragged on in a heavy silence, and, as it concluded, no one seemed eager to leave. It's all right. You all can go ahead, Chu Siki said, her head bowed, her delicate features flushed from the drink, with her permission, and as the hour grew late, people gradually began to take their leave. Moments later, only Du, Xu Yong, Chen Nan, and Xiao Miao remained. Wah! At that moment, Chu Siki buried her face on the table and began to cry softly. It's all right. Maybe Shen Shuqing really had something to attend to. Xu Yong attempted to defend him. Nonsense. What could be so important that he couldn't come? Du retorted angrily. Xu Yong fell silent, while Chen Nan sent a message to Shen Shuqing. Shen Shuqing, I believe it's necessary for you to come. Chen Nan was uncertain whether Shen Shuqing was asleep at this hour, but decided to send the message nonetheless. What is going on? Fortunately, Shen Shuqing replied. Chu Siki is crying because of you. You should come. On the other end, Shen Shuqing felt a throbbing pain in his head. What was Chu Siki up to now? He covered his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Couldn't she just settle down? He had thought that Jiang Qinqiu's warning had made an impact, yet it had only been a few days. Her tears had nothing to do with him. He suggested she reach out to someone else. Shen Shuqing replied with a blank expression. Chen Nan was at a loss for words. It's fine. Chu Siki, Shen Shuqing isn't a good man anyway. Once you enter university, there will be plenty of better options, Du reassured her. Chu Siki, under the influence of alcohol, finally let loose the sorrow buried deep within her. The crystal-like tears streamed down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open and a group of people surged in, and upon seeing them, Du glared at Luo Hao. What are you doing here? Of course. I am here to take Chu Siki home, Luo Hao replied with a grin, flanked by a few sycophants. Chu Siki has nothing to do with you, Luo. Get lost. Du coldly declared, shielding Chu Siki behind her. You better scram. You meddling fool. This is none of your business. Xiong Zhongrong stepped forward to berate her. Seeing him, Du's eyes flared with anger. Is it you who informed him? Xiong Zhongrong was in the same circle as Luo Hao. Although Du hadn't mentioned the gathering in the group, someone must have tipped Xiong Zhongrong off. So what if it was me? What makes you think Shen is worthy of Chu Siki? It's Luo, who deserves her. Xiong Zhongrong fawned over Luo Hao. Listen, Luo, I don't care about your affairs, but you're not taking Chu Siki tonight, that if you don't leave now, I'll call the police, Du warned. My father is acquainted with Chu's father. It's not illegal for me to pick her up, but if you don't get lost, don't blame me for getting rough. Luo Hao smirked ominously. His father had once exchanged pleasantries with Chu Siki's father at a business gathering. And although Luo Hao hadn't been around lately, his feelings for Chu Siki had never waned. Now was his golden opportunity, especially since Chu Siki was intoxicated and vulnerable. She needed a sturdy shoulder to lean on. And he was determined to be that person. A few sweet words, and she would be as Luo Hao finished speaking, his entourage moved to surround Shen Shuqing. Shen Shuqing, Luo Hao is here to stir trouble and take Chu Siki away. If you don't show up today, you'll surely regret it later. Chen Nan sent one last message. Standing up, he coldly declared, Are you looking for a fight? Yong promptly joined him. Ivy had never backed down from a fight. The tension in the room thickened as the young men faced off against each other. At home, Shen Shuqing let out a soft sigh. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a look. Quickly dressing, he vanished from the spot. Let us go. I'll cover any damages, and I'll pay for any injuries, Luo Hao boasted grandly. With his words, his minions rushed forward. In an instant, chaos erupted as fists flew. Taking advantage of the distraction, Luo Hao approached Chu Siki. Gazing at the weeping girl, he leaned closer and murmured, Chu Siki, I've liked you for so long. And you've never agreed. But a poor boy has captured your heart. Why is that? Where's the guy you like now? Chu Siki lay on the table, her eyes unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. The scent of alcohol wafted from her breath as she mumbled to herself, lost in incoherent ramblings. Her body trembled, battling against the effects of the drink, yet unable to break free. Let us go. After tonight, you will fall for me, Luo Hao chuckled, intending to take her delicate hand. Are you all annoying? The sounds of the scuffle abruptly ceased, and a cold voice pierced the air. Shen Shuqing appeared before them, his gaze immediately landing on the unconscious Chu Siki. His expression was complex, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. Get him out of here, Luo Hao ordered coldly. The minions, emboldened by the command, approached Shen Shuqing with malicious grins. Bang, bang. In an instant, a few of them were knocked to the ground by swift blows. The scene unfolded rapidly, leaving Luo Hao wide-eyed in disbelief. Shen Shuqing approached him expressionlessly, causing Luo Hao to instinctively step back. What do you want? My dad is Luo Gang. You can't touch me. Slap. Luo Hao felt something flash before his eyes, and the next moment, a sharp pain exploded across his face. Even if your father is a deity, you won't escape a beating tonight. Shen Shuqing's icy voice echoed in his ears. You. Luo Hao clutched half of his reddened face, glaring furiously. Still not leaving? You might want to put on a disguise when you do, Shen Shuqing stated impassively. He had no desire to escalate the situation further. Just you wait. A flicker of fear flashed in Luo Hao's eyes, but he quickly uttered a harsh remark before leaving the private room in a state of disarray, accompanied by his companions. Are you all right? Shen Shuqing turned to look at the three of them. Diu, being a girl, had sustained no significant harm. However, both Chun Nan and Xu Yong bore marks of bruises all over their bodies. I am fine. I've been fighting since I was little. My skin is tough and resilient. Xu Yong laughed heartily. I'm unscathed too. But Shen Shuqing, you truly are impressive. Chun Nan also chimed in, giving Shen Shuqing a thumbs up. You even realized you were late. Do you know how long Chu Siki has been waiting for you? And you big fool, even blocked me. Diu shot a disdainful glance at Shen Shuqing, finally voicing her earlier frustrations. Shen Shuqing merely smiled gently, unfazed by her words. The three of them soon took their leave, and before long, only Shen Shuqing and the inebriated Chu Siki remained in the room. Gazing at the bottle of 53-degree liquor on the table, Shen Shuqing smirked. He, who could barely hold his liquor, had no courage to even touch such a potent drink. Meanwhile, Chu Siki had downed half a bottle without a care. What a fool, Shen Shuqing muttered. Get up, it's time to go home. Since he had come this far, he naturally could not leave Chu Siki behind. He gently prodded her. Chu Siki responded with a soft nasal sound. As if she had heard Shen Shuqing's voice, her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. The long-awaited sound seemed to shatter her drunken stupor, and she struggled to stand up, lurching toward Shen Shuqing as if seeking solace. Shen Shuqing caught her, allowing her to rest against him. Wrinkling his nose at the pungent smell of alcohol, he held his breath. Observing Chu Siki, who was swaying unsteadily, he resignedly picked her up and carried her out. Exiting the private room instantly drew many curious gazes. Internally, Shen Shuqing panicked. Oh no! Please tell me I didn't forget to pay. I have no money. Fortunately, no one stopped him as he left the Jinlin Hotel. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a Rolls-Royce parked not far away. Shen Shuqing could only carry Chu Siki towards it step by step. In his arms, Chu Siki squirmed like a small creature, her little hands playfully poking at him. Shen Shuqing, you big dummy, she murmured. Yeah. Shen Shuqing replied dismissively to, I don't like you. Just give it a rest. I don't care. You don't like me, but I like you, Chu Siki exclaimed, growing a bit agitated. All right, you like. Shen Shuqing said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Your embrace is so warm. Chu Siki snuggled closer, softly stating before gradually drifting off to sleep. Shen Shuqing managed to bring Chu Siki to the Rolls-Royce that a steward promptly emerged from the vehicle. Astonished by the sight before him, Shen Shuqing placed Chu Siki in the back and chided, "What is wrong with you? You can't even keep an eye on your young lady. She was bullied inside. And you didn't even notice. Next time, I'll deduct your salary." The steward stood dumbfounded at Shen Shuqing's reprimand that person was Luo Hao. His father is Luo Gang, Shen Shuqing added as he gradually disappeared into the night. Lost amidst the neon lights, the steward remained in shock, then hurried to the car to call Chu Tianxiong. "Bad news, sir. The young lady was carried away by a man." "What?" Chu Tianxiong, working late at the company, nearly dropped his phone upon hearing this. "She is also drunk." Just as he finished his sentence, another voice echoed in his ear. "Damn it." Chu Tianxiong stood up abruptly, cursing. That person said someone bullied the young lady. Who? His expression darkened. It was Luo Hao and another named Luo Gang. Upon hearing the steward's words, Chu Tianxiong's face darkened. "That is Siki, all right?" He desperately wanted to know if his precious daughter was safe. "The young lady is fine." Hearing this, Chu Tianxiong breathed a sigh of relief. "Who was that man?" He pressed on. "I don't know. He seemed quite young, perhaps a classmate of the young lady." "All right, take good care of Siki. I am heading home now." Chu Tianxiong hung up and hurriedly made his way home to in the car. He dialed a number and instructed, "Look into these two individuals, Luo Gang and Luo Hao." "Understood," came the cold reply from the other end. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Chu Siki was bent over the bathroom, retching violently, the sharp smell of alcohol permeating the air. Her stomach churned painfully, waves of agony coursing through her. Moments later, she staggered back to her room and collapsed onto the soft, spacious bed, clutching a small Shen Shuqing doll. Chu Siki stared at the bright ceiling, desperately trying to piece together the events of the night. "I think I was waiting for Shen Shuqing. It seems he didn't come. But then again, maybe he did." Her head throbbed. Rubbing her small head, memories of the night began to surface. "Shen Shuqing, I really like you to that moment." All her recollections flooded back. Shen Shuqing had come, and she had been held in his embrace, confessing her feelings to him. What have I done? In the next instant, Chu Siki buried herself under the warm covers of a blush crept across her adorable face, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. The rosy hue spread to the nape of her neck, rendering her soft and enticing like a ripe apple. That a hint of panic flickered in her eyes as she sought to mask her burgeoning shyness, but found herself unable to quell the rapid beating of her heart. What if Shen Shuqing finds my alcohol breath repulsive? Chu Siki pouted. If he dares to find fault, I'll show him. She picked up the doll with Shen Shuqing's name on it and playfully thumped it a few times. Afterward, she covered herself with the blanket, her heart racing like a wild deer. Yet, being held in his embrace felt incredibly reassuring. That warmth was unparalleled. Chu Siki recalled the sensation of being cradled by Shen Shuqing. It was her second experience. The first had been while she was conscious, the second, entirely oblivious. However, both instances evoked identical feelings within her. It seemed that as long as she nestled into his arms, all worries dissipated, and nothing else mattered. She wondered what it would be like to share a bed with Shen Shuqing. Lost in her thoughts, Chu Siki suddenly jolted back to reality, scolding herself. "Chu Siki, what on earth are you thinking?" At that moment, she felt a wave of heat wash over her, as if all her strength had been drained. After calming her emotions, Chu Siki picked up her phone, opened the chat with Shen Shuqing, and typed 5 words. "Good night, Shen dummy." Tossing her phone aside, she curled up quietly under the covers. Regarding her confession to Shen Shuqing that night, she felt no regret whatsoever. Having decided to pursue her feelings, Chu Siki boldly declared her affection, undeterred by the possibility of rejection. Go for it. Chu Siki, you're the best. You can definitely win over Shen the big dummy. She clenched her small fist, continuously encouraging herself in the early hours of Sioux City. The night had not yet settled, despite most people being fast asleep. Inside the dance club, Luo Hao sat at the bar. nursing his drink with a sullen expression. "What's wrong, young Master Luo? Why aren't you ordering some female companions to join you tonight?" A waitress behind the bar teased. In the past, Luo Hao would always bring in 3 or 4 female companions to drink with him. But today he was decidedly different. "I'm just not in the mood." Luo Hao drained his cup in one swift motion and remarked, "Who has dared to upset Luo Xiao?" The waiter pressed for an answer. Luo Hao, however, remained silent, his gaze filled with disdain as it swept over a group of lackeys. The sight of them, each seemingly eager to burrow into the bosoms of the gaudily dressed women, only deepened his irritation. None of these women caught his interest. In his eyes, they paled in comparison to Chu Siki. He had hoped to elevate his standing in Chu Siki's eyes tonight, but unexpectedly, Shen Shuqing had interfered. Luo Hao resolved that after this evening, he would ensure Shen Shuqing received a lesson she would not soon forget. With that thought, he made his way toward the club's exit. Feeling increasingly vexed by remaining inside, as Luo Hao stepped out of the establishment, he collided with a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a traditional palace outfit. His previously gloomy expression brightened instantly. He had never encountered anyone so exquisitely beautiful. Her pair of alluring eyes ignited a fire of desire within him. The enchanting features of her face and her exquisite figure seemed to tread upon the very peaks of his heart with each step. In that moment, he cast aside the image of Chu Siki, focusing solely on this captivating woman before him. To his astonishment, the beautiful woman approached him directly. Why luck with romance has arrived, he thought. No, this was not merely luck. It was a veritable sea of fortune, for such a woman could overshadow any he had ever seen. "Hello, beautiful. Which film crew have you come from?" Luo Hao inquired with a polite smile. Swallowing hard in anticipation, Hu Bai scrutinized Luo Hao, sniffing the air before shaking her head. Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. "Could it be that I have an unpleasant odor?" "No, that cannot be. I bathe regularly," he asked again. "Is there something off about my scent, beautiful sister?" "You are not him," Hu Bai replied with a soft, sultry voice. The moment her words left her lips, Luo Hao felt his entire body grow weak. Her languorous tone struck deep into his soul. "Dear sister, if you are looking for someone, why not exchange contact information? I am quite adept at locating individuals. My father is Luo Gang." He boldly stepped closer, invoking his father's name in a bid to capture her attention. "How curious. You are clearly not him, yet you carry his scent," Hu Bai mused softly. Gazing at Luo Hao, she perceptibly recognized the burning desire within him. A playful smile graced her lips, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "Look into my eyes," she commanded, her voice a siren's call enveloping Luo. He trembled, his gaze locking onto hers. A swirling vortex appeared within her eyes, and, as it drew nearer, it gradually ensnared his consciousness. In an instant, Hu Bai's essence penetrated his mind. Rummaging through his memories, soon she unearthed the figure she had long yearned for. The graceful curve of Chu Siki's waist flickered before her, revealing the conflict between Luo Hao and Shen Shuqing. What had once been an enticing gaze turned frigid as if touched by the icy waters of hell. Hu Bai pinpointed Shen Shuqing's location within Luo Hao's memories before retreating, casting a cold glance at the dazed Luo Hao without opting to harm him. She licked her lips delicately, gazing toward a specific direction. "I am coming for you," in the blink of an eye. She vanished. Luo Hao remained rooted in place, drooling, as Xiong Zhongrong and his band of lackeys emerged. Not spotting Luo Hao inside, they immediately sought him out. "Luo Xiao, why are you standing here?" Xiong Zhongrong inquired upon seeing him at the entrance. At the sound of the question, Luo Hao spun around sharply, an insatiable flame of desire igniting in his dazed eyes. The plump Xiong Zhongrong morphed in his vision into an unknown, alluring woman, gazing at him with an enticing allure. Even the words just spoken transformed in his ears into a playful invitation. Xiong Zhongrong, taken aback by Luo Hao's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could react, his eyes widened in shock as Luo Hao began to shed his trousers, leaving nothing behind in mere moments. Though bewildered, Xiong Zhongrong was profoundly shaken. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, Luo Hao lunged at him. Luo Xiao, what are you doing? Can we not have a civil conversation? Please put your pants back on." Unresponsive, Xiong Zhongrong found himself toppled to the ground. Luo Hao's face, usually one requiring flattery, now bore the fervent obsession of a lovesick fool. "Get him off me," he shouted in alarm to those nearby. However, the onlookers hesitated, knowing full well that Luo Hao was not someone they dared to interrupt. If they disrupted his passions, they would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, witnessing Luo Hao's current state, no one dared to approach, retreating to a safe distance, fearful of getting burned by the flames of his desire. "Just endure it, Xiong Zhongrong. What if Luo Xiao wishes to try something different today? Tomorrow, you may even find yourself called Xiong Sa," one individual suggested cautiously. "Shut your mouth," Xiong Zhongrong barked in fury. He watched Luo Hao's relentless advance. He summoned an unprecedented strength to push him away. With a terrified glance back, he fled into the street, leaving a bewildered Luo Hao in pursuit. This bizarre scene drew the attention of many, some even capturing the moment on their phones. "Don't run, beautiful sister," Luo Hao cried, saliva trailing as he chased the retreating figure. "You bye-bye," following the scent she had locked onto, soon arrived beneath the gilded gardens. As the alluring aroma drew closer, she struggled to contain her excitement. She was determined to meet that man, the one she had sought for so long. Moments later, Hu Bai's exquisite form arrived at the door of room 601. Building 3 through the crimson door, she could almost sense Shen Shuqing's warm breath. After searching for so long, "How shall I punish you?" she mused slyly, her heart racing with anticipation. In the next instant, Hu Bai's delicate figure appeared beside Shen Shuqing's bed, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at the sleeping figure. "Though you have grown younger, it is still you," she whispered tenderly, her body trembling slightly as her snow-white hand caressed half of Shen Shuqing's face. Unable to withstand the overwhelming tide of longing, she pressed herself against him, wrapping her arms tightly around Shen Shuqing. Stirred from his slumber, Shen Shuqing felt an unfamiliar weight upon him, causing him to frown in irritation. "Jiang Qianxiu, what are you up to now?" he grumbled, mistaking her for Jiang Qianxiu. "Who is Jiang Qianxiu?" came a cool voice, echoing in his ear. Shen Shuqing froze, recognizing that this voice was not Jiang Qianxiu's playful tone. Alarmed, he quickly opened his eyes, flicking on the bedside lamp. A familiar yet strange visage greeted him, and Hu Bai's gaze shifted from warmth to icy detachment. "Who is Jiang Qianxiu?" she reiterated, her expression devoid of emotion. As Shen Shuqing's long-buried memories were stirred by her presence, he stammered, "Hu Bai, answer my question. Who is Jiang Qianxiu?" The chill emanating from Hu Bai intensified, rendering the entire room akin to a desolate, icy night. "Jiang Qianxiu is a dog I have raised." Shen Shuqiu's mind raced, and he soon spoke that it was out of sheer helplessness that Shen Shuqiu made such a statement. Memories unfurled. Hu Bai's character vividly emerged in his mind. Throughout the 9 lifetimes, while Hu Bai may not have been the most vicious, she undoubtedly ranked as a top-tier jealous figure, possessing a particularly strong desire for control over Shen Shuqiu. Though Jiang Qianxiu was responsible for the most carnage, at least she could heed Shen Shuqiu's words that, in stark contrast, Hu Bai sought dominion over him, rarely choosing to listen to his counsel. Thus, in a moment of urgency, Shen Shuqiu resorted to this tactic, begrudgingly prioritizing Jiang Qianxiu's feelings present. He had no desire to inquire how Hu Bai had arrived here. His sole focus was to placate this intensely possessive entity. "You dare deceive me. You unmistakably carry a woman's scent." Hu Bai scoffed coldly. "You should know the consequences of lying to me." Her icy visage drew near, exhaling a fragrant breath akin to orchids. Shen Shuqiu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He feigned calmness. "Jiang Qianxiu is a female. She enjoys using rouge, hence the hint of femininity." As he spoke, he maintained direct eye contact with her frigid gaze, fully aware that evasion was not an option at this juncture. In his second life, he had once deceived Hu Bai, resulting in a 3-month imprisonment. Presently, Shen Shuqiu would rather confront the bloodthirsty Jiang Qianxiu than endure the company of this psychologically twisted Hu Bai. How had the once adorable little fox transformed into such a formidable presence? In the second lifetime, upon encountering Hu Bai, her entire family had been hunted by cultivators, leaving only her tiny self. whom Shen Shuqing saved. Vividly, he recalled their first meeting, her hazel eyes brimming with hatred and fear. The conclusion of that second life was not as tragic, yet Hu Baibai had still taken many lives, including those of Shen Shuqing's sect and the demon clan she belonged to. From the moment Shen Shuqing perished at the hands of Hu Baibai, the world had irrevocably changed, heralding the rise of a peerless celestial demon with an unstoppable force. Very well, I shall reluctantly choose to believe you, Hu Baibai chuckled lightly. She was acutely aware that Shen Shuqing was lying. After all, she was a fox, and deceiving a cunning fox was no trivial task. However, she was unwilling to dwell on such trivialities. Having traversed the river of time to find Shen Shuqing, she would not allow such minor grievances to provoke further anger. I will slay every woman you have encountered. With Hu Baibai's lack of further inquiries, Shen Shuqing exhaled a sigh of relief. Before he could query Hu Baibai about her presence here, her soft, frigid lips suddenly pressed against his. Shen Shuqing's eyes widened in shock, and he soon felt a sharp pain. Hu Baibai was biting him, that a trickle of blood coursed down his lip, only to be caught by her delicate tongue. Hu Baibai's lustful gaze seemed to glisten with an intensity that could almost draw tears. She fervently drank in Shen Shuqing's blood, a sickly flush blooming across her cheeks. Her actions grew increasingly aggressive and unrestrained as she delved deeper into their kiss, nearly suffocating him with a fervent, deep-throat embrace. He yearned to resist, but to no avail. His cultivation was firmly suppressed. Resigned, Shen Shuqing closed his eyes, internally lamenting, "Why must they all be like this?" After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the exchange of gazes, desire surged, and warm breaths mingled between them. Hu Baibai's complexion flushed with alluring charm. Her eyes glazed with infatuation, fixated on Shen Shuqing. Shen Shuqing's lips turned pale as he cast a complex glance at Hu Baibai. "How did you find me?" Despite Jiang Qianqiu's earlier arrival, Shen Shuqing harbored suspicions that more heroines might follow. Yet those were merely speculations. He was naturally reluctant to face any more of them. Little did he expect that it had been so short a time since Jiang Qianqiu's departure when Hu Baibai, renowned as the celestial fox demon empress of the second lifetime, would seek him out. "I am a fox spirit. No matter how far you try to conceal your scent, I will always find you," Hu Baibai purred with a charming smile. Shen Shuqing fell silent, feeling the weight of pressure from these formidable heroines, each capable of annihilating worlds. Jiang Qianqiu was no longer that innocent 4- or 5-year-old girl, and Hu Baibai had transformed from a playful little fox into a formidable entity. These heroines had undergone a profound evolution, each wielding terrifying power and harboring a touch of madness. Hu Baibai's penchant for biting had been ingrained in her since childhood, resulting in Shen Shuqing being bitten more times than he could count. "In fact, I arrived on your planet 3 years ago, but I fell into a deep slumber after expending a significant amount of my essence in search of you." Shen Shuqing was taken aback. Hu Baibai had traversed the river of time, arriving on Blue Star ahead of Jiang Qianqiu 3 years prior. He had still been in the world of the 9th lifetime, where Qin Hongyi resided. "You cannot escape from my grasp." Hu Baibai's nose brushed against his, their gazes mere centimeters apart. In those beguiling fox-like eyes, Shen Shuqing sensed a profound longing. Shen Shuqing's gaze faltered, and he sighed deeply. A story that has concluded should rightfully end with a perfect period. Why must there be a continuation? The instant those words escaped his lips, the temperature in the room plummeted. Hu Baibai's expression grew icy, each word dripping with venom. "Ha! Perfect? What constitutes perfection? You died, leaving me abandoned, and now you dare to claim this as what you call perfection. You faithless wretch! Why must you treat me this way? How dare you die without my consent? Those who cause you harm shall suffer. I will flay their skin and strip their flesh, forcing their souls to linger in the inferno, tormented for eternity. Without you, this world holds nothing of value for me. Yet now you dare to speak of a perfect ending." As Hu Baibai's agitation mounted, her delicate hands constricted around Shen Shuqing's neck. Shen Shuqing remained silent, expressionless, meeting her increasingly frenzied gaze. "Why do you not respond? Speak." Hu Baibai's icy demeanor cracked, revealing a flicker of panic. I demand an answer. What is perfection? She screamed. So, when I saved you, you repaid me in this manner. After a moment of silence, Shen Shuqing rasped, perhaps deep down. I underestimated the significance of these heroines from the 9 lifetimes. Hearing his emotionally detached words, Hu Baibai's composure shattered. She quickly released him, enveloping him in her embrace, murmuring, I am sorry, master. I was wronged. I missed you so dearly. Without you, I cannot endure. I end that moment. Hu Baibai's longings manifested as crystalline tears, moistening Shen Shuqing's face. Sighing, Shen Shuqing felt the warmth of her tears and the tremors of her body within his embrace. He felt an overwhelming urge to escape this world. Just moments ago, she had been the icy sovereign, and now she had transformed into the obedient Hu Baibai. This was precisely why he wished to avoid confronting these heroines again. Each was more twisted than the last, teetering on the brink of madness. Please, master, do not be angry with me. Whatever punishment you wish to impose upon me is fine. Hu Baibai nuzzled against him gently. In the next moment, Shen Shuqing felt an overwhelming tickling sensation on his face. 9 pristine white tails filled the bedroom, while 2 white ears emerged playfully atop Hu Baibai's head, twitching with life. Let me up, Shen Shuqing said with exasperation. Why did these heroines always feel the need to pin him down first? As if fearing his escape? Is my appearance displeasing to you, master? Then how about this? Fox Baibai mistakenly believed that Shen Shuqing did not harbor any feelings, and as a result, she felt considerably lighter. At this moment, Fox Baibai transformed back into a fox the size of a small dog. Her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Shen Shuqing. He picked her up and set her aside as he sat up. The remnants of sleep completely vanishing. His head was throbbing. Dealing with Jiang Qianxiu was already enough of a headache, and now he had to contend with another case of split personality. The greatest trouble would arise when Jiang Qianxiu returned, and he could hardly imagine the scene that would unfold when these two collided. Have you not felt suppressed by the heavenly Tao during these 3 years? Shen Shuqing suddenly inquired. When I first arrived, the heavenly Tao of your world was merely fragments, and it posed no substantial restraint on me, Fox Baibai replied. She seemed to prefer her human form. Quietly transforming back and wrapping her arms around Shen Shuqing's waist. Most perplexing is the present. The heavenly Tao of this world has remarkably regained its strength so swiftly that it can now impose tangible constraints upon me. I can sense that if given a bit more time, this realm will undoubtedly flourish into a grand era, she continued, her words laced with apprehension. Fox Baibai had sensed the might of the heavenly Tao the moment she emerged from the Xian mountain range, forcing her cultivation to be suppressed from the demon emperor realm to the transformation god realm. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuqing felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that the heavenly Tao of Blue Star could consistently impose pressure on 2 formidable emperors, which was indeed beneficial for him. Just as he was reveling in this revelation, Fox Baibai's next statement left him feeling overwhelmed. Therefore, I have decided to take you away from here to a world that belongs solely to us. At that time, I shall permit you to bear a litter of little foxes. Her tone was one that brooked no refusal. Are you out of your mind? Who would want to bear little foxes with a psychopathic individual like you? Shen Shuqing replied bluntly, without a moment's hesitation. Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, he distinctly felt the chill emanating from Fox Baibai intensify. This is my home. I will not go anywhere. Shen Shuqing asserted firmly. He anticipated that Fox Baibai would retaliate with anger, yet the cold aura behind her faded. Baibai will listen to the master, as long as the master does not abandon Baibai. All is well, she replied in a soft, tender voice. With a sigh, Shen Shuqing realized that a firm attitude was indeed necessary when dealing with Fox Baibai's split personality. Feeling the warmth of her body in his arms and the restlessness in his lower abdomen, his thoughts gradually drifted into memories. Taihang Mountain, Shangqing Dao Sect. Are you certain you wish to descend the mountain? An elder with an ethereal presence looked sternly at the young man in white who knelt before him. I have resolved to descend the mountain for worldly experiences. I hope the master will grant me this. Shen Shuqing replied, his expression unwavering. In a month's time, he was to meet the heroine of his second life, Fox Baibai, and thus he needed to descend the mountain ahead of schedule. The second life was known as the Land of Silver Flow, and Shen Shuqing belonged to the Shanqing Dao sect, one of the 10 strongest sects in this realm. The elder before him, with the air of a celestial being, was none other than his master, Feng Yangzi. Name: Shen Shuqing. Cultivation: Late Golden Core. World: Second Life, Land of Silver Flow. Heroine: Fox Bye Bye. This was Shen Shuqing's profile for his second life. Unlike the first, he now possessed cultivation, albeit only at the late Golden Core stage. Do you understand what you stand to lose by descending the mountain? Feng Yangzi furrowed his brows. I understand, Shen Shuqing replied, neither obsequious nor overbearing. You're my most promising disciple. In the upcoming training within the Dao Sect secret realm. Your strength will undoubtedly place you among the very best. The resources you would receive could propel you to great heights. Are you truly willing to forego such a bright future? Feng Yangzi's disbelief was palpable. I care not for such things. When you accepted me as your disciple, you promised not to interfere with my path. Does that still hold true? Shen Shuqing's voice remained calm, as no amount of temptation could sway his resolve to descend the mountain. In this life, when Shen Shuqing arrived, he was but an infant swaddled in blankets at the age of 5. He was noticed by Feng Yangzi, who happened to be passing through the skies, and was brought to the Shanqing Dao sect. In a mere 20 years, his cultivation had been steadily elevated to the late Golden Core stage, just a step away from the coveted nascent soul stage. With only a month remaining until he met Fox Bye Bye, he had to descend the mountain early. Otherwise, it would be too late to leave when the Dao Sect's secret realm opened. Furthermore, Shen Shuqing could not cultivate on his own. No amount of resources would be of any use to him, as he was not of this world. Shen Shuqing cared little for the resources. However, seeing Feng Yangzi's expression did stir a hint of guilt within him. After all, he had spent 20 years by Feng Yangzi's side. It was only natural that, even if one were a cold stone, they would develop some feelings. You must provide me with a reason, Feng Yangzi said after a brief silence, his eyes scrutinizing Shen Shuqing for any signs of deceit, because, in the mortal realm, there is someone very important waiting for me. No matter what I lose, I cannot afford to lose her, Shen Shuqing declared, lifting his head with calm determination. Feng Yangzi could not discern any deceit in Shen Shuqing's eyes, which startled him. The first time Feng Yangzi had met Shen Shuqing, he understood that the boy was an orphan, having lost his parents to the ravages of war. After arriving at the Shanqing Dao sect, Shen Shuqing had grown under his watchful gaze, never having descended the mountain. Thus, he wondered where this important person could have come from. Most peculiarly, Shen Shuqing was not lying. Given Feng Yangzi's cultivation at the tribulation stage, it was nearly impossible for anyone to deceive him. Who is that person? This strange interaction piqued Feng Yangzi's curiosity. The disciple cannot reveal her identity, so I hope Master will grant me this. I am incompetent and cannot fulfill my duties, Shen Shuqing replied. Bowing 3 times heavily, he did not use his true energy to shield himself, causing blood to stream from his forehead. Observing Shen Shuqing's unwavering determination, Feng Yangzi felt a pang of sorrow deep within. Feng Yangzi paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a long pause, he sighed. Very well, go then, Feng Yangzi murmured, a hint of resignation in his tone. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Shen Shuqing sincerely expressed his gratitude before turning to leave the great hall without looking back. Watching Shen Shuqing's retreating figure, Feng Yangzi did not remain idle. He immediately went to a secret chamber and took out Shen Shuqing's life token to begin his calculations. Time gradually came to a standstill. After a stick of incense, Feng Yangzi spat blood, his entire cultivation in turmoil, his pupils trembling in shock. He had divined that Shen Shuqing's fate was shrouded in darkness, and his ultimate end would be death. Feng Yangzi could scarcely believe this outcome and immediately began to calculate again. Each attempt consumed a great deal of his essence, and even after the 10th attempt, the result remained the same. Death at this moment. Feng Yangzi slumped to the ground, unable to accept this conclusion. The disciple he had raised as a son was destined for death. The process was entirely dark, and this death represented a form of liberation. I refuse to believe it, Feng Yangzi murmured to himself. With that, he rose to pursue Shen Shuqing, unwilling to accept that death could be a form of release for him. Shen Shuqing merely packed a few belongings, slinging a large sword case over his shoulder before departing the Dao sect on a cloud. Not far from the Dao sect, he unexpectedly collided with a girl in a blue dress. Upon seeing Shen Shuqing, her delicate features lit up with joy, and she hurriedly approached him. "Third senior brother, you knew I was returning today and came to fetch me, didn't you?" The girl skillfully wrapped her arm around Shen Shuqiang's shoulder. Her face radiant with happiness, in her bright eyes, a hidden affection lay, one that Shen Shuqing could not quite discern. Not quite. Shen Shuqiang gazed at the delicate young girl before him and spoke softly. Feng Yangzi had accepted a total of 4 disciples, 3 males and 1 female. The girl standing before him was none other than his junior sister, Zhuoshu. Zhuoshu's charming face dimmed momentarily, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before she quickly regained her adorable demeanor. "Third senior brother, where are you going?" "I will accompany you." "No need," Shen Shuqiang replied with an indifferent expression, pulling his hand away from Zhuoshu's grasp and striding away. Unable to mask her disappointment any longer, Zhuoshu stood still, watching his receding figure with pursed lips before trudging back to the sect. However, she barely took a few steps when she collided with the figure of her master, Feng Yangzi. "Master, where is third senior brother headed?" Zhuoshu inquired eagerly. "Nothing of concern. You should return to the sect." Feng Yangzi replied, casting a sidelong glance at her without further explanation, that if she were to learn that Shen Shuqiang was abandoning the secret realm of the Dao sect, she would undoubtedly make the same choice. Zhuoshu's subtle feelings for Shen Shuqiang were not lost on her master. He could see through the situation clearly. He would have welcomed a romantic bond between his 2 disciples, yet Shen Shuqiang remained as unyielding as a wooden statue, avoiding any interaction with females. Were it not for Shen Shuqiang's insistence on prioritizing cultivation, Feng Yangzi might have questioned his disciple's orientation. "Oh, very well," Zhuoshu said, her face drooping, despite her puzzlement over Shen Shuqiang's consistently lukewarm demeanor. She sensed her master's recent preoccupation. Was it perhaps related to third senior brother? A twinge of unease began to blossom in her heart. Time slipped away swiftly. A month had passed since Shen Shuqiang descended the mountain. After leaving the Shanqing Dao sect, he chose to settle in a bamboo grove on a mountain near Jingshui town in the northwest region. This location, surrounded by mountains and water, formed a natural barrier, with the sounds of flowing streams and rustling trees filling the air. Shen Shuqiang was thoroughly content with this serene environment. He even fashioned a rocking chair from emerald bamboo, spending his days lounging and enjoying the breeze. With no need for meals, he simply consumed a few pills of sustenance from time to time, but he decided to relish this leisurely time, for once he met the female protagonist, he would have to shoulder the responsibilities of both father and mother. On the 3rd of July in the 402nd year of the Silver Flow calendar, during midday, a gentle breeze caressed his hair. Shen Shuqiang lazily opened his eyes, stretching comfortably. It was time for his first meeting with a female protagonist from a second life. Bye-bye. He slung the heavy, broadsword case over his back and pushed open the bamboo door, making his way down the mountain. Throughout the past month, Feng Yangzi had been secretly observing Shen Shuqiang's daily life from the heavens, eager to discover the identity of the important person his disciple had mentioned. Now that Shen Shuqiang was finally descending after a month, Feng Yangzi was fully alert, prepared to pay close attention. The past month had been exceedingly dull for Shen Shuqiang, who had spent his days merely lounging about, lacking any other interests, a stark contrast to his life at the Shanqing Dao sect. At that moment, by a pond at the foot of the mountain, a group of 6 cultivators gathered, led by a girl in a red dress. The speaker was a burly middle-aged man. Before them lay the lifeless bodies of 2 injured fox demons, and beneath them curled a small fox, its snowy fur stained crimson with dark red blood. The scene suggested that the 2 fox demons had perished while protecting the little fox. The demonic aura emanating from the bodies indicated they had reached the golden core stage, while the strongest among the group of cultivators was merely at the same level. Go ahead, extract the demon core. Tonight's meal will be yours, the girl, Xiaolin, said with a charming smile. The burly man stepped forward towards the corpses of the fox demons, eliciting envious glances from the remaining 4. He skillfully retrieved the demon core, his eyes gleaming with greed. I could see that moment. The small fox became fully visible to the group. What about this little one? Sister Xia? The middle-aged man inquired. Kill it, Xia Lin replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the man grinned maliciously and reached for the small fox. The little fox curled up, its blood-soaked fur bristling with fear and resentment. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. The man felt a sharp pain in his hand and looked down to discover a blood hole had formed in his palm. He exclaimed, retreating hastily while scanning his surroundings, quickly locking his gaze on a white figure approaching them. Who are you to interfere with my affairs? He demanded coldly, a hint of trepidation in his eyes. He was a golden core cultivator. For someone to pierce his palm under these circumstances indicated that this individual was no less formidable than he. The others also noticed Shen Shuqing, their expressions turning unfriendly. You cannot harm them, Shen Shuqing said leisurely, strolling towards the group. Yip! Yip! The little fox looked up at Shen Shuqing, barking fiercely. Shen Shuqing smiled slightly, realizing he was about to adopt a little fox. Dressed in flowing white, his demeanor was calm and his words self-assured. Seeing Shen Shuqing's tall figure and handsome face, Xia Lin's eyes sparkled with interest. If I insist on taking her, what will you do? The man retorted coldly. Bang! Shen Shuqing slammed the sword case onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. You are welcome to try, he replied with a nonchalant smile. Seeking death, the man was instantly enraged by Shen Shuqing's words, ready to strike. Silence, Xia Lin interjected suddenly. Sister Xia? The man began to protest, but fell silent at the sight of her frosty expression. Xia Lin turned to him with a smile. Let her go, and I might consider it, but you must accompany me tonight. The more she looked at Shen Shuqing, the more her smile widened. Are you from the Chani Palace? Shen Shuqing speculated, sensing her demeanor. Indeed, I am from the Chani Palace. What of it? Care to be my companion and experience the utmost pleasures of the mortal realm? Xia Lin licked her lips enticingly. No need. I have no interest in second-hand goods, Shen Shuqing replied indifferently. The Chani Palace was a notorious sect known for its dual cultivation practices, disrupting the balance of yin and yang to enhance one's power. Not all practitioners there were female. They also kept a number of male disciples for daily indulgences. Most female practitioners at the Chani Palace had their own favorites, creating a dynamic where women held the power and men served as subordinates. Many male cultivators aspire to join, yearning for the dual cultivation experience that promised strength, yet prolonged exposure could lead to them becoming mere obedient pets. Little brother, do not anger your sister, Xia Lin warned, her expression darkening. She despised being referred to as second-hand. Shen Shuqing chuckled lightly. Kill him. Xia Lin's expression turned grim as she issued the command. Who is this wild brat? Die. The man had long wished to attack and was now ready to pounce. Shen Shuqing clapped his sword case, calling out. Qing Ling, the middle-aged man's steps faltered, his body suddenly erupting in cold sweat as a sense of impending doom washed over him. In that instant, the sword box swung open, releasing a radiant beam of white light. A 3-foot-long blade, entirely hued in white jade, erupted forth. With a clear and resonant clang, the air was filled with the sharp cry of the sword. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped several individuals. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably. From the moment this sword intent was unleashed, he realized that the white-clad youth before him was beyond his capability to confront. Should a confrontation ensue, he was certain that he would be the one to perish, and his companions behind him would not escape their fate either. Who on earth was this individual? The middle-aged man was struck with astonishment. Gazing at the long sword radiating a terrifying sword intent, he hesitated for a moment.